Chapter 1. The sudden outbreak of a zombie apocalypse caught Lin and Mo completely off guard. The phone lines were down, and the internet was unavailable. Neighbors on all sides, both above and below, had succumbed to the chaos, while outside, students who had come for weekend tutoring were still lingering. With water and electricity cut off, and unable even to boil instant noodles, Lin and Mo found himself plunged into an unprecedented predicament. Gazing at the dwindling supply of bottled water, he ultimately resolved to take a risk, venturing out to scavenge for provisions and perhaps explore the possibility of returning home to see his family. However, just as he was about to take action, a chime resonated in his mind. In an instant, Lin and Mo felt a clarity wash over him. Simultaneously, the name of a skill materialized within his consciousness. Instinctively, Lin and Mo activated this skill. O fated one, who exists amidst the countless intertwining threads of destiny, heed my call and descend. As Lin and Mo uttered these dramatic words, a flash of violet light enveloped the room. A young girl plummeted from the heavens, landing squarely atop Lin and Mo. Ah, yeah. Two exclamations echoed in the room in succession. When Lin and Mo raised his gaze, he was met with a pair of sparkling blue eyes, clear and innocent, like a mirror reflecting the azure sky. At the same time, silvery strands of hair cascaded down, brushing against Lin Mo's face, filling his senses with a fragrance unique to young girls. Coupled with the softness of her body pressed against him, Lin and Mo, who had been solitary for many years, felt a dizzying rush of emotion stirring within him. Just as he was driven by instinct to taste the sweetness of her tender cheek, to ascertain its authenticity, the girl pushed herself up from Lin Mo's chest. "Hey, Captain, are you all right? You seem to be blushing." The girl, clad in a tight-fitting white combat suit and sporting twin braids of white hair, inquired with genuine concern. Upon hearing her voice and gazing at her features, Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting to respond to her question. His astonishment stemmed from the identity of the girl before him. Qiana, the Hershers of the Void, the Princess of Collapse, the God of Earth. Over the span of 7 years, Lin and Mo had witnessed her growth, and her story had profoundly touched him, embedding the image of this optimistic, resilient, and playful girl deeply in his memory. "Captain, hey Captain, are you all right?" The girl's calls jolted Lin and Mo from his reverie. Startled into awareness, he quickly sat up and stammered, I'm fine, really. Phew, that's a relief. I was genuinely worried I might have caused you harm. I'd hate to think what May would say if that happened." Qiana sighed in relief, then playfully stuck out her tongue while softly complaining. Lin and Mo regarded her reaction with a mix of exasperation and delight. It felt akin to witnessing a cherished virtual daughter come to life, playfully showing off before him. Lin and Mo thought, I could just cry from this overwhelming emotion. After a brief moment of reflection, Lin and Mo stood, gazing earnestly at the girl before him. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly asked, "Qiana, you are indeed Qiana, correct? Did you summon me?" In response to Lin Mo's seemingly rhetorical inquiry, Qiana stretched and energetically affirmed, "Of course. The future's strongest Valkyrie, Qiana, has answered the captain's call. Now, Captain," she continued, "what troubles have you encountered that require my assistance? Whether it be Deadpool or the forces of collapse, I shall dispatch them with a flurry of kicks." In a bid to showcase her prowess, Qiana brandished her dual pistols, briefly demonstrating her impressive gunfighting skills. With the confirmation of his suspicions, Lin Mo's previously anxious heart settled. He felt a surge of joy at having such a formidable ally in Qiana. Although she currently donned only the most basic white armor and wielded an initial 2-star USP, she was still far more capable than he, an ordinary individual, could ever hope to be. This newfound confidence emboldened Lin and Mo to push through the chaos and seek out essential supplies. With this thought in mind, he laid out his current situation and future plans to Qiana. "Ah, I see. So that's the case. I thought it might be something more troublesome. Zombies, huh? They should be akin to Deadpool, right? A mere handful of zombies are nothing but child's play for me. Captain, you can simply follow along while I ensure your safe passage to the supermarket for supplies." Qiana declared confidently, preparing to swing open the door and confront the students outside. Seeing her reckless enthusiasm, Lin Mo hastily grabbed her arm, saying, "Wait, Qiana. I know you have great confidence in your abilities, but for safety's sake, we should test your skills first." With that, Lin Mo glanced at the initial weapon, the USP, in Qiana's grasp. Based on the Valkyrie armor she wore and the weapon she held, Lin Mo surmised that Qiana was likely at the beginner level, akin to a level 1 character in a game, with limited skills and weak stats. If they recklessly thrust her into a confrontation with multiple, unknown enemies, there could be dire consequences. Huh, it's just a few zombies, what's there to prepare for? Captain, trust me, I can handle this in no time. Unaware of Lin Mo's concerns, Qiana felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at his lack of faith, eager to prove herself. Seeing her determination, Lin Mo tried to reason with her, but Qiana's strength was considerable. Before he could utter another word, she wriggled free of his grasp, flung open the door, and dashed outside. Nico insert RM. Meow magic. As an awkward phrase echoed through the air, a series of thuds resonated in the corridor. Realizing the situation had escalated, Lin Mo hastily grabbed the pot lid and kitchen knife he had prepared, following closely behind her. However, when Lin Mo beheld the scene unfolding in the hallway, he suddenly felt that he had been overly concerned. At that moment, Qiana stood frozen, surrounded by bodies that appeared to have been struck by a bulldozer, slumped in the corners of the corridor. It seems I was overly cautious. Qiana, you're truly impressive." Although Qiana's impulsive actions caused Lin Mo some frustration, he felt compelled to commend her for what she had accomplished, given his fondness for her. To his surprise, Qiana did not respond with the cheerful, silly laughter typical of her character in the game. Instead, she wore a puzzled expression, her fists clenched, seemingly questioning her own abilities. Seeing her demeanor, Lin Mo approached with concern, wishing to check on her well-being. As he drew near, he could barely hear Qiana's murmured words, nearly drowned out by the sounds of their neighbors. "It shouldn't be like this, why am I so weak?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo instantly grasped the situation. Clearly, his earlier assumptions had been correct. Qiana's current strength was not at the formidable level depicted in the game. Perhaps this was due to her recent summoning, as she had yet to level up, or maybe it was a result of the differing power dynamics in this world. At present, Qiana was significantly weaker than her counterpart in the Collapse universe. After all, at the very beginning of the Reset main storyline, Qiana had effortlessly kicked over a fighter jet. Even in the older version, she could perform remarkable feats such as free-falling from great heights onto the Moonlight Throne. In contrast to her superhuman performance in the Collapse world, while Qiana was still strong now, she fell short of her potential. Otherwise, the cheerful Qiana would not be standing there, questioning her existence. However, Lin Mo was not overly concerned about this predicament. As the last of the incapacitated zombies lay still on the ground, Lin Mo distinctly noticed the words "level up" appear above Qiana's head. 3 zombies had propelled Qiana from level 1 to level 2, marking a rapid advancement. Although, typically, leveling up would become increasingly challenging later on. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Lin Mo's Minda possibility of a resurgence, of the god of Earth reclaiming dominion over the solar system. The mere thought of such a scenario sent him into a reverie. Perhaps I should have Qiana appoint me as the Earth's leader when the time comes? Maybe not. This title sounds quite extraordinary. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Qiana's future is indeed promising. Due to her strength falling significantly short of expectations, Qiana has become less reckless than before Lin Mo seized this opportunity to bring her back home. "Captain, how could I be so weak? Could it be because I haven't eaten enough?" Upon returning home, Qiana naively searched for reasons behind her weakness. Noticing her gaze frequently drifting toward the kitchen, in an effort to prevent her from consuming all the remaining food in one go, Lin Mo hurriedly shared his previous suspicions with her. "Is it because my level is too low? So does that mean I am now like those protagonists in games, weak enough that I can't even defeat a slime at the start? How could this be? I am clearly very strong." Upon learning the truth, Qiana's demeanor turned gray. "Well, Qiana, there's no need to be overly disheartened. Based on the feedback from your recent zombie kills, you can level up by defeating zombies. Although I can't see the specifics of your stats, theoretically, you must be stronger than before. As long as you continue to slay zombies, you might regain your strength in no time. In an effort to prevent Qiana from sinking further into despair, Lin Mo quickly offered words of encouragement. Perhaps due to Qiana's current simplicity of thought, she was indeed stirred by Lin Mo's words, igniting her fighting spirit. The captain is right. As long as I defeat more zombies, I shall inevitably become the strongest Valkyrie. Qiana, who had just moments ago appeared gray and listless, lifted her head and clenched her fist, regaining her vibrant colors alongside a fierce determination. Seeing this, Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Yes, very good. Qiana, I believe you can certainly achieve this. However, before we proceed, we should first understand our current circumstances and prepare accordingly. In response to Lin Mo's suggestion, Qiana did not object this time. In her previous mindset, she would have believed that her presence alone could safeguard the captain. Yet now, given her diminished strength, she was unwilling to act recklessly for the sake of Lin Mo's safety. Seeing Qiana comply, Lin Mo nodded appreciatively. The first thing Lin Mo needed to clarify was his summoning ability. Specifically, he needed to ascertain the number of summons, duration, energy consumption, and the maintenance time for summoned entities. These inquiries were crucial to Lin Mo's survival in this post-apocalyptic world. After a series of attempts, a system-like panel appeared before his eyes. Current summoning cooldown: 6 days, 23 hours, 10 minutes, and 24 seconds. Current energy required for summoning: 4,100. Current number of summon characters: 1. Current level of summon character: LV2. The information displayed on the panel was remarkably succinct. Rather than a system, it was more accurate to say that Lin Mo had materialized his ability status into data within his mind. He had anticipated the cooldown and energy consumption limitations of the summoning skill. The time aspect was self-evident, while Lin Mo had some conjectures regarding the energy. The 4 points of energy required were precisely correlated to the 4 zombies Qiana had just defeated. This meant that moving forward, all he needed to do was slay zombies alongside Qiana to accumulate summoning energy. As for the 50 zombies, given Qiana's current state, it should be a manageable task as long as they did not encounter too many at once. Uncertainty lingered in Lin Mo's mind regarding whether there was a limit to the number of summoned characters. He pondered the duration of their existence and the range within which they could be summoned. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he instinctively stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. According to the principle of anything not expressly forbidden is permitted, the absence of restrictions might imply that summoned beings could exist indefinitely. Furthermore, could the scope of summoning extend beyond characters from the Hokkai universe? Alas, it was impossible to ascertain. Presently, all he could do was take one step at a time and see which character he could summon next. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, his ability was to summon characters from the second dimension. So as long as it wasn't someone like Saya, it should not be too disappointing. Perhaps, with no immediate solutions at hand, Lin Mo chose to set this matter aside and shifted his attention to Qiana, who was lost in thought beside him. Although Qiana's current strength was hampered by her low level, Lin Mo lacked effective means to assess her abilities. It seemed the most suitable option was to test her skills in a real combat scenario. After some contemplation, he resolved to take Qiana out to assess her prowess. The preparations for their outing were swift, as Lin Mo had previously intended to gather supplies outside. Under Qiana's astonished gaze, Lin Mo bundled himself in layers upon layers of clothing. Donning thermal underwear, padded jackets, and trousers for warmth, he equipped himself with a neck warmer. Gloves, snow boots, a helmet, a mask, and windproof goggles Captain, is it really that cold outside? Why are you dressed like that? Looking like a human tire? Qiana exclaimed in confusion This is my anti-bite ensemble in case I encounter a zombie. I won't fear their bites while dressed like this, as he explained. Lin Mo gestured to the thickness of his protective gear. Although it appeared somewhat comical, it was indeed a prudent measure against potential threats. Well, I understand the reasoning, but it still feels like you're overreacting. Captain, can we go out and deal with the zombies now? After a brief moment of teasing, Qiana eagerly prepared to enhance her abilities. Observing her enthusiasm, Lin Mo shook his head. Of course not. I can't just have protection without weapons. Qiana, could you assist me by securing a pot lid to my left arm and a kitchen knife to my right hand? This way, I shall possess both a shield and a weapon, ensuring that I won't lose my arms in any unforeseen circumstances. Though Qiana found Lin Mo's request somewhat absurd, she complied nonetheless, once both protection and weaponry were adequately arranged. Lin Mo and Qiana set off, each carrying a backpack. Uncertain of when the power might fail, Lin Mo opted for the stairs instead of the unreliable elevator, leading Qiana down the stairwell. The dimly lit staircase lacked illumination. But Lin Mo had prepared in advance, producing a flashlight he had purchased for a mere penny online. With the flashlight's glow guiding them, the duo descended slowly. The 10 flights of stairs proved somewhat challenging for Lin Mo, who was fully armored. Huff, perhaps I was too optimistic. Dressed like this, I can hardly maneuver. And this is just going downstairs. Going back up might be the death of me, he lamented in the stairwell on the second floor. Panting heavily, noticing his struggle, Qiana expressed concern. Captain, why don't you stay upstairs? I can handle the task of gathering supplies alone. Without hesitation, Lin Mo firmly shook his head. No, wait, I cannot allow you to go off on your own. That would be far too dangerous. Besides, I should take the opportunity to strengthen myself during this early phase of the apocalypse. Now is not the time to be idle. Well, since you insist, I want to argue. But do remember, Captain, don't hesitate to call for my help if you find yourself in trouble. Sensing Lin Mo's resolve, Qiana acquiesced, but still offered a word of caution for his safety to this. Lin Mo naturally assured her, Rest easy, Qiana, my greatest virtue is self-awareness. Should I encounter difficulties, I will certainly call for your assistance. Just don't find me bothersome when the time comes. With a playful smirk, Qiana proudly placed her hands on her hips, responding with bravado. I would never hold a grudge against the captain for something so trivial. Just shout as loud as you can, and I'll be there to knock them out for you. Seeing Qiana's spirited demeanor, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile affectionately, feeling a sense of pride akin to that of a father. However, the joyful moments were fleeting. After sharing some light-hearted banter, the two were poised to step out of the relative safety of their building and confront the perilous realities of the apocalypse. Lin Mo felt a mix of anxiety and a hint of exhilaration. After all, this was a chance for survival amidst the zombie onslaught. As they exited the building, they quickly attracted the attention of wandering zombies in the vicinity. Fortunately, these particular undead were elderly individuals, their movements painfully slow, affording Lin Mo and Qiana ample time to react. Qiana, take them out. Although Lin Mo held no grudge against these seniors-turned-zombies, he decided it was prudent to clear the area to avoid being flanked upon their return or encountering unforeseen complications. All right, Captain, watch me shine. Qiana responded eagerly, drawing her twin pistols and charging towards the slow-moving zombies. Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, she was a seasoned Valkyrie who had faced numerous battles from a young age. When confronted by enemies, especially those akin to the undead, she showed no mercy. With a series of resounding gunshots, the sounds of shattering bones and heavy thuds filled the air. Each strike from Qiana was nearly fatal to the frail zombies. The elderly creatures stood no chance against her relentless assault and quickly succumbed to her might, collapsing in heaps. While Qiana engaged in combat, Lin Mo remained vigilant, keeping watch for any potential threats while also observing her skillful maneuvers. Perhaps due to her extensive experience against formidable foes, Qiana displayed remarkable technique in dispatching the zombies. She refrained from recklessly firing her weapons, instead opting for close combat, utilizing her physical prowess to subdue them. Her every attack was calculated, ensuring precision in both angle and force, avoiding any unnecessary overkill that could lead to messy outcomes. After a flurry of strikes, the zombies lay defeated around her. Qiana appeared unfazed, not a hint of fatigue or bloodstains marring her pristine white combat suit, as if the fallen zombies had merely succumbed to slumber rather than violence. It seemed Lin Mo had underestimated Qiana's capabilities. After a moment of reflection, he cautiously approached to assess the fallen zombies, ensuring they were truly incapacitated and posed no threat of revival. Qiana, having just showcased her prowess, pouted slightly at Lin Mo's cautiousness. Oh, come on, Captain, do you not trust in my abilities? If I took them down myself, How could they possibly still be alive? In response to Qiana's complaints, Lin Mo, while inspecting the zombies, spoke in a low voice. Qiana, it is not that I doubt your abilities. However, in such trying times, we must exercise caution. Often, it is a momentary lapse in vigilance that leads individuals to falter, plunging them into irretrievable despair. Oh, I get it. I get it. Captain, when did you start lecturing me? Qiana retorted, rolling her eyes. I see a few zombies over there. I'll take care of them and return promptly. With a few murmurs of discontent, Qiana darted towards the adjacent building. Seeing this, Lin Mo shook his head helplessly and hurried after her. Do not run recklessly. Qiana, our objective is to gather supplies, not to become addicted to zombie hunting. After dispatching a few wandering zombies in the neighborhood, Lin Mo and Qiana arrived at the supermarket, which stood eerily silent. The zombie crisis had only just erupted, and most people were still too fearful to venture outside to gather supplies. Thus, the supermarket remained untouched by looters. This is splendid. With these supplies, we should be able to sustain ourselves for quite some time, Lin Mo exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement as he led Qiana into the supermarket. Upon entering, they were met with a strong metallic scent of blood and discovered bloodstains and torn clothing remnants near the checkout counter. Did someone get eaten? Qiana remarked, wrinkling her nose in disgust as she gazed at the pool of blood. Those zombies are utterly revolting. Enough, Qiana. Let us not dwell on the origin of the blood. We should first ascertain whether any zombies remain inside the supermarket, Lin Mo suggested, redirecting their focus from the gruesome scene. The supermarket near Lin Mo's home was not particularly large, and they swiftly scoured the premises. Eliminating 2 zombies trapped beneath a fallen shelf, it seemed that in the chaos of the outbreak, people had rushed to flee, with the zombies trailing behind. Hence, only these 2 immobile creatures remained. Fortune favors us. Lin Mo mused, I will block the supermarket entrance with a cart, and then we can start gathering supplies. However, upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Qiana furrowed her brow, glancing down at her small backpack and then up at the cart meant for transporting goods. After a moment of contemplation, she could no longer suppress her curiosity. Captain, if we have a cart for transporting goods, why are we using such a small backpack for supplies? At Qiana's inquiry, Lin Mo froze in realization. It struck him as rather logical. Why was I only considering using a backpack for food? Momentarily dazed, Lin Mo began to ponder the reason behind his sudden lapse in judgment. Could stupidity be contagious? Have I been infected by the paramecium virus through my interactions with Qiana? He dismissed the notion, realizing he could not equate Qiana's academic struggles with being foolish. After all, she would eventually become a deity of Earth, possessing knowledge far beyond that of an ordinary person like him. Having refuted the idea that Qiana was to blame, Lin Mo began to reflect on his own actions since the apocalypse began. As someone encountering a zombie crisis for the first time, why do I seem so experienced? Oh, right, he exclaimed, I've consumed a plethora of zombie-themed media, and through osmosis, I have acquired some theoretical knowledge. Recalling the many zombie films he had watched, Lin Mo gradually identified the source of his confusion, that in those narratives, the protagonists typically scavenged supplies after the crisis had persisted for some time or during frantic escapes. In such scenarios, supermarkets were either completely ransacked or brimming with resources. In light of this, using a backpack for gathering food would indeed be the most practical approach. Yet he was clearly not in the same position as players who joined later. He was among the initial wave of survivors, with the current circumstances favoring them: weak zombies, strong allies, abundant resources, and few survivors. There was ample opportunity to expand their capabilities. Once he grasped all of this, Lin Mo felt a surge of exhilaration. Qiana, I cannot thank you enough. Had he not pointed this out, I might have remained fixated on petty thievery. Since we are in an apocalypse, let us seize the opportunity and make a significant haul. With fervor, Lin Mo began to gesture animatedly, while Qiana looked on with a mixture of confusion and amusement as he bypassed the cart and headed towards the delivery van parked outside the supermarket. Understanding his intent, Qiana brightened up at the prospect of emptying the supermarket, which meant an abundance of snacks for her. She turned her gaze towards the shelves brimming with various treats, sharing in Lin Mo's enthusiasm. After some attempts, Lin Mo successfully started the delivery van and parked it at the entrance of the supermarket. Phew. Thankfully, this vehicle is electric and won't create too much noise to attract zombies. The operation is quite straightforward. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo, who had held a driver's license for 5 years yet had never owned a car, descended from the vehicle and began instructing Qiana to prepare for the transport of supplies. Qiana, stop snacking. We need to transport the supplies back before other survivors catch wind of our actions. At Lin Mo's call, Qiana quickly finished the delicious stick she had been munching on and approached him, ready for further instructions. Lin Mo surveyed the supermarket and decided to first retrieve entire boxes of goods from the storage room before tackling the more cumbersome items on the shelves. If I recall correctly, the storage room should be just behind that door. With a slight nod of remembrance regarding the stock replenishment scenes he had previously witnessed, Lin Mo located the storage room. Upon reaching the door, he found it unlocked, likely for ease of restocking, and with a gentle push, it swung open. The interior was dim, but after illuminating the space with a flashlight and confirming the absence of zombies, he and Qiana stepped inside, surveying the various goods stacked within the storage room. Lin Mo began to deliberate on which supplies to prioritize for transport, given the likelihood of future water and power outages. It was imperative to secure water and various beverages. Without electricity or gas, cooking would be impossible, thereby relegating flour and rice, foods requiring preparation, to a secondary priority. Considering long-term preservation, it was crucial not to overstock fruits, vegetables, or meats. Thus, packaged snacks, cakes, canned goods, hams, and vacuum-sealed prepared foods emerged as the optimal choices, followed by essential household items. After mentally calculating this strategy, Lin Mo commenced the task of moving goods with Qiana. They maneuvered the supermarket's transport cart back and forth between the supermarket and the van. However, despite Lin Mo's well-laid plans, the actual execution was disrupted by various unforeseen factors, leading him to deviate from his intended order of transport. Faced with the choice between unpalatable yet long-lasting and filling biscuits, or the delightful snacks he had always coveted, Lin Mo opted for the latter, succumbing to his desires. Lin Mo, it's all right. It's just a box or two. It won't disrupt our plans. Qiana reassured him. Besides, it's the apocalypse. I deserve to indulge a little. Thus, in a state of self-imposed numbness, Lin Mo loaded box after box of delectable yet insubstantial snacks onto the cart. Meanwhile, Qiana, who was equally preoccupied with acquiring tasty treats, noticed that the captain had already taken the lead in sabotaging the plan. So she too bypassed the unappetizing food and opted for her favorites instead, by the time the cart was filled to the brim. It was entirely occupied by the snacks they both adored. The provisions that Lin Mo had originally earmarked as emergency rations for the apocalypse lay relegated to the bottom layer, a testament to the duo's abandonment of their initial intentions. Upon witnessing this scenario, Lin Mo and Qiana exchanged a glance, only to discover the shared awkwardness reflected in each other's eyes. Well, it's only the first cart. It's only natural to choose some favorites, Lin Mo remarked, scratching his head and breaking the uncomfortable silence. Qiana immediately caught on, nodding in agreement. Absolutely. You're completely right, Captain. There is still plenty of food here, and at one tea just disappear. We can tackle the harder choices later. With that, Qiana hurriedly pushed the cart toward the supermarket exit, seemingly anxious that Lin Mo might reconsider. The phrase tackle the harder choices later seemed rather misplaced. Nonetheless, Lin Mo chuckled and shook his head, thinking to himself that in the face of an apocalypse, one should simply enjoy the moment. After yet another flurry of activity, the duo managed to transfer all the supplies from the cart into the van. This single cart's worth of provisions took up a third of the van's space. Realizing that they could not afford to be so indulgent with the next load, Lin Mo resolved to include some essential dry goods. After giving both himself and Qiana a word of caution, he returned to the warehouse, feeling that they had already packed quite a lot of treats. Lin Mo and Qiana now found themselves less resistant to transporting the less appetizing biscuits and similar items. After another round of hard work, the cart was soon filled again. Repeating the previous loading process, they returned to the warehouse once more. Qiana, this time we're not loading food. Let us grab some water and beverages. In an apocalypse, clean water often takes precedence over food. After imparting this instruction to Qiana, the two began to transport bottled water, large containers, and soft drinks. Unlike the food, The water and drinks were considerably heavier. Lin Mo, who was already lacking in physical conditioning, began to show signs of fatigue, his breath coming in labored gasps. Observing this, Qiana expressed her concern. "Captain, if you're struggling, I can handle it myself. This workload is trivial for me." Upon hearing Qiana's words, Lin Mo immediately ceased panting. "Qiana, how could I possibly falter? Captain is more than capable. Just watch and see what a real man can do." With sheer stubbornness, Lin Mo managed to finish loading the third cart, only to find that his hands trembled and his legs quaked, his entire body aching to, "I can't go on like this. I need a break." Ultimately, Lin Mo could not rely on bravado to sustain his gradually weakening frame, and he found himself sitting on a few boxes, panting heavily and surrendering to fatigue. "Captain, come on, if you can't do it, just admit it. There's no need to be so tough." While she grumbled, Qiana kindly sat beside Lin Mo, offering to massage his shoulders and legs. The scent of the girl wafted nearby, and their occasional, unintentional contact made Lin Mo, who felt on the verge of collapse, feel as if he had just consumed honey. "Qiana, I could cry that you're truly so considerate." Under the gentle ministrations of the young girl, Lin Mo gradually regained his composure, his spine straightening once more, though it didn't quite unlock a hidden transformation like consuming a Snickers bar. At least he could stand tall again. "Ahem. Well then, we've wasted enough time. We should get these supplies moved." Lin Mo recognized that this was not the moment for indulgence in tender moments, and with a light cough, he interrupted Qiana's massage. Upon hearing this, Qiana did not protest and climbed into the van alongside Lin Mo after a somewhat clumsy operation. Lin Mo successfully drove the van to his apartment building, albeit at the cost of colliding with 3 electric scooters, scraping 5 cars, and breaking the railing at the community entrance. "Captain, maybe I should drive next time. This is like bumper cars. I'm worried we'll break it before long." Even Qiana found it difficult to watch Lin Mo's driving skills. Lin Mo considered defending his prowess, but for the sake of the van's safety, he nodded in agreement with Qiana. He also sensed that by the time he moved this batch of supplies upstairs, he would likely be too exhausted to drive. Although Lin Mo tried to act the part of a man, it was unfortunate that, compared to Qiana, he was hardly more than a mere bystander. As they continued transporting the supplies, Qiana ended up doing most of the work alone. Lin Mo, the quintessential idle youth of a new era, merely lay like a heap of mud beside her, helping Qiana take a breather. The supermarket was well stocked, and even after several trips, they had not finished moving everything. Eventually, Qiana grew weary. After selecting another batch of daily necessities to take home, they decided to call it a day. "Let us deal with anything else tomorrow." "I'm so exhausted. Captain, I want to take a shower." "Yes, your bathroom still usable." Upon returning home, Qiana immediately expressed her desire for a shower. Lin Mo, observing the girl frowning and sniffing at herself, troubled by the scent of sweat, couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. However, considering Qiana's carefree personality, he soon came to terms with it. After spending a day together, Lin Mo had gained a decent understanding of Qiana. Although she was a Valkyrie with physical abilities far beyond the norm, she faced the same physiological issues as any ordinary girl. Lin Mo was not surprised by this. Returning to the present, he was quite willing to fulfill Qiana's request to shower. However, whether he had the means to do so was another matter entirely. Lin Mo instructed Qiana to wait in the living room for a moment while he went to check on the water heater. Turning on the faucet and confirming there was still water, he then activated the heater. The indicator light came on normally, which was good news that it appeared that the water and electricity were still functioning, though he suspected it would cease soon. Once the water was heated, he would hasten to let Qiana shower. Otherwise, they might soon find themselves without that luxury. With that thought in mind, Lin Mo quickly called Qiana to come and wash up. Upon hearing that there was still an opportunity to shower, Qiana eagerly began to remove her combat suit. "Qiana, what are you doing taking it off here?" Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise. However, he felt both relieved and disappointed to see that Qiana was wearing a sports tank top and shorts beneath her combat suit, rather than being in a state of undress as he had feared. "Oh, she has undergarments after all? Wait, what on earth was I expecting?" Lin Mo scolded himself internally, and when he looked up again, Qiana had already stepped into the bathroom. A gentleman. Lin Mo prudently averted his gaze and returned to the sofa to rest. Sitting there, his attention was drawn to the combat suit that Qiana had discarded. Of course, as a principled individual, Lin Mo did not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. He was merely curious about the Valkyrie armor. After all, whether worn or taken off, it appeared to be nothing more than a tight suit equipped with vector jet ports. Yet it boasted exceptional defensive and enhancement capabilities. Although it was said that in the realm of the two-dimensional, the rules of the three-dimensional did not apply, and that less clothing equated to greater defense was not uncommon. Lin Mo still found himself wondering that if he were to don this white armor, would he become even stronger than before? As Lin Mo momentarily envisioned such a scenario, he quickly shook his head to dispel the thought. Not to mention that he lacked the Herrscher's power to operate the Valkyrie armor. Even the mere image of his slovenly figure clad in the glaring white armor was enough to deter most individuals. Indeed, it seemed more prudent for me to remain a mere deck cleaner, adept only at performing aerial splits. After silently lamenting for a moment, Lin Mo rose to his feet, preparing to inventory the supplies he had gathered that day. As for the white armor, he hadn't dared to touch it. That on one hand, he wished to avoid being labeled a pervert. On the other, he had no desire to become one entering the secondary bedroom, which served as their storage area. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the boxes of snacks, roughly estimating how long the two of them could survive on these provisions. He then turned his attention to the stockpiled water and various beverages, pondering whether he should establish a drinking plan. Finally, his gaze landed on the assortment of daily necessities. The array of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, was immediately followed by a stark expanse of white. He wondered if there were enough sanitary products for use. By the way, do these things even have an expiration date? Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he regarded the hygiene products prepared for Qiana, Lin Mo couldn't help but recall the scene from the supermarket. Qiana, will you need that? He inquired delicately, glancing at the vividly packaged items on the shelf. What are you referring to, Captain? Qiana, who had been munching on snacks, paused mid-bite, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Lin Mo clarified, the monthly visitor. The monthly visitor? Of course I have that. Didn't your parents get her a Jericho once? Is this something you really need to ask me? Noticing Qiana's continued lack of understanding, Lin Mo felt he could no longer be subtle. This one, do you need it every month? He awkwardly lifted the pastel pink packaging. Upon realizing what Lin Mo was holding, Qiana's face, which had been slightly puffed out from the snacks, suddenly flushed crimson. Captain, you pervert! How could you even hold that? She exclaimed, indignantly snatching the item from Lin Mo's grasp and shyly concealing it behind her back. However, when her gaze fell upon the colorful array on the shelf behind Lin Mo, she suddenly felt her previous embarrassment was utterly futile. Staring blankly for a moment, she eventually came to a realization. Sigh, fine. Who told you to be the captain? I won't hold this against you. Saying this, she grabbed a nearby cardboard box and began to hastily fill it with the colorful items from the shelf. Seeing Qiana's reaction, Lin Mo understood he no longer needed to inquire further on such matters. Although Qiana was a Valkyrie, she was still a girl. With his thoughts redirected, Lin Mo returned to the living room. Why now? Dusk was approaching, and it was time to prepare dinner. Earlier, due to the busy task of transporting goods, both he and Qiana had settled for a makeshift meal at the supermarket. With evening upon them, Lin Mo pondered that he couldn't possibly resort to milk and bread once again. Could he? Considering that the milk and bread would spoil if left uneaten, it seemed he might have to endure another meal of milk and bread. TSK, could this be considered the realization of a childhood dream? Truly remarkable. This situation is, after a moment of self-deprecating humor, Lin Mo retrieved 2 cups, opened a bag of milk, and poured a glass for both himself and Qiana. He took the bread from the packaging, placed it on a plate, and spread some jam atop it. He added 2 slices of ham next to the bread. Thus, a rather sophisticated Western-style breakfast was prepared, despite the fact they were about to eat dinner. Although the meal consisted solely of ready-made food, and he was merely arranging it on a plate, and despite the absence of cutlery in his home, leaving the meal somewhat unrefined, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment and inexplicable warmth. TSK, what a peculiar feeling it is to prepare toast for a daughter. Am I perhaps following a script akin to Siegfried? Shaking his head with a smile, Lin settled into a quiet moment. TSK, I am increasingly resembling a father waiting for his daughter. Oh, why does the water turn cold towards the end? Before the bathroom door even opened, Linamo could hear Qiana's grumbling complaints. Qiana, perhaps you simply took too long in the shower? Linamo glanced at his phone, noting that nearly 40 minutes had passed since Qiana entered the bathroom. While he could understand that girls might take a bit longer, the absence of a bathtub in the bathroom made such an extended duration somewhat unreasonable. However, Linamo only offered a mild complaint, refraining from further commentary. It was better to be accommodating and tolerant toward girls, especially someone like Qiana. Captain, you have short hair, so you wouldn't understand. It takes me quite a while just to wash my hair. I'm already trying to shorten my bathing time as much as possible. By the way, where's the hairdryer? I can't dry my long hair properly. Your point is valid. Apologies for my assumptions. The hairdryer is in the plastic bag by the wall. You should use it while there's still power. Catching a cold would be unfortunate. Linamo quickly realized the error of his ways as he watched Qiana's long, waist-length hair, but as his gaze shifted from Qiana's hair, he noticed that the focus was not on her hair at all. Qiana, why are you wrapped in a towel? Upon hearing Linmo's call, Qiana belatedly grasped the situation. In an instant, her face flushed a deep shade of red. Captain, you naughty pervert, she shouted indignantly. And with that, she delivered a swift kick that sent Linmo tumbling offline. Before he could fully appreciate Qiana's adorably flustered expression, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness entirely. When Linmo next awoke, the night had fully descended. Ouch, it hurts. It feels as though I've been beaten senseless, he muttered in confusion, attempting to sit up, but his entire body ached, rendering him immobile. After struggling for a moment and confirming he could not rise, Linamo resigned himself to lying flat. His movements stirred Qiana, who had been watching over him but had inadvertently dozed off. Captain, you're awake. That's wonderful. I was truly worried that you might not make it. I am so sorry for using that flying kick on you earlier. Hearing Qiana's voice, Linamo finally recalled the event that had transpired. Ugh. I really saw some things I shouldn't have before blacking out. Should I consider this a stroke of luck or a form of retribution? Reflecting on the hazy images he recalled before losing consciousness, Linmo's emotions became particularly complex. After some difficulty, he turned his head to face Qiana, who appeared delighted yet remorseful, her expression a mix of innocence and vulnerability. Linmo resolved to forgive her, as well as himself, vowing to bury those earlier images deep within his mind, never to mention them in her presence again. Qiana's purity was something he would protect. After silently declaring this oath within his heart, Linmo bore through the pain and managed to muster an awkward smile. But it's all right, Qiana, that I can handle this level of discomfort. Rather, I was the one who acted recklessly. Seeing that the captain was in such a state yet bore no grudge against her, Qiana was immediately moved to tears. Captain, you're just too kind. Rest assured, I will protect you from now on, ensuring you do not suffer even the slightest harm. With a heart-wrenching cry, Qiana embraced Linmo's head, resolutely expressing her determination. However, Linmo, who found himself in her grasp, felt both pain and joy. After being enveloped in this gentle warmth for a brief moment, the overwhelming sensation of suffocation finally restored Linmo's sanity, making him realize the folly of his actions. Reflecting on the oath he had just sworn in his heart, he felt an even greater sense of guilt. Linmo wished to voice his protest against Qiana's incessant pampering, yet found himself utterly speechless. Fortunately, after a short while of affectionately rubbing Linmo's head, Qiana sensed something amiss and released her hold. "Oh dear, Captain," she remarked, "I know you're moved, but there's no need to cry." Upon hearing her words, Linmo awkwardly turned his head away, choosing silence and understanding. After the commotion, Linmo realized he was feeling hungry. Qiana, ever thoughtful, produced bread and milk, offering them to Linmo, observing her slightly awkward yet goofy smile. Linmo surmised that the dinner he had prepared for both of them had long since vanished in her singular appetite. Yet he found no fault in this, as it was only reasonable for Qiana to indulge after a day filled with physical labor. After finishing their meal, Linmo noticed that the lights in the room were off. Turning to glance outside, he discovered that the city, once bright, was now shrouded in a tranquil darkness illuminated solely by the moonlight. "Qiana, Has the power gone out? He inquired, immediately realizing the situation. Yes, it went out shortly after you fell unconscious, Captain, but fear not. I have excellent night vision. Even in the dark, I can protect you well. As she spoke, Qiana's eyes emitted a soft blue glow. Lin and Mo, seeing this, harbored no doubts. However, the power outage still weighed heavily on his mind. Qiana, with her innocent disposition, had not considered the implications, but as a person accustomed to the modern era, Lin and Mo was acutely aware of the challenges that awaited them in a city devoid of electricity. With the power out, all electrically operated devices would cease to function in the future, if Lin and Mo and Qiana wished to enjoy hot showers or warm meals. They would have to rely on open flames. Devices like phones and computers would become useless once their batteries drained. It seemed he would need to devise a plan to gather some gas pipes by tomorrow. Would it also be prudent to stock up on extra batteries? Perhaps even seek out a generator? As Lin and Mo contemplated how to navigate the power outage, Qiana appeared to sense his concern. Captain, you must be worried about not having hot water for a shower, right? But you need not fret. I can heat some water for you. It may not be much, but should suffice for a quick wash. Lin and Mo instinctively thought that the gas supply at home must still be intact. So we still have gas at home. That is a piece of good news. He stroked his chin, pondering how to maximize its use before it ran out. However, upon hearing this, Qiana looked puzzled. What gas? Captain, I use this to heat your water. As she spoke, she revealed a stylish orange handgun. Upon seeing the weapon in Qiana's hand, Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock. What the holy fire judgment? When Lin Mo awoke again, it was already the following morning. Years of grueling work had instilled in him the habit of rising at the same time daily. Even without a clock, he could roughly estimate that it was around 7 in the morning. In contrast to Lin Mo's forced discipline, Qiana still possessed the delightful ability to sleep in. Does St. Freya Academy not have early classes? Lin and Mo mused, glancing at Qiana, who was soundly asleep. Choosing not to disturb her, he got out of bed and instinctively headed for the bathroom. Despite the water and power outage, he had saved some bathing water from the previous night for flushing the toilet. Ugh, this is truly inconvenient. If only I could summon a girl with water and electricity abilities, he lamented. After a moment of self-pity, Lin and Mo splashed his face with clean water before returning to bed. With no electricity or internet, Lin Mo's phone and computer were now mere ornaments. Bored, he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Why previous life was so monotonous that without my phone or computer, I have no other entertainment options. He sighed in resignation. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Qiana beside him. The young girl's sleeping posture was rather untidy. Although partially covered by the blanket, she had exposed more than what was appropriate. Upon seeing this, Lin and Mo finally registered the provocative sight before him, gasping in surprise. New entertainment option? No. Taking advantage of someone in their slumber is utterly despicable. Lin and Mo, you must maintain your composure, he admonished himself internally. Swiftly dismissing the dangerous thoughts, out of sight, out of mind, Lin and Mo quickly leaned down to cover Qiana with the blanket. Just then, she stirred awake. Captain, what are you doing? Qiana blinked suspiciously at Lin and Mo, who was leaning over her, seemingly up to no good. Startled by her sudden awakening, Lin and Mo hastily backed away. I'm sorry, Qiana. I was only worried you might catch a chill and wanted to cover you. His flustered explanation, though innocent, only made it appear more conspicuous. Seeing this, Qiana slowly sat up, glancing down at her attire and observing Lin Mo's suspicious demeanor as he clutched the blanket. Her expression turned increasingly disdainful. Ugh, Captain, you truly are a pervert, attempting something untoward with a sleeping beauty. How utterly disgraceful. After a scornful reprimand, Qiana snatched the blanket from him and wrapped herself up like a spring roll. Watching the irritated girl turn her back to him, Lin and Mo wished to explain but feared it would only exacerbate the situation. I was in the wrong. Qiana, please forgive me. I promise I won't touch you without your consent again. He offered an apology, presenting her favorite snacks as a peace offering. Yet, Qiana remained unyielding, continuing to ignore him. Lin and Mo, at a loss for what to do, could only wait for her to cool off in the living room alone. Lin and Mo felt a twinge of relief that he hadn't acted on any impetuous urges towards Qiana the previous night. Otherwise, he might have found himself unceremoniously tossed off the bed today. However, even though he had dodged a bullet, Qiana's sulking mood meant that all the plans he had meticulously crafted the night before were now rendered moot. Indeed, plans rarely survive the chaos of reality. As Lin and Mo sighed in the living room, Qiana in the bedroom had already nestled herself in the blanket, enjoying the snacks he had offered. Hee, I am truly a genius. Just a little act. And I have the captain wrapped around my finger. Not only do I escape the labor, but I can also lounge in bed, sleeping in and indulging in delicious treats. That captain, truly, with us sharing the same bed. How could he still care about such trivial matters? With a mischievous grin, Qiana indulged in snacks while simultaneously voicing her grievances towards Lin and Mo. Just at that moment, an urgent knocking echoed through the hallway. Accompanying the sound of the knocks was the chilling roar of zombies from the neighboring apartment, which had previously been enveloped in silence. The person knocking seemed startled by the ghastly sounds, causing the originally frantic knocking to pause abruptly. Observing this, Qiana, who had been on high alert, initially thought the visitor had fled in terror. To her surprise, however, the individual did not relent. Instead, they redirected their efforts, persistently pounding on their own door. Realizing that this was not the time for idleness, Qiana hastily donned a coat over her white Valkyrie armor and made her way to the living room. Captain, she whispered. Hush, Qiana. Do not make a sound. The visitor is not here with good intentions. I will keep watch here. You must return and put on your Valkyrie armor. But Captain, go quickly, under Lin Mo's quiet urging. Qiana complied and swiftly returned to her room. After she left, Lin and Mo secured the door and peered through the peephole to assess the situation outside. The power outage rendered the surroundings dim, but he could make out several spirited individuals brandishing sticks, illuminated by the beam of a flashlight held by one of them. They were not only knocking on his door, but also on the one next door. From this scene, Lin and Mo deduced the nature of the situation that it appeared these individuals had somehow become aware of Qiana and him, possibly coveting their supplies or harboring nefarious intentions towards Qiana. Seizing the chaos brought on by the zombie crisis, these audacious individuals had come calling. Yet it seemed they had only a vague notion of the floor they were on and were unaware of the specific apartment. However, it was merely a matter of time before they discovered it. As the saying goes, it is not the thief that one fears, but the thief's lingering thoughts. If Lin and Mo wished to avoid a continuous state of vigilance, he would need to deal with these individuals and the organization behind them once and for all. This was not out of a ruthless nature, but rather a necessity shaped by the apocalyptic environment that left no room for mercy. Lin and Mo was not convinced that these spirited individuals were merely seeking supplies or refuge. There were plenty of untouched supermarkets and stores nearby, even if they intended to play the opportunist. They should not have ventured 10 floors up to his door for seeking shelter. That was even more implausible. The malice reflected in their eyes, and their brazen demeanor clearly marked them as troublemakers. These individuals were a menace even in times of peace, let alone now. Lin and Mo pondered whether Qiana would be willing to take action against these ordinary individuals, fearing she might hesitate when the moment came. Just as he was lost in thought, Qiana returned to his side. Before Lin and Mo could inquire, Qiana, with a serious expression, volunteered, Captain, do you want me to deal with those enemies outside? Upon hearing Qiana declare the spirited individuals as enemies without a hint of mercy, Lin and Mo realized he had overthought the situation. After all, the Hershers were akin to armed violent organizations. Apart from fighting against the Honkai, they had engaged in conflicts with terrorists and hostile forces. Qiana certainly possessed the resolve to strike against ordinary people, if necessary. Understanding this, Lin Mo nodded at Qiana and said, Leave one alive for questioning. Make quick work of the others. Hey, you little co-girl, who do you think you're scaring with that toy gun? Just surrender now, and maybe I won't have to. Before the spirited individual could finish his bluster, a gunshot rang out, cutting him off. Ah, brother, no way. It's a real gun. It hurts. Everyone run. Seeing their leader fall to a single shot, the others screamed and fled. Had this been before the apocalypse, they might have relied on past experiences to escape for bodyguards. However, now they faced Qiana, who had fully embraced her slaughter mode. As Qiana swiftly switched to her double pistols, the echoes of 2 gunshots echoed through the hallway, obliterating the last few spirited individuals. The acrid scent of burnt flesh mingled with the metallic tang of blood, filling the air. Those who had narrowly escaped the barrage were left in shock, their clothes dirted and stained with blood. Utterly petrified by the carnage, we were wrong. Please don't kill us. Unmoved by their pleas, Qiana quickly transitioned to her ice-themed weaponry, freezing 2 of the remaining spirited individuals into statues of ice, witnessing the gruesome fate of his former companions. The last spirited individual shattered into despair. "Ah!" he screamed, abandoning all caution as he bolted down the stairs. Without hesitation, Qiana shot both of his legs, rendering him unable to flee. The wounded man howled in pain, collapsing and rolling down the staircase. Lin Mo, observing the scene, furrowed his brow. It was not the bloodshed that troubled him, nor did he sympathize with the spirited individuals, deeming Qiana too ruthless. Rather, he was struck by the stark contrast between the Qiana he knew and the one before him. She appeared more akin to the Hershers of the Void, looking upon humanity as mere insects at that moment. Qiana turned to Lin Mo, her voice echoing with a hint of disdain. "Human, what do you think of this?" The voice of Hershers of reason emanated from her, her golden blue eyes gleaming with contempt. Lin Mo recognized that Qiana was under the influence of the consciousness of Sirin, yet he felt no malice emanating from her. It seemed that regardless of her state, Qiana held a favorable disposition towards him. She resembled the Hershers of reason freshly pulled from a pool. Despite her aloofness during the main story, she was a proud queen on the bridge. "What's the matter, human? Why the silence? Or are you so captivated by my formidable presence that you find yourself a loss for words? Well, considering your summoning, I could grant you the opportunity to become my devoted servant. I permit you to kneel at my feet." Before she could finish her haughty proclamation, Lin Mo delivered a swift strike to her head, reverting her to her original self. "Ouch, Captain, why did you hit me?" "That hurt." Qiana, now back to her usual self, pouted as she rubbed her head, voicing her complaint. Lin Mo, relieved to see Qiana return to normal, let out a sigh. He had acted on instinct, not expecting it would actually bring her back. For now, he attributed this phenomenon to his summoning ability, which seemed to allow him to manually switch the states of those he summoned. Manually switching states feels odd. Moreover, it appeared Qiana did not retain the memories from her time as Hershers of reason. He wondered if he could exploit her state to achieve certain results, akin to hypnosis, but quickly dismissed the thought. No. He reassured himself. Though the Hershers of reason could be endearingly proud, she was not to be trifled with. Besides, how could he dare to bully Qiana? That would be utterly unacceptable. After chastising herself for her wayward thoughts, Lin Mo redirected her attention back to Qiana. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to reveal Qiana's second personality, or rather, her original persona, Sirin, the embodiment of law, to Qiana. Although this revelation could potentially be overwhelming for Qiana, causing her great distress, Lin Mo reasoned that it was better to endure a short pain than a long one, and thus felt it best to come clean sooner rather than later. Sirin? So, the one who often appears in my dreams, subtly coaxing the captain into various actions, is indeed her. It turns out that those were not mere dreams, nor were they subconscious desires of mine. After listening to Lin Mo's account, Qiana surprisingly did not exhibit any signs of distress. Instead, she appeared relieved. However, upon hearing her unintentional words, Lin Mo was left utterly dumbfounded. "No, Sirin is the one urging you to do things to me in your dreams. This narrative feels entirely off," Lin Mo thought to herself, feeling an inexplicable sense of losing her moral integrity. As for the dissimilar behaviors exhibited by Sirin and Qiana compared to their in-game counterparts, Lin Mo could only attribute it to the differences in worlds, or perhaps she had summoned a parallel version of Qiana. Regardless, the outcome still seemed favorable for Lin Mo from their demeanor. It was evident that both Qiana and Sirin held her in high regard, thus mitigating the risk of betrayal. Although Qiana and Sirin displayed a somewhat mischievous disposition, Lin Mo felt this only enhanced their youthful charm, making them appear more genuine rather than mere puppets to be manipulated. Returning to the subject of Qiana, she quickly accepted the existence of Sirin after her initial surprise. On one hand, Qiana felt powerless against Sirin, and on the other, she sensed no malice from her. As for past grievances, Qiana was still in the early stages of her time at St. Freya, and the events of the future had yet to unfold. Moreover, she remained unaware of her parents' fates. While Lin Mo had shared information about Sirin, she had withheld the complete truth from Qiana. Mentioning the existence of a second personality might be something Qiana could reluctantly accept. But revealing the details about K-423 and the second collapse would likely be too much for her to bear. Otherwise, Qiana in the game wouldn't have succumbed to complete law transformation due to overwhelming shock. Lin and Mo planned to gradually unveil the past to Qiana once they had settled down, to avoid any unforeseen complications. Nevertheless, she felt quite confident about Qiana accepting her identity and continuing to move forward. After all, she had accomplished this in the original storyline. With Sirin's consciousness now more manageable and their high rapport, Lin Mo was optimistic that Qiana wouldn't need to experience the final lesson. Setting aside the topic of Sirin, Lin Mo and Qiana descended the stairs to check on the spirited young man they had forgotten about for quite some time. That moment, he was curled up in a dark corner of the corridor like a quail, occasionally emitting wails due to the wounds on his legs. Upon hearing Lin Mo and Qiana's footsteps, the spirited young man quickly pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I was just here to watch. It has nothing to do with me." Ignoring his pleas, Lin Mo directly inquired, "Stop with the useless chatter. Tell me, besides you lot, do you have any accomplices?" Realizing there was a glimmer of hope, the spirited young man quickly responded, Yes, I can lead you to them. Just spare my life. How is it that you have accomplices while so few good people survive this apocalypse?" Lin Mo silently cursed, then proceeded to ask about the organization of the spirited young man's group. After a lengthy monologue from him, Lin Mo gathered a general understanding of their circumstances that Akati turned out they had evaded the first wave of the zombie crisis because they had been arrested the day before for fighting and other offenses. Locked up in a detention center. After surviving the initial outbreak there, they had tricked the officers into opening the cell doors. Their leader had taken advantage of a moment of inattention, killing the officer and seizing a firearm. With weapons in hand, they had become increasingly brazen, quickly taking over the police station and holding a group of survivors hostage, establishing themselves as local tyrants. The spirited young men, having a lower status in the gang, were sent out to scavenge for supplies, which was how Lin Mo and Qiana were discovered. Lin Mo then inquired about the size of their gang and their armaments. Ultimately, she learned there were 16 of them, armed with 3 police pistols and various melee weapons, as for the police station's armory. According to the spirited young man, their gang had not breached it when they left and were likely still attempting to do so. After gathering this information, Lin Mo instructed Qiana to give the spirited young man a swift end. After taking some time to dispose of his body, Lin Mo and Qiana returned home. After a brief rest and cleaning the blood from their hands, they began to discuss how to deal with the trouble at the police station. The gang of the spirited young man needed to be dealt with swiftly, preferably before they could break into the armory and acquire more firearms. Otherwise, Lin Mo feared that even Qiana might be in danger if they became further armed. With the issues of daily life unresolved, the emergence of hostile forces only added to the chaos. Lin Mo sighed, increasingly feeling the weight of the situation. Once bustling streets now lay eerily silent. No, perhaps this street truly was dead. After all, those who once symbolized its prosperity had transformed into the wandering undead that now roamed its pathways. In the shadows of the street, Lin Mo and Qiana cautiously avoided the roving zombies as they made their way to the police station occupied by the spirited young man's gang. Although it was merely a distance of 200 meters, they took their time, ensuring not to alert any lurking threats. After several minutes, they finally reached the building adjacent to their destination. Qiana quietly pushed open the door to the shop next to the police station and swiftly dealt with a zombie before it could raise an alarm. Once Lin Mo received Qiana's signal of safety, she quickly slipped inside. The two ascended to the second floor of the shop and cautiously peered through a small window to observe the situation at the police station. At that moment, the main entrance was blocked by several police cars, with a few zombies wandering nearby, forming a natural perimeter. The first floor windows were shrouded in darkness, likely barred to prevent zombies from entering. Looking to the second floor, Lin and Mo could make out some scenes within the rooms, but found no trace of the gang members the spirited young man had mentioned. Those guys are quite adept at hiding. They must be intentionally creating the illusion that the station is deserted to deter survivors from seeking refuge, Lin and Mo mused. After a brief speculation about the gang members' intentions, she turned to Qiana and quietly asked, "Qiana, do you feel confident? If not, we could always practice on some zombies or wait for my skills to cool down before summoning new allies to join us." In response to Lin Mo's concerned inquiry. Qiana confidently patted her chest and declared, "Don't worry, Captain. They're merely a bunch of petty thugs. I can handle them with ease. Besides, I've unlocked new Valkyrie armor, making it even easier to deal with them. Just be careful not to rush in and make things more complicated. Although I can resurrect teammates now, I'm not sure if it would work on you." Captain, in regard to this operation, Qiana exhibited an air of profound confidence. Although she appeared somewhat aloof, she remained steadfast in her primary duty of protecting Lin and Mo, even going so far as to offer him earnest admonitions. Observing Qiana's self-assured demeanor, Lin and Mo felt compelled to trust in her capabilities. He took her warnings to heart, vowing to exercise caution and strive not to hinder her efforts. After all, prior to their arrival, they had conducted a preliminary assessment of Qiana's new armor, the Saintly Prayer. This ensemble, resembling a nun's attire with its black base and white cape, far surpassed the previous White Lotus in all metrics. The armor's most remarkable feature, which emboldened Lin and Mo to accompany Qiana in vanquishing the Spirit Youth Gang, was its ability to induce a vast and prolonged temporal distortion upon Qiana activating her ultimate ability, coupled with a team-wide healing function. This healing capability is unparalleled throughout the entirety of Honkai Impact 3rd. For Lin and Mo, who found himself in a post-apocalyptic world bereft of medical supplies and unable to locate a physician, such a boon was invaluable. He had tested the armor and found that. After Qiana activated her ultimate ability, even minor wounds could heal almost instantaneously, while more significant injuries would also mend swiftly for more severe afflictions. Lin and Mo was hesitant to experiment, fearing adverse outcomes. Although Qiana's Saintly Prayer armor possessed a divine passive ability to resurrect teammates, it remained uncertain whether this skill would manifest as it did in the game. Furthermore, if Lin and Mo were to succumb to the zombie virus, the efficacy of this ability would be in question. Additionally, the original game mechanics dictated that this skill could only be triggered once per match. However, in the realm of reality, it had transformed into a daily activation, calculated from midnight to midnight, effectively granting an extra life each day. While this was a reassuring safeguard, Lin and Mo preferred to avoid reckless behavior to prevent any dire consequences for why Qiana had suddenly unlocked this new Valkyrie armor. Lin and Mo speculated that there were two potential reasons. Firstly, Qiana had reached the requisite level for unlocking, and secondly, the awakening of the Hershers of Reason seal. According to the established narrative, Qiana was birthed with the assistance of the cores of the Hershers of the Void and the Hershers of Death, possessing two such cores within her being. The prior revival of Seal likely activated latent abilities within Qiana's Hershers of Death core, thereby unlocking the Saintly Prayer armor. After all, from any perspective, the healing and resurrection capabilities of the Saintly Prayer are intrinsically linked to the powers of the Hershers of Death. Lin and Mo surmised that as Seal's revivals increased, Qiana's Hershers of the Void abilities would gradually become unlocked, culminating in her transformation into a formidable Hershers of the Void, which was merely a matter of time. This prospect did not concern Lin and Mo, as both Seal and Qiana held a favorable disposition toward him. The dramatic scenarios characteristic of Honkai, such as the impending apocalypse or climactic rooftop battles, were unlikely to manifest. Furthermore, Lin and Mo believed that given Qiana's and Seal's prodigious talents, the awakening of additional Hershers' abilities and evolution into a 5-core Hershers was not beyond the realm of possibility. He pondered whether it would be feasible to draw power across worlds for such purposes. Should this be attainable, the Hershers of the End would not remain a distant dream. After all, if other Hershers could borrow power from the Void, the even more formidable Hershers of the End would surely be no exception. The mere thought of Qiana potentially attaining such strength stirred Lin Mo's excitement. However, Qiana beside him was far less contemplative. Drawing forth the second sacred relic dual pistols, which had been unlocked alongside the saintly prayer armor, she prepared to venture forth into battle. Though MJ Elnur was more suited for practical combat in-game, the aesthetic and functionality of the second sacred relic aligned more closely with her specialized weaponry. Thus she opted for the latter. "Captain, I'm off," she declared, and stopped standing there grinning like a fool. Yuri drooling, rolling her eyes at Lin and Mo, she nimbly vaulted through the window. Lin and Mo, momentarily dazed by her dismissal, regained his composure and looked up to see Qiana already perched on the side window of the police station. With a deft glide of her second sacred relic, she effortlessly sliced a circular hole in the glass. Cautiously removing the glass from the circular opening, Qiana sprang into the police station's second floor. Lin and Mo was taken aback by her inventive use of the dual pistols, though upon recalling that the second sacred relic was forged from soul steel, he found it less surprising. Once Qiana entered the police station, Lin and Mo lost track of her movements, and now he could only remain in place, praying for her swift victory. Meanwhile, Qiana, having entered the police station, conducted a careful search of the nearby rooms, finding no one amidst the chaos. She proceeded cautiously along the corridor. Upon reaching the stairwell between the second and third floors, she overheard voices emanating from the staircase above. "Thug, Iske, those punks have been gone for 2 days now. They haven't returned. Oh, you think they've been fed to the zombies? Thug B. With the speed those kids run, there's no way zombies could catch them. I reckon they found some supplies and decided to set up shop in some corner, abandoning their roles as lackeys. Thug A. Huh. Do they dare? Big Scarface would surely take them out. Thug B. Who knows? Regardless, Big Scarface has already decided that once he breaks into the police station's armory, he'll take the weapons and hunt down those little rascals. Listening to the conversation between the two above, Qiana confirmed the current status of the enemies, just as Lin and Mo had anticipated. Although they had yet to acquire weapons and ammunition from the police station, it seemed they were nearing that goal. Furthermore, from their dialogue, it was clear that once they secured the arsenal, they intended to leave and pursue the group of spirit youths. If that occurred, it would indeed pose a significant problem. And no matter how powerful Qiana might be, it would be nearly impossible for her to pinpoint a fully armed gang in such an expansive city. Should they conceal themselves and covertly target her and Lin and Mo, the situation would become dire. Realizing that the moment to eliminate them was now, Qiana hesitated no longer, inhaling deeply before sprinting up the stairs. The two thugs guarding the stairwell on the upper floor heard her footsteps and immediately glanced down. They were met with the sight of a white-haired girl with twin braids, clad in remarkably avant-garde attire. Charging towards them. "Hey, who are you? Get any closer and we won't be polite." The two individuals sequentially uttered the standard lines of the ruffians, only to be swiftly dispatched by Qiana, akin to the fodder in a mowing game. The crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air to Qiana's strikes, powerful enough to pierce concrete, and her flying kicks met the two thugs with inevitable consequences. Even if they were to survive, it was likely they would never recover. Despite Qiana's intent to resolve the matter swiftly, the raucous shouts of the two thugs drew the attention of another miscreant lurking in the corridor, just as this thug was about to bellow a warning to alert his gang of the intruder. A bolt of lightning descended from above, striking him with a fierce intensity. This was yet another aspect of Qiana's saintly prayer armor's passive ability, which inflicted random lightning damage to nearby foes every 10 seconds. Reducing their defenses, for these ordinary thugs, with their measly 100 HP, such lightning damage proved to be a lethal blow. After efficiently neutralizing the three thugs, Qiana continued her advance down the corridor. Soon, she halted at the threshold of a room, where raucous noise indicated a gathering of individuals drinking and playing cards. Confirming through the door's crack that they were utterly unguarded, Qiana kicked the door open and charged inside. The thugs, initially taken aback by Qiana's sudden entrance, scrambled to react. However, by the time they comprehended the situation and sought to grab the handgun from the table, Qiana had already dispatched two of them. The remaining three thugs, witnessing Qiana's ferocity, wasted no time in raising their weapons to attack. The leader among them, brandishing a handgun, fired 2 shots at Qiana, while the other 2 wielded machetes, flanking her, and in the face of their assault, Qiana deftly leaned back to evade the bullets, simultaneously triggering her evasive skill. Time locked. In an instant, the armed thug found himself disoriented, floating helplessly in midair. Meanwhile, Qiana parried the blades of the other two thugs with her dual pistols, deflecting them away. With her immense strength, the two knife-wielding thugs were forced to retreat, their weapons shaken from their grasp. Seizing the moment while they were staggered, Qiana swiftly raised her guns and unleashed a barrage. In the wake of the gunfire, the three thugs collapsed into a pool of blood. After eliminating these lackeys, Qiana wasted no time in sprinting towards the fourth floor. Just as she concluded her battle, the gang members above reacted, accompanied by a chorus of profanities and the sound of footsteps approaching the staircase. Qiana aimed to eliminate them before they could prepare for confrontation. Quick, quick, quick! The boss is about to open the armory. We must stop the intruder! A shout echoed from above, and upon reaching the staircase, Qiana sensed the urgency and rushed upward. Soon, the two factions encountered each other on the stairs. Upon sighting one another, both sides opened fire without hesitation. After a fierce exchange of gunfire, Qiana quickly gained the upper hand, overpowering 3 to 5 adversaries single-handedly. In reality, the opposing thugs possessed only 2 handguns and a handful of bullets, besides the 2 armed thugs who managed to fire a couple of shots. The rest were left with only melee weapons, peering around the staircase corner in a standoff. Before long, the bullets from the 2 thugs' handguns were exhausted. With no other options, they could only await Qiana's reloading moment to strike back. Unfortunately for them, that opportunity never came. Qiana's second sacred relic dual pistols, powered by collapse energy, required no reloading. Thus, these thugs remained defenseless until Qiana turned them into Swiss cheese at point-blank range. After dispatching this group of ruffians, Qiana hurried towards the source of the commotion on the upper floor. Although she was moving at full speed, she arrived a moment too late. By the time she reached the scene, the noise had ceased, and she was met by the fully armed gang leader, Scarface, and his underlings. Each of them donned bulletproof vests and helmets, wielding shotguns, submachine guns, and handguns among various weapons. Upon seeing the avant-garde young woman, Scarface and his lackeys exchanged surprised glances. However, as seasoned streetwise individuals, Scarface understood the adage that unusual occurrences often herald danger. Without hesitation, he chose to strike first and eliminate any potential threats. Fire, for the love of God. Open fire, Scarface bellowed to his subordinates, leading the charge by pulling the trigger. The already tense underlings, upon hearing this command, hastily followed suit, unleashing a barrage of gunfire as the bullets erupted from their guns. Forming a dense curtain of lead, Scarface believed the woman before him was doomed, envisioning his imminent victory. Yet just as he thought so, a shroud of darkness enveloped the surroundings, and within this veil, everything began to move at an agonizingly slow pace. Nico insert RM. Within the temporal fracture shrouded by darkness, everything slowed to a crawl, except for Qiana, who remained unaffected amidst the onslaught. As her skill's name echoed, a shockwave erupted from her vicinity, deflecting all incoming bullets. A massive, orange-hued paw, akin to a cat's, swept toward Scarface and his cohort with Qiana's arms motion. After a dazzling series of strikes, the once cocky Scarface and his companions found themselves battered against the walls, as if colliding with several dump trucks in a chaotic frenzy. Meanwhile, Lin and Mo, observing the situation at the police station from the second floor of the adjacent building, felt a sudden clarity wash over him, as if the heaviness in his body had lifted. Upon regaining his senses, he realized his waist was no longer sore, his legs felt rejuvenated, and his mind was remarkably clear that Qiana's ultimate ability from the saintly prayer had an unexpected effect. Lin Mo marveled at the transformation in his body, sensing the potential of Qiana's skill to yield significant benefits in the future. However, as Qiana was still engaged in battle, Lin Mo refrained from dwelling further on it and continued to observe the situation at the police station. Based on his estimation, with Qiana's enhanced abilities, she would effortlessly handle the gang members armed only with light weaponry. After all, Lin Mo had personally witnessed Qiana flatten a car with a single swipe of her paw after activating her ultimate. After a moment of waiting, Lin Mo finally caught sight of Qiana waving at him from the opposite window. Seeing her give him an okay gesture, he felt a sense of relief. signaling to her to meet at the police station's main entrance. Lin and Mo hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the police station's entrance, he discovered that the zombies that had been lurking had already been dealt with by Qiana. Approaching the girl who was beckoning him, Lin and Mo quickened his pace and reached her side. So, Qiana, did you sustain any injuries? Captain, worry not. A mere handful of thugs is no challenge for me. Injury is utterly inconceivable. In response to Lin Mo's concern, Qiana confidently twirled before him, indicating her pristine condition. Nonetheless, I appreciate your concern, Captain. You truly are kind. After playfully granting Lin and Mo a good person card, Qiana seized his arm, pulling him towards the police station. In light of your thoughtful nature, I managed to find something special for you. Come, you are bound to love it. Upon hearing Qiana's words, Lin and Mo felt a surge of curiosity about the intriguing treasures she alluded to. As he reveled in the soft embrace of her arm, he followed Qiana into the police station. Navigating past several thuggish figures, Lin and Mo was soon led by Qiana to the armory. The first thing that caught his eye was a series of human-shaped murals adorning the walls, accompanied by splashes of crimson paint. The shocking sight made Lin and Mo gulp, and he cautiously glanced at Qiana, who was still tugging him forward. Should I exercise a bit more caution in my actions from now on? Otherwise, might I inadvertently provoke Qiana's wrath? Instinctively, Lin and Mo recalled scenes from films where superpowered individuals accidentally harmed their loved ones. The harrowing images flooded his mind, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. At that moment, Qiana sensed Lin Mo's peculiar gaze. Captain, why is your forehead all sweaty? She turned her head, captivated by the sheen of perspiration on Lin Mo's brow, and inquired with curiosity oh, this? I might have just run a bit too fast and got tired. He quickly wiped away the sweat and offered a hasty excuse. Qiana, however, was not inclined to doubt Lin Mo's explanation. Instead, she reproached him with a hint of annoyance. Goodness, Captain, how can you get tired after just a couple of steps? Your physical fitness is rather poor. You should really consider some exercise. How about I take you to work out when we get back home? Eager to conceal his inner thoughts, Lin Mo instinctively nodded in agreement to Qiana's admonition. Little did he realize that this very action would lead to both suffering and joy in the days to come. Returning to the present, after dealing with Qiana, Lin and Mo started to grasp what she meant by treasures. Of course, it was not the performance art on the walls, but rather the array of police firearms displayed in the armory before him. Although Lin and Mo resided in a small town far from the bustling city, the police station housed a collection of firearms that were relics from the previous century. Yet, even these were enough to ignite excitement within Lin and Mo, for he had never laid hands on a real firearm before, Qiana's weapons excluded. Gazing at the modestly maintained, rather rudimentary weapons on the shelves, he felt an irresistible attachment. Now I can say I possess a firearm. With these weapons, my chances of surviving an apocalypse have significantly improved. Qiana, you've truly outdone yourself. As he toyed with the weapons in his hands, Lin and Mo couldn't help but shower Qiana with praise. However, Qiana, witnessing this, began to feel a twinge of displeasure. They're just some rusty hunk of metal. How could they compare to me? The jealousy emanating from Qiana's mutterings instantly stiffened Lin Mo's previously jubilant expression. What on earth are you feeling jealous about? Though his mind brimmed with sarcasm, Lin and Mo quickly set the gun down and turned to comfort Qiana. Oh, come now, Qiana, don't be upset, of course. You are the best, beautiful, adorable, capable, intelligent, resourceful, and assertive. How could these metal scraps possibly compare to you? Upon hearing Lin Mo's somewhat exaggerated compliments, the simple-minded Qiana felt immensely flattered. Oh, Captain, you're just saying that I'm not as wonderful as you claim. After calming Qiana's feelings, Lin and Mo prepared to pack up all the weaponry from the police station. In addition to the aforementioned firearms, items such as bulletproof vests, helmets, riot shields, handcuffs, and stun guns were also treasures. Since he had encountered them, Lin and Mo had no intention of letting them slip away. As for the notion of emulating those gang members who treated the police station as a stronghold, Lin and Mo dismissed it entirely. This place was akin to a supermarket, drawing attention and likely attracting post-disaster survivors. Furthermore, a golden nest or a silver nest could never rival one's own doghouse. For the time being, Lin and Mo had no intention of abandoning his home for another residence. Even if space became an issue later on, he merely planned to clear out the neighboring house and expand by breaking down the wall. The armory was not particularly well stocked, that on one hand, such a small locale did not have considerable demand, that on the other hand, a portion had previously been taken by the notorious Scarface and his minions. And during a confrontation with Qiana, some had been damaged by her clawed attack. Nevertheless, Lin and Mo bore no ill will towards Qiana over this. His earlier words were not mere flattery. To him, the soft and fragrant Qiana was far more precious than these cold iron relics. Ahem, I digress. Having found some cardboard boxes, Lin and Mo began to pack the weapons and gear, intending to take some back home first, then return to retrieve the rest. However, just as the duo reached the ground floor and prepared to leave, they were startled by a woman's voice calling from the basement. "Hello? Is anyone there? Is there a kind soul who can help us?" Upon hearing the cries from below, Lin and Mo recalled what the spirited young man had mentioned earlier, that some gang members had taken hostages. He exchanged a glance with Qiana, who had also remembered the situation. After a moment of silence, Lin and Mo hesitantly asked Qiana, "Should we go rescue them?" In truth, he already had an answer in his heart. He was not inclined to intervene, that he was someone who despised trouble and preferred to avoid contact with strangers. The mere thought of rescuing those below and potentially getting entangled with them made his head spin. Yet if he chose not to help, his long-standing moral compass would weigh heavily on his conscience, leaving him feeling as though he had betrayed them. This left Lin and Mo ensnared in a dilemma of wanting to help but feeling compelled not to. In desperation, he turned to Qiana, hoping she would offer some guidance. Although it felt somewhat shameless to offload this burden onto her, Lin and Mo realized that he had no choice but to rely on her at this moment. However, he was not the type to blame others for poor decisions. Regardless of Qiana's suggestion, he would accept it. Even if she insisted on rescuing those below or aiding them, Lin and Mo would acquiesce. Yet he clearly underestimated how well Qiana understood him. Just as Lin and Mo grasped Qiana's nature, she, as the summoned one, was also able to sense Lin Mo's thoughts through their summoning contract, since the captain is reluctant to help yet fears a guilty conscience. Why don't we rescue them and make a swift exit? As long as we run fast enough, they won't be able to catch us. This way, we can alleviate our consciences without incurring additional trouble. Upon hearing Qiana's suggestion, Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Truly, she was a master of evasion, remarkably clever. What a brilliant idea! Qiana, you never cease to amaze me, but that's precisely what we'll do. However, before that, let's ensure we transport all the weapons and equipment from here. Lin and Mo patted Qiana's shoulder with a flurry of compliments before embarking on their plan. The two first took the primary weapons and ammunition, loading them onto the electric tricycle they had arrived on. After securing these items in their home and locking the door, they drove the previous van back to the police station to collect the protective gear and other equipment. Their next objective was to rescue the hostages held on the basement level. To prevent the hostages from remembering their faces, Lin and Mo and Qiana deliberately donned police uniforms and helmets, obscuring their identities. They swiftly ascended the stairs to the basement. Upon arrival, Lin and Mo and Qiana were taken aback to discover that this was, in fact, the police station's detention center. The original cells had become an ideal location for holding hostages. As soon as Lin and Mo and Qiana entered, the captives immediately recognized their presence, with the aid of the flashlights in their hands. The hostages clearly discerned the duo's attire. Upon seeing them clad in police gear, those in the prison erupted with excitement, shouting, "We're here! We're here! Please save us! Sob, sob, sob!" Following the cries, Lin and Mo and Qiana turned to see several disheveled female auxiliary officers huddled together, tears streaming down their faces. Lin and Mo quickly surmised the situation. The outbreak of a zombie crisis had been so sudden that it was likely all the regular officers had been dispatched, leaving only 2 or 3 to guard the detention center, with the remainder being powerless civilian female auxiliary officers. That, of course, not all auxiliary officers were female. There could have been males among them. However, Lin and Mo speculated that they too had gone out to maintain order or had fallen victim to the gang members. As for the fate of these auxiliary officers, Lin and Mo felt there was no need for further speculation. One could only say that the gangsters deserved their fate. While Lin and Mo pondered the events at the police station, a female officer stepped forward from the cell. "Thank you for coming to our rescue. However, Judging by your appearance, you do not seem to be actual officers. What is the situation outside? What has become of those lawless criminals? Though this female officer looked quite disheveled, with visible signs of having been beaten, her expression remained resolute, seemingly unaffected by her plight. Moreover, she discerned at a glance that Lin, Mo, and Qiana were impersonating officers and confirmed they were not affiliated with the gangsters. Lin and Mo recognized her voice as that of the one who had previously called for help. It was impossible not to feel moved and admire such a tenacious female officer. Yet to avoid exposing their true identities and placing themselves in unnecessary danger, Lin and Mo chose to remain silent. He took out a prepared note and handed it to Qiana, signaling her to unlock the cell door. The note detailed the situation at the police station and the non-lethal equipment, food, and water that Lin and Mo had set aside for them. After all, Lin and Mo was not a monster. He would not simply rescue people without leaving them anything, allowing them to fend for themselves. With a forceful blow, Qiana smashed the lock off the cold cell door. As it swung open, the trapped individuals finally beheld the light of day once more. The female officer recognized Lin Mo's desire to avoid entanglements with her and merely accepted the note without further inquiry. After rescuing the hostages, Lin Mo and Qiana hastily departed. Some of the freed auxiliary officers wished to follow, not wanting to be abandoned. However, after 3 days of minimal sustenance and enduring torment, they lacked the strength to run. Helplessly watching as Lin Mo and Qiana climbed into a van with obscured license plates and drove away. Inside the van, Lin Mo and Qiana each removed their hoods. They exchanged glances, both noticing the pallor on each other's faces. Yet, instead of offering consolation, they fell into a brief silence. Lin Mo had long prepared himself psychologically for such events. After all, similar occurrences had not been uncommon even before the apocalypse. Moreover, as an aficionado of horror films featuring zombies, he had witnessed even more brutal scenes on screen. His mental fortitude was quite robust. Nevertheless, he was not devoid of compassion. The situation still weighed heavily on his heart. However, he deemed it unnecessary to burden Qiana with his distress. Meanwhile, Qiana, who was driving, felt equally troubled. While sympathizing with the plight of those individuals and harboring hatred for the brutal thugs, another voice echoed her mind, incessantly recounting humanity's evils and flaws. The it coaxed her to abandon her humanity, to become the Hershers, annihilate all existence, and create a utopia solely for herself and the captain. Amidst this tumult of thoughts, Qiana's sapphire blue eyes began to flicker with golden light. After recounting the brief history of her and the entirety of Honkai Impact 3rd, Lin Mo continuously observed Qiana's state. He longed to approach her and offer comfort, yet he hesitated, fearing that he might disrupt her thoughts and interfere with her reflections, that it was best not to meddle in another's life choices. Lin Mo understood that his role was to support her after she made her decision, rather than influence her choice. What difference would that make from those who manipulate others' lives? Furthermore, Lin Mo was not particularly adept at providing comfort. He feared saying something wrong that might backfire. For now, all he could do was silently observe from the sidelines, offering quiet encouragement and awaiting the outcome. This situation made Lin Mo feel akin to a husband anxiously waiting outside a delivery room. Worried, anxious, yet hopeful. Upon witnessing Qiana enter the restroom and engage in self-reflection before finally revealing a look of relief, Lin Mo could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed Qiana had come to terms with something, though he was uncertain of what that might be. "Qiana, how are you feeling now?" The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Mo realized he had asked a foolish question. Nevertheless, it was too late to take it back. He could only observe Qiana's reaction. Captain, I'm sorry to have worried you. I feel great now. The Qiana in the story has her own destiny and path, and I have my own road to follow. I will protect the captain and always be with the captain," Qiana exclaimed excitedly, then enveloped Lin Mo in a tight embrace. Feeling the softness and fragrance emanating from the young girl, Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. But soon he was overcome with emotion. "Qiana, I'm truly moved to tears." Holding the girl tightly in his arms, Lin Mo wished for this moment to last forever. Though he was deeply touched, he knew that emotions alone could not sustain them. Their tender embrace was ultimately interrupted by the sound of a pigeon cooing. Captain, I'm feeling a bit hungry, Qiana said, her cheeks flushing as she squirmed slightly. It was evident that she felt embarrassed for disrupting the moment. However, hunger was a relentless force, especially for someone like her who relished food. She could not endure the gnawing emptiness in her stomach. Realizing that they had not eaten anything since returning from the police station, Lin and Mo replied, I'm sorry, Qiana. It's my fault. Wait a moment. The captain will prepare a meal for you right away. Gently ruffling Qiana's hair in a display of affection, Lin and Mo then turned and made his way to the kitchen. However, he soon returned. Qiana, could you please start a fire? He inquired, somewhat sheepishly. The captain's words sounded nice, but in the end, it was still up to others to lend a hand. Qiana, with a hint of shyness, complained softly before taking the heavenly fire into the kitchen. After a flurry of cooperative effort, with Lin and Mo steaming rice while Qiana tended to the fire, they finally managed to enjoy a hot meal together. Given Lin Mo's limited culinary skills, the dishes were rather simple. Stir-fried cabbage with meat, stir-fried shredded potatoes with meat, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Previously, Lin and Mo and Qiana had experimented with various alternative uses for their weapons, ultimately discovering that aside from the heavenly fire being capable of cooking, the ice freeze feature of the Water Fairy Type 2 had some utility. Utilizing the freezing capability, they managed to preserve a batch of raw meat and produced a large quantity of ice cubes, which they stored in a makeshift refrigerator created by adding a divider within their limited freezer space to store vegetables and fruits. Naturally, due to the limited capacity of the freezer, they could not store many vegetables. Thus, Lin and Mo and Qiana primarily preserved hardy vegetables such as cabbage, potatoes, and radishes that could withstand the winter months. However, these supplies would only last through this winter, and Lin and Mo anticipated that by spring of next year, he and Qiana would face the predicament of having no vegetables to eat. Consequently, Lin and Mo contemplated gathering some seeds as a precaution for future gardening endeavors, although such matters were far off. For now, their priority was to enjoy their meal. It seemed that Qiana was genuinely famished. Once the dishes were served, she began to devour her food voraciously. The rice was replenished bowl after bowl, and the dishes were served one after another. Lin and Mo, who considered his cooking to be merely passable, was surprised to see Qiana relish her meal so heartily. This, in turn, whetted his appetite considerably, prompting him to join her in the feast. Eventually, Lin and Mo was astonished to find that the meal he had prepared was insufficient for the two of them. Reluctantly, he retrieved a box of Swiss rolls to serve as a dessert after their meal. Without concern for portioning, he simply gestured to Qiana to take as many as she wished, as these treats had a limited shelf life and would spoil if left uneaten. Upon seeing the abundance of Swiss rolls, Qiana's eyes sparkled with delight. "Captain, you're too generous," she exclaimed, stuffing her mouth with the rolls while showering Lin and Mo with praise. "Qiana, please refrain from speaking with your mouth full. You might choke," Lin and Mo cautioned, quickly handing her a glass of juice to prevent any mishaps. Once they had both eaten and drunk their fill, it was time to freshen up. Using the heavenly fire, Lin and Mo boiled some water and then added cool water to the bathtub. Completing the preparations for their wash, Qiana went first, having worked hard in their endeavors. Lin Mo, eager to wash before the water cooled, hurriedly followed suit. Do not misunderstand. It was not that Lin Mo had any peculiar preferences for bathing in waters used by beautiful girls. The current circumstances necessitated saving every drop of water, especially since transporting it to the 10th floor was quite laborious. This led Lin and Mo to ponder whether he should consider finding a new place on the ground floor or perhaps establish a sub-base. After freshening up, Lin and Mo returned to the bedroom to find Qiana lying on the bed, wearing an expression of utter boredom. Captain, I'm so bored. No electricity, no phone, no games. This night life is dreadfully dull. Do you know of any other nighttime entertainment we could engage in? Preferably something for two." As she spoke, Qiana sat up and looked at Lin and Mo with hopeful anticipation. Upon hearing Qiana's desire for a two-person nighttime activity, Lin and Mo instinctively thought of some rather inappropriate options, causing him to momentarily hold his breath. However, upon gazing into Qiana's clear, innocent eyes, he couldn't help but chastise himself. "Lin and Mo, you scoundrel. How could you entertain such thoughts about Qiana?" After mentally berating himself, Lin Mo cleared his throat and attempted to redirect the conversation. As for nighttime entertainment for two, let me think. He pondered what activities would be suitable for two people to enjoy at night without the need for electronic devices. Games like Dodiju or Mahjong required more players, and he wasn't sure if Qiana would understand chess. How about we play Go? After some contemplation, Lin Mo concluded that this was the most feasible option. It was simple, and the pieces were easy to find. Yes, it's settled. Go it is. Having made his decision, Lin Mo relayed his idea to Qiana. However, to his surprise, she was not keen on playing Go. Well, we would need to turn on the lights for Go. Wouldn't we? That would expose our location. Captain, are you sure there's nothing else we can play in the dark? Qiana initially provided a reason to reject Lin Mo's suggestion, then slowly crawled closer to him, almost pressing her face against his as she inquired. Looking into her close-set blue eyes, Lin Mo could faintly sense a stirring of emotions, just as he thought he might be in for something significant that evening. Qiana's voice broke through his thoughts. Captain, it's time to wake up. Didn't we agree today that you'd help me find some clothes? At the sound of her voice, Lin Mo's vision blurred and then sharpened again. It was still those clear blue eyes, but the previous spark of emotion had vanished. The surroundings transformed from night to day. Damn it, was that just a dream? Lin Mo cursed inwardly and attempted to sit up. Ouch, my neck hurts. Did I sleep awkwardly? He twisted his neck slightly, contorting his expression in discomfort. Meanwhile, Qiana, observing this, turned her head away sheepishly. If Lin Mo were to glance over, he would notice a faint blush gracing Qiana's cheeks. As she subtly concealed something, Lin Mo tried to think of something pleasant to lift his mood. The car, which had been cruising smoothly, suddenly jolted. Turning to Qiana, he found her gripping the steering wheel tightly. Her face twisted in an expression of distress. Her eyes transformed into a peculiar hue, radiating a completely different aura. Shut up, shut up, shut up. That is not the world the captain desires. If you do that, the captain will hate you. Why do you think the captain wouldn't like such a world? Isn't what happened today enough of an indication? The captain dislikes others intruding on his life. Their mere existence only brings him more troubles. The captain only needs us. Everyone else should be eliminated. Two distinctly different voices emanated from Qiana, clearly indicating a clash of her dual personas. Lin Mo, witnessing this scene, felt utterly at a loss, while simultaneously regretting underestimating the impact of Surin's consciousness on Qiana. Please, stop fighting. Qiana, Surin, you're both my angels. As he fastened his seatbelt, Lin Mo implored loudly in an attempt to mediate the conflict. Surprisingly, at the sound of Lin Mo's fervent pleas, Qiana and Surin, who seemed to be caught in an internal struggle, actually ceased their bickering. Humph, for the captain's sake, I'll let it go today, Surin huffed, sinking into a reluctant silence. Cut the act. I'm not afraid of you. Qiana, refusing to back down, retorted with a sharp comment, and then nonchalantly adjusted the steering wheel, guiding the car back into a state of smooth driving. Lin Mo, witnessing this, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Eswalin's affection had reached a sufficient level. To Lin Mo, she was not a puffed-up pufferfish, but rather an angelic Eswalwine. Qiana, how are you feeling now? Do you sense any discomfort? Lin Mo did not forget his concern for his beloved cat girl, promptly inquiring about her condition. That I'm fine, Captain. I just recalled some unpleasant memories, and I feel a bit tired. Qiana replied. Unlike her usual vibrant self, Qiana appeared noticeably fatigued. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo solemnly addressed Qiana. Qiana, do you wish to learn about another version of your past and the story of another Qiana? I can share it with you before Eswalwine has the chance to do so. Regardless of how you feel after hearing it, I hope you will remain true to yourself, not become lost in the past or attempt to emulate her. You are simply you, Qiana Kaslana. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Qiana's grip on the steering wheel trembled momentarily, but she soon regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her determined gaze ahead and stated, Tell me, Captain, what was Eswalwin's story? And where can I find the other Qiana? Seeing that Qiana was mentally prepared, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief mixed with appreciation. He firmly believed that even without experiencing those hardships, Qiana would grow, confront herself, accept herself, conquer her inner demons, and be reborn. for she had always been a resilient child. Despite her moments of vulnerability and hesitation, she would steadfastly move forward. Before long, they returned home. Lin and Mo prepared a cup of coffee for both himself and Qiana, then settled beside her to recount her past life and the story of another Qiana, Bianca, as an avid player of Honkai Impact 3 in its early days. Lin and Mo considered himself somewhat of a scholar of the lore. Thus, he narrated the tale in great detail, interspersing his personal insights and interpretations. It is worth noting that he had predicted the true identity of Hershers of the Void a year in advance. However, due to the abundance of personal commentary and trivia, the originally grave narrative felt less serious in Lin Mo's telling. As Lin and Mo concluded, the sky had begun to darken. Parched from speaking, he quickly poured himself a glass of water. Meanwhile, Qiana wore a complex and peculiar expression. Lin and Mo often emphasized odd points, such as how 50,000 years of sediment could not compare to 8 years of accumulation. Were such things truly worthy of attention? Regarding her own story, hearing it from another felt somewhat surreal. Particularly vexing was the revelation that her teacher, Himiko, had sacrificed herself for her sake, igniting a surge of anger in Qiana toward the version of herself within the tale. Yet, as the story progressed, and Lin and Mo elaborated on Eswelin's narrative, Qiana found it increasingly difficult to harbor resentment. She too was merely a pitiful child, expressing her inner turmoil through misguided means. Alas, wrongdoings come with consequences. Both Qiana and Esweline had paid their dues. The journey of growth often requires sacrifices, yet also brings rewards. Fortunately, the conclusion of the tale was a hopeful one that she made new friends, gained a sister, reunited with her father, defeated Otto, and seized control of the finality cocoon. The efforts of predecessors, the support of friends, and her own growth combined to create a relatively fulfilling ending. Although she could not vanquish the Honkai and ultimately became a part of it, a notion tinged with a degree of drama, it was, at its core, a simple matter of enemies and allies being of the same origin. Qiana's thoughts swirled chaotically in her mind, and she suddenly felt a sense of unreality. After all, upon being summoned by Lin and Mo, she had just entered St. Freya Academy. Many characters Lin and Mo spoke of were unfamiliar to her. She had only a vague recognition of both Fu Hua and Bronya. Lying on the sofa, Qiana gazed up at the ceiling, and after a moment of confusion, a realization struck her. Perhaps the Qiana Lin and Mo referred to as both her and not her. If Lin and Mo had not summoned her, she might have experienced the trials of the story and evolved into the so-called God of Earth. However, having been summoned into this world, everything that followed might not come to pass. Whether she was a counterpart from a parallel world or an alternate projection of the main entity from her original world, she no longer cared. The Qiana within the story had her own path to tread, while she had her own mission to fulfill, to protect the captain and remain by his side forever. This thought was both simple and pure. Qiana felt she ought to embrace this simplicity. She disliked overthinking. The past and the future mattered little. She only needed to seize the present, adhere to her will and convictions, and see them through. Having come to this conclusion, Qiana rose and headed to the bathroom. Staring at her reflection in the mirror above the sink, she took a deep breath. Esweline, I wish to speak with you. You heard the story the captain told, didn't you? Are you willing to join me in protecting the captain, obediently following his guidance, and remaining with him forever? With unwavering determination, Qiana gazed intently at her reflection, awaiting a response. After a prolonged silence, the once tranquil mirror began to shimmer, and Qiana's eyes in the reflection shifted to a golden hue. The image of Esweline in the mirror regarded Qiana with a hint of annoyance. Responding, you ask questions you already know the answers to. Clearly exasperated with Qiana, or perhaps reluctant to face her, Esweline vanished after uttering those words. Qiana, witnessing this, felt no anger but rather shook her head in resignation. Is this what the captain means by tsundere? Always acting like this, yet unable to capture the captain's heart. This statement seemed to be both a self-reflection and a comment directed at Esweline. While Lin and Mo was occupied in the restroom, Qiana pulled out a small mirror and began to mutter to herself. I said it was too forced, Qiana lamented, rubbing her flushed cheeks, eye in the mirror. Esweline retorted, exasperated, you didn't seize the opportunity properly. and now you're blaming me. You were on the verge of winning over the captain, yet you suddenly backed out and knocked him out. Such cowardice. Qiana felt a surge of irritation at Lin's taunts. Oomph, as if you're so capable. The plan was yours. Why don't you take the lead? If you're willing to go first, I could let you have this one. That upon hearing Qiana's words, Lin's previously brash demeanor faltered, and her face turned crimson as she seemed to ponder something. Going first is your business. I have no interest, she replied, flustered, before her image faded from the mirror. Clearly, in some respects, she was even more innocent than Qiana. No wonder she was affectionately referred to as an angel after winning the revival match. However, considering that Lin was merely in her teens during the second Honkai, her psychological age was even younger than Qiana's current self, making her reaction somewhat expected. Observing Lin's hasty retreat, Linimo couldn't help but scoffed out, "Oh, so you're giving orders now? You're just as much a strong talker." Yet time was of the essence. Did he truly have to make the first move? The captain truly is a peculiar individual. Must he be fed by hand before he condescends to eat? With a few murmured complaints, Qiana tucked away her small mirror. Linimo was nearly finished with his morning routine, and she preferred to keep her alliance with Serin concerning significant matters a secret from him. She did not wish for Linimo to perceive her as overly scheming, which might foster a sense of aversion towards her. Meanwhile, Linimo, feeling that his neck was not merely stiff from sleeping awkwardly, tilted his head to examine his reflection. However, as he turned, a sharp pain shot through his neck, compelling him to abandon the effort. After momentarily disregarding the discomfort, Linimo found his thoughts wandering back to the events of the previous night. Was that truly a dream? If it were a dream, when exactly had I fallen asleep? Why can I recall nothing of the transition into slumber? Surely I did not become so overwhelmed by the excitement of soaking in Qiana's bathwater that I fainted. If that were the case, I would indeed appear rather foolish. Perhaps I should inquire with Qiana? No, I think better of it. Since Qiana has not mentioned it, she likely feels too embarrassed to bring it up intentionally, regardless of the circumstances. Approaching her with such questions would likely seem rather inept. With a resigned sigh, Linimo set aside these tangled thoughts. Upon re-entering the living room, Linimo was pleasantly surprised to find Qiana exceptionally considerate today, as she had prepared breakfast in advance. Captain, come and eat." Coming, my Qiana is truly a paragon of virtue," he mused as the two shared their meal. An inexplicable silence enveloped them. It seems I am still rather concerned. What truly transpired last night? Gazing at Qiana's delicate features, Linimo could not help but recall the sensations of the previous evening. "Calm yourself. Linimo, you are a rational being. Maintain your composure." After admonishing himself internally, he hastened to finish his breakfast. Given that their morning fare consisted of simple items such as bread, milk, and ham, both Linimo and Qiana consumed their meals swiftly. Once breakfast was concluded, Linimo had no intention of dawdling. Although their visit to the police station had yielded plentiful resources, firearms and ammunition were not sustenance, and the bulletproof vests and stab-resistant clothing were ill-suited for Qiana's everyday attire. They did little to enhance their quality of life. Thus, Linimo resolved to make the most of their time, collecting supplies before the remnants of the city were thoroughly scavenged by other survivors. Moreover, he needed to prepare essential provisions for the next summoner. After all, it had been 4 days since Linimo had summoned Qiana, and in 3 days his skills would be off cooldown. At that point, he could summon a new ally to share the burdens of combat and labor with Qiana. The preparations for departure were somewhat cumbersome. Unlike his previous attire of bulky cotton trousers, Linimo had now fully donned police gear. This included a bulletproof vest, stab-resistant clothing, a helmet, and knee pads to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings regarding his appearance. He wore a jacket over the gear for concealment. As for weaponry, he had truly upgraded from a mere knife to a firearm, exchanging cold weapons for their hot counterparts. However, considering the potential for gunfire to attract more zombies, Linimo opted to carry a small hammer as his melee weapon. This decision was made after careful deliberation in comparison to the dubious quality of a kitchen knife, which might struggle to penetrate a zombie skull, or the less lethal police baton primarily used for subduing foes, a hammer proved to be the quintessential choice for combating the undead. It required minimal effort to shatter a zombie's skull with a small hammer. And even against human adversaries, it could bypass some defenses, inflicting blunt force trauma. Even outside of combat, it served well for tasks such as lock-picking, door-breaking, or crafting. IT was truly an exceptional tool for home defense. Travel safety and construction, once fully equipped, Lin, Mo, and Qiana stepped outside together. Their destination this time was to seek out some clothing boutiques. Should they fail to find any, they would have to explore the nearby trade city. While there was the option of rummaging through others' homes for clothing, fitting issues arose, and Qiana was particularly keen on finding some intimate apparel to mitigate unnecessary risks. It was wiser to seek out new garments. After boarding a known electric tricycle, Lin, Mo, and Qiana began to explore the nearby neighborhoods. Although the electric tricycle was relatively quiet, it still attracted a few zombies. At this juncture, Qiana, seated in the back, had to take action. She held a small plastic bag containing steel balls, which she had procured from a nearby hardware store. Once the zombies drew near, Qiana would hurl the steel balls. With her impressive strength, the steel balls easily pierced the zombies' skulls, dispatching them one by one. Lin Mo's initial plan had been to throw stones, but the absence of construction sites forced him to settle for steel balls instead. Overall, the method proved effective, allowing them to eliminate zombies silently. The electric tricycle continued its journey, and Lin and Mo made a circuit around the area. Aside from a funeral attire shop, the only other establishment was one selling children's clothing. With no other option, Lin and Mo reluctantly guided Qiana towards the trade city. To be honest, Lin and Mo was not particularly keen on this destination. Large commercial centers often became gathering spots for survivors. In their desperation to acquire various supplies, or simply due to greed, individuals would flock to these locations. It had been 4 days since the outbreak began, and Lin and Mo was uncertain of how other survivors had fared. Considering the previous gang of spirited individuals, he felt it prudent not to underestimate their will to survive. That it was entirely possible that the trade city had already been claimed by a group of survivors. Lin and Mo believed it wise to prepare for the worst. As he approached the trade city, he noticed a group that had arrived ahead of them, claiming this prime location. I told you so. When the zombies broke out, this place was still closed. There can't be many zombies here, a boisterous young man proclaimed. Hey, you fool, keep your voice down. Even if there are no customers, there are still employees. Just one store might have 2 people, and with so many stores, that could be close to 100. A pink-haired girl snapped back at him, her demeanor tense as she surveyed their surroundings. However, the area remained eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of zombies. Seeing this, the young man chuckled. Look, there's no one here. Those employees aren't fools. They would have fled at the first sign of danger. He shrugged and approached a storefront window to peer inside. The others, while initially displeased with his brashness, found some merit in his reasoning and allowed their guard to drop slightly. After wandering through the mall and confirming the absence of zombies, the group fully relaxed, beginning to gather necessary supplies as well as items they had long coveted but could not afford before the apocalypse. Those who had previously clustered together soon dispersed, driven by desire. Although the pink-haired girl remained somewhat vigilant, she was eventually persuaded to accompany her companions into a well-known fashion boutique. The girls excitedly chattered as they began selecting the clothes they had previously admired but had not purchased. One girl, after trying on a dress, beamed with delight as she stepped into a fitting room. Just as she finished changing and admired her reflection, a drop of viscous liquid unexpectedly fell onto her head. Is there a leak? Subconsciously, she glanced upwards, only to involuntarily narrow her pupils. Instinctively, she was about to scream. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, a crimson tendril resembling both a tongue and an intestine thrust itself inside. After a moment of anguished struggle, her eyes widened in shock, and her body slumped helplessly. Once it confirmed its prey was lifeless, the red tendril abruptly retracted, along with the young woman's corpse, into a gaping maw the size of a bathtub. After capturing its quarry, the monstrous mouth swiftly closed, and the scales on its exterior rippled before transforming to mimic the ceiling above. The disappearance of the young woman went unnoticed by the others, who were too preoccupied with selecting their desired items to care about anyone else. Moreover, this group of individuals were not particularly familiar with one another. They had only recently banded together for self-preservation. Thus, they were even less inclined to notice the absence of others. However, When the time came for everyone to gather at the designated small square, they finally recognized something was amiss. There were far too few people. Where had they gone? Surely they weren't foolish enough to grab their belongings and flee. The initially brash young man furrowed his brow as he surveyed the sparse crowd and addressed the others. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, each wearing expressions that conveyed indifference. Noticing the silence among the group, the brash young man scanned the crowd and realized that the meddlesome pink-haired girl was nowhere to be found. Damn it, could it be that little girl had lured everyone away? That mischievous hussy! The brash young man cursed under his breath, preparing to direct the remaining members to search for the pink-haired girl. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the distant corridor. Run! There's a monster here! The very pink-haired girl he had been obsessively thinking about now sprinted towards them, her face smeared with blood and her appearance disheveled. Yet, there was no sign of anything pursuing her. Witnessing her strange behavior, the brash young man frowned and shouted, "What the hell is wrong with you? You crazy woman!" "There's nothing chasing you," the pink-haired girl, utterly unfazed by his tirade, was singularly focused on escaping this nightmare and had no intention of dying alongside these imbeciles. She ignored him and attempted to dash past. The brash young man could no longer contain himself. Considering himself the leader of the group and the protagonist of an apocalyptic tale, he refused to allow the pink-haired girl to repeatedly challenge his authority. Thus, as she ran by, he deliberately stuck out his leg to trip her. The pink-haired girl, caught off guard, tumbled heavily to the ground. Having been running at such speed, she slid across the floor for quite a distance. The brash young man was about to mock her, but was taken aback as she disregarded the pain and scrambled to her feet, continuing her desperate flight towards the exit. Tisich, is this woman insane? With his prank failing to achieve the desired effect, the brash young man lost interest in teasing her and muttered a curse of frustration. Just then, a scream erupted from within the group. My leg! My leg! Everyone turned to see a man writhing in agony on the ground. His leg mysteriously vanished. Not only that, but his lower half was gradually disappearing as well. Accompanied by the sound of screams and splattering blood, it appeared as though an invisible giant maw had bitten him in half, leaving only his upper body to writhe in despair. A ghost! A ghost! Someone in the group cried out in terror, and the others immediately scattered like startled birds. The brash young man, witnessing the chaos, fled without a backward glance. He was merely brash, not foolish. That moment. It was every man for himself. No concern for pride when one's life was at stake as he neared the entrance of the mall. His initial terror began to dissipate. Yet, just as the exit beckoned and his hand was about to touch the sunlight outside, a red tendril shot forth from behind, piercing through his abdomen like a spear. What the hell? Is this some kind of joke? The brash young man murmured in disbelief, staring at the tendril protruding from his body. Before he could utter another word, the tendril yanked him back with alarming speed. His fate was not an isolated incident. Those who had not escaped the mall also faced various attacks. Some were skewered alongside those in front of them, becoming a grotesque shish kebab. Others found themselves plummeting into a warm, slick, narrow space, only to be enveloped by highly corrosive acid, eliciting horrific screams. Some were bitten in half by suddenly appearing monstrous mouths, leaving their lower halves to continue running before collapsing to the ground. This was a one-sided hunt. The brash young man and his companions were the prey. There was no possibility of resistance or escape, only the grim fate of becoming a meal for those monsters. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl, having successfully fled the mall, dared not pause. Especially upon hearing the chilling screams behind her, her pace quickened. As a former athlete, her physical abilities were far superior to the average person's. It was precisely this superior fitness that had allowed her to narrowly escape the clutches of the monsters. However, being an athlete was a thing of the past. She had been expelled from school the previous year for various reasons. A year of despondency had left her stamina lacking compared to her former self. Eventually, she could no longer maintain her speed and had to slow down, resting as she walked. I could see that moment. Lin and Mo, riding an electric tricycle with Qiana, arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the bloodied and disheveled pink-haired girl staggering ahead, Qiana instinctively assumed she was a nearby zombie. "Captain, there's a zombie ahead. Watch me take a perfect shot," Qiana proclaimed, pulling out a steel ball and preparing to throw it at the pink-haired girl. Sensing the murderous intent, the pink-haired girl instinctively looked up. Upon seeing Lin and Mo on the tricycle, she was about to call for help. However, having run so hard, she was still gasping for breath, and her words came out as nothing more than a haphazard gasp akin to a zombie's groan. Lin and Mo, seeing this, assumed the zombie was about to attack him. Quickly urged Qiana, "Hurry! This zombie seems off. It might be a mutation. Take her down." Hearing Lin Mo's frantic command, Qiana halted her pose and swiftly threw the steel ball, with the imminent threat closing in. The pink-haired girl felt a chill run down her spine. In a split second, she leaned back, narrowly evading the steel ball. All of this transpired in a moment that would have gone unnoticed by the average observer. To Lin and Mo, an ordinary person, it appeared as if the steel ball had been thrown and the pink-haired girl simply fell. This led him to assume that Qiana had successfully taken down the zombie. However, with a dynamic vision akin to that of a predator, Qiana clearly witnessed the pink-haired girl dodge the steel ball. Could it be, as the captain suggested, that this was indeed a special mutated zombie? Holding on to this doubt, Qiana cautiously drew her dual pistols, prepared for a follow-up shot. At the same time, the pink-haired girl, feeling the looming presence of death, disregarded the peculiar changes in her body and shouted, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I'm not a zombie, and I mean no harm." Hearing her cries, Lin and Mo and Qiana finally realized that the person before them was not a zombie at all. "Oh no, Captain, it seems we mistook her for a corpse," Qiana exclaimed in astonishment. Lin and Mo was equally taken aback that, "It seems we might have misidentified her." "Never mind, let us first observe each other's circumstances." Lin and Mo and Qiana stepped out of the vehicle, leisurely approaching the pink-haired girl to assess her condition. The girl lying on the ground noticed Lin and Mo and Qiana's approach and turned her gaze towards them. Coincidentally, the three pairs of eyes met, and the atmosphere became unexpectedly awkward. "Are you all right?" After a moment of silence, Lin and Mo managed to utter this phrase. He truly struggled with engaging in conversations with strangers, sensing no malice from the newcomers and appreciating their concern for her well-being. The pink-haired girl realized she had encountered kind-hearted individuals. Moreover, recalling Qiana's earlier display of strength that nearly resulted in her being knocked out by a steel ball, she felt that perhaps this time she could cling to a powerful ally. Thus, in an effort to earn Lin and Mo and Qiana's trust and goodwill, the girl hastily recounted her harrowing experience in the shopping mall, cautioning them against venturing there to meet their demise. Red tentacles and invisible monsters. She hadn't anticipated encountering mutated creatures so soon. Moreover, they seemed rather formidable. Lin and Mo stroked his chin, and as he pondered, his expression grew serious. Upon hearing the pink-haired girl's account of a monster that could suddenly appear and tear people in half, Qiana immediately grasped Lin Mo's hand, urging him not to venture into such perilous territory. "Captain, those creatures are far too dangerous for you that we should find another location. There are plenty of clothing stores." "There's no need to go there." Feeling the warmth of her hand on his arm, Lin and Mo snapped back to reality from his deep contemplation. "Well, if you say so, we won't go." I'll heed Qiana's advice. Not wishing to put himself and Qiana in harm's way, he agreed to her suggestion. Seeing this, the pink-haired girl quickly interjected, "You're looking for clothes, right? I know several excellent shops. I can take you there." "Are you looking for men's or women's clothing, or perhaps something else? I have familiar stores for all types." In an effort to prove her experience, she even twirled in front of them, showcasing her fashionable attire. However, her appearance, having just escaped a life-threatening situation, left much to be desired. Lin and Mo and Qiana could only respond with polite nods. Under the pink-haired girl's guidance, they cleared the zombies on their way while selecting suitable clothing from the store she recommended. "Hee, Captain, what do you think of this one? It even comes with ear accessories," Qiana exclaimed, jumping out of the changing room and launching a barrage of adorable antics at Lin Mo.as, a perpetually single youth of the new era. He was utterly defenseless against such a dreamlike onslaught, completely enchanted and left in a daze. All right, you're the best, Qiana." Amidst a flurry of incoherent praise, Lin and Mo was once again pulled along by Qiana to admire her other outfits. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl, feeling like a third wheel, sat on the shop's doorstep, gazing at the wind with an expression of exasperation. This lovebird scene is unbearable, that I mean. I'm not lacking in charm either. Why is no one interested in me? She muttered resentfully, roughly ruffling her disheveled pink hair. I could see that moment. The distant sound of helicopter blades echoed through the sky, causing her to look up in astonishment. She soon spotted a black helicopter approaching from afar. Gliding slowly over the city, as it advanced. A flurry of flyers cascaded down like snowflakes. The pink-haired girl instinctively felt the urge to shout for help, but she quickly composed herself, refraining from any rash actions. Just like her, there were undoubtedly many others seeking assistance. Yet the helicopter showed no signs of stopping. That it was evident that its mission was not one of rescue. The likely purpose of its appearance was merely to disperse those flyers. All the pink-haired girl could do was wait for the helicopter to pass overhead, hoping that among the flyers it released, there would be some good news. That moment, Qiana and Lin and Mo, who had just finished changing, emerged from the store. Observing the helicopter in the distance, Lin and Mo shared the same thoughts as the pink-haired girl. However, unlike her, he did not feel the need for rescue. With Qiana by his side, they were more than capable of thriving in this apocalyptic world. Before long, the helicopter flew directly over them, showering a multitude of flyers like falling snow. The three of them picked up the flyers from the ground and began to read their contents. After perusing them, their expressions varied. The pink-haired girl was filled with excitement. Lin and Mo frowned, while Qiana appeared indifferent. The flyers contained simple, yet significant information, primarily 3 points. First, they outlined the situation regarding the zombie virus, indicating that it was airborne. Even if one had not yet transformed into a zombie, death was inevitable. That if bitten by a zombie, the virus within would escalate, leading to transformation within 30 minutes to 2 hours. And this process was irreversible. Second, the original government forces had declared defeat, and the remaining troops and survivors were establishing safe zones under wartime militarized management. They were severely understaffed and seeking survivors to join them. However, those entering must adhere to the regulations and arrangements within the safe zone. Interested survivors could report to the marked locations on the back of the flyers. Third, the zombie virus had begun to mutate, with various types of mutations emerging. Some transformed plants and animals into monsters, while others turned zombies into even more terrifying creatures. Additionally, there were those that triggered superpowers in the hosts. The specifics of these superpowers were not detailed on the flyer. It merely listed some signs of awakening. This was likely for confidentiality or due to space constraints on the flyer. Lastly, the safe zones were recruiting individuals with superpowers, offering better treatment. Upon reading this, Lin and Mo couldn't help but recall his summoning ability. However, he quickly dismissed the notion that his summoning power was a virus-induced superpower. Not only had he not experienced any of the awakening signs mentioned, but his ability to summon characters from other realms certainly didn't stem from the zombie virus. If the virus were truly that potent, humanity might as well give up entirely. What would be the point of fighting if one could simply summon Godzilla, Ultraman, or Gundam to obliterate all of humanity in an instant? As for the true nature of Lin Mo's summoning ability, he felt it resembled something akin to a system that, in contrast, the notion of virus-induced superpowers seemed to align closely with the pink-haired girl situation, as she had displayed extraordinary reflexes and athleticism when faced with life-threatening danger. It was evident that she was on the verge of awakening her own superpowers. That moment, the pink-haired girl also sensed that she might be about to awaken her abilities. Although she tried to maintain her composure in front of Lin, Mo, and Qiana, not wanting to lose face, anyone could see from the corners of her mouth, which were harder to suppress than an AK, that she was practically bursting with excitement. With superpowers, she planned to head to the so-called safe zone for recruitment. After all, she would be a superpowered individual, and surely she would receive favorable treatment. Even if it meant working like a beast of burden, it would still be preferable to the perilous existence she faced in this apocalyptic world. With such thoughts in mind, the pink-haired girl expressed her intentions to Lin Mo, hoping he would accompany her to the safe zone. That on one hand, it would provide mutual support. On the other, she worried that someone might be lying in wait at the safe zone to prey on those drawn there by the flyers. With Lin, Mo, and Qiana for protection, she would feel much safer. However, to her surprise, Lin and Mo simply replied nonchalantly, "The safe zone? Huh? I think I'll pass it. If you want to go by yourself. Lin Mo was reluctant to venture into the safe zone. To enter such a place meant to be subjugated by others, a notion that was difficult for him to accept, especially after he had painstakingly extricated himself from the shackles of a mundane existence. Furthermore, Lin Mo harbored an aversion to social interactions. Entering the safe zone would likely thrust him back into the complexities of human relationships. Additionally, there was the risk that Lin Mo's summoning ability could be exposed. A perilous situation for both him and Qiana. Most importantly, Lin Mo believed he could rely solely on his summoning prowess to assemble a dazzling team of charming companions uniquely his own. Compared to the potential betrayal from outsiders, the individuals he conjured would undoubtedly be far more trustworthy. Given that he had successfully summoned Qiana on his first attempt, it was reasonable to expect that subsequent summons would be equally formidable. In due course, Lin Mo might even become the Shanks of this apocalyptic world. Though his companions would be few, each would be an elite warrior. Even with a small cadre, they would dare to challenge the larger survivor bases and even the safe zones. With strength, Lin Mo would also awaken the powers of the face fruit. While Shank's stature in the pirate world is bolstered by his celestial dragon lineage, Lin Mo mused that he too could aspire to become an emperor in this post-apocalyptic realm. With such grand ambitions, Lin Mo naturally had no intention of becoming a mere cog within the safe zone. Having discerned Lin Mo's reluctance to enter the safe zone, the pink-haired girl, despite feeling a sense of hopelessness, turned her hopeful gaze towards Qiana. In her eyes, Qiana should be a fellow awakener like herself. Although she and Lin Mo shared a close bond, the harshness of the apocalypse might compel her to seek refuge in the safe zone for better prospects. However, it was abundantly clear that the pink-haired girl was destined for disappointment. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiana shook her head in refusal, declaring, "Where the captain goes, I will follow. If the captain does not wish to go, then neither will I." As she spoke, she tightened her grip on Lin Mo's arm, a gesture that conveyed her determination not to let go. The pink-haired girl, having anticipated this outcome, felt a pang of regret for Qiana, a girl of such promise, yet blinded by love. After a moment of silent lamentation, she resolved to depart for the safe zone. According to the flyers, as time passed, various mutated creatures would grow increasingly formidable, making the outside world progressively more perilous. If she wished to reach the safe zone, she needed to act swiftly. Lin Mo made no attempt to hinder her departure. Out of courtesy for their acquaintance, he gifted her his electroshock gun for protection. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Mo and Qiana, the pink-haired girl mounted a bicycle she had found by the roadside and slowly pedaled away. Having bid farewell to the pink-haired girl, Lin Mo and Qiana gathered some clothing for changing and winter wear before returning home. In truth, Qiana had no need for winter garments. Her current strength allowed her to disregard extreme weather. Once she ascended to the level of a Hershers, she would be capable of operating beyond the atmosphere, making a trip to the moon seem trivial. Nevertheless, since they were already gathering supplies, and considering that future summon characters might not withstand the cold, Lin Mo decided to collect a substantial amount of winter clothing. Nightfall arrived swiftly. After dining together and attending to their evening routines, it was time for their nightly activities. Lying in bed, Lin Mo reflected on the flyers he had seen earlier that day, pondering whether his decision to forego the safe zone and strive for independence had been overly impulsive. After all, his abilities did not guarantee the summoning of powerful allies. If his subsequent summons ended up being ordinary characters from daily anime, then life in the apocalypse would undoubtedly become more arduous. Even Qiana, no matter how capable, would struggle to care for numerous burdens. Empathizing with her position, Lin Mo imagined himself in Qiana's shoes, battling zombies on the front lines, tirelessly scavenging for supplies, while his captain remained in the rear, indulging in affection with a group of delicate companions. It was unbearable. No matter how wonderful Qiana was, she too might succumb to darkness. Shouldn't he observe the situation and, if necessary, consider joining the safe zone? Yet, if it came to that, wouldn't entering the safe zone pose even greater dangers? What if the inhabitants of the safe zone coveted his summoned companions? Would he then be at risk of being exploited? Such thoughts were too treacherous to entertain. The more he contemplated, the more furrowed Lin Mo's brow became. Simultaneously, Qiana beside him was also lost in troubled thought. Under the influence of Serin's whispers, a myriad of indecent ideas and images invaded Qiana's mind. However, as a young woman, she remained too reserved to act upon them. Glancing at Lin Mo's profile, her internal struggle intensified. Oh dear, what are you hesitating for? Embrace him, kiss him, and the rest will follow, or will you relinquish your advantage and wait for a rival to emerge, only to regret it later? What if the next summon is a nefarious woman who uses unscrupulous tactics to steal the captain away? Serin urged anxiously within her mind. Although lacking in real-world experience, merely a master of theory and a skilled rhetorician, this did not deter Serin from inciting Qiana to engage in those heart-pounding endeavors. Initially resistant, Qiana could no longer contain herself upon hearing the possibility of losing the captain to a wicked woman. Captain, if it were you, it wouldn't be impossible, whether due to excessive nervousness or an overabundance of risky daydreams. Qiana suddenly threw her arms around Lin Mo, uttering a line from the bridge that Lin Mo had heard before. The unexpected declaration disrupted Lin Mo's train of thought, prompting him to turn and gaze at Qiana in bewilderment, internally questioning why she had suddenly said such a thing when he had made no move towards her. However, upon seeing Qiana's bashful, fidgety demeanor, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Lin Mo, you absolute fool. With such warmth and beauty beside you, how can you be preoccupied with thoughts of the future? Even if she were to transform into Hatsune Miku, could she ever compare to his adorable Qiana? After mentally berating himself, Lin Mo pulled Qiana into his embrace. Unlike past instances in games where he would hastily clarify that it wasn't that kind of situation before turning away in embarrassment, this time Qiana did not resist Lin Mo's affectionate gesture. They held each other tightly, the minimal clothing allowing them to acutely sense one another. At this juncture, Qiana felt that any regrets would be futile. As if accepting her fate, or perhaps having made a firm resolution, she shyly whispered in Lin Mo's embrace, "Captain, could you be a little gentler with me?" Time flew by, and soon it was noon the following day. Lin Mo groggily rose from his bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue permeating his entire being. This shouldn't be. I may have stayed up later than usual, but I also slept in today. Why do I feel so unwell? He felt an inexplicable weight, as though he were shouldering burdens beyond his years. Standing before the sink, he gazed into the mirror at his drawn visage, questioning the meaning of life. At that moment, Qiana's voice resonated from the living room. "Captain, you're finally awake. I prepared fish soup for you. Come and nourish yourself." Following the sound, Lin Mo beheld Qiana, clad in comfortable home attire, adorned with an apron, and sporting a side ponytail that exuded an unmistakable air of danger, emerging from the kitchen while carrying a pot of fish soup. Lin Mo. Alas, at present, Lin Mo possessed merely an average, somewhat lacking physical constitution, in stark contrast to Qiana, whose physical prowess utterly overwhelmed him. He felt a significant disparity. This disparity made Lin Mo, despite being in his 20s, prematurely experience the tribulations typically associated with those in their 40s. Feeling discomfort throughout his body, Lin Mo resolved to indulge in a day of leisure, opting to refrain from venturing outside. Qiana naturally endorsed this decision with enthusiasm. Although the initial thrill of gathering supplies was enjoyable, it inevitably became tedious and monotonous once it morphed into a chore that, in truth, Qiana had long yearned for a respite. Now that Lin Mo had broached the subject, it aligned perfectly with her desires. After lunch, Lin Mo had intended to continue his slumber. However, as he lay in bed, sleep eluded him entirely. Noticing Lin Mo's lethargic demeanor, Qiana approached him with a playful smile. "Hey, Captain, since you have nothing to do right now, why not indulge in some fun?" Her words were laced with a hint of mischief, akin to a playful child tugging at Lin Mo's heartstrings. "Qiana, please." Lin Mo instinctively sought to decline, eager to conserve his energy. Yet midway through his protest, Qiana swiftly covered his mouth. "Human, do not be anxious. Relax, it will soon be over." Her golden eyes reflected Lin Mo's astonished expression. It was evident that the Qiana of today was no longer the same as the one from yesterday. Nevertheless, whether it be Qiana or Seal, Lin Mo found himself inexorably trapped in the fate of a lower-class laborer, subjected to the relentless exploitation of the bourgeoisie. Although it was Seal's first experience with bourgeois life, she had inherited Qiana's capital. Coupled with her prior experience from the first bourgeois revolution, Seal adeptly managed this venture. However, being a newcomer to the industry, Seal's methods in exploiting the deck cleaners, a lower-class workforce, were somewhat naive, verging on the condescending attitude of a spoiled heiress administering punishment and rewards. After a gruesome bout of inhumane exploitation, Lin Mo, the deck cleaner, ultimately succumbed. Upon witnessing her cash cow collapse, Seal was understandably flustered. "Hey, human, don't you dare die on me. If you die, who will I exploit? Wake up! Wake up!" Amid Seal's frantic shaking, Lin Mo's final breath escaped him. A once promising harbinger of the apocalypse had tragically perished before he could even emerge from the shadows of labor exploitation. How lamentable and sorrowful. Ahem, fine. I was merely jesting. Realizing that her unwillingly overexploited deck cleaner was on the verge of being shaken to death by Seal, Qiana quickly took control of the body and performed a miraculous healing, reviving Lin Mo in an instant. Revived in every conceivable sense, Lin Mo felt a surge of apprehension that if he had once envied and resented Siegfried, now he could only harbor admiration and kinship. A man capable of commanding Valkyries was someone Lin Mo could not help but respect. Following this unexpected incident, Qiana became much more subdued, apologizing while revealing the nefarious dealings she had with Seal. It turned out that yesterday, Qiana had been coaxed by Seal, inadvertently straying down the path of capitalism. Once Seal realized the pleasures of being a capitalist, she could not resist the urge to follow in the footsteps of her predecessor. Qiana, naturally, was reluctant to acquiesce. Yet ultimately, Seal leveraged the excuse of "you are me" and "I am you. It is all the same," and, at the cost of some of the Herrscher's powers, secured the opportunity for a second capitalist revolution. However, it was evident that during her initial endeavor, Seal's lack of experience led her to blindly pursue profits, neglecting the welfare of the lower-class laborers, which consequently resulted in severe deflation and a profound economic crisis. Fortunately, Qiana had been on standby, ultimately resolving the issue through the simplest means of providing monetary aid to the laborers. Nevertheless, such measures merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause, for a thorough resolution of the economic crisis. The lower-class laborers must rise. Lin Mo, at this juncture, was also contemplating this very notion. Yet, the difficulty of mobilizing the lower-class laborers was immense. While he currently benefited from Qiana's economic support, allowing him to stand tall for the time being, if that support were to falter, another economic crisis would inevitably ensue. Lin Mo realized that to transcend his predicament and attain a life of happiness, he must find a way to acquire his own power, enabling him to truly stand on his own. Regarding the acquisition of power, Lin Mo had already developed a certain understanding. He had a premonition that the second character he summoned could potentially alter his impoverished and backward circumstances. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the morning 2 days later. Following the previous economic crisis, Qiana had become considerably more subdued, while Seal was too fearful to even show her face, thanks to the economic crisis. Lin Mo, the deck cleaner who could only perform aerial splits, enjoyed a few peaceful and warm days. Now, Lin Mo had finally arrived at the moment to summon a character from the realm of anime once more. The cooldown for his skills had elapsed, and the task of defeating 50 zombies had long been completed. What Lin Mo needed to do now was summon a new character, blah blah blah. After a series of incantations that the author could neither be bothered to conceive nor pen down, a golden light enveloped the entire room. Upon witnessing the golden radiance, Lin Mo felt a rush of excitement. Despite knowing that the summoned character bore no direct correlation to the light, in contrast, Qiana's expression conveyed a mix of curiosity and complexity. Curiosity was self-evident. The ability to summon characters from another world would pique anyone's interest. As for the complexity, it stemmed from Qiana's concern over the potential for a stronger and more nefarious capitalist to intervene, vying for both market share and Lin Mo's affection. As the light faded, Lin Mo eagerly awaited the arrival of the second character. Clad in silver armor, with a blue skirt, emerald eyes, golden hair, and an adorably tousled hairstyle. She stood before him. "Are you my master?" Upon hearing that familiar line and locking eyes with her comically serious yet endearingly naive emerald gaze, Lin Mo felt his breath catch. It was none other than the Tuha King. Incredible. Realizing precisely whom he had summoned, Lin Mo's heart raced with excitement as he muttered to himself in exhilaration. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Lin Mo's elation, Qiana's mood was utterly dismal. This shameless individual, with such a virtuous appearance, she dares to call the captain master right off the bat, and to make matters worse, the captain appears to be so enchanted by her. Qiana angrily bit her finger, glaring intensely at the summoned knight, akin to a cat with its fur bristled. In truth, Qiana had misjudged Lin Mo, while it was true that Lin Mo held great affection for the Tuha King. He had even considered her his queen for a time. However, with Qiana by his side, there was no reason for him to reveal such an unbecoming demeanor upon encountering her. The true source of Lin Mo's exhilaration was not merely the summoning of the adorable haired king, though that did contribute a smidgen, but rather the accompanying boon that came with it. In a distant utopia, there existed the EX-level, superlative noble phantasm, the sacred sword sheath Avalon, which was impervious to harm. The moment the adorable haired king made her appearance, Lin Mo could faintly sense an inexplicable surge of something within him. Instantly, his fatigue dissipated, and the small cut on his finger, sustained just yesterday, had miraculously healed. These myriad signs led Lin Mo to entertain a bold hypothesis. When he summoned characters from the two-dimensional realm, he would likewise acquire the abilities corresponding to the male protagonists from their original stories. After all, if he were merely summoning powerful characters while lacking in skill himself, wouldn't that golden finger of his become a mere crutch? As for why Lin Mo found himself devoid of any abilities upon summoning Qiana, he believed that was quite understandable. In the original narrative of Honkai Impact 3RD, there was in fact no captain. The captain only made appearances in event storylines, serving as a symbolic character with even less presence than NPCs and transparent figures. As for the captain's inherited skills, such as the aerial split, Lin Mo figured it was best not to attempt those. After all, should he strain his back or injure Tamaki, he would likely find himself on the receiving end of Qiana's reproachful gaze. Regarding his speculation, Lin Mo deemed it prudent to postpone further discussion. The reason was simple. Qiana's malevolence was palpable, almost tangible. Before she transformed into her lethal persona, he had to take action. Yet, just as Lin Mo was about to speak, urging Qiana to remain calm and to sit down for a thorough discussion, the adorably haired king, feigning seriousness from a distance, suddenly turned to Qiana and said, "I presume you are the esteemed master, my lady. You need not worry. I harbor no ulterior motives toward my master. Such a form of address is merely a statement of our mutual relationship and respect." Upon hearing the words of the adorable haired king, Qiana, who had been burning with jealousy, instantly changed her expression, adopting a demure demeanor as she shyly replied, "Master and I are not that kind of relationship." He. Observing the transformation in Qiana, Lin Mo turned his gaze back to the adorable haired king. No, it should be referred to as Artoria. The look in her eyes had also shifted. This Arthurian figure before him possessed a far greater emotional intelligence than he had anticipated. Furthermore, she did not appear to embody the weakest form she had during the Fifth Holy Grail War. Instead, she exuded a certain grace reminiscent of her Fourth War persona. Thus contemplating, Lin Mo arrived at a straightforward conclusion. He was superior to Shiro, at least in terms of fundamental aptitude and magical prowess. The stronger saber served as proof of this. As for which timeline saber belonged to, Lin Mo thought it best to inquire directly. Temporarily brushing aside the giggling Qiana, Lin Mo inquired about Saber's circumstances. The outcome was not beyond his expectations. Saber had already endured the Fourth War and regarded Qiana as the captain's lady. A notion stemming from the previous Holy Grail Wars pairing of Kiritsugu Amiya and Iliasville von Einsburn. Though you two differ greatly in personality and appearance, I can perceive the bond you share, Saber remarked, stroking her chin, an expression of enlightenment gracing her visage. Upon hearing Saber's words, Lin Mo initially felt a tinge of embarrassment regarding his relationship with Qiana, followed by a look of shock directed at the Arthurian figure before him. "Wait, This saber actually understands human sentiments? That shouldn't be. What manner of Arthurian figure have I summoned? Sensing Lin Mo's astonishment, Saber proudly lifted her chin and stated in a solemn tone, "Master, I am no longer the rigid knight who lacks understanding of human emotions and adaptability that you once envisioned. You may possess some knowledge of my tales, yet it is evidently incomplete. I have long ceased to pursue altering the past via the Holy Grail, nor do I aspire to become the so-called perfect king. From the moment you summoned me, all destinies changed. My sole mission now is to protect you as you navigate this increasingly dire apocalyptic environment." If to affirm her determination, Saber plucked the adorable tuft from her head and thrust it into Lin Mo's hands. Gazing at the lively tuft in his grasp and then up at Saber, who was beginning to fade into darkness, Lin Mo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. No, this is not what I had anticipated. Upon her transformation into the black-haired version, Saber became far more loquacious than before. No, it would be more accurate to describe her as complaining. The can of orange soda was slammed onto the table by the black-haired Saber, who leaned over with a tipsy demeanor, her face inches from Lin Mo's as she exclaimed, "Ah, this world is utterly dreadful. I'm the great King Arthur. Yet, I am reduced to serving drinks for orders. Is this something you can tolerate? Of course not. So, I knocked that rotund supervisor clear across the room. You should have seen it. He flew out like a lead ball, shattering the conference room's glass. Oh, what a delightful moment it was." After a fervent display of gestures, the black-haired Saber erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Witnessing her exuberance, Lin Mo and Qiana exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their discomfort and turning their heads away. Contrary to Lin Mo's expectations, the saber he summoned belonged to the Zero Evil Fall line, a timeline vastly divergent from most others that I in this narrative. The one ultimately chosen by the Black Mud was not the heroic Gilgamesh, but rather Artoria, who was intent on overturning history. This world's malevolence sought to corrupt Artoria, compelling her to remain in reality, struggling within society, bearing witness to the treachery of human nature, thus abandoning her ideals of saving the realm. The outcome, of course, was success. Unable to reveal her identity to the Mage's Association, Artoria was forced to subsist under a false identity at the societal margins, enduring a monotonous life as a wage slave. After suffering various societal hardships and spending countless nights in jail, Artoria finally came to a realization. Human nature was too perplexing, so she would simply cease to comprehend it and own need for rational discourse, as those fools were unworthy of hearing it. When faced with adversity, she would respond in kind. If it meant spending a few more years in confinement, so be it. After all, she had time aplenty. However, this course of action came at a cost. Her work became more arduous, her poverty deepened, and her existence grew increasingly unbearable. Assaulting someone incurs financial penalties. According to the black-haired Saber's account, she had been struggling alone in society since the conclusion of the Fourth War until the present moment, a span of 29 long years. She was nearly driven mad by the wretched societal norms and the complexities of human hearts, yearning daily for the world's end. Little did she expect that being summoned by Lin Mo would fulfill that desire. Freed from overtime, social obligations, and the burdens of rent and utility bills, Artoria felt as though she could finally unleash her true nature. "Master, today I shall indulge in a grand feast. Bring forth the food." With her skirt armor removed and her waist belt loosened, the black-haired Saber shouted exuberantly, preparing for a culinary extravaganza. Witnessing this, Lin Mo, in an effort to prevent her from wreaking havoc, despite her sobriety, had no choice but to present her with the supplies he had stockpiled. As it happened, he had a few loaves of bread nearing expiration, which would be perfect for this ancient, gluttonous king to devour. While the black-haired Saber was relishing her feast, Qiana pulled Lin Mo aside into the bedroom, casting him an odd look as she whispered, "Captain, this new companion you've summoned is rather peculiar. Do you think you could send her back? It appears that there is a certain deficiency in knowledge. Or perhaps the current demeanor of the peculiar black-haired individual is simply too bizarre." Qiana pondered for a considerable time, ultimately concluding that strange was the only word that could encapsulate it. This unsettling behavior of the black-haired figure also contributed to Qiana's growing unease. While she took delight in being referred to as the captain's lady, the individual's demeanor was decidedly unappealing to her. Consequently, she entertained the notion of having Lin and Mo send them away. Upon hearing Qiana's complaints and requests, Lin and Mo wore an expression of palpable awkwardness. However, as the saying goes, inviting a deity is easy, but sending them away is a daunting task. He lacked the ability to dismiss the peculiar individual, just as Lin and Mo was about to shrug his shoulders in a gesture of helplessness. A fleeting thought struck him regarding the peculiar entity in his hand. Although he could not banish the whimsical figure, he could seal the black-haired individual and retrieve the peculiar entity. Captain, are you certain that this thing can render that fellow normal? I can't shake the feeling that it might have the opposite effect, Qiana remarked, observing the entity in her grasp twisting and writhing like a worm. Unable to resist, she sought confirmation from Lin and Mo once more before proceeding. Lin and Mo, upon being questioned, found himself grappling with uncertainty. It was said that the whimsical figure's essence was its peculiar trait, yet this particular trait appeared even more deranged than the black-haired individual. Presently, the black-haired figure, though somewhat brash and unrestrained, was still within manageable bounds. However, this peculiar trait was evidently abnormal. Should it fail to restore the whimsical figure and instead cause the black-haired individual to become even more distorted, the consequences would be dire. After careful consideration, Lin Mo resolved to give it a try. What if it worked? Bestowing Qiana a reassuring glance, he inhaled deeply and approached the black-haired individual with a box of imported chocolate. The bait he had prepared. Instantly captivated by the chocolate, the black-haired figure ambled toward Lin Mo, seizing the moment. Qiana swiftly positioned herself behind the black-haired figure. With a deft motion, she affixed the peculiar trait atop the black-haired individual's head. The sound of fate's gears turning echoed as the black-haired figure's face began to contort rapidly, and their body trembled. A series of groans emanated from the black-haired figure, rendering them increasingly abnormal. Captain, it seems we may have botched this, Qiana exclaimed, hastily shielding Lin and Mo behind her at the tea that moment. Lin and Mo too felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known better, he would have refrained from such an unnecessary action. What did it matter if there were bugs? As long as the program ran smoothly, why meddle and complicate matters? Just as Lin and Mo contemplated the feasibility of removing the peculiar trait, the black-haired figure suddenly stiffened, and their armor shattered like porcelain, clattering to the ground. Crimson, a striking red, began to seep into their garments, and an imposing stature that only the most formidable could possess began to swell and solidify. The once hollow, dark golden eyes transformed into vibrant emerald orbs. Let the melody of light resound. A voice, strikingly different from that of King Arthur, emerged from their lips. Upon hearing this proclamation, Lin and Mo finally comprehended why the peculiar trait had exhibited such vivacity. To his astonishment, that was not merely the whimsical figure-esque trait. It was Nero-esque. What on earth? Why is there Nero-esque trait? Lin and Mo inwardly cursed, then prepared to urge Qiana to swiftly remove the peculiar trait before the black-haired figure could unleash a melodious chaos. He certainly did not wish to endure the cacophony. Yet, someone else found this intolerable. Just as Nero was about to unleash her melodic prowess, her arm, encased in black-red armor, abruptly seized her neck, thwarting her reckless endeavor. Cough, cough, cough. Do not stop me. I wish to sing. Before she could finish her sentence, the animated trait atop her head was yanked away by another hand. With a wail, Nero instantaneously vanished, her once vibrant crimson attire gradually cloaked in darkness. The black-haired figure, leveraging her strength, forcibly returned to the scene and severed Nero's connection. Furthermore, to prevent any shameless French tyrant from intruding, the black-haired figure promptly discarded the distorted trait into the trash. Spitting disdainfully, "Wretched thing, you've disrupted my enjoyment." With a huff of irritation, the black-haired figure resumed her indulgent feast as if nothing had transpired. Observing this, Lin and Mo decided it prudent to refrain from interrupting her further. As for the whimsical figure's original trait, Lin and Mo found himself unconcerned by the time the black-haired figure had satiated her appetite. Midday had arrived. Seizing the moment, she declared, "Since I'm already here, I might as well indulge in another meal." as she proceeded to consume 3 bowls of rice along with a variety of dishes. After clearing the table, Lin Mo gazed at the black-haired figure, sprawled across the sofa, utterly unconcerned with her appearance, exuding an air of despondency. He couldn't help but question whether his second summoning had, in a sense, concluded in failure. Shaking his head in resignation, Lin Mo resolved to redirect his focus and assess the remaining supplies at home. After a tedious inventory, Lin Mo was astounded to discover that, given the current consumption rate, the supplies would barely suffice for a month for the 3 of them. While Qiana had a penchant for food, her appetite remained within the bounds of a normal person. However, the black-haired figure's consumption was rather outrageous. Were it not for her own claims of possessing a corporeal form and being a living being, Lin Mo might have suspected she was still an insatiable heroic spirit. This simply will not do, he mused. It seemed he would need to gather more supplies. Furthermore, he could not allow the black-haired figure to continue this gluttonous behavior. It was not only for the sake of conserving resources, but also for her health. After all, she was now corporeal. Excessive eating could lead to weight gain. Thus, contemplating this matter, Lin Mo decided to take Qiana and the black-haired figure out, equipped with headphones to test the latter's capabilities. Much like acquiring new gear or summoning a new character in a game, it was imperative to ascertain whether she was indeed a horse or a mule. To Lin Mo's proposal, the black-haired figure not only showed no opposition, but was, in fact, eager to engage. Splendid. Master, I've longed to recklessly sever the heads of those undead since I heard that the sand currency has transformed into zombies. Grumbling with excitement, the black-haired figure summoned her armor and longsword, readying herself for battle. Observing this, Qiana felt a twinge of jealousy, believing her own spotlight was being overshadowed. Thus, she resolutely donned the lunar armor that was meant to be a surprise. Qiana, what's this? Lin Mo instinctively inquired about the sudden unlocking of the lunar armor. However, upon noticing Qiana's slightly flushed cheeks, he recalled the circumstances. The permissions partially transferred from Serin had indeed been a revelation. After a brief moment of exasperation, Lin Mo decided to dismiss the matter. Following a brief awkwardness, he regained his composure. After ensuring his equipment was in order, he set off with the 2 of them. The once silent streets were abruptly pierced by the roar of car engines and the incessant sounds of collisions. Ha ha ha! Come on, you sand currency fools! Watch me obliterate you from the driver's seat of a Wuling Hongwang. The black-haired figure shouted with exuberance that black-red magic surged from her, enveloping the entire vehicle, transforming it from an ordinary cargo vehicle into a war chariot that emerged from the depths of hell, ruthlessly harvesting the zombies that were lured by the cacophony of the engines. Lin Mo and Qiana, seated in the back, clutched the vehicle's handrails tightly, their expressions betraying their unease. I should never have let the black-haired figure drive. Although her riding skills could enhance the vehicle, this violent approach seemed to undermine its potential. Lin Mo felt a pang of regret in his heart, wishing to speak up and stop Hey Dai from continuing. However, he was apprehensive that he might accidentally bite his tongue due to the bumpy ride. Left with no choice, Lin Mo gritted his teeth and persevered, hoping to reach their destination swiftly. Suddenly, the shrill sound of screeching brakes pierced the air as a van, ensnared in black and red magic and adorned with severed limbs, skidded to a stop by the roadside. The cacophony attracted the surrounding wandering zombies, drawing them closer. Captain, you stay in the car. Let me handle these nuisances. Hey Dai, still in a state of exhilaration, turned to Lin Mo with a word of assurance before leaping out of the vehicle, brandishing his black and red holy sword to clear the area of zombies. The swift flashes of the sword transformed once intact zombies into mere fragments in an instant. Shielded by the Wind King's barrier, the zombies could not approach Hey Dai, and even the splattered blood and severed limbs were effectively kept at bay. Witnessing this unparalleled display of carnage, Lin Na felt a surge of inexplicable satisfaction. Meanwhile, Qiana was entranced, gazing at the Wind King's barrier enveloping Hey Dai. If only I had such a shield, I wouldn't have to fear getting splattered with zombie blood, she mused. Upon hearing Qiana's murmurs, Lin Mo furrowed his brows in contemplation, recalling that the Hershers of the Void was endowed with a protective barrier. Although it only offered a marginal reduction in physical damage and had low shield points, it could indeed block the blood and limbs that might splatter. Yet considering that the Herschers of the Void primarily engaged in ranged attacks, avoiding the splatter seemed unnecessary. In contrast, the Herschers of Sentience was a melee fighter with a substantial shield. However, the fiery damage would likely reduce flesh to ash, rendering such concerns moot. After pondering this, Lin Mo placed a comforting hand on Qiana's shoulder and said, "Qiana, everyone has their strengths. There's no need to envy others." In response, Qiana shot him a look that conveyed her disappointment, as if to say, "Please spare me the motivational platitudes." Admitting his shortcomings and offering comfort, Lin Mo awkwardly scratched his head and decided to change the subject, continuing to watch He Dai slice through the zombies with ease. Unlike Qiana, who had low base stats upon summoning, He Dai had been summoned with strength comparable to Qiana's current level. Lin Mo speculated that this was akin to certain adventure RPG games, where initial companions might start at low levels, while later additions to the team would possess levels commensurate with the group's current strength. He Dai seemed to fit this mold. This led Lin Mo to ponder the future. If both Qiana and He Dai were to further enhance their powers, even reaching godly status, would he be able to summon deities in the future? The thought excited him immensely, though it was a distant prospect. After summoning the Dullahan King, Lin Mo inspected his skill status. The cooldown remained at 7 days, but the requirement had shifted from slaying 50 zombies to accumulating 500 points of energy. The conversion rate appeared to be 1 point of energy per ordinary zombie, meaning the summoning requirement had increased tenfold. As for why the unit was now energy instead of zombies, Lin Mo surmised it might be due to the emergence of mutated creatures and high-value enemies like the mutated zombies, which were more challenging to confront and contained greater energy. Thus, a simple count of zombies was no longer sufficient. 500 points of energy wasn't particularly daunting for Lin Mo's current team composition. However, the thought of needing 5,000 points to summon the fourth ally, 50,000 for the fifth, and 500,000 for the sixth sent shivers down his spine. He even began to contemplate whether He Dai should unleash his full potential to obliterate the city while Qiana summoned disasters with a snap of her fingers. Just as Lin Mo's thoughts spiraled, a furious roar echoed from a distance, interrupting his reverie. He looked up to see a zombie, one hand larger than the other, charging towards He Dai like a rampaging bull. Yet He Dai showed no fear. With a swift horizontal strike, he cleaved the approaching zombie in half. With the demise of that special zombie, Lin Mo gained 3 points of energy, confirming his earlier hypotheses. Subsequently, Lin Mo instructed He Dai to test the power of his treasure to avoid drawing too much attention. He instructed He Dai to utilize minimal output. Nevertheless, even at its lowest power, a single strike from the curry stick demolished a significant portion of the street. Observing the long trench crackling with red electricity, Lin Mo felt an exhilarating rush. With such a formidable servant, what could they possibly fear in this apocalypse? Seeing He Dai steal the spotlight, Qiana was unwilling to be outdone as she unleashed her wings of light. If He Dai's curry stick was akin to a cannon used to swat flies, Qiana's wings of light resembled laser-guided missiles. Countless small light projectiles erupted from her back, weaving and darting before obliterating the nearby zombies, both on the street and within the buildings. Clearly, the duo's prowess was a dimensional strike against the current zombies. However, the commotion they had caused left Lin Mo little room for praise, and he hurriedly led the two away from the scene. Anxious to evade detection by the safe zone's personnel or other survivors to avoid unnecessary complications, the trio hastily departed, leaving chaos in their wake. Shortly after their exit, a survivor camp located nearest to the battle site dispatched a team to investigate. While referred to as a camp, it was merely a small organization formed by nearby survivors, given that the zombie crisis had only erupted for just over a week and resources remained relatively abundant. This group had managed to maintain a semblance of order. However, with the arrival of flyers from the safe zone, divisions began to emerge among them. Some wished to venture to the safe zone in search of stability, while others felt that the current situation was satisfactory and deemed the outside world too perilous, preferring to remain hidden. Additionally, some sought to capitalize on the chaos, to expand their own power and reign supreme in the apocalypse. In a camp of merely 20 or so individuals, multiple factions had emerged, with many oscillating between alliances. As the camp's morale began to wane, distant explosions reverberated, followed by a series of thunderous blasts. What is happening? Is the military coming in? Are we saved? The previously subdued camp erupted into a cacophony of speculation, stirred by the distant roars. After a lively debate, they ultimately decided to send a few individuals to assess the situation at the site of the explosions. After a hurried trek, several men armed with sticks, riot shields, and holstered pistols arrived at the scene. Taking in the devastation and the ruined streets, they quietly discussed among themselves before unanimously concluding that someone had utilized self-propelled artillery or tanks. The initial explosion resembled that of a shell, while the subsequent sounds echoed like continuous machine gun fire. With this line of reasoning, their eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. After all, if their assumptions were correct, it was highly probable that the military or remnants of a military force were involved. Self-propelled artillery was not something an ordinary civilian could operate without relevant experience. Only veterans with military backgrounds would possess that knowledge. Furthermore, the manner in which the assailants wielded their weaponry suggested ample logistical support. There might even be a larger force stationed nearby or in another location. After such deliberation, a bespectacled young man, appearing to be the intellectual leader of the group, concluded that the military had commenced a purge of the zombies and that the crisis would soon dissipate. The others found this conclusion somewhat hard to believe. However, gazing upon the disheveled streets, compounded by the harsh realities of their circumstances and their yearning for a return to tranquil lives, they chose to overlook the numerous irrationalities embedded within this conclusion, succumbing to a form of self-hypnosis that led them to believe in this assertion. Upon returning to the camp, these individuals began to share the speculative good news with others, much like the bespectacled youth. The rest of the camp, similarly enchanted by the allure of fantasy, sought refuge from the brutalities of reality and thus embraced this notion. That night, the camp erupted with excitement as the good news was relayed fervently, leading to joyous celebrations, as if the impending apocalypse would cease by the morrow. After conducting preliminary tests on the prowess of Dai and Qiana, the trio had no intention of further venturing outside. With the addition of Dai, a voracious eater, dinner was considerably delayed. It wasn't until darkness enveloped the surroundings that Dai remarked she had merely eaten to a point of partial fullness. To this, Lin, Mo, and Qiana could only respond with bemusement. Soon, it was time for personal hygiene. The presence of an additional person, coupled with the drop in temperature, rendered the previous method of one washing while the other waited untenable. After all, both Qiana and Dai were girls, and the time taken for them to wash their hair alone exceeded Lin Mo's bathing duration. Regardless of who washed first, the second person would find the water growing cold midway through. After some contemplation, Lin Mo proposed that they wash together. Although this would mean a degree of crowding, it was indeed the most prudent choice to conserve hot water. Upon hearing she would be sharing a bath with Dai, Qiana felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Sighing, she conceded to the unavoidable circumstance, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Qiana promptly took Dai's hand and led her into the bathroom. Watching the bathroom door slam shut, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. With no one else around, he found himself indulging in a rare moment of levity, muttering an unintelligible remark. He settled onto the living room sofa, awaiting the completion of their washing routine. As the light faded, the two in the bathroom had to switch on the overhead light for illumination. Alone in the living room with nothing to occupy his time, Lin Mo, adhering to the principle of conserving battery and protecting the environment, refrained from turning on any lights. As the saying goes, good deeds are often rewarded. In this instance, Lin Mo, the eco-conscious individual, unexpectedly reaped a reward. A heartwarming cliché once proclaimed that when God closes a door, he opens a window. Lin Mo had previously viewed this as merely a comforting excuse for doing something he did not wish to do. However, today, he found himself reconsidering this perspective. Sometimes, closing a door does not necessitate the search for a window. Due to their playful antics, the time spent in the bathroom was considerably prolonged. When the two emerged, their hair tousled, the water inside had turned nearly cold. In fact, During their frolicking, the water had cooled long before. Nevertheless, neither of them was particularly perturbed by a cold shower, as long as it wasn't during special time. Yet this left Lin and Mo in a predicament. After waiting so long in the living room, he now had to reheat the water in the kitchen. Qiana held the blazing heavenly fire judgment, casting a triumphant glance at He Dai, who could only stare in frustration. "Humph. I told you, either you have it or you don't. You insisted otherwise, but now you're a loss." He Dai, visibly displeased, clenched her fist, evidently enraged at her lack of practical skills. Lin and Mo, observing the unfolding drama, realized that they had spent the entire time in the bathroom engaged in a contest of soft skills rather than anything else. The sense of disappointment washed over him as he halted his internal monologue. At that moment, he simply wished to contemplate whether he should amend his approach. However, it soon became clear to Lin and Mo that he was overthinking. Before the apocalypse, he had participated in several online communities centered around anime discussions. Initially, he believed his several years of theoretical knowledge qualified him as relatively knowledgeable. Yet, upon witnessing the topics discussed by other members, he often felt out of place, realizing he was not as knowledgeable as he had presumed. Now, once again, he experienced that familiar sensation. "What are you planning to do?" to the captain. Qiana glared at He Dai, her previously blue eyes now shimmering with a golden hue. Seeing that Qiana had been thrown off balance by her words, He Dai let out a cold laugh, convinced that victory was within her grasp. Yet, just as she prepared to seize the opportunity, a spear of the void suddenly appeared before her, aimed directly at her face. "I told you to keep your distance from this human." The voice, now transformed into that of a lawmaker, echoed furiously throughout the room. Dodging the incoming spear with a backward lean, He Dai swiftly drew her holy sword, ready to cleave it in half. Simultaneously, half transformed into a lawmaker, Qiana sprang into action. With the authority of a lawmaker, she grasped the spear and infused it with a tremendous amount of destructive energy to reinforce it, successfully blocking He Dai's strike. The clash of metal resonated, and amidst the shower of sparks, the two locked eyes before swiftly retreating to establish a standoff. Caught between the two, Lin and Mo was startled as a flurry of sparks erupted before him, only to find the two now positioned on opposite sides of the bed, ready for confrontation. Although he had not fully grasped the events that had transpired, Lin and Mo understood one thing. Under no circumstances could he allow them to fight within the confines of the room. "Please stop fighting. Stop fighting." Perhaps influenced by the plethora of internet memes he had encountered, Lin and Mo instinctively shouted out a well-known phrase urging for peace. As characters summoned by Lin and Mo, both women possessed intrinsic knowledge of many aspects of this world, largely derived from him. Thus, they were aware of the reference. The atmosphere grew awkward, with Qiana and He Dai exchanging irritated glances at Lin and Mo, seemingly blaming him for his inability to read the room. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, Lin Mo hastily sought to remedy the situation. Yet, faced with the current scenario, akin to a battlefield, he couldn't shamelessly utter, "You are both my wings." Wait, this might actually work. He realized that resolving the tension between the two didn't necessarily require addressing their relationship. He could instead create a scenario that united them against a common foe. With this plan forming in his mind, Lin and Mo made a decisive choice. As the proverb goes, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" Today, Lin and Mo was prepared to take the plunge. The worst that could happen was needing to placate them the following day. After mentally preparing himself, Lin and Mo took a deep breath and finally uttered the words that could provoke a united assault from the leading lady and the second lead. "You are both my wings." As soon as Lin Mo's words echoed in the room, silence fell once more. However, unlike the previous awkwardness, Lin and Mo felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if impending doom loomed just around the corner. Suddenly, both adversaries turned their gaze toward Lin and Mo. Their eyes, one a mesmerizing gold blue and the other a dull, lifeless gold, fixated on him like a lioness locking on her prey. "Oh no, they won't team up to attack me. Will they?" Lin and Mo now feels a profound sense of regret. He had underestimated the affection that the girls he summoned held for him, in his decision to not choose between them, but rather to embrace them all. They surprisingly managed to achieve a cooperative victory. However, the outcome of their strategic alliance was that Lin and Mo found himself facing an unprecedented crisis. Upon opening his eyes once more, he realized that dawn had broken outside. Thanks to Avalon's presence, Lin Mo's physical state remained relatively stable, but he felt mentally exhausted. Rising to glance towards the balcony, he noticed Qiana engaging in stretching exercises. The girl, bathed in sunlight, radiated vitality. Her smile so healing that she seemed like an entirely different person from the night before. I could see that moment. Hey Dai sauntered in, casually greeting Lin Mo upon noticing he was awake. This relaxed and pleasant routine led Lin Mo to question whether everything from the previous night had merely been a dream. Haha, he chuckled to himself. I was indeed dreaming last night. With a self-deprecating smile, Lin Mo rose and made his way to the bathroom to wash up. After freshening up and having breakfast, the three of them set out early. Haydai's arrival posed a significant challenge to the household's food supplies. Considering that he would summon more characters in the future, Lin Mo resolved to continue gathering resources to enhance their survival prospects. However, before that, he decided to clear out his neighbors' residences to serve as additional storage and living space. Initially, Lin Mo intended to pick the locks to ensure the doors remained intact, yet lacking the necessary skills. It was ultimately Qiana who, utilizing some of the powers of the Hershers of the Void, created a small rift to reach through the door and unlock it from within. Unfortunately, Qiana had not fully unlocked the powers of the Hershers yet, so she could only create a rift of moderate size. Otherwise, Lin Mo mused, there would be no place in this world that he couldn't access. Once the door was opened, Haydai boldly stepped inside, followed closely by Lin Mo and Qiana. As they began to investigate the various rooms on the day Qiana was summoned, the area had been intermittently filled with the growls of zombies. At that time, Lin Mo and Qiana had been busy transporting supplies and had momentarily overlooked this place. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the area had suddenly fallen silent. Lin Mo had also neglected this detail. But in hindsight, he felt that such unusual quietude must indicate something amiss. His suspicions were soon confirmed. Master, there is something unusual in the bedroom, Haydai's voice called out. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Qiana exchanged glances and hurried towards the bedroom. Upon entering, they were drawn to a pulsating mass of flesh on the bed, radiating a sinister purple light. Upon seeing this entity, Qiana's pupils constricted, and she quickly positioned herself in front of Lin Mo. Captain, be careful. That's a Hersher's beast, she exclaimed, drawing her twin pistols and aiming them at the writhing mass. Sensing the impending threat of death, the previously squirming mass suddenly contracted, and a pair of wings burst forth from it. With a flurry of flaps, it attempted to escape through the window. Qiana would not allow such an escape. With a rapid series of shots, she obliterated the creature that resembled a Hersher's beast. As the beast perished, purple energy began to dissipate into the surroundings. Witnessing this, Qiana quickly holstered her pistols and gathered the energy into her hands. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Lin Mo, an ordinary person, processed what had happened, Qiana was already intently examining the residual Hersher's energy on her fingertips. Qiana, was that truly a Hersher's beast? Lin Mo inquired, bewildered. How could there be Hersher's beasts in this world? To Lin Mo's question, Qiana bore a complex expression. Yet before she could respond, she seemed to recall something and dashed towards another household. I can't explain now. Captain, our home is in grave danger. With that, Qiana vanished from Lin Mo's sight. Following her departure, the sound of the door being forcefully broken down and a rapid succession of gunfire echoed in the IT was evident that Qiana was in a hurry. No longer taking the time to utilize her Hersher's powers to unlock doors. The gunfire confirmed that a dire situation was at hand. At this point, a dreadful hypothesis began to form in Lin Mo's mind. The nearby zombies had grown unusually quiet. Could it be that they were all slowly transforming into Hersher's beasts? The mere thought of this caused a cold sweat to bead on Lin Mo's forehead. Compared to flesh and blood beings, even an ordinary individual could manage to deal with zombies. But Hersher's beasts, born from Hersher's energy, were a different matter entirely. In terms of both defense and attack, they were not something to be trifled with. A tank-class Hersher's beast was named so not because it resembled a tank, but because its defensive and offensive capabilities were akin to those of an armored vehicle. Conventional infantry weapons would be utterly ineffective against them. An ordinary person would be left with nothing but despair in the face of such entities. Lin and Mo could hardly fathom the disastrous consequences if such a creature were to invade his home. The walls would be effortlessly shattered, and the floors would tremble and collapse. His once safe haven could swiftly be reduced to rubble. The thought of losing his home left Lin and Mo feeling utterly despondent. A derelict house could not exist without a home. Without a home, where would he find solace? Qiana, please be cautious and avoid causing too much commotion. This building cannot withstand significant turmoil. Lin and Mo instinctively called out to Qiana with urgency. Rest assured, Captain, I know my limits, came Qiana's reassuring response from the neighboring space. Clearly, she had engaged another household. With Qiana's reply, Lin and Mo felt a measure of relief at that moment. He also noticed Hey Dai standing beside him and curiously asked, "Oh, Saber, why aren't you taking action? I thought you would be eager to join Qiana in dealing with the Hersher's beast." Upon hearing Lin Mo's question, Hey Dai shot him an exasperated glance and replied sternly, "My duty is to protect you. Master, if both Qiana and I were to leave, it would place you in peril. Moreover, this trouble was caused by her. She must resolve her own mess that I will not clean up after her." Lin and Mo could not help but contemplate a scenario he wished to avoid in the world of Hershers. Every emergence of Hershers was accompanied by widespread devastation. Besides the Hershers themselves, many Hershers beasts and deaths appeared due to the radiation of Hershers energy. If Heidai's assertion held true, it implied that the Hershers beasts in this building were indeed birthed from the Hershers energy radiated by Qiana. This, in turn, clarified why the surrounding zombies had fallen silent shortly after Qiana's summoning. Damn it, does it have to be so close to the established lore? Lin and Mo cursed inwardly. With this, the original zombie crisis would now be compounded by another Hersher's catastrophe. With urgency, Lin and Mo hastened towards the direction where Qiana had gone. He was genuinely concerned about her current state, for the emergence of a Hershers did not merely signify the transformation of the Hershers itself. It also entailed being influenced by the Hersher's consciousness within the final cocoon. The Qiana of the present was certainly not the same as the one from the later stages of Honkai Impact 3, who had matured and could shoulder the future of humanity and the Earth. Lin and Mo could only pray that the Hersher's consciousness would treat Qiana with the same care it would its own daughter. After a hurried journey, Lin and Mo finally reached Qiana's side. Upon seeing her, he felt a wave of concern wash over him. The once white moonlight armor had now transformed into a shade of purple, visibly emanating particles of Hersher's energy. This is bad. She has clearly been corrupted by the Hershers. Lin and Mo silently lamented, recalling the instance he had seen in the comics, where Qiana's moonlight state exhibited signs of quasi-Hersher transformation. It seemed reminiscent of the core power of the Hershers of Death, which had only been averted from causing widespread casualties due to Fu Hua's intervention. Alas, could it be that the absence of Sierra in this world has led to Qiana encompassing even the law of death? "Captain, do not approach." Upon noticing Lin Mo's approach, Qiana quickly exclaimed, crossing her arms and retreating to the corner of the room. The ever-loyal Hey Dai, sensing the palpable danger emanating from Qiana, promptly positioned himself in front of Lin and Mo. "Master, this individual is currently behaving quite peculiarly as she mentioned. It would be wise for you to maintain your distance." With a cold demeanor, Hey Dai pointed his long sword towards the curled-up Qiana in the corner, who was radiating a chaotic energy. "While our time together over the past few days has been delightful, should you pose a threat to the Master's safety, I will not hesitate to eliminate you as a danger." Hey Dai's expression was resolute, as if ready to strike down Qiana at the slightest provocation. Lin and Mo, witnessing this, could not allow such a thing to transpire. He quickly interjected, "Wait, Saber. Qiana is merely struggling to control the chaotic energy within her. Trust me, if we give her some time, everything will be all right." With that, Lin and Mo maneuvered himself between Hey Dai and Qiana, shielding her from the sword while disregarding Hey Dai's protests and Qiana's attempts to evade him. Gently cupping Qiana's cheek, "Qiana, believe in me, and believe in yourself. This chaotic energy is nothing to fear. You are the daughter of the collapse, the future of the end, and a deity of Earth. Such challenges are trivial for you." As their eyes locked, Lin and Mo continued to encourage her. "Qiana, however, trembled with fear as she replied, "But, Captain, I can't control the chaotic energy leaking from within me. I'm afraid I might harm you. I don't want to leave you." Hearing Qiana's pitiful words, Lin Mo's heart swelled with compassion for the girl before him. Taking a deep breath, he decided to take a bold step and embrace Qiana, speaking in a tone that seemed reproachful yet was truly uplifting. "You foolish girl, this chaotic energy is nothing for me to fear. Besides, I am destined to become the strongest Valkyrie. How could I possibly be harmed?" Qiana's face flushed a deeper shade of red at Lin Mo's unabashed declaration, reminding her of their most intimate encounters. "Ah, Captain, you are insufferable. I shall ignore you," Qiana shyly muttered, attempting to push Lin Mo away. However, Lin Mo had no intention of letting go, having calmed Qiana's emotions and elicited her shyness. He seized the moment. While Qiana's thoughts lingered on their previous night, Lin Mo cupped her face and leaned in for a kiss. The unexpected kiss caused Qiana's already flushed face to turn an even deeper crimson. Initially wanting to break free, the prolonged kiss left her feeling weak and compliant, surrendering entirely to Lin Mo's embrace. If this were a world of epic battles, Qiana's transformation into a Hershers would have been interrupted, averting the impending crisis of collapse. Alas, Lin Mo was not Shidu, nor was Qiana an elf. Such an electrifying kiss did not halt Qiana's transformation. Instead, it intensified the process. Fortunately, the seed of humanity planted by the previous generation's Hershers, Alicia, began to manifest in this moment. Neither Qiana nor the deeper consciousness of Sirin lost their rationality despite the escalating transformation. Rather, they gained better control over the powers that had once eluded them. The law of death, the dominion over life and death, was thus shared between the two, while not yet at the level of full transcendence. Qiana and Sirin had begun to grasp the authority of the Hershers of death. Surprisingly, Qiana wielded the power of death, while Sirin controlled the essence of life. This turn of events would likely solidify Sirin's reputation as a little angel. Yet, within the depths of Qiana's consciousness, Sirin seethed with indignation, her cheeks puffing up like a pufferfish. Clearly, the self-proclaimed queen of collapse from her previous life found it utterly unacceptable to have acquired the power of life. Returning to the present, with Lin Mo's assistance, Qiana completed her transformation into a Hershers. Although not yet at the later stages of ascendance, her appearance had undergone a significant change, resembling the initial transformation of the three distinguished Hershers. Black feathered adornments framed her silver hair, while an elegant dress enveloped her form, accented by a flowing cloak with corrosive edges that billowed in the wind, lending her an air of grace and valor. The delicate white silk, embellished with black feathers, embraced her fair legs, and her sculpted, high-heeled shoes elongated her figure. A sharp blade sliced through the air, producing a sound reminiscent of shattered space. The skeletal shotgun, crafted from elongated bone blades, manifested in Qiana's hands, exuding particles that signified death. In this brand-new guise, one never before seen in the collapse narrative, Qiana Kaslana emerged as the Hershers of death. Lin Mo stood transfixed, utterly astonished by Qiana's transformation. Is this truly the unlocking of a new form? Could it be that with our mutual affection, Qiana can unlock newfound powers? After a moment of wonder, Lin Mo began to connect the dots, contemplating the previous instances of Qiana's strength enhancements. The first instance of the saintly armor, while seemingly devoid of intimate contact, had occurred when they shared a bed 2 nights prior, naturally leading to some embracing. The subsequent unlocking of the moonlight was ostensibly a trade of benefits with Sirin. Yet at its core, it was rooted in the deep connection forged between Lin Mo and Qiana. Now, as they had once again expressed their feelings, with a single kiss sealing their fates, he wondered, if this pattern continued, might Qiana ascend to godhood in the near future? Contemplating this, Lin Mo glanced at the exhilarated Qiana, marveling at her new form, before turning to the surprised Hey Dai. If Qiana could grow stronger through such means, could Saber also enhance her powers through magical replenishment, thus nearing divinity herself? As this thought emerged, Lin Mo envisioned the two of them striving to attain godhood together, causing his expression to take on a rather mischievous and suggestive quality. Under the scrutiny of such a gaze, even Dai, who initially held a favorable impression of Lin Mo and had prior experience with magical replenishment, felt a shiver run down her spine, instinctively rubbing her arms to ensure she hadn't developed goosebumps from his unsettling stare. "Master, please maintain some decorum. While I would gladly engage in magical replenishment with you, it is ultimately inappropriate to do so in broad daylight." In contrast to Qiana and the bashful Daimao Wang, Dai evidently embodies a forthright disposition, unreservedly expressing her thoughts, which left Lin Mo feeling exceedingly embarrassed, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. How can Saber speak so bluntly? He mused quietly to himself. Yet, in truth, he found himself rather fond of Dai's straightforward nature. After all, had it been the more timid Daimao Wang, despite the high regard he held for her, Lin Mo believed that the divine ascension he envisioned might indeed stretch into an indefinite future due to her personality. Moreover, articulating one's thoughts directly was far more preferable than leaving others to guess. Lin Mo had no desire to become ensnared in the convoluted mental battles of romance, in the apocalyptic world they inhabited. There was no need for frivolities. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lin Mo, the camp he had once considered fortunate had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. The morning light found a camp member, roused from a drunken slumber, disturbed by a sound akin to the buzzing of mosquitoes. "What on earth? I send tea at winter. How can there still be mosquitoes?" He grumbled softly, preparing to resolve his pressing needs in the restroom. However, as he rose, the peculiar buzzing grew ever closer. Instinctively, he turned towards the source of the sound, only to be met with sheer terror as he beheld a creature the size of a basin, white with purple markings, approaching him. Instinctively, he felt the urge to scream in fright. That very moment, the mosquito-like entity emitted a brilliant flash, transforming into a purple streak of light that pierced through his mouth. With a sickening sound, the creature's conical proboscis, as thick as a wrist, drilled a large hole through his neck, blood erupting from the severed vessel in geysers, cascading down like rain. Such a horrifying spectacle failed to attract the attention of the other camp members. After all, the disparity in strength between the mosquito-like monstrosity and the ordinary individuals was insurmountable. Most camp members would scarcely have time to call for help before being struck down in a single blow. Having dispatched the unfortunate camp member, the mosquito-like creature swiftly sought its next target. That moment, it was not alone in its relentless slaughter of the camp's inhabitants. The camp members on the periphery were rapidly harvested by this monstrous entity. However, as it drew closer to the center of the camp, it was inevitably discovered amidst the simultaneous observations of numerous witnesses. Cries of despair and sporadic gunfire echoed through the camp, plunging the entire area into chaos. With the din escalating, other varieties of these nightmarish creatures began to converge upon the camp, in stark contrast to the game world, where only the bodies of NPCs lay on the ground. The grim reality for ordinary people encountering these aberrations was one of unspeakable horror and bloodshed. In mere moments, the once boisterous camp fell silent, ensnared in an enduring stillness. Similar scenes unfolded in other camps, though those farther from Lin Mo's abode faced significantly lesser numbers and weaker creatures. Thus, while the camps ultimately fell, a handful of survivors managed to escape, including several girls who suddenly discovered newfound strength. Once victims of bullying within the camp, they were now endowed with powers far beyond the norm. Although the strongest among them barely reached the B-class Valkyrie level, it was sufficient to overturn their oppression and reclaim their freedom. As Valkyries, or rather, those attuned to the powers of the Honkai, their abilities would gradually enhance in response to the increasing concentration of Honkai energy around them. While most individuals experienced only marginal improvements, the extraordinaries still held a distinct edge. The moment they became Honkai adapters, conventional weaponry and small-caliber firearms became trivial. Those within the camp relied on such meager defenses at best, faced with those who were now impervious to harm and driven mad by the encroaching Honkai energy and their own resentments. The camp's inhabitants stood no chance of resistance. It was a one-sided massacre. In the original world of Honkai, Valkyries were protectors of the realm. Yet, it was abundantly clear that these wretches were unworthy of such guardianship. The young women who had emerged anew from the cataclysm of Honkai banded together, united by shared experiences, deciding to establish their own organization to survive in this dystopian landscape, unaware of the turmoil unfolding outside. Lin Mo and his companions, aided by Qiana's powers as the Hershers of Death, effortlessly eliminated the surrounding Honkai beasts and, thanks to her authority, established a small quarantine zone. This area, centered around Lin Mo's residence, effectively kept Honkai beasts at bay within a 3-kilometer radius. Outside this zone, a plethora of Honkai beasts served as a natural barrier against any nefarious intruders. Qiana had taken these precautions out of concern for Lin Mo's safety, as he had yet to acquire any extraordinary powers beyond the Avalon sheath within him. In the encounter with a Honkai beast, he would likely meet a swift demise. Lin Mo harbored a sense of dissatisfaction regarding his current state, still feeling like a novice. However, as Qiana and Haidai nestled against him, he found solace in the thought that perhaps it wasn't such a dire circumstance after all, due to Qiana's status as the Hershers of Death. Their material collection effort for the day had been postponed once again. The trio merely ventured outside the community to test Qiana's new abilities before returning home. To Lin Mo's surprise, Qiana's powers proved more formidable than he had anticipated. Initially, he believed that her abilities would be less effective against the undead and zombies. Yet, when the black particles representing the authority of the Hershers of Death spread forth, the zombies collapsed like a line of dominoes, their bodily structures disintegrating at a visible pace. Lin Mo realized he had underestimated the efficacy of her powers, reflecting on the similar origins of the Hershers of Death and the abyssal white flower. He found this revelation to be quite reasonable. The authority of death seemingly governed creation and decay, controlling the life and death of cells. Yet, it also possessed the capacity to dismantle inorganic matter, such as mechanical equipment, from the inside out. Rather than categorizing her powers as scientific, they leaned more towards the theological. The concepts of creation and decay transcended mere biological definitions of life and death, existing instead as abstract notions of existence. Regrettably, it appeared that Serin was reluctant to demonstrate the life-giving aspect of her powers, especially after Lin Mo referred to her as Serin, Little Angel, which caused her to feel embarrassed. Lin Mo could only hope to revisit the topic at a later time. However, the life-giving powers did present an opportunity for Lin Mo's earlier aspirations of self-sufficiency through agriculture to manifest. Previously, he had fretted over whether he could cultivate vegetables successfully. Now, with the power of creation at his disposal, the prospect of harvesting crops thrice daily was no longer a mere fantasy. Of course, all of this hinged upon his ability to persuade Serin to assist him willingly. Ultimately, it all returned to the notion of revisiting the matter in the future with a burgeoning sense of hope. Lin Mo's spirits lifted, and he engaged in a game of Dodiju with Qiana and Haidai at home. What had once been a 2-player game of Gamoken now transformed into an enjoyable card game for 3. Successfully convincing Serin to nurture vegetables and other crops in pots during her free time would enable him to achieve self-sufficiency in this apocalyptic world. After their meal, the trio set out once more in the afternoon to gather supplies. This time, Lin Mo included various seeds in their collection list. Unfortunately, it was not the planting season, and despite scouring several seed stations, they only managed to find a small quantity of old, dusty seeds. During their scavenging, they made a point to visit the site where Haidai and Qiana had previously obliterated half a street. Lin Mo sought to ascertain whether there were any signs of others having explored the area. In the midst of this, Qiana, utilizing her perceptive abilities concerning death and Honkai energy, uncovered a camp that had been ravaged by the blood of Honkai beasts. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, Lin Mo was struck by the severity of the situation. For others, the apocalypse is far from the leisurely existence that one might enjoy. For the majority of survivors, merely clinging to life is a stroke of fortune amidst the misfortunes. The tragic demise of a survivor in the camp inevitably evokes memories for Lin Mo of the pink-haired girl who had ventured alone towards the safe zone. Her current state remains a mystery. After all, she was the first and, so far, the only survivor Lin Mo had encountered since the onset of the apocalypse, and he could only hope that fate had treated her kindly. Once Qiana utilized her abilities to disintegrate the remains and severed limbs scattered about the camp, Lin Mo and his companions resumed their quest for supplies. Meanwhile, as Lin Mo, Qiana, and Haidai busily gathered resources, the pink-haired girl, having been on Lin Mo's mind yet subsequently forgotten, finally reached the safe zone. Her appearance was even more disheveled than when Lin Mo had last seen her, had it not been for her intermittent pauses to evade the undead. One might have mistaken her for a wandering zombie. Since parting ways with Lin Mo and his group, she had encountered a series of unfortunate events. Initially, she was pursued down 2 streets by a zombie dog that had sprung from an unexpected corner, followed by a harrowing night spent clinging to a power pole, fleeing from a horde of the undead. After finally arriving in a relatively safer area, she was met with the misfortune of being robbed by other survivors. Armed with the electric shotgun Lin Mo had gifted her, she managed to fend them off, albeit at the cost of her already tattered clothing, just as she thought she could catch her breath after escaping the grasp of those survivors. She found herself face to face with a terrifying Honkai beast. Desperate to survive, she fought valiantly. After a fierce battle, she utilized her extraordinary adaptability to the Honkai and successfully vanquished the creature. However, the exertion left her utterly exhausted, prompting her to seek refuge in a nearby garbage bin to recuperate. Overwhelmed by fatigue, she succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, she discovered an astonishing transformation had occurred within her body. New black hair sprouted from her roots, her formerly short pink locks cascading into long strands of black and pink. Her height had dramatically increased from 1.59 meters to 1.79 meters, her once flabby abdomen now transformed into a set of defined abs. And her previously flat physique gained subtle curves. Her strength, speed, reflexes, and dynamic perception had all significantly improved. All her wounds had vanished, and her skin, while retaining its softness and elasticity, had become remarkably resilient, almost impervious to blades and bullets. What thrilled her the most was that her once mediocre face, even with a layer of makeup, had transformed into something considerably more appealing, though not striking enough to captivate at first glance. It paired well with her newly elongated silhouette, rendering her quite attractive. Elated by her transformation, she celebrated for a lengthy period. Understanding the principle that the tall tree attracts the wind, she opted for discretion despite her newfound power. After donning a set of tattered yet fitting clothes, she set off once more, navigating through various challenges until she finally arrived at the safe zone. However, this safe zone was starkly different from her expectations. The dilapidated walls, scattered shell casings, burning vehicles, and the occasional dismembered limb lurking in corners painted a grim picture, making her realize that this was likely not a sanctuary. Fortunately, the safe zone had not succumbed to total destruction, validating the arduous journey she had undertaken over the past few days. Regrettably, the area was in dire need of reconstruction, and her arrival coincided with the efforts to rebuild, in comparison to smaller camps. This safe zone boasted a considerable advantage in terms of survivor numbers and weaponry. Nevertheless, the influx of people had also drawn more Honkai beasts, resulting in intensified assaults after the Honkai's emergence. Thanks to the remnants of military-grade weaponry and the assistance of extraordinary individuals, the safe zone narrowly escaped annihilation at a tremendous cost. The defense efforts had nearly depleted their heavy equipment, and many capable individuals had perished or sustained grievous injuries. Had they not filtered out those of questionable character during recruitment, the safe zone might have descended into chaos, with order completely collapsing. Upon her arrival, a soldier missing half an arm welcomed her. Learning that she was alone and had exhibited preliminary signs of superpowers, he assigned her to the engineering department to assist with the reconstruction efforts, quite literally, moving bricks. Initially, she was unwilling, but observing that most of the able-bodied men had been gravely injured, with only a few lightly wounded ones engaged in more critical tasks, she noticed that the labor of clearing debris and repairing walls fell to the elderly, women, and children. Unable to ignore her conscience, she ultimately joined the brick-moving brigade, lamenting internally, "The plight of the laborer is a hard one." Meanwhile, as the pink-haired girl toiled as a lowly worker on the construction site, Lin Mo successfully cultivated the first batch of vegetables. After persuading Silin, the power of the laws of life was finally set into motion. Under Silin's angelic influence, the seeds in the pots quickly took root, sprouting branches and leaves, ultimately yielding fruits. The sight of tomatoes and cucumbers flourishing in their pots brought immense joy to Lin and Mo and his companions, although their efforts had consumed considerable time. The results were gratifying. After all, growing vegetables involves more than merely hastening their growth. Watering, fertilizing, erecting supports, and hand-pollinating were also necessary tasks. Due to their inexperience, the trio encountered numerous humorous blunders. Nevertheless, they managed to complete the cultivation process by consulting the agricultural books they had scavenged. During this endeavor, Lin and Mo finally witnessed Silin's manifestation as the arbiter of life. However, perhaps due to their inherent connection, the appearance of the arbiter of life bore little distinction from that of the arbiter of death. The only notable changes were the color shift from deep black to pure white. The cloak adorned with corrosive marks transformed into a shawl resembling angelic feathers, and the decorations on her attire shifted from symbols of death to those representing rebirth. Yet, Lin and Mo paid little heed to the finer details. With the successful cultivation of vegetables, Lin and Mo and his companions no longer needed to worry about food shortages during the winter, with their quality of life improved. The trio enjoyed hearty meals and restful sleep, and their resource-gathering efforts progressed steadily. The neighboring house they had cleared was gradually filled to capacity. Time flew by, and soon 3 weeks had passed. Once again, it was time for the exhilarating summoning phase, and Lin and Mo could hardly contain his excitement. Although he now had Qiana and Haidai by his side, who would ever complain about having too many allies? Qiana and Haidai did not oppose the idea of summoning a new companion. While they possessed a degree of possessiveness, they were not malicious individuals. They would not hinder the arrival of newcomers simply because their presence might divide the captain's attention. The anticipation was palpable. One could only wonder what character the captain would summon this time. Ideally, it would be wonderful if the captain could bring Mei into their fold, alleviating their concerns about meals. Moreover, I can also indulge in close moments with Captain Mei, while Qiana, with a look of infatuation, giggles foolishly. Beside them, Haidai appears indifferent. Although Qiana can be considered a respectable adversary, Haidai believes she pales in comparison to her own prowess as a Type Moon platform. As for the servant that Lin and Mo is about to summon, Haidai thinks that unless it's a succubus, she will never concede defeat. It is uncertain whether this is due to the influence of Lin and Mo, her master, or the drawbacks stemming from an inherent high affinity. For some reason, both Qiana and Haidai's thoughts are always tinged with emotions. This is something that troubles Lin and Mo greatly. Thus, he hopes to summon a character whose needs are not too demanding, or perhaps one who is more composed and rational. Alternatively, he could summon a mech girl, which would not only satisfy his childhood preferences but also meet his current requirements. This is what Lin and Mo mused internally. However, he could only ponder such thoughts, for summoning is a random endeavor, and the only certainty is that he will summon a character from the two-dimensional realm. Taking a deep breath, Lin and Mo commenced the summoning. After a series of incantations of his own concoction, the summoning began. Golden light flooded the room. Once again, Lin summoned the golden legend. As the golden glow gradually dissipated, the three of them eagerly awaited the arrival of the newcomer. Soon, the figure appeared before their eyes. A flowing cascade of purple braids, a somewhat expressionless face, a prominent and fair bosom, a super short purple kimono, and long, slender legs encased in purple stockings. It was none other than Raiden Mei. Just as Lin and Mo was about to utter her name upon recognizing her, Qiana dashed forward, embracing the newcomer and burying her face in her formidable chest, nuzzling with delight. Fantastic! It's Mei, though. I don't know why you've gotten so big. With you by my side, I feel as powerful as 100 people, she exclaimed with uncontainable joy in response to Qiana's affectionate gesture. The newcomer did not resist, but furrowed her brow and explained. Little girl, you have mistaken me. I am Raiden Shogun, not Mei. Her voice, identical to Lin Mo's memories, sounded notably indifferent. Upon hearing this, Qiana, who was nuzzling, momentarily calmed down. She sniffed the air around Raiden Shogun, and her expression gradually morphed into one of disappointment. How could this be? Though she resembles Mei, the scent is indeed not hers. With a wistful sigh, Qiana finally released Raiden Shogun and returned to Lin Mo's side. Observing Qiana's disillusioned demeanor, Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words. "Hey, Qiana, just how sensitive is your nose to distinguish this?" he remarked. However, he couldn't help but wonder how Qiana would react if Mei, Raiden Shogun, Raiden Makoto, and Huang Quan stood together. Imagining such a scenario, Lin Mo then glanced at Haidai. Speaking of which, Saber seems even more prevalent. It appeared that due to her being a puppet, Raiden Shogun seemed somewhat stiff and taciturn. Her demeanor reminded Lin Mo of the jest he made during the summoning, wishing to call forth a mech girl. Well, technically, the Shogun could be considered an unusual type of mech girl. Moreover, she is a biomech girl. Unlike the coldness of steel, the Shogun's appearance, which is evidently supple and bouncy, is undeniably more appealing. The question remains, just how lifelike is she? It is said that she was crafted by Raiden Makoto to resemble herself. Does this count as a unique form of divine imitation? No, perhaps it is indeed divine imitation. It seemed that due to the indulgence of the past few days spent with Qiana and the others, Lin Mo's thoughts drifted towards vibrant and colorful possibilities upon gazing at Raiden Shogun. Captain, should we go out today to gather supplies? Or shall we test the Shogun's abilities? Speaking of which, does she wield a katana like Mei? Qiana's voice broke through Lin Mo's reverie, prompting him to hastily return to reality. "Ah, you mean that? Let me think, he replied, somewhat flustered, quickly steering his thoughts back to the matter at hand. In this contemplation, Lin Mo discovered something worth trying. Considering Raiden Shogun can control lightning, could she possibly provide power to modern electrical devices? As this idea took root in Lin Mo's mind, his thoughts spiraled out of control that if he could truly utilize Raiden Shogun as a mobile power station, then all the various electrical devices that have been rendered useless due to power outages could once again be operational. Not to mention, Lin Mo's computer could run again, and their nighttime entertainment would no longer be limited to merely playing cards. Furthermore, with electricity, the elevator could be functional, making it much easier for Qiana and the others to transport supplies. Their travels would also benefit from quieter electric vehicles, reducing the risk of attracting zombies, corrupted beasts, and other survivors. The more he pondered, the more excited Lin Mo became, to the extent that he completely overlooked Raiden Shogun's inherent strength as a divine puppet, as well as the fact that there might be a Raiden Makoto residing within her. At this moment, Lin Mo felt it was time to act. He quickly took Raiden Shogun's hand and led her towards the kitchen. Before powering complex electronic devices like computers and phones, Lin Mo intended to start with something simpler. Like a kettle to as he tugged at Raiden Shogun's hand. She followed him obediently, resembling a docile little girl. Qiana and Haidai exchanged curious glances before following suit. "Qiana, Saber, it's time to witness a miracle. Whether we can return to a life free from power worries depends entirely on the Shogun," Lin Mo exclaimed excitedly to Qiana and Haidai. Then, under their astonished gazes, he handed the kettle's plug to Raiden Shogun. Almost instantaneously, as Raiden Shogun's fingers brushed against the plug, she seemed to grasp Lin Mo's intentions, and a purple current crackled at her fingertips. With a pop, the kettle's switch activated automatically, and the indicator light lit up. Lin Mo's eyes widened with delight. He felt as though he had glimpsed hope and a promising future. "Everyone, we finally have power again," Lin Mo joyfully announced to Qiana and Saber. However, what puzzled Lin Mo was that, after a brief moment of surprise, Qiana and Haidai's expressions suddenly turned strange. "Captain, the kettle seems to be smoking," Qiana remarked worriedly, pointing at the kettle that Lin Mo had treated like a holy grail. "What? Smoking?" Upon hearing Qiana's warning, Lin Mo looked down in shock at the appliance in his hands. A hissing sound accompanied by wisps of black smoke billowed from the kettle, and a burnt odor quickly filled the air. "Oh no, this doesn't seem good at all." Before Lin Mo could finish his thoughts, the kettle, already on the brink of its limits, exploded spectacularly. "Captain! Master!" In an instant, steam and smoke filled the air, and both Qiana and Haidai exclaimed as they rushed forward to assist Lin Mo. Yet, they unexpectedly found themselves grasping at nothing. "What happened? Where's the captain?" Qiana asked, perplexed, scanning her surroundings. Meanwhile, Haidai, relying on her intuition, pinpointed Lin Mo's location and solemnly stated, in the living room. Upon receiving a reminder from Haidai, Qiana hastily turned and returned to the living room. Upon their arrival, they beheld their captain, Yuju, being embraced by the Raiden Shogun, with tendrils of lightning flickering around her. One could faintly observe the remnants of the shattered kettle and droplets of water that had splattered during the explosion. These fragments and droplets were thwarted by the electromagnetic barrier that the Raiden Shogun had erected, yet, due to the nature of the barrier, they were drawn in and accompanied them into the living room. Qiana gasped, swallowing hard at the sight, her expression one of utter astonishment. Beside her, Haidai wore a grave countenance, realizing she had encountered a formidable rival. The sheer power of the Raiden Shogun was evident from this spectacle, causing Qiana, who had recently awakened her powers as the Hershers of Death, to recognize her own inadequacies. She realized that her previous arrogance and complacency were misplaced. Having basked in newfound strength, she now understood that such pride was merely hubris. If she continued on this path of negligence, she could find herself unable to protect her captain, merely watching as she was swept into another's embrace. Haidai shared similar sentiments, acknowledging her own recent lethargy and the pressing need to resume her training. In stark contrast to the mutual realization of struggle between Qiana and Haidai, Lin Mo, cradled in the arms of the Raiden Shogun and with the thunderous presence close to his face, was momentarily lost in a daze, questioning his own identity and surroundings. To his astonishment, the general's prowess was staggering, far beyond what the youthful appearances of Qiana and Saber could suggest. It was clear that Lin Mo was somewhat bewitched by the scene. Yet this was understandable. Who could resist the allure of being embraced by an older, sister-like figure, with such electrifying proximity? Nevertheless, as Lin Mo had recently indulged in more mature experiences, he quickly regained his composure and realized that asking the general to venture into the kitchen had been a grave error. It was not a matter of underutilizing her abilities. Rather, the Raiden Shogun clearly had a reputation for culinary disasters, capable of turning a simple task like boiling water into a kitchen catastrophe. At that moment, Lin Mo comprehended why the general was the only character in the game incapable of cooking. If she were to attempt it, the kitchen would likely be in ruins before any dish could be prepared. It seemed in Teyvat, it wasn't that the general couldn't cook. Rather, she had long been blacklisted by every kitchen and restaurant, even by the god of the stove. Upon recognizing the general's limitations, Lin Mo adapted his testing apparatus to draw power from other electrical devices. The results were promising. Aside from kitchen tools, the Raiden Shogun could adeptly manage electrical currents, powering various electronic devices directly. Furthermore, she could even charge devices without direct contact, which alleviated many complications that AS for the kitchen appliances. Lin Mo ingeniously devised a plan where the general would charge a battery, which would then supply power to the kitchen devices. The formidable mobile power station that was the Raiden Shogun inspired Lin Mo to alter his plans for resource gathering. Incorporating a wider array of electrical appliances and devices, particularly targeting items like smartphones and computers, which were deemed superfluous by most in the current apocalyptic landscape, but he envisioned that once he summoned enough companions, they could indulge in gaming during their leisure time. The mere thought of forming a team with a group of beautiful girls filled Lin Mo with anticipation. He even contemplated finding an internet CF, seizing its servers and computers, or perhaps fortifying one to establish a base for their future gaming endeavors. Countless ideas fluttered through Lin Mo's mind, but ultimately, he resolved to focus on immediate needs. Ensuring the equipment for his small group was operational first. Thus, under the Raiden Shogun's power supply, Lin Mo and his companions set out in an electric van. They wound their way to the previously designated danger zone of the commercial city. Due to the presence of monsters, the inventory here was relatively well stocked, and the basement level housed a network card, making it an excellent choice for conversion into a base and esports hub. Lin Mo felt little concern for the monsters lurking about in his team. Aside from himself, the others were all seasoned veterans. Moreover, with Avalon and the dual lifelines provided by the Hershers of Death's powers, coupled with the general skills to trigger lightning damage, there was nothing to fear. After parking the vehicle in a secluded corner, Lin Mo and his companions entered the shopping mall. Their formation consisted of Haidai at the front, Qiana beside her, and the general bringing up the rear, ensuring Lin Mo's safety against any unforeseen dangers. Aware that this was not the time for machismo, Lin and Mo accepted his role and allowed the three to take charge. For they possessed far more combat experience than he did. As they stepped into the mall, the previously extinguished lights flickered back to life. This was not due to any supernatural presence or prior visitors, but rather the manifestation of the Raiden Shogun's abilities. Unlike the general from a game, who possessed only a few skills, the Raiden Shogun summoned by Lin Mo exhibited unparalleled control over electricity. Under her power, the mall's lights illuminated and the dormant electronic facilities sprang to life. However, as the mall gradually brightened, the group was confronted with the chaotic scene within. Various items lay haphazardly scattered about, and dark stains of blood indicated that others had been there before. Strange, viscous substances clung to the walls and ceilings, suggesting the presence of lurking monsters. Just as Lin Mo approached one of these peculiar masses, intent on discerning its nature, an unexpected flicker of light and shadow caught his attention, as if something had obscured the overhead lights. "Captain, be cautious. Something is approaching." Qiana, ever sensitive to biological movements, immediately detected the anomaly and promptly snapped her fingers at the flickering shadows. The sharp sound of her gesture resonated, accompanied by waves of death energy that rapidly expanded outward. As the death energy collided with the monsters concealed within the shadows, the Raiden Shogun's abilities activated, unleashing arcs of lightning. The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed throughout the space. Lin Mo glimpsed several nearly transparent creatures writhing on the floor before dissipating into black mist. Silence settled in, a long and profound stillness. Lin Mo waited, anticipating the emergence of more monsters, yet none appeared. Captain, what are you waiting for?" Qiana inquired, noticing Lin Mo's hesitation to move or speak. The minor creatures have been cleared. Shouldn't we be preparing for a boss battle?" Lin Mo voiced his initial conjecture, though he already harbored suspicions. Captain, you overestimate those creatures. With me on the scene, they've surely all been vanquished," Qiana retorted, rolling her eyes at Lin Mo before puffing out her chest with pride. Lin Mo, taking her response in stride, scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. "Oh, I see. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Since the monsters are dealt with, let us hasten to collect supplies. We have stumbled upon a treasure trove of goods. Everyone is free to take what they fancy." With an awkward smile, Lin Mo gestured for the others to disperse freely. However, it became evident that he had underestimated the clinginess of the three women. "Captain, why don't you accompany us as we explore?" With the three women closely guarding him, Lin Mo awkwardly wandered through the mall, and he now feels immensely fortunate that Qiana, Saber, and Raiden Shogun are all unabashed food enthusiasts. The trio, aside from their keen interest in the snack section, seemed rather indifferent to other areas, as indulging in snacks requires the use of one's hands. Lin Mo found himself liberating from his burdens. However, despite the three ladies' lack of interest in other items, Lin Mo could not afford to solely focus on eating. He called upon the trio, who were busy sharing snacks, and first led them to the mobile phone and computer stores. As someone with a modicum of knowledge, Lin Mo promptly disregarded the demonstration units on display and instead sought out the storerooms of each shop to select unopened new devices, after filling a cart with a selection of electronic gadgets. Lin Mo took the three ladies to the clothing store. Ordinarily, it would be the male partner being dragged along by the female to shop for clothes. However, it seemed that the ladies beside him had little interest in casual wear. Consequently, the task of dressing up his wives fell squarely upon Lin Mo's shoulders. Although he was previously a novice, he had at least seen enough to know what to do. Having played dress-up games before, he had even spent in-game currency to purchase skins for his virtual wives, selecting a few attractive, comfortable, and aesthetically pleasing outfits for Qiana, and the others was, therefore, well within Lin Mo's capabilities. However, the prices of women's clothing in the mall truly left him in shock. Gazing at garments that cost thousands, yet were merely scraps of fabric, Lin Mo could only be grateful that the apocalypse had arrived. Otherwise, even if he managed to summon Qiana and her companions, he would feel utterly humiliated for being unable to afford clothes for his wives. Is it really a blessing of the apocalypse? For someone like me, whose in-game wife's outfits are more expensive than my real-life wardrobe, even summoning ladies would not suffice for their upkeep. Lin Mo shook his head in contemplation, not wishing to let the girls take risks trying on clothes outside the safety of home. Lin Mo merely assessed a few options that seemed acceptable and decided to take them along. After meandering through the mall, they ultimately arrived at the jewelry section. The three ladies displayed little interest in such material possessions. Yet, Lin Mo was quite exhilarated, performing delightful gestures as he adorned them with some pieces. Unfortunately, the concept of vows seemed non-existent in the world of the three ladies. Otherwise, Lin Mo would have relished the chance to witness their expressions while wearing engagement rings. As for himself, after pondering for a while, he resolved against wearing any jewelry, partly because he was unaccustomed to it, and partly due to his fear that the three ladies might quarrel over who would wear the rings. Continuing their leisurely stroll through the mall, Lin Mo and the others were drawn to a claw machine. "Hey, Captain, let's play over here. I learned some tricks from Bronya before, and I'm really good at it," Qiana exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the claw machine in the distance. Upon hearing her, Lin Mo turned to observe Black Abyss and Raiden Shogun. Seeing no objections from them, he nodded in agreement. "All right, there are 4 machines here. How about we have a little competition?" "Sounds great, but I won't hold back," Qiana eagerly replied. "Well, if it's a contest, I want to give a shot too," Black Abyss chimed in, her competitive spirit ignited. Among the trio, only Raiden Shogun remained unfazed, silently trailing behind them. Lin Mo felt a twinge of helplessness at this sight. Perhaps only Mikai could stir her emotions. Lin Mo ventured to the back to retrieve some game tokens, then divided them among the participants before they began selecting from the claw machines. Each machine contained a different assortment of prizes. Some held figurines, others plush toys, and there were even snacks. One machine, however, contained a mishmash of items, including a gold bar placed prominently at the center. Lin Mo suspected that the gold bar was likely a ruse designed to deceive, yet curiosity compelled him to decide that after their playtime, he would pry open that machine to ascertain the authenticity of the gold bar. The competition commenced swiftly. Qiana licked her lips, confidently maneuvering the claw toward a figurine of May, pure and eternal. At that moment, Lin Mo noticed that the figurine of May was indeed among the prizes in the claw machine, and no wonder Qiana was so eager to play. Her determination was palpable. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration as he also began to play. Lacking experience, he opted for a relatively simple, small plush toy. Meanwhile, Black Abyss aimed for the most challenging prize, targeting the gold bar. That she had a particular fondness for gold. She simply enjoyed the thrill of the challenge. If it weren't for the apocalypse and the presence of mall staff observing nearby, she might have relished the chance to see a greedy merchant suffer a setback. Raiden Shogun chose snacks, yet these inflatable package treats were not as easily attainable as their original prices suggested. The usually composed Shogun now bore a rare serious expression, seeing everyone so engrossed in the game. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, breaking into a fatherly smile. Wait, why did that evoke a fatherly image? After all, today he had helped them select clothes and prepare daily necessities, which did lend him a somewhat paternal aura. Suddenly, Lin Mo's emotions became quite complex, and his expression grew rather peculiar. However, to avoid the mind-bending realization that his daughter's daughters were also his daughters, which could potentially attract the attention of law enforcement, Lin Mo resolved to steer clear of such thoughts. "They're all my wives. They're all my wives." After mentally repeating this twice, Lin Mo redirected his focus to the claw machine before him. Half an hour later, their tokens had all been spent. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Mo also came to appreciate the mall's exploitative nature. The claw machines were indeed as notorious as rumored online, if not worse. The artificially adjusted claw strength and capture precision, along with a devious safety net mechanism, meant that Lin Mo had invested a plethora of tokens and had only garnered plush toys worth less than a third of their value. This was considering the plush toys at market price. Apart from Lin Mo, only the Shogun managed to snag something. After all, even if the snacks were difficult to grab, the odds couldn't be too low. Otherwise, no one would attempt it. Meanwhile, Qiana, who had been yearning for the May figurine, found herself empty-handed, her eyes wistfully fixed on the prize, while Black Abyss had already unsheathed her holy sword, preparing to split the claw machine in two. It was evident that their aspirations had been set too high. Qiana likely hadn't reached the safety net, while Black Abyss had simply fallen victim to their trickery. Naturally, Lin and Mo could not stand idly by. Saber, hold on. This thing is connected to the mall's alarm system. Not if you break it. It will make quite a commotion. He hurriedly intervened to stop Black Abyss. Turning to Qiana, he continued, "Don't be disheartened. Qiana, we can simply pry open the claw machine and retrieve what we desire." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, a smile immediately brightened Qiana's face. Although Black Abyss ceased her actions, a look of dissatisfaction lingered on her features. She had already resolved that if they pried open the claw machine and she discovered the mall staff had tampered with the gold bar, she would hunt down the mall manager, who was likely a zombie by now, and chop him into 8 pieces. The claw machines were soon dismantled by Lin, Mo, and the others. First, they uncovered the coveted May figurine that Qiana had longed for. The moment the claw machine opened, Qiana eagerly reached in to grab it. However, as she did so, she inadvertently revealed the machine's dark secret. A thin line, reminiscent of fishing line, was pulled from the bottom of the claw machine, stretching endlessly. Wow, it's merely a figurine, and yet it's this shady. Lin and Mo couldn't help but click his tongue at the sight. After severing the fishing line, Qiana finally obtained the figurine of May that she had longed for, as for the other figurines in the claw machine. Lin and Mo pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to leave them for those who were fated to have them. After all, he already had the real deal. Collecting two-dimensional figurines would merely take up space. Next came the gold bar that Haidai wished to acquire. Having learned from Qiana's previous experience, he knew that if this gold bar didn't have any adhesive properties, it would truly be a rare find. Sure enough, the moment Haidai picked up the gold bar, she realized what it really was. With a furious expression, she released her grip, and the gold bar, which had just slipped from her hand, promptly adhered to the metallic wall of the claw machine with a resounding thud. What a surprise! It was a piece of magnet. No wonder Haidai had struggled so many times. It always slipped from her grasp. Unlike Lin and Mo's astonishment, Haidai, realizing she had been played, clenched her sword tightly, silently brewing her anger. Just as she was about to explode in silence, Lin and Mo rushed forward and embraced her. "Stay calm, Saber. Take a deep breath. It's normal to be angry, but we shouldn't let these petty tricks ruin our spirits. Besides, those responsible for this might have already turned into zombies, devoured by the monsters lurking in the mall, meeting their just desserts." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Haidai's aura softened slightly. "Tisich, in consideration of your face. Master, I'll let this go for now. However, if I ever encounter the one who deceived me, I shall make them pay," Haidai declared indignantly, sheathing her sword. What was meant to be a light-hearted outing with the claw machine had instead made Lin and Mo acutely aware of the declining morals of society. With their spirits dampened, the group gathered a few more supplies before preparing to leave. Haidai went to drive, while Qiana, Raiden Shogun, and Lin and Mo remained in the mall to guard their provisions, just as everyone assumed the day would proceed uneventfully. Returning home laden with goods, a sudden, thunderous explosion erupted outside. Upon hearing the blast, Lina and Qiana exchanged glances and hurried outside the mall. As they exited, the trio was drawn to a burning van not far away. "Captain, that's our vehicle," Qiana exclaimed instinctively upon seeing her car engulfed in flames. Lin and Mo, concerned for Haidai who was driving, shifted his focus to the burning van that moment. A whoosh cut through the air from a distance. Before Lin and Mo could comprehend the situation, Raiden Shogun unsheathed her naginata and skillfully deflected a bullet that had soared towards them. The ricocheted bullet struck the ground nearby, sparking upon impact. Qiana quickly regained her composure. Seeing someone dare to shoot at Lin and Mo ignited a fierce rage within her. How dare they fire at the captain? This is utterly unforgivable. Let them perish in their own demise. Black Abyss. Lament, enraged and provoked, Qiana unleashed her ultimate skill. The shotgun, enveloped in dark particles, charged up before unleashing a devastating beam of black light that engulfed a significant portion of the enemy's hiding place. In an instant, the world transformed into shades of black and white. As the black light dissipated, the hotel that had once stood tall was now reduced to mere rubble, with even the clouds in the sky being obliterated. Had anyone been in space at that moment, they would have witnessed a black beam piercing through the atmosphere, devouring passing meteors in a spectacle of destruction. Such overwhelming power instantly quelled the spirits of those lurking in the shadows. Poised to strike at Qiana and her companions, they instinctively dropped their weapons and fled in terror. Hearing the commotion around her, Qiana, wishing to continue the assault, found herself weakened from her earlier exertion. Huff! Huff! How infuriating! Don't think you can escape. Gasping for breath, Qiana longed to strike again, but her strength failed her. Just as she was filled with frustration, a black-red beam swept towards the fleeing enemies. Boom! Cars exploded in its wake, and buildings with severed load-bearing walls began to collapse one after another. Those attempting to flee were not spared from the beam's wrath. They barely had time to scream before being reduced to mere remnants of their former selves. Moments later, the beam faded, revealing Haidai, clad in black-red armor. Emerging from the smoke like a hellish fiend, it was evident that the devastating beam had been unleashed by her. The earlier explosion of the van had not harmed her. Instead, it had awakened her ferocity. Under the combined wrath of Qiana and Haidai, the group that had attempted to ambush Lin Mo was all but annihilated, leaving no trace behind. However, Lin Mo did not let his guard down. He knew that the enemies could not be limited to just this group, that in addition to those who had attacked them, there were likely others observing from a distance, ready to signal their comrades. Lin Mo's suspicions proved correct. Raiden Shogun quickly intercepted the enemy's radio signals and pinpointed their location. Indeed, apart from her basic capabilities, she possessed an acute sensitivity to all electrical devices. Wireless communication equipment, such as radios and mobile phones, fell well within her purview. It was no wonder that Raiden Shogun was regarded as the pinnacle of Inazuma's technological advancements. Her mind functioned like a supercomputer, processing information at lightning speed to formulate optimal responses to various emergencies. The legendary automaton was truly formidable. Once the location of the hidden enemies was confirmed, Lin Mo resolved to first neutralize the enemy scout before using their radio to locate their base. This way, they could catch the enemies off guard and eliminate them entirely, preventing any future troubles. Under Raiden Shogun's guidance, Haidai swiftly located the enemy scouts' hiding place and quickly subdued them. Before long, she returned, dragging a twisted figure, tears streaming down their face, reeking of urine, who had fainted from the ordeal. With a thud, she tossed the individual to the ground like refuse, standing aside with a look of disdain. Lin Mo, upon witnessing this, felt no sympathy for the person. After retrieving the radio from them and handing it to Raiden Shogun, he paid little mind to the fate of the individual. In truth, after instructing Haidai to leave a survivor, Lin Mo regretted his decision. Given their current strength and Raiden Shogun's electromagnetic detection abilities, there was no need to interrogate the enemy about their base's location or military strength. No matter how formidable the opposition, could they withstand the might of Qiana and her companions? If each of them unleashed their ultimate attack, even an army would likely falter as for why they had attacked. Did it even matter? In this post-apocalyptic world, was there still a need for reasoning? Lin Mo felt disinclined to engage in dialogue with them. They were not worthy of it. Lin Mo did not immediately seek out the comrades of those who had ambushed them. On one hand, Qiana was somewhat exhausted and not fit for further combat. On the other hand, he wished to assess Haidai's injuries, as the explosion from the van could have harmed her. Thus, Lin Mo decided to rest before seeking retaliation. To avoid potential enemy surveillance, Lin Mo and his group did not return home, but instead sought refuge in a nearby inn as a temporary resting place. Fortunately, Haidai, due to her intuition and armor, had sustained no injuries. She had merely been thrown into a house by the shockwave of the explosion, appearing somewhat disheveled. Seeing that Haidai was unscathed, Lin Mo turned his attention to Qiana. Qiana, are you all right? That last attack truly startled me. How are you feeling now? Still lacking strength. In response to Lin Mo's concern, Qiana's expression remained far from pleasant. When Lin Mo was suddenly ambushed earlier, she felt a surge of flames rising from her chest, followed by the awakening of buried memories belonging to Surin deep within her soul. Separated from her mother, with companions from their shared experiments perishing one by one, enduring the torment of being infused with Hershur's energy daily. The tenderness she had painstakingly regained was once again extinguished like a fleeting dream. Scenes of blood and tears flashed before Qiana's eyes, allowing her to grasp the pain and resentment that Sirin had felt at that time, while simultaneously instilling a profound fear of potentially losing her captain. Unlike the original Qiana, who had numerous friends, mentors, and family as her emotional support, the Qiana summoned by Lin Mo found herself with only Lin Mo as her sole pillar. If Lin Mo were to perish, especially before her eyes, she would likely succumb to despair, delivering a final judgment upon a world that had lost its value. Fortunately, Lin Mo was rescued by Raiden Shogun. Yet, even so, Qiana still felt an uncontrollable rage. Almost instinctively, she unleashed her most potent attack. However, the obliteration of her enemies did little to soothe her turbulent emotions. The earlier encounter had ignited within her a fierce anger and unease. How dare these mere ants lay hands on someone she cherished? It was utterly unforgivable. Damn it, they all deserve to die. Dark mutterings escaped Qiana's lips. Witnessing this, Lin Mo attempted to approach her for further comfort, but was met with a pair of golden eyes filled with shock. Qiana, ew, Lin Mo began, wanting to inquire about her state, but a rift in subspace suddenly appeared behind Qiana, and she swiftly vanished into it. Lin Mo, realizing it was too late to intervene, recalled the slightly deranged expression on Qiana's face, leaving him with a sense of foreboding. The Hershers of the Void had two incarnations in the original narrative. The first was Sirin, and the second was Hershers of Reason. The distinction between the two primarily stemmed from the latter not being a complete embodiment of the former. Hershers of Reason was not merely a manifestation of Sirin's consciousness, but rather a new persona formed from the intertwining of their negative emotions. Thus, while both Sirin and Qiana harbored fond sentiments for Lin Mo and had been persuaded by him, it did not imply that Hershers of Reason, born from their negative feelings, would be equally compliant. After Qiana's departure, Lin Mo quickly pieced everything together. After all, he had engaged deeply with both parties. Neither Sirin nor Qiana retained the essence of the original Hershers of the Void, particularly after uncovering the truth. Lin Mo felt that Sirin leaned more towards the magical girl Sirin, who aimed to triumph in the resurrection contest. Her previous arrogance and haughtiness were merely facades. The Hershers of Reason he had just witnessed was distinctly different. Perhaps it was merely a temporary darkening, but even so, it left Lin Mo with a considerable headache to prevent Qiana from causing too much commotion and drawing excessive attention. Lin Mo deemed it necessary to pursue her. Should Hershers of Reason whimsically decide to annihilate the world, he would be able to enlist Raiden Shogun and Black to intervene as for Qiana's whereabouts. Lin Mo had already surmised. General, where's the base of that group we encountered earlier? We must hurry there. Lin Mo turned to Raiden Shogun, who, without hesitation, led him away from the inn. The group soon located a new energy vehicle nearby, after Raiden Shogun hacked into the vehicle system. They sped towards the base of that faction. Meanwhile, consumed by rage and fear, Qiana, now transformed into Hershers of Reason, had already pinpointed the location of that group within subspace and transmitted herself through the rift. In no time, Qiana arrived at a place that felt like hell to the survivors of the apocalypse. The modus operandi of the previous group revealed them to be nothing more than scum, preying upon other survivors. The scene within the camp only confirmed this. Compared to the outside world, ravaged by Hershers beasts, mutated creatures, and zombies, this place was a true purgatory. While death might await outside, within these confines, one would surely suffer a fate worse than death. Observing the abhorrent sights within the camp, Qiana's expression turned cold. To her, they were merely a hive of insects. What she needed to do was exterminate them. Just then, the guards of the camp noticed the flamboyant and peculiar figure of Hershers of Reason. It's a witch. Damn it, sound the alarm. We cannot allow this wretch to escape and warn others. The guards, after a brief moment of astonishment upon seeing Qiana hovering in midair, quickly sprang into action. However, it was evident that they mistook Hershers of Reason for one of their other sworn enemies. Hearing their shouts, Qiana paid little heed to their labels. She found them exceedingly bothersome. With a flicker of her gaze, a spear of subspace pierced through the void, skewering the guards like candied hawthorn. This action immediately incited the ire of others within the camp. The prepared guards raised their weapons, unleashing a torrent of fire upon Qiana in an instant. A deluge of bullets and rockets rained down towards her. Clearly, the inhabitants of this camp harbored a deep-seated fear of the so-called witch, attacking with unhesitating firepower, in truth, the witch they refer to were those girls imbued with Hersher's energy, originally vulnerable due to the apocalypse and subjected to bullying and oppression. They gained powers far exceeding those of ordinary humans during the Hersher's outbreak. They successfully overthrew their oppressors and banded together, assisting one another while also striving to rescue their suffering sisters. Naturally, their actions led to conflicts within nefarious camps like the one Qiana was currently assaulting. This particular camp had managed to fend off the magical girl's advances using stolen military-grade rockets and large-caliber cannons. However, the might of these witches had left a profound psychological scar on the camp's inhabitants. To dispel their inner fears, these individuals resorted to even more reckless violence against other survivors, fulfilling their grotesque desires through brutality. Yet, today they would face retribution for their misdeeds. As Qiana faced the barrage of bullets and rockets, her expression was one of disdain. Countless portals of subspace opened before her, devouring the incoming projectiles. Then, with a cold snort and an indifferent snap of her fingers, she declared, "Now is the time for judgment." The relentless explosions thunderously engulfed the malevolent camp. The inhabitants within were deprived even of the chance to scream or cry out, mercilessly harvested by a hail of gunfire. Moments later, the subspace gate closed, leaving behind only the disdainful figure of Qiana and the remnants of the shattered camp. Meanwhile, Lin and Mo and his companions, racing towards the scene, heard the continuous blasts echoing in the distance. Just as Lin and Mo began to worry about Qiana's safety, a subspace gate suddenly appeared beneath him, and before he could react, he fell through it. The driver, Dai, quickly slammed on the brakes, while the general in the back seat decisively drew her knife, adorned with a milky sheen. The violet blade, infused with formidable thunder, instantly tore through the front seat and the closing subspace gate. Through the gaping rift, Dai and the riding general glimpsed Lin and Mo, cradled in Qiana's embrace. Surprised at the rending of her subspace gate, Qiana, however, felt no sense of threat, as the Hershers of the void. She dismissed it with a scoff, preparing to close the gate. Yet at that moment, a colossal doll-like arm wielding a long sword once again tore through the fabric of space, creating a much larger opening that ensnared both the Raiden general and Dai. After a tumultuous clash of thunder and smoke, Dai, clad in black and red armor, and the general, now adorned with a new outfit and doll-like appendages, emerged in the subspace, faced with their ominous presence. Qiana remained unfazed. "Fools who do not know their fate," she scoffed, tossing Lin and Mo aside and summoning numerous spears of subspace to strike at her adversaries. Meanwhile, Lin and Mo, having been cast aside, found himself ensnared within a cage formed by virtual cubes, effectively shielding him from harm. Clearly, despite Qiana's current arrogance, she prioritized Lin Mo's safety, keeping him away from the battlefield. Compared to the tumultuous exchanges between the two others, Lin Mo's treatment was indeed far more favorable. Yet, all things come with their pros and cons. While Qiana and Mei had their dramatic confrontations, ultimately sparing each other, Lin and Mo risked being trapped in a dark confinement, exploited mercilessly if he remained unrescued. However, now was not the time for such contemplations, as the battle had already commenced. The disregarded spears of subspace shot forth from all directions, but were deftly blocked by the general's large blade and Dai's holy sword. In fact, while countering the spear attacks, both the general and Dai managed to unleash waves of light, retaliating against Qiana. As the Hershers of the Void, Qiana's defensive capabilities were notably lacking at this moment. Coupled with the odds of 2 against 1, after a fierce exchange, the once arrogant and inflated Qiana now appeared rather beleaguered. Lin and Mo had anticipated such a scenario. After 3 summoning attempts and extensive testing and communication with the 3 characters, he had discerned that their overall strengths were relatively balanced, each showcasing differences in their specialties and roles. Thus, in a 2-on-1 scenario, Qiana, as the Hershers of the Void, could not hope to match the combined might of the general and Dai head-on. Of course, this was only in direct confrontation. Should Qiana desire to flee, neither the general nor Dai could hope to detain her. Their recent breakthrough through the subspace gate was merely a result of Qiana underestimating her opponents. Throughout the skirmish, Qiana recognized this fact. Under normal circumstances, retreat would be advisable when faced with overwhelming odds. Yet her pride as a Hershers made her reluctant to retreat in such a cowardly manner. Moreover, if she fled with the captain, she would lose the opportunity to boast, "Human, you need only serve me." Those two women would be utterly inconsequential in comparison. How infuriating. It should not be this way. It is unforgivable. You all must perish. Consumed by indignation, Qiana screamed hysterically before unleashing her ultimate move. Countless subspace gates materialized behind her, followed by a barrage of beams surging forth like a tidal wave, consuming her foes. Ah! This is the fate of those who oppose me. As the dust settled from the impending explosions, Qiana eagerly proclaimed her victory. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her actions mirrored those of villains who, believing themselves victorious, ultimately fell victim to their own hubris. A deafening roar of thunder erupted from the smoke as the Raiden general, encased in a violet shield, burst forth, wielding her enormous blade, propelled by the might of 1,000 storms, aimed squarely at Qiana. "Impossible!" Qiana exclaimed, hastily maneuvering the surrounding virtual cubes to shield herself, while opening a subspace gate behind her for an escape route. Just then, a furious roar resonated from behind her. Excalibur! A crimson and black spear pierced through a virtual cube, hurtling towards Qiana's back. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted as she found herself besieged from both sides. Cold sweat trickled down her brow. And memories of that winter in Siberia flooded her mind. "No, I refuse to die." Nearly screaming in desperation, Qiana summoned yet another subspace gate, diving into it without a glance back. A violent explosion erupted where she had once stood. Amid the clash of powerful energies, even as she entered the subspace gate, the residual shock waves injured her. "Qiana," Lin Mo exclaimed, his concern evident. As the saying goes, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. He wished no harm upon either side. Just as Lin Mo and the others focused on the explosion, a subspace gate appeared beside him. At a somewhat disheveled, Qiana seized Lin Mo, attempting to pull him into the gate to flee. Observing Qiana's distressed state, Lin Mo felt compelled to intervene. Thus, he attempted to pull Qiana back. Taken by surprise at Lin Mo's resistance, Qiana found herself caught off guard and pulled out of the gate. "How dare you, mere human!" Frustrated by her defeat, Qiana instinctively sought to fight back. However, Lin Mo quickly embraced her, silencing her protest. Qiana's eyes widened in shock, her struggles gradually subsiding. Ultimately, she fell limp in Lin Mo's arms. After a series of battles, even Qiana, endowed with dual cores, could not withstand the fatigue. Under Lin Mo's gentle touch, Qiana succumbed to slumber, her Hershers attire beginning to unravel due to the insufficient supply of energy. Feeling the softness of the girl in his arms and the gazes of the Raiden general and Heidai from afar, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. This is truly disastrous. "Captain," Qiana suddenly cried out in her sleep, jolting awake. As if emerging from a nightmare, she was drenched in cold sweat, her breathing ragged. While still reeling from her fright, a hand gently brushed her forehead. Wiping away the perspiration, "Qiana, how are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort?" Lin Mo's voice echoed in her ear. Qiana quickly lifted her head, and upon seeing Lin Mo safe and sound, she exhaled in relief. "Captain, I'm so glad you're all right." With tears welling in her eyes, Qiana embraced Lin Mo tightly, her words a mixture of relief, a hint of grievance, and lingering fear. Observing this, Lin Mo promptly patted Qiana's back, soothingly murmuring, "It's all right, Qiana. Everything is behind us now. Aren't we both doing well?" With Lin Mo's comforting words, Qiana gradually calmed down. After accepting the tissue Lin Mo offered, she wiped away the tears and snot from her face. Once composed, Qiana began to recount the events that transpired while she was transformed into a corrupted version of herself, dominated by negative emotions. She vividly remembered her actions during that time, feeling a profound sense of guilt and humility in the presence of Lin Mo. "I'm sorry, Captain. Back then, Qiana struggled to articulate her explanation, words failing her. She could not confess to Lin Mo that in her panic, she feared that if she did not protect him well that day, she might lose him forever. Thus, her desire to confine Lin Mo in a small, dark space was born out of a desperate wish to safeguard him, turning him into her own cherished possession. While the initial reasoning was somewhat trivial, the latter was undeniably difficult to voice, shrouded in shame. Yet, she did not wish to deceive Lin Mo. After all, she had already committed a grave mistake, and lying to him would be an even greater betrayal. Consequently, Qiana found herself mired in turmoil, stumbling over her words for quite some time without arriving at a coherent explanation. However, Lin Mo, on the other hand, no longer required her to clarify. Not only was Qiana's face flushed like a ripe apple, her awkward demeanor clearly revealing her embarrassment, but Lin Mo also recalled the intense, almost predatory gaze she had fixed upon him during the kidnapping. Well, she certainly turned into a Yandera after her transformation. He mused to himself, resigning with a sigh. What can I say? She's my wife. How could I not forgive her? After contemplating this, he gently placed his hand on Qiana's head, affectionately stroking her hair, and said softly, "It's all right, Qiana. Regardless of your intentions back then, I know you ultimately meant well. However, please refrain from acting so impulsively in the future." The gentle touch sent Qiana's already rosy cheeks into a deeper crimson. Yet, compared to her earlier panic, she now felt a sense of calm wash over her. Though her heart brimmed with shame, her body responded honestly, akin to a docile kitten, as she comfortably closed her eyes under Lin Mo's tender caress. Unconsciously snuggling closer to him, Lin Mo hastily tucked Qiana back into the blanket. "Hey, Captain, you're such a nuisance. I want to talk to you anymore," she playfully retorted, covering half her face with the blanket, leaving only her nose exposed. Observing Qiana's adorable demeanor, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. After exchanging glances, Qiana, noticing Lin Mo's laughter, lost her shyness and puffed up her cheeks in a mock glare, expressing her displeasure at being teased. Lin Mo's amusement only deepened, and he felt an irresistible urge to pinch Qiana's cheeks. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Hei Dai in casual attire, who surveyed the scene with evident displeasure and clicked her tongue. "TSK Master, you truly are losing your focus," she quipped, her expression betraying her disdain. "Saber, let us discuss this outside," Lin Mo suggested. Though Qiana found the situation strange, she could only nod in agreement from her cocoon of blankets. Amused, Lin Mo shook his head as he stepped outside. "Qiana, be sure to rest well," he called back, not forgetting to express his concern. However, as the door closed behind him, Qiana felt an inexplicable sadness wash over her. "Ugh, my head feels so itchy that is it possible I'm growing a brain?" she lamented, scratching her head. Clearly, this was just a figment of her imagination. Her head was not sprouting a brain, but rather, a classic WinXP wallpaper image had magically appeared. Lin Mo sighed in exasperation. Just then, the door to the room swung open abruptly. He looked up to find Raiden Shogun, her eyes glowing with a purple hue. "General, what brings you here?" Lin Mo inquired. Momentarily forgetting about Hei Dai sprawled on the bed, instinctively asking Raiden Shogun's purpose. Unfazed by Hei Dai's miserable state, she replied in a flat tone, "It is already the second day. I have come to replenish elemental energy." Lin Mo's eyes widened in realization. Quickly grabbing his phone, he checked the time. Indeed, it was already 12:03 a.m., and technically it was the next day. This punctuality reminded him of the day the apocalypse began. That morning, Lin Mo had been jolted awake by the commotion outside. "Damn it, what are those rascals up to?" he grumbled, wishing to enjoy a lazy Saturday. After muttering a few curses, he turned over and buried his head in the covers, attempting to block out the noise and return to sleep. However, fate had other plans. Before he could slip back into slumber, a series of blood-curdling screams erupted from above and below, as well as from next door. "Enough already. What with all the barking at this hour?" he shouted in frustration. You wanted to call KK Park to send you all off for some dragon fruit." Unable to endure any longer, Lin Mo kicked off the covers, sitting upright, and unleashing a torrent of expletives. Miraculously, his outburst brought a momentary silence to the chaos outside. However, this brief respite only allowed his unease to resurface. "Wait, this isn't normal. reflecting on the sounds he had just heard. An ominous premonition took root in Lin Mo's gut. Just then, a cacophony of monstrous roars erupted from above and below, confirming his fears. "Shit! Am I dreaming?" he exclaimed, hastily searching for something, anything to defend himself with. But as a financially strapped, disillusioned youth of the new era, there was no way he possessed any decent weaponry. Even a model sword would cost a small fortune. Ultimately, he could only find 2 cheap kitchen knives from a discount store in the kitchen, complete with a flimsy plastic handle. Damn, I should have snagged that creamy alloy model sword I had my eye on earlier. Even if it wasn't sharp, it would have been more advantageous than these knives, he lamented, eyeing the low-quality kitchen tools in his hands. Yet reality wasted no time in offering him little opportunity for regret. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resonated from the door. The rhythm of the knocks indicated that more than one individual was outside. Who on earth is wandering around in the hallway at this hour? Lin Mo cursed. Startled, he quickly set down one of the knives and used his free hand to lock the door. After twisting the lock 3 times and ensuring that whatever lurked outside, likely resembling a zombie, could not break in, Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. However, the incessant knocking continued to echo from all directions, preventing him from settling his nerves, as he feared that those creatures might suddenly transform into hulking behemoths and burst through the door, tearing him apart. This is not a sustainable situation, he thought. Even if those suspected zombies can't get in, I can't get out either. Haven Tea had the chance to stock up on supplies. And while I have some food at home, it won't tea last long. Before long, Lin Mo became acutely aware of the predicament he found himself in and began to contemplate an escape. The notion of fleeing through the window was utterly impractical. Residing on the 10th floor, his window was fortified with anti-theft bars. Not only was escape impossible, but should he manage to break free, a disastrous fall awaited him. Dialing the police proved futile as well. After multiple attempts, even to unscrupulous online lenders, he found the lines either busy or unanswered. Lin Mo was now entirely isolated and without assistance. His only feasible avenue of escape lay in a frontal breakout through the door. With the intention of first assessing the situation outside before devising a plan, Lin Mo approached the door and peered through the peephole. In the flickering light, he vaguely discerned several young women fervently pounding on the door. Though their faces remained obscured, the dark red stains on their clothing led Lin Mo to conclude that these girls had likely transformed into zombies. Simultaneously, he grasped why there had been activity in the hallway so early in the morning. His neighbors were a middle-aged couple, one of whom appeared to be a teacher. During holidays, several girls would often ascend the stairs to attend tutoring sessions at the adjacent residence. Today, being Saturday, the timing coincided with the usual tutoring hours. Hence, these girls had come for lessons but, for reasons unknown, had contracted the virus and succumbed to zombification. How fortuitous, indeed. With a quiet sigh, Lin Mo settled back onto the sofa, initiating an analysis of the current situation and his subsequent strategy. General, your timing is impeccable. Realizing why the general had arrived at such an inopportune moment, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Soon succumbing to distress, he had previously shared a thought with He Dai, to first send the general away before addressing other matters. However, he was taken aback to discover that the other's consciousness had actually latched onto the early hours of the morning. This turn of events rendered matters rather awkward. In the present circumstance, Lin Mo perceived that attempting to deflect the general might not prove effective. After much hesitation, he resolved to speak candidly. After all, they would be living together henceforth. One could evade the initial confrontation, but not the inevitable. Rather than concocting an excuse to placate the general, only to fabricate countless lies to cover the gaps. It was far more prudent to be forthright from the outset. He trusted that, considering his status as a traveler, the Raiden Shogun would refrain from becoming enraged and cleaving him in two. This notion brought to mind the scene in the narrative where the traveler first encountered the general, only to be struck from behind it felt as though he had unwittingly raised a flag against himself. Just as Lin Mo found himself ensnared in uncertainty once more, the Raiden Shogun initiated her next course of action. It seemed that, due to Lin Mo's silence, the general took it as tacit acceptance of their prior agreement and began her preparations for charging. When Lin Mo glanced up, he observed the general already in a state of readiness. Engaging in stretching exercises for a moment, he was rendered speechless. He could not discern whether the Raiden Shogun was genuinely oblivious or simply feigning ignorance. However, such musings soon became inconsequential. After stretching her body and deeming herself fit, the Raiden Shogun approached him. Before Lin Mo could devise a strategy to respond, she seized his opportunity to speak. "Well, here goes nothing." With that, Lin Mo steeled himself for what lay ahead. The following day, Lin Mo was jolted awake by the incessant knocking at the door. "Captain, you need to come out now. If you don't, I shall resort to breaking down the door." Qiana's voice rang out from outside, provoking Lin Mo's irritation and compelling him to sit up. "Qiana, for goodness sake, what are you making such a racket about so early in the morning?" Lin Mo bellowed, his patience wearing thin. The moment Qiana, taken aback by his outburst, fell silent, a moment of stillness ensued. Soon after, her voice emerged, choked with a sense of grievance. "Wah, Captain, how could you yell at me? Just yesterday, you spoke so gently. Now that you have a new affection, you begin to bully me." Hearing Qiana's weeping, Lin Mo's muddled mind suddenly snapped into clarity. "Lin Mo, you absolute scoundrel. What have you done?" How could he have brought Qiana to tears? He slapped himself sharply and hastily rose, determined to soothe her. Yet, as he stood, his face turned pale. Lin Mo gasped, anxiety for his future creeping as a puppet. The Raiden Shogun had previously merely acted as a stand-in for Raiden Mei, overseeing the Tenshikaku and managing state affairs. Her daily routine consisted solely of work. However, the Raiden Shogun was an advanced second-generation puppet, crafted entirely from Raiden Mei herself. Thus, her capabilities extended far beyond mere functionality. In truth, given the scarcity of resources in Inazuma, it was exceedingly difficult for Raiden Mei to create a puppet of true divine caliber. The materials alone posed a significant challenge. Initially, the Raiden Shogun ascended to divinity through the divine mechanism as a vessel and the divine heart as an energy source. Yet the Raiden Shogun achieved her godly status solely through her own essence. To accomplish such a feat necessitated the use of exceptionally unique materials. Raiden Mei, having forsaken her corporeal form, boldly utilized her own physicality as the primary material, supplemented by various divine substances, to forge the Raiden Shogun. Consequently, Lin Mo was astonished to realize that the Raiden Shogun's body bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a living being. Now, Lin Mo was enveloped in regret. Immense regret. He resolved to exercise greater restraint in the future. With this silent vow, he noticed the Raiden Shogun release her hold and promptly leaped out of bed, forcing himself to endure the aches in his back and waist as he approached the door. Swinging it open, outside, Qiana, squatting on the ground and tearfully distressed, instinctively turned her head upon hearing the door creak open. Another day dawned, yet Lin Mo felt no inclination to venture out in search of supplies. With Hei Dai and the Raiden Shogun temporarily unable to fight, he found Qiana's presence alone to be rather precarious. Although the previous encounter had been fraught with peril, it ultimately served as a sobering reminder. The apocalypse had persisted for some time now. The dangers outside had escalated significantly since the onset. Those survivors lacking strength had largely been eliminated, leaving only either self-assured powerhouses or groups of reckless desperados roaming the streets. With his meager combat prowess, Lin Mo deemed it wiser to remain in hiding. Ultimately, the number of summoned characters is still insufficient. If only I could summon a multitude of girls to encircle and protect me daily. I wouldn't have to worry about safety in this apocalypse at all. With such thoughts plaguing him, Lin Mo became engrossed in his game, unable to extricate himself from its allure. Given the rare opportunity to avoid the search for supplies and the need to contend with the girls, he indulged in a game from his library that he had purchased but never played. Qiana, observing this, retrieved her own computer and likewise began to play. Each engrossed in their own pursuits, an atmosphere of harmony enveloped them. Time flew swiftly as they played, and before long, an entire day had elapsed. So captivated were Lin Mo and Qiana that they neglected to break for lunch, subsisting instead on snacks as for Hei Dai and the Raiden Shogun. Perhaps due to Lin Mo having overfed them the previous night, they did not demand meals either. Night soon descended. After having been thoroughly beaten by an unknown NPC, while clad in divine armor. Lin and Mo found his enthusiasm for gaming dwindling. "Damn it, this wretched game isn't worth my time," he muttered angrily. Rising from his seat, it was at this moment that he noticed the darkness enveloping the world outside. With a sense of wonder how swiftly time had passed, he glanced at Qiana, who remained fixated on her screen. What game could possibly hold Qiana's attention for an entire day? Driven by curiosity, Lin and Mo leaned closer to Qiana's screen and was met with the sight of her launching a nuclear strike, obliterating the capital of a certain nation. Goodness gracious, civilization, gazing at the soothing game interface and the steadily ascending Eureka. Lin and Mo could not help but exclaim in surprise that, in contrast, Qiana remained unfazed, exuding an air of imperial composure. After all, she was the illustrious and formidable Emperor Qiana. A mere captain could hardly sway her resolve to conquer the world. With a nuclear bomb serving as her declaration of war, Qiana's doomsday mechas sprang forth from the barracks, commencing their relentless siege with a frenzied intensity, not wanting to disturb Qiana in her fervor. Lin and Mo turned and made his way to the living room. Upon entering, he noticed a golden light flickering from the room where Haidai and Raiden Mei were resting. Curiosity piqued, Lin and Mo cautiously pushed open the door, only to be astounded to discover that Saber was shimmering. What on earth? Could it be an invasion by the Trisolar Ants? Lin and Mo gasped inwardly, soon realizing that the situation was not as he initially imagined. Though it was not an extraterrestrial assault, the scene before him was nonetheless quite revolutionary to his understanding. He beheld a golden light pulsating from Haidai and from the top of her head. A distinctive tuft of hair began to sway and grow. Indeed, it was growing. While one might argue that hair sprouting from the head is a natural occurrence, this was no ordinary tuft. It belonged to Ultria. This was the very essence of the Tuft King, and the fact that it could regrow after being plucked was nothing short of extraordinary. After the initial shock subsided, Lin and Mo pondered whether this newly sprouted tuft would revert Haidai back to the ordinary Tuft King. Yet, this was not the same tuft as before. He wondered if this new growth would transform Haidai back into the typical Tuft King or into a more youthful lily version of the Tuft King. Or perhaps, with Lin and Mo's assistance, Haidai had evolved from a girl into a mature woman, directly becoming Gun Tuft. The mere thought left Lin and Mo with a flicker of anticipation. As time passed, the tuft atop Haidai's head gradually lengthened. Almost instantaneously upon its completion, a burst of white light erupted from the tuft, enveloping Haidai entirely. Although Lin and Mo could see nothing, his imagination conjured up iconic transformation scenes reminiscent of Sailor Moon. Agumon's super evolution, armored fusions, and super scion transformations. Time always seemed to drag during imaginative moments. What felt like an eternity of transformation was merely a fleeting flash of light. As the brilliance began to fade, Lin and Mo finally discerned Saber's current state. No. According to her class designation, she should be referred to as Lancer. Could it be that, humbled by my lance, Saber has chosen to change her class and engage in a duel with me? A bizarre thought flickered through Lin and Mo's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Surely, he wasn't delusional enough to think he could face off against a Lion King. Shaking his head to clear his cluttered thoughts, Lin and Mo refocused on Gun Tuft, as he tentatively dubbed her. Standing over 1.7 meters tall with a serious expression, she exuded an immense pressure. Though he'd seen more exaggerated portrayals in comics. Witnessing it in reality was still astonishing. Almost instinctively, Lin and Mo gasped at the overwhelming presence that surpassed even that of a general. His reaction startled Gun Tuft from her meditative state. Her sharp eyes snapped open, locking onto Lin and Mo like a lion fixing its gaze on prey. The regal gaze swept over him, sending a shiver down his spine. Lin never imagined he would find himself the subject of such scrutiny. Saber, may I still call you that? Or should I refer to you as Lancer? Attempting to divert the intense attention, Lin and Mo ventured to shift the conversation. Upon hearing Lin and Mo's query, Gun Tuft's brows furrowed slightly before she reluctantly averted her gaze. A name, you may refer to me as Lion King, she declared, continuing to fix her unwavering stare on Lin and Mo. This left Lin and Mo feeling increasingly awkward, prompting him to redirect the conversation once more. Um, Lion King, do you know why you have transformed into this form? The authoritative aura from Guntuff compelled Lin Mo to unconsciously use honorifics. However, her response exhibited dissatisfaction with this formality. Lin Mo. There is no need for such restraint between us, or perhaps my tone was too stern earlier. If you find it uncomfortable, you may simply call me Altria or address me however you see fit. I do not mind in the slightest. Who are you? Release the captain at once. Qiana's voice rang out from the doorway, followed by the unmistakable sound of rushing air. Clearly, she was launching an attack. Upon her sudden and disruptive entrance, Guntuff instantly shed her previously affectionate demeanor for a more serious expression. You think you can compete with me for the master? You ought to reconsider your own capabilities. With a disdainful snort, Guntuff tossed Lin Mo onto the bed and prepared to confront Qiana's advance in a bid to showcase her prowess. Guntuff delivered a sharp taunt towards Qiana before the confrontation began. Initially taken aback, Qiana hesitated momentarily, a flush of embarrassment creeping onto her face. However, she quickly regained her composure, silently cursing Guntuff's shamelessness, and renewed her assault, as Qiana's fist, propelled by a gust of wind, surged towards Guntuff. The latter stood her ground, reciprocating with a punch of her own. The impact of their fists colliding reverberated through the room, creating a whirlwind of air. Having been thrown onto the bed, Lin Mo, momentarily dazed, quickly shifted to mediating the escalating conflict. Stop fighting. Please, don't continue. How can you both be so petty? After a brief moment of panic, Lin Mo regained his composure with some witty remarks, eventually capturing the attention of the two combatants. No, Captain, you cannot do this, Master. Upon hearing Lin Mo's plea, both Qiana and Guntuff turned their heads in unison, urgently protesting. However, due to the unexpected nature of the situation, neither could retract their punches in time, and both found their strikes landing on each other. The collision produced a pair of muffled thuds. Cried Qiana, who received a blow to her cheek, while Guntuff, struck in the torso, merely grunted in response. Both fighters recoiled, taking a few steps back. Feeling the sting of pain, Qiana grimaced, her expression darkening further due to the discomfort on her face. In contrast, Guntuff, benefiting from her robust constitution, appeared largely unscathed, although a red mark on her upper body served as an embarrassing reminder of the skirmish. Realizing she had suffered a significant setback, Qiana was simultaneously filled with indignation and an unexpected sense of grievance, which soon morphed into tears welling in her eyes. Instinctively, she turned to Lin Mo, her swollen face, tear-filled eyes, and quivering lips presenting a heart-wrenching sight, like a wronged young bride, with eyes filled with longing. She gazed at Lin Mo, hoping he would deliver justice. Under Qiana's pleading gaze, Lin Mo inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. After all, Qiana had suffered for his sake, and Gun Girl's current state was a direct consequence of Lin Mo's excessive magical infusion. Thus, the root of all troubles lay with him, and he bore an undeniable responsibility for everything that transpired. Reflecting on this, Lin Mo took a deep breath, embraced the tearful Qiana, and grasped Gun Girl's hand, braving the risk of further punishment as he declared once more, Qiana, Artoria, you are my wings. Since they had resolved to gather supplies the previous day, everyone had risen early. After dressing, washing up, and enjoying breakfast, the group set out to collect resources. The previous trade city was no longer accessible. The battles had left it in ruins. Although there may still have been ample supplies, the blocked roads and the risk of collapsing buildings led Lin Mo to abandon that location. After some contemplation, he decided to take everyone to Grain and Oil Street, where shops sold grains and local specialties. Initially, due to the disruption of water and electricity, Lin Mo had prioritized that area, as cooking rice and flour required fire, and he could only manage to boil porridge. Kneading dough was beyond his capabilities. The effort seemed too burdensome for a single meal. The group quickly arrived near Grain and Oil Street. However, before they could enter, the sound of gunfire erupted from within. Lin Mo and Qiana exchanged glances, agreeing to halt and observe the situation before proceeding. They parked the vehicle in a corner and ascended a nearby residential building to survey the area. Drawing from past experiences, they left Gun Girl behind to guard the vehicle, preventing any nefarious individuals from planting explosives. Upon reaching the highest floor, Lin, Mo, Qiana, and the general dispatched a lingering zombie before beginning their observation of Grain and Oil Street. They witnessed several individuals clad in camouflage uniforms, utilizing rifles to shoot down zombies that emerged from the buildings, while others hastily pushed carts laden with supplies toward a truck. It was evident that this group comprised survivors gathering resources. Lin Mo distinguished them as survivors rather than a military unit, noting that their ill-fitting uniforms suggested a lack of proper fitting, with some individuals even rolling up their pant legs. Their shooting skills were subpar, as it took multiple shots to down a single zombie. Clearly, they were survivors equipped with military gear, but devoid of the necessary training. Moreover, a glance at their physiques revealed that most were women and children. This sight reminded Lin Mo of the previously established safe zone that had distributed flyers that it appeared these individuals were remnants of a military unit that had formed a survivor base. While they might not necessarily be affiliated with the safe zone, their military attire led Lin Mo to suspect a connection. He couldn't help but wonder about the girl with pink hair, hoping she had successfully reached the safe zone. After a moment of reflection, Lin Mo decided to leave. He had no intention of engaging with this group, adhering to his preference for avoiding contact with strangers and fearing entanglement with them. Following the principle of better to avoid trouble than to seek it, he guided Qiana and Raiden made downstairs. Qiana, having been with him the longest, understood his reasoning. Raiden Mei, however, was unconcerned about such matters. Her focus was solely on Lin Mo and following his lead. When they descended quickly, Gun Girl felt a pang of confusion but refrained from questioning Lin Mo's decision to change locations. The vehicle soon departed. Meanwhile, at a building several hundred meters away, a woman with a high ponytail, the tips of which were dyed pink, silently lowered her binoculars. Was that Lin Mo? Why were there two more girls by his side? Impossible. It must be an illusion. Looking down at her meager assets, she muttered in jealousy, embodying the sentiment of sour grapes after witnessing them. Overcome by envy and resentment, she took a deep breath, deciding to approach Lin Mo and his companions. Though unsure of the two imposters' abilities, she recognized Qiana as strength. With the safe zone in dire need of manpower, securing Qiana as assistance would be advantageous. Unbeknownst to Qiana, who was currently seated in the van, she furrowed her brow in contemplation. Noticing her distress, Lin Mo inquired, "Qiana, what troubles you? Have you had a revelation?" After a moment of hesitation, Qiana replied, "Captain, I was considering whether we could utilize the power of the Herschers of the Void to travel and transport supplies directly. This way, we wouldn't have to make repeated trips." Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback by Qiana's suggestion. "Qiana, can you now freely wield the powers of the Herschers of the Void?" he asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Previously, due to Qiana's incomplete unlocking of her powers, the use of the spatial gate posed considerable risks, prompting them to avoid it whenever possible. However, if Qiana could indeed master the Herschers' abilities, it would be an unparalleled advantage for them. Recalling his experiences in the game Destruction, where he effortlessly teleported using Wind Spirit Moon Shadow to bypass obstacles, Lin Mo felt a surge of exhilaration. While I wouldn't say I have complete mastery just yet, however, short-distance teleportation is manageable. I am currently slightly depleted in power, but if I restore to full capacity, I might even teleport at will across the Earth. Qiana explained her current status. Upon hearing Qiana's clarification, Lin Mo was rendered speechless with excitement. With Qiana's abilities, the world would be their oyster. Acting on impulse, Lin Mo retrieved his phone, opened the offline map, located a shopping mall, and instructed Qiana to transport them there. In an instant, a yellow spatial gate materialized before their van. Without hesitation, Gun Girl drove through. Simultaneously, several kilometers away at the shopping mall, a spatial gate suddenly opened, and a van burst forth. Gun Girl had not anticipated that the spatial gate would directly deposit them inside the mall. While their speed was not particularly high, the confined space of the mall, combined with Gun Girl's heavy burden, hindered her control over the steering wheel. Despite her timely application of the brakes, the circumstances made the situation precarious. However, the van careened into more than a dozen shells before finally coming to a halt. After a cacophony of clattering and crashing, the vehicle eventually ceased its tumultuous movement. Yet, such a commotion swiftly attracted the attention of the zombies lurking within the mall, before Lin and Mo and the others could disembark. Several zombies clad in sales uniforms surged forth to end this iteration. However, these zombies were merely the most rudimentary of low-tier adversaries. Qiana effortlessly snapped her fingers, and the advancing zombies were instantly reduced to ashes. After swiftly dispatching the undead in the vicinity, the group stepped out of the van to assess the situation within the mall, given that the zombie crisis had erupted in the morning in this mall. Situated on the outskirts, had yet to commence operations, the number of zombies present was rather sparse. Moreover, due to its remote location and the fact that surrounding residential areas were still under construction, it had not attracted the attention of other survivors. After all, it had been less than 3 weeks since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, and the calamity known as collapse had only recently begun to manifest. While Lin and Mo enjoyed a life of relative indulgence, akin to that of a pampered sovereign, the plight of other survivors had grown increasingly dire. Those who had just begun to find their footing amidst the chaos of the zombie crisis had scarcely begun to contemplate a hopeful future when the arrival of collapse dealt them a staggering blow, thrusting them from a state of hardship into a veritable hell. For those struggling to survive, apart from large encampments like safe zones where they could barely organize efforts to scavenge, most survivors were relegated to hiding in obscure corners, grappling with the harsh realities of existence, entirely unequipped to venture far afield for resources. Contemplating this, Lin Imo furrowed his brow. The human condition seemed rather bleak. If another disaster were to strike, could it lead to total extinction? Would I ultimately be left alone, bearing the weighty responsibility of sustaining the flame of humanity? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Mo's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Qiana and the others. Surely, the Valkyrie could survive, right? However, strictly speaking, Qiana was a clone, and having undergone the process of becoming a Hershers, she could not be considered entirely human in the conventional sense. The mere thought that Qiana might be incapable of bearing children left Lin and Mo with an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Yet soon, he recalled Kevin and May. Although Kevin was not a Hershers, as a genetically modified fusion warrior, he bore a resemblance to one in many respects. While he could only conceive offspring through in vitro fertilization due to physical constraints, it still indicated the possibility of procreation. With this realization, Lin and Mo found himself filled with anticipation that a daughter with Qiana, perhaps? He wondered just how adorable she might be. Right? Artoria had mentioned she possessed a physical form. Though her actual age might be considerable, she never stated that she was incapable of bearing children. And then there was Raiden Mei. While she was a doll, her form was primarily a modification of Raiden Shogun's divine body. In essence, a divine being could be viewed as an enhanced elemental entity. If the Adepti and humans of Liyue could reproduce, then perhaps divine beings and humans could as well. The more he pondered, the brighter the light in Lin Mo's eyes grew, and his smile became increasingly enigmatic. The sight of Lin Mo's expression elicited an involuntary shiver from Qiana and the others. The captain's smile seems rather peculiar. It feels like he's about to do something truly extraordinary, Qiana mused, rubbing her arms as goosebumps crept over her skin. Gun Girl and Raiden Mei also wore uneasy expressions. However, perhaps due to their maturity, they exhibited greater tolerance for the unsettling aura emanating from Lin and Mo, merely furrowing their brows that moment. Lin and Mo became acutely aware of the piercing gazes directed at him by Qiana and the others, abruptly snapping out of his reverie filled with thoughts of a hypothetical daughter. Ahem. Well, let us promptly gather supplies. After all, time is of the essence. Realizing he had momentarily lost composure, Lin and Mo cleared his throat and swiftly shifted the topic. With Lin and Mo returning to a semblance of normalcy, Qiana and the others breathed a sigh of relief. To avoid any awkwardness, they refrained from mentioning the earlier conversation and nodded in agreement with Lin Mo's proposal. Commencing their resource collection. Thanks to Qiana's spatial abilities, the efficiency with which they gathered supplies saw a substantial increase. The group merely needed to pile various items together, after which Qiana would teleport them back home. In no time, shelves were stripped bare, and an array of goods was sent back to their residence. Lin and Mo felt fortunate to have previously cleared out numerous rooms for storage. Otherwise, accommodating such an abundance of items would have proven quite challenging. The group busied themselves until noon, at which point they paused to eat lunch, affording them a moment to rest. However, just as they prepared to indulge in instant noodles as a makeshift meal, an ear-splitting roar echoed from the distant sky. The immense noise, unlike anything produced by any known human vehicle, reverberated across the landscape. Yes, the sound waves rippled outward, the glass of nearby buildings shattered, and even the glass of the mall where Lin Mo and his companions were situated fractured into countless shards. Clutching his ears in agony, Lin Mo was horrified to discover a viscous liquid seeping from his eardrums. Damn, is this sound wave going to rattle my brains out? He cursed inwardly, casting a desperate glance at Qiana and the others. Unlike Lin Mo, whose cochlea was bleeding from the shock, the sound waves posed little threat to Qiana and the others, who possessed formidable physical prowess. Upon noticing Lin Mo's injury, a look of alarm crossed Qiana's face, eye in a blur. Lin Mo caught a glimpse of Qiana, uttering something before attempting to open a spatial gate to whisk him away. Yet at that moment, a powerful sense of danger surged through Lin Mo's heart. Qiana and the others seemed to sense the impending peril as well, immediately adopting defensive stances, just as the feeling of crisis washed over Lin Mo. A massive energy beam pierced through the ceiling and floors of the mall, hurtling straight towards them at the last possible moment. Qiana summoned a spatial gate, narrowly intercepting the beam, seemingly incensed by this sudden attack. Qiana's eyes flared with golden light, and with a haughty snort, she opened another spatial gate to send the beam back. The mall structure trembled as the beam once again tore through the ceiling, revealing a void through which the beam pierced the clouds, ultimately being halted by a transparent barrier. Upon impact, ripples danced across the barrier, gradually revealing the silhouette of a colossal entity. What in the world? A cosmic battleship? Could it be that extraterrestrial forces were invading? Lin Mo gasped inwardly at the vague outline of the massive craft. After a brief silence, the unidentified flying object illuminated with several beams of light. Qiana's expression hardened at this sight, and she summoned multiple spatial gates to shield her companions. A barrage of beams erupted from the unidentified craft, hurtling towards Lin Mo and his group. However, this assault proved futile. The spatial gates absorbed every beam before returning them with equal force. Once more, the unidentified craft was struck by the counterattack, causing its previously sturdy barrier to flicker. After a prolonged silence, the craft seemed to reconsider its approach. Rather than firing beams again, it released a swarm of small aircraft. It appeared the adversary believed there was some unique defensive mechanism at play, opting to deploy a small-scale force to dismantle the non-existent defenses. In the face of the impending attack, Gun Girl summoned her holy lance, subsequently conjuring forth a steed. Qiana, protect the captain. After giving Qiana a word of advice, the valiant Gun Dai leaped onto her steed, snapping the reins and galloping towards the heavens. Upon sighting the approaching Gun Dai, the airborne vessels began to unleash a concentrated barrage of firepower. Countless light projectiles rained down, forming a dense curtain of fire. However, for Gun Dai, who was mounted, this was hardly a challenge. After a series of deft maneuvers, she took a deep breath, and her holy spear erupted in a dazzling radiance. The spear, a beacon of golden light, instantaneously enveloped the battlefield as a swirling tempest swept through the skies, revealing the sacred spear woven from countless golden lines. Under the resplendent might of the heavens, the light projectiles were extinguished, and the airships, after a brief flicker of their shields, were torn asunder by the storm. The holy spear, which had cleared away the lesser foes with mere residual force, did not cease its advance but continued to press forward. Shrouded in an overwhelming aura of terror, the unidentified flying objects in the sky sensed the impending threat and began to emit beams of light from above. The resounding blast struck the holy spear. Yet not a ripple was stirred. Realizing their attacks were futile, the unidentified vessels retreated slowly, attempting to evade the oncoming assault. However, what appeared to be a sluggish advance of the holy spear became, upon its full manifestation, an unavoidable force. Although not guaranteed to hit, the sheer size of such a warship meant that even with Qiana's subspace portal, evasion would take time. Thus, There was no possibility of dodging this strike. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the holy spear collided with the shield of the unidentified flying object. After an imperceptible pause, the spear pierced through the shield and directly impacted the vessel, ruthlessly impaling it. The golden light spanned the heavens and vanished from view in an instant. The vessel, now penetrated by the holy spear, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, engulfing much of its form. Amidst the chaos, streaks of light shot forth from the wreckage, scattering in all directions. Observing this, Gundai swiftly intercepted one of these luminous trails. With a thrust of her spear, she discovered it to be an escape pod fleeing at high speed. As the door was breached by the holy spear, Gundai beheld the interior. A viscous green liquid erupted outward, revealing a grotesque, squid-like creature writhing and emitting an ear-piercing shriek within the slimy substance. Its incessant cacophony and evident inability to communicate left Gundai no choice but to decisively thrust her spear, ending the creature's life before returning to solid ground with the escape pod in tow. On the ground, Lin Mo, restored to health by Serin's powers, gazed in astonishment at Gundai and the escape pod she had brought back. Qiana, intrigued, approached and upon seeing the hideous, contorted squid creature, recoiled in disgust. "What on earth is that? It's truly revolting," she exclaimed, stepping back while grumbling. Lin Mo, noticing her reaction, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Could this possibly be an extraterrestrial being?" Upon hearing the term extraterrestrial, Qiana's initial disdain was swiftly replaced by curiosity. "Extraterrestrial? Really? But this one is quite ugly, resembling a dead squid. Let us just call it Squidman." The name proposed by Qiana garnered indifferent acceptance from Lin Mo and the others. After all, such peculiar beings deserved a designation, and Squidman seemed rather fitting. Moreover, the thought of these creatures reminded Lin Mo of the lobstermen he had seen in films, making the name even more appropriate. With the designation for the extraterrestrial settled, Lin Mo inquired about Gundai's battle experience. Since they had remained grounded and the brilliance of the holy spear had been blinding, they had only witnessed the simple sequence of Gundai charging, unleashing her ultimate weapon, and the enemy exploding. The finer details remained elusive. However, it was clear that Gundai could not provide them with much useful information to TO her. The battle had merely consisted of a charge, the release of her divine artifact, and the enemy's demise. Like the team most, she had avoided the escape pod, chosen to pursue one, and dispatched a Squidman. After hearing Gundai's explanation, Lin Mo could only muse that true combat does not always require a dramatic sequence. Often, a single moment is sufficient to determine the outcome. For the sudden assault they had just endured, Lin Mo and his companions could only classify it as an extraterrestrial invasion. Indeed, while it seemed absurd, the emergence of zombies and the Hershers of destruction made the appearance of aliens seem less improbable. Lin Mo now realized that the so-called apocalypse encompassed more than just a zombie crisis. The advent of the Hershers' extraterrestrial invasions, and even scenarios involving beasts from other worlds, rogue AI, subterranean uprisings, or the revival of prehistoric creatures. Such events could all potentially occur. In an instant, Lin Mo felt an unsettling awareness that his home no longer seemed secure. Had the extraterrestrial warship's laser targeted his apartment building, it was likely that their home, along with the supplies they had gathered, would now be obliterated. Acknowledging this, Lin Mo resolved to relocate. Although reluctant to part with the home he had purchased with a substantial loan, the collapse of the bank rendered his attachment moot. After sharing his thoughts with Qiana and the others, Lin Mo began searching for a new place to live. Soon, he recalled the underground bunker of the American president across the ocean, rumored to be stocked with ample supplies and capable of withstanding nuclear strikes. A veritable sanctuary in the apocalypse. Previously, without Qiana's powers, such a place had been beyond his imagination. But now, with her ability to teleport within the atmosphere, reaching that location posed little difficulty. Resolute, Lin Mo retrieved his phone, preparing to have Qiana transport them to the White House. Yet he soon discovered with embarrassment that his offline map only contained domestic locations, lacking any foreign maps. Though Qiana's powers were formidable, accurate teleportation still required coordinates. Without them, she could only guess, which risked landing them in perilous locations such as the ocean floor, volcanoes, or swamps. potentially leading to immediate demise. Unable to devise a better plan, Lin Mo confided in Qiana and the others, seeking collective insight. No coordinates. How about we teleport to the coast first, find a boat, and then keep teleporting to America? We should eventually get there, right? Qiana suggested, her idea straightforward yet feasible that I don't think we necessarily have to go to America. England could be a good option as well. Surrounded by water, we wouldn't have to worry about land-based threats. Plus, in terms of distance, England is actually closer. After all, the White House is on the East Coast, so we'd have to cross the Pacific Ocean and traverse the entire country. Gundai volunteered her hometown, briefly outlining its advantages that I don't believe that so-called bunker can withstand an alien attack. Rather than hiding, we should take the offensive that if we destroy all their warships, they won't pose a threat to us anymore. Then, we can choose where to live without concern. Surprisingly, the usually taciturn general offered an opposing view. Lin Mo, taken aback for a moment, soon comprehended the rationale. Although the title of Raiden Mei as a general was akin to that of an emperor, her perspective on the matter was undeniably intriguing. However, since the general is called a general, it undoubtedly pertains to matters of war. During the production of Raiden Shogun, the creators must have considered the possibility that she might encounter situations requiring military leadership. To address such scenarios, Raiden Shogun was likely equipped with something akin to a war module. When faced with the challenge of outsmarting the extraterrestrial adversaries, she began to utilize the war module. Articulating her own suggestions, this proposal immediately caught the attention of Qiana and Gun Girl, who were taken aback by her insight. Indeed, Captain, we are formidable. Why should we hide? Let us charge directly at them and show those squid-like beings the might of this lady. Qiana exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as her twin pistols seemed eager for action. I find this idea quite appealing as well. The previous enemies were hardly a challenge. Now, this group of aliens presents an excellent opportunity for me to stretch my limbs. Gun Girl declared, brandishing her holy spear, ready to leap into action at a mere nod of approval from Lin Mo, witnessing the heightened battle spirit among the group. Lin Mo felt it inappropriate to dampen their enthusiasm. Moreover, he believed that the tactic of constant vigilance against thieves was not feasible. Rather than allowing these aliens to occupy Earth and constrict their own living space, it would be more prudent to take the initiative and eliminate the threat. Well then, let us engage them. Those aliens surely possess more than this single warship. General, please attempt to track the distress signals from the other escape pods and see if any other alien warships respond. Then pinpoint their locations. Altria, prepare for the upcoming battle. Qiana, you will be responsible for opening the subspace gate and facilitating the transport once we have the location. Lin Mo swiftly formulated a battle plan, prompting Qiana and the others to spring into action. Under Raiden Shogun's detection, they quickly intercepted the communication signals of the squid-like beings, deducing that their forward operating base was on the moon. Additionally, there were hundreds of warships of similar scale to those previously destroyed still present on Earth. Upon discovering the enemy's location, Qiana promptly activated the subspace gate. However, in a bid to demonstrate her significance beyond merely being a transport captain, Qiana cleverly linked the hundreds of alien warships on Earth through numerous subspace gates. Altria, in a moment you will need to fire a holy spear, allowing us to pierce through all the alien warships on Earth like a string of candied hawthorns. Qiana proudly explained, gesturing toward the intricate array of subspace gates she had constructed, clearly seeking compliments for her ingenuity. Exchanging glances, Gun Girl and Lin Mo quickly applauded in agreement. Qiana, you are truly remarkable. Let me reward you with a pat on the head, Lin Mo exclaimed, his admiration evident. Huh, what kind of reward is that? I'm not a child, Qiana retorted, her tone slightly haughty, yet she obediently leaned in, allowing Lin Mo to pat her head. Gun Girl, observing this interaction, felt a pang of jealousy. Suddenly, she thought that being larger might not be so great after all, if she were still her previous size. She too could approach Lin Mo for a head pat. Stay composed. Altria, you are the indomitable Lion King. How can you compare yourself to someone as small as Qiana? After a deep breath and a moment of self-reassurance, Gun Girl's spirits lifted slightly, in stark contrast to Gun Girl's self-restraint. Raiden Shogun appeared considerably more straightforward. Stepping forward to Lin Mo, she caught his attention. General, Have you made any new discoveries? Lin and Mo inquired tentatively, mistaking her stoic expression for a sign of new alien activity, feeling a twinge of guilt for engaging in flirtation amidst such dire circumstances. However, Raiden Shogun's subsequent words caused his jaw to drop in disbelief. Raiden Shogun, maintaining her expressionless demeanor, declared, "Pat on the head." Lin and Mo, utterly astonished, could hardly believe his ears. Huh. Raiden Shogun, with a furrowed brow, earnestly repeated, "Pat on the head. The general is also quite impressive. I wish for a pat on the head." One could only wonder if it was due to her time with Qiana and the others, or perhaps from consuming too many novels and comics. But the once stern and unyielding puppet general now sought a cute gesture of affection. This unexpected contrast brought Lin and Mo genuine delight. "You are truly wonderful, General. Let me give you a pat on the head." He praised her openly, gently stroking her head in that moment. Raiden Shogun seemed to revel in the joy of the affectionate gesture, leaning into Lin Mo's embrace and nuzzling against him. Lin and Mo found himself momentarily lost in this tender exchange, completely absorbed in the moment. Watching the interaction unfold, Qiana suddenly felt that merely receiving a head pat was somewhat lacking. Thus, without hesitation, she joined in, squeezing her way into Lin Mo's embrace alongside Raiden Shogun. Gun Girl, witnessing this, gripped her holy spear tightly, her knuckles turning white. "How shameless! How can they do this?" Gun Girl muttered enviously, her resentment boiling over. If not for her strong will and patience, she might have impulsively charged forward, skewering the trio with her spear, unable to take action or swallow her pride to imitate Qiana and Raiden Shogun. Gun Girl ultimately channeled her frustration toward the alien warships on the other side of the subspace gate. Holy Spear, set sail, shine forth, the distant spear, Rongaminiad. Her sudden outcry startled the three, who were caught up in their playful antics. Before they could comprehend what was happening, they were enveloped by the radiant shockwave of the Holy Spear's eruption, temporarily blinding them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the subspace gate, the alien warships that had previously been attacking Earth's key military infrastructure had paused their offensive after learning of the destruction of one of their own. They shifted into a full defensive posture, granting humanity's dwindling armed forces a moment of respite. Having endured relentless assaults, they had lost the will to retaliate and quickly began relocating their remaining weaponry and equipment, preserving a glimmer of hope for a potential counterattack in the far-off future. Just as most were struggling in despair, a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the sky. The dazzling golden radiance enveloped the heavens, only to vanish in an instant. This spectacle left those who had witnessed it, hoping for a miracle, utterly disheartened, while those who feared it was a new alien weapon breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the onlookers pondered the nature of the fleeting light, someone suddenly pointed at the alien warship in the sky and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, it's been pierced through," as the man shouted. The crowd collectively raised their gazes towards the alien warship hovering in the sky. The optical camouflage that had once enveloped it, along with the despair-inducing shield, had vanished, revealing the enigmatic alien vessel for the first time in its entirety. Yet at that moment, the onlookers were no longer concerned about the warship's appearance. Their attention was wholly captivated by the immense void that marred its structure. This gaping chasm pierced through the entirety of the alien warship, allowing the previously obscured azure sky to be seen through it. The flickering flames and the scorched remnants surrounding the void indicated that this breach was not a feature of the ship itself, but rather a consequence of some terrifying force that had torn through it. Before the crowd could express their astonishment, admiration, or fear, the breached alien warship erupted in a rapid explosion. The brilliance of the blast instantly enveloped the ruined cityscape, and the resulting sound and shockwave ravaged the crumbling edifices once more. Many were thrown to the ground by the force of the explosion, while others, having gazed directly at the detonation, were left writhing in agony as they clutched their injured eyes. A similar calamity soon befell the next city, to blinding golden radiance, akin to a deity traversing the heavens, pierced through all adversaries that dared to tarnish its celestial domain, just as the inhabitants of the previous city began to wail. Countless other alien warships in yet another city were likewise penetrated by this dazzling light. 1 minute and 18 seconds. This was the time it took for the radiant spear to ascend beyond the atmosphere and surge towards the lunar alien outpost. Equally, it marked the moment of demise for the extraterrestrial fleet on Earth. The suddenness of these events was staggering. The squid-like beings stationed at the lunar outpost had scarcely begun to comprehend the rapid disappearance of their warship signals before they witnessed a golden beam slicing through the atmosphere, bearing down upon them. In response to this unexpected assault, the squid beings of the outpost hastily activated their protective shields while simultaneously unleashing their most potent destructive beam towards the golden light. The clash of the destructive beam and the radiant spear culminated in a tremendous explosion after a brief standoff that a colossal wave of energy swept through space, scattering debris and satellites that floated in the cosmos. Moments later, silence reigned once more. The squid beings at the lunar outpost exhaled in relief upon witnessing this, yet their trepidation quickly resurfaced, although they had thwarted the attack of the radiant spear. The use of their strongest offensive weapon had depleted the energy reserves of Base 69 that recharging, coupled with the cooldown of the destructive beam, meant that they would be unable to fire it again for 6 Earth minutes. Should the enemy strike again during this interval, the entire outpost would become a lamb to the slaughter, helplessly watching as the golden spear pierced through them, transforming them into drifting cosmic refuse. To avert such a calamity, the squid beings resolved to relocate their outpost to the far side of the moon. They reasoned that the Earthlings would likely not resort to destroying their own satellite simply to eliminate a single outpost. All they needed to do was to hunker down on the moon's far side and await the arrival of reinforcements. Meanwhile, after Gundai had unleashed the radiant spear, the surrounding luminescence gradually faded, allowing Lin Mo and his companions to regain their vision. The trio turned to Gundai, only to be astonished to find that she was gradually shrinking. Not only was her height diminishing, but her form was also contracting, with even her oversized dumpling transforming into a small steam bu. It turned out that in her furious state, Gundai had inadvertently expended too much energy, exhausting the magical power Lin Mo had previously infused into her. As her magical reserves dwindled, Gundai could no longer maintain her adult form, gradually reverting to her youthful appearance. The once upright tuft of hair atop her head drooped due to insufficient magical energy. Nevertheless, as the tuft remained, Gundai did not revert entirely to her previous state, but rather became an ordinary version of the dumpling-haired girl. Observing the dumpling-haired girl's weakening state, Lin Mo rushed forward to catch her, preventing her from collapsing onto the ground. Due to her fatigue, Lin Mo and his companions decided to return home to rest, intending to address the matter of the squid being's lunar outpost once everyone had recovered. Utilizing Qiana's subspace portal, the group swiftly returned home. After settling the unconscious dumpling-haired girl, it was time for dinner to celebrate their resounding victory against the squid beings. Lin Mo resolved to prepare a feast. However, due to his limited culinary skills, he could only manage a few familiar dishes, such as scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried bell peppers with meat, and various meat stews with potatoes. For the staple, he opted for rice, which he hadn't had in a while. After washing the rice and adding water, he powered the rice cooker with a battery pack charged by Raiden Shogun. The general could not enter the kitchen. Qiana was the only one who could lend a helping hand. Taking advantage of this rare moment of solitude, Qiana yearned to snuggle up to Lin Mo after much coaxing. Lin Mo finally consented to let Qiana tend to the fire for the pot while nestled in his embrace. At that moment, Qiana held the pot lid with her left hand to shield against the smoke while her right hand stoked the flames, her petite form curling up in Lin Mo's arms. The height difference allowed her not to hinder Lin Mo's actions. Meanwhile, Lin Mo encircled Qiana with his arms, wielding a spatula in one hand and a pot in the other. If anyone were to witness this scene, they might have been compelled to remark on the undeniable chemistry between the two. With Qiana's playful demeanor, the preparation of the meal became quite the arduous task for Lin Mo, taking significantly longer than usual. Observing the affectionate exchange between the two from the kitchen doorway, Raiden Shogun could only watch on, her expression a blend of longing and confusion. As a puppet, she was not meant to experience such emotions. Yet she found herself unable to resist when it came to Lin Mo. Her palm rested gently against her chest as ripples of emotion stirred within her typically vacant gaze. Meanwhile, The king of hunger in the room caught a whiff of the fragrant rice. His nose twitching slightly. With a discontented growl, the king of hunger's belly awakened from its slumber. "Ah, I want more, just one more bowl." Upon waking, the king of hunger exclaimed the thoughts he had wished to voice in his dreams. However, upon surveying the empty room, he paused in confusion before quickly reverting to his dumpling-haired form. Yet the dumpling-haired girl was undeniably famished. Following the enticing aroma of rice, she drifted towards the kitchen door. Spotting Raiden Shogun blocking the entrance, the dumpling-haired girl furrowed her brow, disregarding the risk of being zapped by the general, and squeezed past her. The sudden movement startled Raiden Shogun from her introspection. As the dumpling-haired girl attempted to breach the kitchen, ready to devour the freshly cooked dishes prepared by Lin and Mo, the general instinctively reached out to pull her back as the dumpling-haired girl leaned closer to the table. Drawn by the allure of the food, Raiden Shogun frowned and pulled her back. In that moment, both parties found themselves in a standoff. Lin and Mo, noticing the commotion behind him, turned to see a scene that elicited both amusement and exasperation. The ancient king of hunger was stretching his neck and extending his tongue towards the delectable dishes on the table, while Raiden Shogun, akin to a stern owner preventing a dog from licking food, frowned as she tugged at the dumpling-haired girl's waistband, preventing her from getting any closer. Witnessing this tableau brought to mind a meme he had once seen online of Raiden Shogun restraining a divine being. Lin and Mo felt an instinctive urge to laugh, yet he was left speechless. "Altria, the meal will be ready soon. Please calm down and wait at the dining table." Lin and Mo took a deep breath and approached the goofy-haired king. Disregarding the drool trickling from the corners of the latter's mouth, gently cupping her face, he rubbed it while coaxing, "Nanny, I'm starving to death." Due to the face rubbing and the copious drool, the goofy-haired king's speech came out rather garbled. Nevertheless, she eventually calmed down. Lin and Mo shot a glance at the general, signaling her to notice Artoria before returning to the stove to continue cooking. Fortunately, no unforeseen incidents occurred thereafter. Lin and Mo quickly prepared the dishes and called Qiana over to serve rice and dishes. The reason for not inviting the goofy-haired king and Raiden Shogun was the fear that the former would devour the food before it reached the dining table, and the latter's presence might inadvertently cause a culinary disaster in the kitchen. Once the meal was served, the goofy-haired king eagerly grabbed her chopsticks and began to eat with fervor. Observing this, Qiana felt compelled not to be outdone, promptly picking up her bowl and chopsticks to devour her share. Raiden Shogun, while appearing composed and methodical in her eating, was indeed a foodie at heart. Thus, although her dining manners seemed elegant and orderly, the rice in her bowl was vanishing at an astonishing rate. Witnessing the three of them eat with such gusto, Lin and Mo hurriedly joined in, realizing that if he did not eat quickly, there might soon be nothing left to cater to these three voracious eaters. Lin and Mo employed 4 rice cookers, steaming a substantial quantity of rice. The dishes were prepared to accommodate multiple servings, with an extra dash of salt added. Yet, even with such ample provisions, allowing them to eat freely resulted in a swift depletion of supplies. In exasperation, Lin and Mo retrieved an entire box of bulk snacks collected from the supermarket. These snacks, while not gourmet, were sufficient to ensure the three of them could eat their fill. Perhaps next time I should summon a skilled chef? Lin and Mo mused inwardly, glancing at the goofy-haired king and Qiana sprawled on the sofa, contentedly rubbing their bellies and picking their teeth. However, as summoning characters was entirely random, Lin and Mo had no control over who would be summoned next. Speaking of summoning, Lin and Mo couldn't help but check the status of his summoning skills. The cooldown period had not yet elapsed, but the energy points required for summoning were already amassed. The previous summoning of Qiana had incurred no cost, and Artoria's summoning had consumed only a modest amount of energy. Yet for Raiden Shogun, the energy consumption was fixed. She required 1,000 energy points for another summoning. Today, Artoria's Sacred Lance had garnered over 100,000 energy points for Lin and Mo. It could be said that for the foreseeable future, he need not worry about energy shortages. The only obstacle remaining for Lin and Mo in expanding his harem, no, his team, was merely time. However, he did not find this particularly concerning. Their current combat prowess was already sufficient. Lin and Mo possessed Avalon, a life-saving artifact, and with the assistance of Surin, who wielded the power of the Hershers to extend his lifespan, he felt secure. After successfully charming Surin, She had playfully declared that his lifespan was too short to be of use to her, thus granting him a breakthrough beyond the boundaries of life. Now, he found himself akin to Einstein and Tesla from the world of Honkai. Almost ageless and immortal. In fact, Lin Mo was even slightly stronger than them, as they had utilized the divine key, while he had directly invoked the Hershers of Death's powers to achieve his longevity. Returning to the present, with 2 days remaining until the next summoning, Lin Mo resolved to set aside those thoughts for now. His immediate task was to wash the dishes and clean the pots. There was no choice. Qiana and the goofy-haired king were clearly incapacitated from their excessive feasting. With Raiden Shogun unable to enter the kitchen and handle the utensils, this arduous task fell solely to Lin Mo. During the dishwashing process, Lin Mo also discovered a more pressing issue than the absence of a skilled chef that, in comparison to the rapid consumption of food, they were far more deficient in clean water. Due to the substantial resources gathered earlier, Lin Mo and his companions had not paid much attention to their water usage in daily life. However, while washing dishes and pots, he realized how quickly their water supply was depleting. Aside from drinking, water was needed for washing dishes, personal hygiene, and most importantly, bathing. The increasingly chilly weather made it impossible to reuse a single basin of water. Coupled with the growing number of people and the frequent messes made by Lin Mo and Qiana, necessitating additional cleanups, their originally sufficient water supply was being consumed at an alarming rate. Come to think of it, even before the apocalypse, I was reluctant to use bottled or barrel water for washing. Yet now, with no other water sources available and not wanting Qiana and the others to suffer, he had resorted to using drinking water for bathing. What a luxury! Lin Mo sighed inwardly, reflecting on the struggles of others fighting for survival in this apocalyptic world. He could almost envision their expressions of desperation upon realizing he was using precious water resources for bathing. Sigh. This won't do. However, finding a clean water source was not merely a difficult task. It was exceedingly challenging. In fact, it would be easier to reach for the heavens than to locate a clean water source. With a resigned sigh, Lin Mo acknowledged that for now he had no viable solutions and could only hope for better luck during future resource gathering. Meanwhile, not far from Lin Mo's residence, a beleaguered pink-haired girl finally arrived at the small shop where she had last parted ways with Lin Mo and the others. Huff! What a calamity! As if zombies and monsters weren't enough. Now we have aliens too. Thankfully that alien spaceship exploded. Otherwise I might have had to dig myself a grave. The pink-haired girl muttered discontentedly, clearly dissatisfied with her current life in the apocalypse. She deeply regretted her decision to seek out some so-called safe zone. Instead, she should have clung stubbornly to Lin Mo and the others, even if it meant becoming a mere errand girl. Now, she found herself leading a group of the elderly, weak, and children struggling to survive in this desolate world. Ah, the plight of the working class, she lamented, forcing herself to muster her spirits and prepare to continue searching for Lin Mo. According to her calculations, Lin Mo and the others, riding their electric tricycle, couldn't have gone far. Their base or encampment should be near the commercial district. However, glancing at the now dilapidated commercial district, resembling a site of heavy artillery bombardment, the pink-haired girl felt uncertain about whether Lin Mo and the others still resided nearby. After patrolling the vicinity of the commercial district for a week, she finally stumbled upon their traces. Following the path marked by discarded vehicles clear to the roadside, she identified the route Lin Mo and his companions had taken. However, before she could proceed very far along the road, she was suddenly obstructed by an increasing number of Honkai beasts. What the hell? Are these monsters having a meeting here? Hiding behind a trash can, she peered through a gap at the Honkai beasts roaming outside, biting her nails in frustration as a school dropout who had faced the harsh realities of life at an early age. She was not very familiar with video games or anime. Furthermore, the elderly and weak in the safe zone had little exposure to such topics, so they simply referred to these Honkai beasts as monsters, possessing scant knowledge about them. Nonetheless, the pink-haired girl was a survivor well acquainted with the apocalypse. She had a rudimentary understanding of some Honkai beasts. The creatures blocking her path were mostly the shield-bearer Honkai beasts, accompanied by a few mosquito Honkai beasts patrolling the area. While she could handle one or two of the shield-bearers, it would be quite challenging. With so many of them present, she could only avoid confrontation. Crouched behind the trash can, she surveyed the surrounding situation and, to her dismay, realized she seemed to be surrounded. Not only was it impossible to break through the Honkai beast blocking her, but even escaping had become a formidable challenge. "What a stroke of bad luck," she exclaimed. "Lin Mo, Qiana, where are you? Come save me." As the pink-haired girl trembled in fear while hiding in a trash bin, Lin Mo found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Although the fluffy-haired king did not charge and unceremoniously like the black-haired one, she possessed a greater knack for being endearing. Unlike Saber in the anime, who initially treated Shiro with coldness, the fluffy-haired king held a fondness for Lin Mo from the outset. There was no need for strategic maneuvering. She would cuddle up to him and compete for his affection with Qiana without a hint of guilt. Moreover, the fluffy-haired king merely switched forms, and yes, the memories from her time as the gun-wielding version remained intact, which made her feel no need for restraint. In stark contrast to Lin Mo, who was lost in bliss, the pink-haired girl found herself in dire straits. Ultimately discovered by the Hersher's beast while concealed within the trash bin, she was now desperately sprinting through the streets, relying on the bin's protection. Above her, fireballs and ice spikes hurled from the sky by the fire and ice Hersher's beast placed her in a torturous duality of heat and cold. In a sense, this could be considered a peculiar kind of exhilaration that if she were to realize that Lin Mo was reveling in joy while she was in such peril, she would undoubtedly be consumed by jealousy to the point of exploding. Due to her limited visibility while encased in the trash bin, the pink-haired girl unwittingly turned into a dead end. Faced with the imposing wall before her, there was no time to change course. With no escape route left, she sighed in resignation and prepared to fight to the last. A surge of crimson flames erupted from the trash bin, propelling it like a rocket hammer to crash down upon the pursuing Hersher's beasts. I'll fight you all. Take this sea tiger explosive fist." Bursting forth from the trash bin, she lunged toward the Hersher's beast and shouted, swinging her fist with all her might. Flames enveloped her fist, striking the beast with the force of a rocket launcher. The impacted Hersher's beast let out a pitiful cry before being sent flying. Witnessing their prey not only refusing to surrender, but daring to retaliate ignited the ferocity of the other beasts, who lunged at the pink-haired girl en masse. In the face of multiple Hersher's beasts attacking, she took a step back, ensuring her back was against the wall to prevent any surprise attacks. Taking a deep breath, she began to unleash a rapid series of punches towards her foes. Lacking the knowledge of dramatic flair, her combo remained nameless, compelling her to yell with fervor, Die, after a flurry of strikes. Panting heavily, she assessed the situation ahead. Her despair. Despite her efforts, she had merely shattered the shields of several guarding Hersher's beasts. Damn it! What kind of turtle shells are these? I'm done, cursing under her breath. She seized the moment while the other beasts were obstructed by the guards to leap high over the wall behind her. How infuriating! Why are the monsters here so resilient? This is utterly nonsensical. As she swung her slightly reddened hands, she couldn't help but complain while darting from building to building. In truth, with her strength nearing that of a B-class Valkyrie, she was more than capable of taking on those Hersher's beasts. However, without a suitable weapon or Valkyrie armor, she appeared particularly underwhelming. Much like in the game, lacking specialized weapons and signatures rendered her virtually non-existent. Now, the pink-haired girl was essentially a 000. No specialized weapon, no signature, no Valkyrie armor. Under such circumstances, she could only contend with minor adversaries. The formidable Hersher's beasts, specifically those nurtured by Qiana's arrangements, were beyond her reach, leaving her helplessly watching as they advanced. Soon, she found herself cornered once more by the Hersher's beasts. Unlike before, this time they surrounded her from all sides, leaving no possibility of escape. Damn it! Am I really going to die here today? No. I refuse to leave this world without having known a man. In her moment of despair, several spears crafted from the limbs of Hersher's beasts suddenly descended from the sky, impaling several airborne beasts. Hey, newcomer, if you don't want to die, hold on tight. And remember, we can thrive even without men. Just as the pink-haired girl pondered who had come to her aid, a woman clad in armor made from Hersher's beast shells swooped down from above. Without hesitation, she seized the pink-haired girl's head and lifted her off the ground like a turnip. swiftly soaring into the sky. The surrounding Hersher's beasts attempted to intercept them, but several makeshift bombs, crafted from the cores of the beasts, were hurled, resulting in explosive blasts that repelled the attackers, though she was saved. The pink-haired girl was far from comfortable. "Ah, my head is going to fall off." Being yanked upwards in such a manner would have likely killed an ordinary person, only due to the pink-haired girl's robust physique. Having endured the zombie virus and the influence of the Hersher's energy, she managed to survive the ascent without immediate peril. Hearing her screams, the woman gripping her head grew somewhat annoyed. "Could you quiet down? Just take a deep breath. The discomfort will pass soon." To the woman's words, the pink-haired girl felt her eyes bulge in frustration. "What do you mean it will pass? I'm being yanked up in a spiral." "Let's see if you still have your composure." The woman, taken aback by the pink-haired girl's retort, felt a wave of irritation. However, as they were nearing their destination, she was disinclined to engage in further banter. After several minutes of flight, the woman finally landed, releasing the pink-haired girl onto the ground. As soon as she touched down, the pink-haired girl grimaced, rubbing her neck and checking to see if it had been stretched. Observing her antics, the woman who had rescued her looked on with increasing disdain. Just then, another woman, similarly clad in armor made from Hersher's beast shells, approached them. "Hello, newcomer. I am Zhao Mu, the leader of the Witch Repair Society. May I ask your name?" Hearing someone speak, the pink-haired girl paused, her neck rubbing, and looked up at the newcomer. It was only at that moment that she took a closer look at these individuals. Their armor appeared rather crude, seemingly handcrafted. However, this sparked an idea in her mind. She could create her own armor using the shells of the Hersher's beasts. This would also resolve her weapon issue. Noticing the pink-haired girl was staring at her armor rather than responding, Zhao Mu quickly grasped her thoughts. Without hesitation, she explained, "After establishing the Witch Repair Society, we began researching our abilities. We discovered that our powers seemed to share a common origin with those monsters. At that time, we were in dire need of weapons and armor, so we experimented with crafting them from the remains of these creatures, resulting in what you see now. Although the armor and weapons are crude, they significantly enhance our strength, providing us with a better chance of survival in this world." Upon hearing Zhao Mu's explanation, the pink-haired girl, who had some understanding of the Witch Repair Society, nodded in acknowledgement. Then, with a serious tone, she inquired, "So, what is the purpose of bringing me, a resident of the safe zone, to your territory? Surely it can't be out of kindness, simply because you saw me in peril?" Zhao Mu, unfazed by the lack of gratitude in the pink-haired girl's tone, chuckled instead, as expected of the leader of the safe zone. "You quickly discerned our ulterior motives. You are correct. We did not bring you here merely out of goodwill. Follow me. I have something interesting to show you." As she spoke, Zhao Mu made her way towards the underground parking lot of the camp. Upon witnessing this, Feng Mao did not hesitate and followed suit. Soon, the two arrived at the depths of the underground parking area, where the temperature was noticeably lower than outside, with thick layers of ice coating the ground and walls. This sight only deepened Feng Mao's curiosity about what her companion intended to show her. The answer soon revealed itself. Monstrous creatures, as large as wild boars, lay sprawled on the ground, their corpses visibly disintegrating. Surrounding them were members of the Witches' Repair Society, clad in the armor of the crumbling beasts. Diligently dismembering the creature, removing intact armor plates from its body and transporting them to a nearby workbench. Atop the workbench, a set of ice blue armor was nearing completion, emanating a visible aura of crumbling energy, clearly beyond the capability of an ordinary individual to wield. Feng Mao understood that, despite her frequent appearances, her lack of a name indicated she was unlikely to encounter any fortune. The members of the Witches' Repair Society had brought her to their base, not to recruit her as a new member, but rather to use her as a test subject. Under the coercion of numerous members, she reluctantly donned the armor, which they had painstakingly crafted at great expense of both resources and manpower. The materials derived from the Emperor-class ice boar still exuded a potent chill even in its juvenile form. This chilling aura was something that Valkyries rated below B-class could rarely endure for long. Within the entire Witches' Repair Society, only 3 members had achieved B-class. They were unwilling to suffer further losses after their already significant casualties in the hunt for the juvenile ice boar. Thus, they set their sights on Feng Mao, who also possessed B-class status, albeit with a fire attribute. Despite her unwillingness, the circumstances forced her to muster her courage, don the ice-boar armor, and partake in what was ostensibly a reconnaissance mission. But in reality, a suicidal test. Now, Feng Mao stood before the barrier of the crumbling beast cluster set up by Qiana. Behind her loomed several members of the Witches' Repair Society, clad in standard crumbling beast armor, watching her intently. Any attempt to flee or engage in other actions would result in her being impaled by their weapons fashioned from the limbs of crumbling beasts. Her task was to breach the barrier and investigate the situation within, a task that was evidently designed to lead her to her demise. She had no faith that the seemingly frigid and poorly made armor would withstand the onslaught of the crumbling beasts. In fact, the members of the Witches' Repair Society harbored no illusions that she could complete the mission or even survive. As the creators of the ice-boar armor, they were acutely aware of its shoddy craftsmanship. This experiment was merely to assess how much punishment a human could endure while wearing it. Ugh, why must they torment the downtrodden? Feng Mao lamented, feeling the spear pressed against her waist. Then, under the urging of the Witches' Repair Society members, she charged towards the gathering of crumbling beasts in the distance. With death looming behind her, she could only pray that the ice-boar armor might prove useful enough to carve out a path for her survival. Here goes nothing. I hope this black technology they somehow acquired proves beneficial. With a loud shout, Feng Mao plunged into the sea of crumbling beasts, disappearing from sight. The observing members of the Witches' Repair Society frowned at this and were about to pursue her when Zhao Mu intervened. Wait a moment. That girl won't easily escape. It seemed to corroborate Zhao Mu's statement, as a series of explosions erupted from the distance among the crumbling beasts. Red flames and blue ice shards erupted, sending crumbling beasts flying and shattering them into pieces. The violent blast created a thick cloud of smoke and dust, obscuring the battlefield once more. However, the members of the Witches' Repair Society no longer worried about Feng Mao's escape. For numerous crumbling beasts were now converging on the site of the explosion, making it nearly impossible for her to escape. On the other side, Feng Mao, having entered the ranks of the crumbling beasts, was now in a frenzy. Her surprise, the ice-boar armor proved unexpectedly formidable. Though she was uncertain of its workings or the black technology employed by the Witches' Repair Society, the armor granted her a sensation of mastery during combat. She finally understood why the members of the Witches' Repair Society, despite their lack of strength, exuded such arrogance and donned ostentatious attire. This crumbling beast armor could only effectively transmit the crumbling energy within when it closely adhered to the skin, thereby producing an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Though she had yet to reach the level of donning true Valkyrie armor, she was now in a vastly different league. Particularly, she discovered that her fire attacks combined with the armor's ice attribute could produce explosive damage effects. If Feng Mao had participated in the latest event of the three-bounce game, she might have recognized this as the earlier introduced fusion explosion mechanism. Of course, understanding the mechanics was unnecessary. She simply needed to know that she was formidable. After unleashing a barrage of explosive attacks, Feng Mao felt a surge of confidence. But she was quickly grounded by the increasing number of crumbling beasts dragging her back to reality. Darn it, she exclaimed, lamenting that her rare opportunity to show off was being cut short by the harshness of reality. Great heavens, I just want to get through the day, Feng Mao shouted in frustration. To her astonishment, her curses elicited a response. Almost immediately after her shout, countless spears of the abyss punctured the air, swiftly skewering the crumbling beasts surrounding her. The sudden onslaught left Feng Mao momentarily stunned. No way. Is the heavens punishing me for my outburst? Feeling a sense of foreboding, she glanced at the crumbling beast pinned to the ground and felt increasingly anxious. She swallowed hard and turned to gauge the reactions of the Witches' Repair Society members. However, to her dismay, the very individuals who had been watching from the sidelines had vanished without a trace. How infuriating! Weren't they all so confident just moments ago? Where did they disappear to, though she inwardly cursed their cowardice? Feng Mao felt a growing frustration at being abandoned. Yet there was no time for lamentation. She could distinctly sense an immensely powerful presence approaching. Although she lacked in-depth knowledge of crumbling energy, her instincts warned her of the overwhelming strength that lay ahead. Compared to the juvenile ice boar corpse she had previously encountered amongst the Witches' Repair Society, this impending threat was on an entirely different scale. The terrifying aura and her rising anxiety rendered her motionless. Despite her body instinctively trembling, she found herself unable to move. Just as she believed her end was nigh, a familiar voice rang out from above. "Oh, I thought it was a new type of crumbling beast. Turns out it's you. Phone Mal, it's been a while. How did you end up in this predicament?" Qiana's voice resonated from above, prompting Phone Mal, who had been on the brink of panic, to instinctively look up. "Wait, Black Lace? No, you're Qiana. Why do you seem so different from before?" Gazing down from her elevated position, Qiana appeared somewhat bewildered, mirroring the expression of her pink-haired companion. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Qiana, having regained her composure, engaged in a serious discussion with her friend. With a torrent of words, the pink-haired girl recounted her arduous experiences, tears streaming down her face. Upon hearing about her friend's misfortunes, Qiana could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Reflecting on her own troubles, she suddenly realized that they paled in comparison. When the pink-haired girl inquired about Qiana's recent experiences, Qiana instinctively began to divulge her latest happenings. However, just as she was about to speak, she recalled Lin Mo's previous admonition. Indeed, the captain had warned her that the information from their side should not be disclosed to outsiders. How fortunate she was to have caught herself just in time. Nevertheless, a new wave of frustration washed over her. For aside from details concerning their abilities in combat, the only other topics available were her and Lin Mo's rather scandalous daily lives. This thought plunged Qiana into a state of distress. Noticing the puzzled look on her friend's face, Qiana's anxiety intensified. In a moment of panic, she remembered a game she had been playing recently and blurted out, by the way, I've been playing Civilization lately. Let me tell you, strategic bombers are incredibly useful weapons. They boast a wide attack range, substantial durability, and high damage. Plus, they can drop nuclear bombs." Qiana, brimming with excitement, regaled her friend with tales of her conquest of the world. While the pink-haired girl looked on in utter confusion, her expression resembling a question mark. Though the topic felt utterly bizarre, the pink-haired girl discerned that Qiana was discussing a game. Yet, this realization only deepened her bewilderment. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, how could Qiana still be talking about games? Was her life so comfortable that she could indulge in gaming amidst the end of days? Or perhaps she was subconsciously avoiding reality. Retreating into the past, it seemed as though Qiana's mind had become unhinged. Contemplating this, the pink-haired girl scrutinized Qiana's current demeanor. Well, she does seem rather foolish. It is entirely plausible that she's indeed indulging in the latter scenario. After arriving at her conclusion, the pink-haired girl's gaze toward Qiana was tinged with a hint of pity. "Ahem, by the way, how has Lin Mo been lately? I haven't seen him around. What is he up to?" Eager to divert the conversation away from Qiana's odd behavior, the pink-haired girl attempted to change the subject. "Huh, you mean the captain? He is currently, Qiana instinctively began to respond, her focus still on the game. But as she continued, she suddenly realized her slip. "What is he? And who is Altria?" The pink-haired girl, intrigued by Qiana's hesitance, found herself even more curious that, he is, recovering his strength. Lin Mo has been quite overworked lately, so he needs to recuperate. As Qiana stumbled over her words, she felt the tension in the air thickening. No, that's not right. The captain is fine. It is Altria who is struggling. In any case, it is nothing serious. So you needn't concern yourself with it. In her flustered state, Qiana inadvertently painted a darker picture. The pink-haired girl, though inexperienced in romantic affairs, had seen enough to piece together what was happening from Qiana's descriptions and her bashful demeanor. Lin Mo had not only found new love, but was also publicly declaring his affections. How absurd! With such a beautiful and charming girlfriend like Qiana, how could he stray? Qiana, listen to me. A man like that deserves to be kicked to the curb. In this apocalypse, with your abilities, you can stand on your own. There's no need to rely on anyone else as it happens. I am in need of help, and considering our acquaintance and your past favors, I can offer you a good job. What do you think? The pink-haired girl, adopting the guise of concerned friend, attempted to persuade Qiana while subtly trying to lure her away. However, Qiana was not someone easily swayed by mere words. Upon hearing her friend's suggestion to leave Lin and Mo, she immediately bristled. Leave the captain? Absolutely not. Though he is lecherous and a rogue, he is still the captain, and no matter what, I will not abandon him. Moreover, Qiana sensed the insincerity behind her friend's grandiose words, suspecting jealousy over her relationship with the captain. Humph, you didn't see this coming, did you? I am well-read and can see through your scheming like a poorly written villainess in a novel. Qiana shot her friend a triumphant look, exposing the pink-haired girl's ulterior motives. The pink-haired girl, realizing Qiana's misinterpretation, felt a surge of urgency. Although Qiana's assumptions were slightly off, she was indeed trying to lure her away. Not from Lin and Mo, but from Qiana herself to protect her own intentions from being discovered and to ensure future opportunities. The pink-haired girl decided to play the role of the caring friend who was misunderstood that no, I have no interest in Lin and Mo. Thank you very much, while I may not be on your level. I'm still a self-sufficient woman in this new world. I have no need to compete for a man. The pink-haired girl retorted, though her recent frustrations had caused her words to become a bit too harsh. Realizing her excessive tone, she quickly regretted her outburst. Oh no, will Qiana be furious and strike me? Suddenly remembering the lawlessness of the apocalypse and the significant power disparity between them, the pink-haired girl felt a shiver of fear. Yet, she had grossly underestimated Qiana's resilience. After countless encounters with dramatic narratives, Qiana had long since shed her former sensitivity. Armed with an arsenal of witty comebacks, she shot back. You are flustered. You've been rattled by my words. Your so-called independence is merely a mask for loneliness that I refuse to fall into your trap and leave the captain. He promised me tonight. Well, in any case, this is none of your concern. The captain has declared that he loves Qiana the most. Forget it. You wouldn't understand that I must take my leave now. It is dangerous here, and I need to return to my post. With a glance at the darkening sky, Qiana abandoned the bewildered pink-haired girl and swiftly entered the subspace portal. Left behind, the pink-haired girl was left in disarray. One loves me. I don't understand. That's not true. It was evident that today's battle had resulted in the pink-haired girl's utter defeat. She could not sway Qiana's unwavering resolve. Upon returning to base, Qiana hurriedly entered the room where Lin and Mo and the absent-minded king were located. Captain, it is already dark. We should, initially brimming with excitement. Qiana's mood soured upon witnessing the scene in the room. Captain, perhaps we should just call it a night. You seem rather tired. How about we discuss it another day? Qiana cautiously retreated while awkwardly suggesting an alternative. Lin and Mo, perceiving Qiana's thoughts, recognized that if she expressed reluctance, he would never force her. However, noticing her current demeanor, he felt a mischievous urge to tease her. Oh, Qiana, how considerate of you. Very well. Let us all take a moment to rest this evening. Since that is the case, let us first indulge in a meal. A meal? Qiana was somewhat taken aback by Lin Mo's abrupt change of topic. Indeed, the timing coincided perfectly with dinner. It was indeed time to eat. Wasn't it? Feeling as though she could not linger in this place for another second, Qiana hastily uttered a mortifying remark before dashing out of the room. Lin and Mo, realizing the situation, was unable to stop her in time. Upon entering the living room, he found Raiden Mei sitting blankly at the dining table, seemingly awaiting her meal. Qiana, however, was nowhere to be seen, likely having hidden herself in another room. Lin and Mo glanced at the time, noting that it was indeed the usual dinner hour. Due to Raiden Mei's inability to cook, she typically sat at the table during mealtime, waiting for Lin and Mo and the others to serve the food. Today, however, Lin and Mo was delayed by the need to clean up after the battlefield, leaving Raiden Mei to sit alone at the table like a solitary elder awaiting companionship. The thought of her solitary figure inexplicably tugged at Lin Mo's heartstrings. He placed a hand over his chest, feeling a twinge of guilt towards Raiden Mei. Consequently, he retrieved some imported delicacies that he had deliberately hidden to prevent the gluttonous individuals from devouring them in one go. Placing them before Raiden Mei. Upon seeing the unfamiliar food laid out before her, Raiden Mei tilted her head in curiosity towards Lin and Mo under her gaze. Lin and Mo felt increasingly negligent and quickly added with a smile. This is a special appetizer for today. General, please feel free to enjoy. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Raiden May nodded in understanding and then focused her attention on the delicacies before her. "May I eat freely?" she murmured softly before gingerly picking up a piece of the treat between her thumb and index finger and bringing it to her mouth. As Raiden May savored the delicious morsel, she quickened her chewing pace, reaching for a second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth piece. In a mere 5 seconds, she had devoured the entire box of treats while Lin and Mo looked on, utterly astonished, gazing at the now empty container. Raiden May's expression shifted to one of disappointment as she contemplated the absence of food. She turned her hopeful eyes towards Lin and Mo, silently wishing for him to provide her with more. Lin and Mo, feeling somewhat speechless, noted her disappointment, but quickly returned to a calm demeanor. Yet, her unwavering gaze fixed on the empty box revealed her genuine desire for more of the delectable treats. Lin and Mo thought to himself, "Why does it feel as though I am the villain reluctant to feed the beautiful maiden?" Cursing inwardly, he begrudgingly retrieved several more boxes of snacks. He offered 3 boxes to Raiden May, informing her that there would be no dinner this evening. This. Raiden May merely nodded in acknowledgement, though her hands and mouth showed no signs of pausing. The 3 boxes were delivered to the room of the aloof princess, making it convenient for her to eat upon waking. The remaining 3 boxes were taken to Qiana's room in hopes of coaxing her. With this intention, Lin and Mo knocked on Qiana's door. "Qiana, open the door and receive warmth. I have brought your favorite snacks." Qiana, unwilling to face Lin and Mo, called out loudly without turning around. Not a chance. Breakfast soon passed, and Lin and Mo and his companions commenced their discussion regarding the destruction of the Squid People's lunar base. According to the general's reconnaissance, the Squid People had retreated to the far side of the moon to obliterate their outpost. It seemed they would need to journey to the moon. "Qiana, with your current abilities, should you not be able to open a portal to the moon?" Lin and Mo inquired of Qiana. Having just been filled with Hersher's energy the previous night, Qiana could hardly assert that she could not. However, Lin Mo's assured tone left her feeling somewhat irked. "Well, I can, but the moon probably lacks air, right? Without space suits, can you all accompany me to the moon?" Lin and Mo had indeed considered Qiana's concerns. "I certainly cannot venture to the moon. Artoria, Raiden May, can you both fight in space?" In response to Lin Mo's question, the aloof princess expressed some reluctance. "I apologize, master, if I were still in spirit form. I might have been able to attempt it. But now, with a tangible body, I fear that fighting on the moon without Avalon would be unfeasible. In contrast to the physically fragile Artoria, Raiden May, who had chosen a mechanical ascension, expressed fewer reservations than as for the moon. It should be manageable. I have previously stated that this body can endure various extreme environments. I can traverse both heaven and earth," Raiden May calmly asserted. Artoria regarded her with a skeptical expression, perceiving it as a display of arrogance. After assessing the circumstances of the 3 individuals present, Lin and Mo swiftly devised a strategic plan. "In that case, Qiana, you will open the portal to the subspace, and together with Raiden May, proceed to the far side of the moon to destroy the Squid People's outpost." Qiana and Raiden Shogun set forth without delay. Utilizing the subspace gateway, the pair swiftly arrived at the far side of the moon in order to navigate the lunar terrain effectively. Both transformed their forms. Qiana assumed the guise of the Hershers of the Void, whilst Raiden Shogun donned the state of a divine puppet from the Zhou Ben lineage, with Raiden Shogun's signal locator guiding them. They quickly pinpointed the location of the Squidfolk outpost. However, due to the enemy's activation of optical camouflage, Qiana and her companion were unable to discern the precise appearance of the outpost. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Their sole purpose for venturing here was to wreak havoc. The geometric shape of the enemy's outpost mattered not, for in the end, it would inevitably be reduced to rubble. With such thoughts in mind, Qiana transported herself and Raiden Shogun directly into the interior of the Squidfolk outpost. Upon entering, they found themselves enveloped by a liquid that filled the space. To their surprise, the interior of the Squidfolk base was entirely submerged in water. However, recalling that squids dwell in aquatic environments, they soon came to terms with it. This circumstance also provided Qiana with a swift means to eliminate the Squidfolk. With a flick of her wrist, several subspace gateways opened within the base. As these gateways activated, the liquid within the base began to surge rapidly towards them. Meanwhile, at a circular crater on the moon's surface, Numerous subspace gateways were continuously spewing forth green liquid. The substantial loss of vital fluid within the outpost immediately alerted the squid folk to the breach. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage and discovering the sabotage, the squid folk hastily operated their control panels, attempting to seal the doors of the chamber to isolate Qiana and Raiden Shogun. Sensing the doors closing in around them, Raiden Shogun took action. With her colossal blade, measuring several meters in length, she swung it through the squid folk base, cleaving the surrounding doors and walls into disarray. Had Qiana not been without the ability to retrieve the Raiden core at that moment, Raiden Shogun would have already unleashed a devastating strike. Realizing that isolation was futile, the squid folk dispatched several combat teams, determined to eliminate Qiana and Raiden Shogun, the intruders in the chamber enveloped by the green liquid. Armed squid folk swiftly swam towards Qiana and her companion. Aware of the approaching enemies, Raiden Shogun and Qiana exchanged a glance and willingly assumed the role of guardians. Qiana continued to manipulate the subspace gateways to release water, while Raiden Shogun wielded her massive blade against the advancing squid folk. The newly arrived squid folk squads were taken aback by the extraordinary might of the enemy's weaponry. Yes, soon as they exposed themselves, they were severed in half by Raiden Shogun's blade. Blue blood mingled with the green vital fluid. Those who had been bisected did not perish immediately. Instead, they writhed in agony. Normally, such injuries would have proven fatal in ordinary water, but they now found themselves in the specially designed vital fluid. This concoction, developed specifically for their kind, enabled the squid folk to survive non-lethal wounds, staunching the bleeding and facilitating a slow recovery. While this vital fluid appeared impressive, it came with its own cost. To allow the squid folk to fight while conscious, the inherent anesthetic effects were minimal. Thus, despite their survival, the bisected squid folk were forced to endure the excruciating pain of their injuries. In truth, this was not an oversight by the developers of the vital fluid, given that battles typically consisted of laser exchanges, where injuries were merely perforations. The fluid was deemed sufficient for repair. The possibility of being struck by melee weapons, let alone being bisected, had not been adequately considered. Now, the disparity in combat methods left the squid folk in dire straits. Their once proud technological marvel now became the source of their torment, rendering them unable to seek solace in death. As more squid folk fell victim to Raiden Shogun's relentless assault, their unique cries of anguish began to fill the chamber. This low-frequency wailing did not affect Raiden Shogun, being a puppet, but it unsettled Qiana, causing her considerable distress. "This is unbearable," Qiana muttered in irritation, snapping her fingers to send the remaining squid folk to their demise. In the blink of an eye, the entire combat squad of squid folk was annihilated. Witnessing their elite fighters fall so easily to the enemy, the remaining squid folk in the outpost hesitated to advance. They observed the two earthlings wreaking havoc within the outpost and recalled their recent misfortunes. The squid folk in the control room clenched their teeth in rage. Their noble heritage as squid folk had never endured such humiliation, even during the turbulent periods of their history, when they had no home planet. They had relied on their cunning to manipulate the indigenous populations of other worlds. They had successfully seized a planet with merely a rented territory, annihilating the native civilization, even when their excesses led to reprisals from other civilizations across the galaxy. They had triumphed time and again that in terms of military might, economic power, or influence, the squid folk had never known defeat. Yet today, on this remote and insignificant little planet, they suffered an unprecedented setback. They had unleashed a terrifying zombie virus, effectively crippling the planet's military and government. Theoretically, they should have easily eradicated the remaining resistance and thoroughly consumed the planet. But who could have anticipated that the surface civilization was merely a decoy? The true civilization of this planet had insidiously lured them into attacking by disguising themselves as primitive inhabitants, then ambushing them while they were off guard. The inhabitants of this planet had displayed an utter lack of martial ethics. Despite their grievances, the squid folk, filled with rage, recognized their inability to prevail. Convinced that they stood no chance in direct confrontation, the squid folk began to gather their belongings in preparation for retreat. Unlike the foolish and self-sacrificing Yao Gao who marched to their doom for some misguided notion of righteousness, These squid folk felt no psychological burden as they fled. The idea of standing together with the outpost in their final stand was utterly absurd. They would only ridicule those who lagged behind, lamenting their own inability to escape faster. Feelings of national pride held no sway over these self-serving squid folk. Before long, they boarded their escape pods, ready to flee the outpost. Prior to their departure, they activated the outpost's self-destruct mechanism, considering it the most useful action they could take before fleeing. Meanwhile, within the chamber, as Raiden Shogun continued her destruction, she suddenly detected numerous signals retreating from the outpost, remembering the earlier incident when she had shot through an alien warship. Witnessing a multitude of squid folk escape in pods, Raiden Shogun deduced that the squid folk were indeed in flight. Consequently, she ceased her destructive endeavors and relayed this information to Qiana. What? How shameless of them to flee without a fight. If they wish to escape, they must first seek my approval. After exerting herself for so long only to find her efforts in vain, Qiana seethed with frustration. After muttering a few curses, she transported herself and Raiden Shogun into space through the subspace gateway. Observing the squid folk escape pods scattering across the cosmos like petals dispersed by a celestial maiden, Qiana let out a cold snort. "And oh, escape for you. Return whence you came." As she spoke, Qiana snapped her fingers. In an instant, a disregarded subspace portal materialized in the void of space, right in the trajectory of the fleeing escape pods of the squid-like beings. Those squids who had just fled the outpost and were reveling in the impending doom of the intruders who were about to be obliterated, had no time to celebrate before their escape pods were abruptly drawn back to the lunar outpost base. Upon witnessing the familiar surroundings, the squids were momentarily taken aback. Some spewed forth their characteristic profanities, while others frantically pressed the control panels of their escape pods, hoping to veer away. However, regardless of the squids' reactions, the outcome remained unchanged. A blinding light suddenly engulfed the lunar outpost base of the squids. Along with the surrounding area spanning hundreds of kilometers, the explosion of the squids' outpost was akin to the simultaneous detonation of several nuclear bombs. Those squids were, unfortunately, destined to become the third batch of zero-distance observers of nuclear explosions on Earth, sacrificing their worthless lives in the process. Regrettably, without an atmosphere on the moon, Qiana and her companions missed the chance to witness the mushroom cloud from a distance. Yet, the ramifications of this lunar outpost explosion were far more complex than what Qiana and her companions currently perceived. The massive explosion on the far side of the moon nudged it slightly closer to Earth. Although the shift was minimal and the specific parameters were unverified, it nonetheless had a significant impact on Earth. Under the moon's gravitational influence, the oceans of Earth began to experience tremendous tidal fluctuations. In some regions, the seawater receded instantaneously, while in others, unprecedented tidal waves surged forth, submerging vast coastal areas in an instant. Earth was once again besieged by disaster, rendering human survival increasingly arduous. After neutralizing the squid outpost, Qiana and Raiden Shogun returned home. The effects of the moon's proximity had little impact on the area where Lin Mo resided. After all, apart from a nondescript lake, Lin Mo's home was neither near mountains nor the sea. Even if the coastal regions were inundated, it had little bearing on Lin Mo and his companions. However, through the intermittent broadcasts, Lin Mo learned of the calamity affecting the coastal areas. What? Such a significant event, and Qiana and the others didn't mention it. Qiana. Raiden Shogun. Well, it seemed that neither of them paid much attention to such matters. It was likely that, in their eyes, anything not related to Lin Mo or witnessed firsthand could be conveniently disregarded. As for Lin Mo, he could only hope that those along the coast would find a way to avert disaster. As for disaster relief, Lin Mo had no thoughts on the matter whatsoever. In this apocalypse, rescue efforts were utterly meaningless. Putting this matter aside, Lin Mo and his companions resumed their ordinary lives. Meanwhile, the coastal regions, already beleaguered by high population density and a severe zombie crisis, faced an additional calamity with the tidal waves, further exacerbating their already dire living conditions. Fortunately, the coastal areas were largely developed economically, with many skyscrapers available for shelter. However, while ascending these towers was relatively easy, descending posed a significant challenge. The high-rises, lacking water and food, became increasingly crowded. It was only a matter of time before they could no longer sustain themselves. Yet, it was not just the cities that were submerged due to the encroaching seawater. The waters were also home to unknown monsters that occasionally surfaced, devouring the floating zombies. In such circumstances, the inhabitants of the skyscrapers grew increasingly frantic and desperate. A future that was all too visible felt far more hopeless than the supposed torment of mere survival in the past. Witnessing their former oppressors and exploiters, superiors, bosses, or even neighbors with whom they had past grievances, those who had already been excessively repressed during the zombie crisis now erupted in despair. They turned upon those who had bled them dry, roasting the very people who had feasted upon their toil. In the face of those they had long scorned, they struck with brutal honesty. In a moment, the so-called civilized city transformed into a savage landscape. Those who once fancied themselves superior, preying upon the lower classes, became mere dishes for the hungry. The once laughable notion of equality unexpectedly materialized. For each person possessed but a single wretched life. To be killed was to die. Returning to Lin Mo, after 2 days of shameless living, his summoning skill finally cooled down. Although it had only been a week since he summoned Raiden Shogun, Lin Mo felt as if much more time had passed. Indeed, it was no wonder that in this apocalypse, momentous events seemed to unfold daily. The familiar summoning scene was accompanied by entirely different incantations. And Lin Mo had completely forgotten what he had said last time. Regardless of the words uttered, summoning was assured, so he spoke casually. The crowd, though now one person larger, was hardly affected as Lin Mo uttered the final words of the summoning incantation. Golden light enveloped the entire room. When the radiance dissipated, a new character emerged that a question arose. If wisdom had a color, what would it be? Gazing at the figure before him, a humorous internet meme flickered in Lin Mo's mind. To his surprise, it was her. Lin Mo murmured helplessly. However, this quiet utterance did not escape the ears of the person opposite him. Hey, Lin Mo, what do you mean by that? Summoning this goddess is your honor. Instead of kneeling in gratitude for my blessings, you look at me with disdain. What is that all about? As she spoke, the girl, who declared herself a goddess and exuded an aura of wisdom, rushed to Lin Mo's side, seizing his collar and shaking him vigorously. Witnessing this scene, Qiana and the aloof Dewdrop King were left bewildered, their curiosity piqued regarding her identity. Meanwhile, Raiden Shogun disregarded the commotion and stepped forward, delivering a swift chop to the girl's head, knocking her unconscious. Thank you, General. Otherwise, I would have had a hard time dealing with her. Lin Mo exhaled in relief, expressing his gratitude, before noticing the curious gazes of Qiana and the others. He then proceeded to introduce the character he had summoned. This is Aqua, merely a foolish goddess. Seeing that Qiana and the others were still perplexed, Lin Mo realized his introduction may have been too cursory. Thus, he elaborated on Aqua's details once more. After sharing Aqua's background and characteristics, Qiana and the others exchanged peculiar glances at Aqua. How could a lazy, incompetent individual with a dull mind be deemed a goddess? Surely, her original world was beyond saving. Such thoughts emerged in their minds, invoking a tinge of sympathy for the inhabitants of Aqua's realm. Observing their reactions, Lin Mo pondered how they would feel if he revealed that in the industry, Aqua was one of 3 entities known as the 3 Great Wisdom Goddesses. Indeed, this world had turned upside down. When Aqua finally awoke, it was already noon. Indolent as she was, the aroma of lunch roused her from slumber. And upon opening her eyes, she found herself sprawled on a sofa. Before her was a group of individuals, entirely oblivious to her presence as they enjoyed their meal. Their camaraderie seemed to disregard her existence as the goddess of water. How infuriating, she fumed. Not only do you fail to worship me, but you also have the audacity to eat and drink in front of me without acknowledging my presence. I shall teach you a lesson so that you understand my might. Gritting her teeth, Aqua waved her hand dramatically, preparing to unleash her chaos. Great water splash. As Lin Mo and his companions were indulging in their meal, they became acutely aware of Aqua's sudden stirrings. Aqua abruptly sat upright on the sofa, unleashing a vigorous shout. The sound preceding it was Lin Mo, who had been caught off guard by her unexpectedly poor dialogue. leading to an eruption of laughter. The ensuing noise was that of the others, drenched by an unexpected deluge from above, akin to being caught in a downpour. That moment, Lin Mo and his companions felt utterly soaked to the core, yet their spirits soared. However, as they surveyed the chaotic mess of their meal, a surge of indignation welled up within Qiana and the others. The sound of evaporating water resonated throughout the room as the three food enthusiasts, whose bowls had been overturned, transformed into steam maidens. This time, unlike previous occasions marked by embarrassment, they were fueled by anger. "Captain, may I strike her?" Qiana inquired, her head bowed, her expression obscured by a shadow of wrath. Devoid of emotion, the other two women echoed her sentiment, casting glances at Lin Mo, their eyes glowing ominously beneath their furrowed brows. Sensing the stifling tension in the air, Lin Mo, who also believed Aqua deserved a good thrashing, sighed and resignedly uttered, "Just don't kill her." Before his words had fully left his lips, the three women, who had been seated at the dining table, transformed into gusts of wind, charging towards Aqua, who stood triumphantly on the sofa, basking in the adulation she believed would befall her for her earlier antics. "Max danger! Ah, what are you doing? Don't come over here! I am a noble goddess of water, Aqua. You shall face divine retribution for your disrespect." Aqua cried out. "Lin Mo, come save me. Hurry up," she pleaded, her voice escalating in desperation. "Oh no, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Lin Mo, I won't let you off the hook for this." On the sofa, Aqua was subjected to a thorough beating by Qiana and her cohort. The feckless goddess, unable to retaliate, continued to wail for mercy, in a fit of shame and rage, yet unwilling to confront the stronger. She shamelessly shifted the blame for her plight onto Lin Mo upon hearing Aqua's unprincipled tirade. Lin Mo, who initially intended to intervene and persuade Qiana and the others to relent, felt as though his conscience had been fed to the dogs. Choosing to disregard Aqua's lamentations, Lin Mo turned his attention to the dining table, which had been left in shambles due to Aqua's antics. The once delectable meal now lay in ruins, leaving even the frugal Lin Mo quite displeased. As he surveyed the chaotic scene, Lin Mo suddenly felt no obligation to clean it up. Such a task should fall to the instigator, Aqua. However, seeing Aqua's cries diminish from the sofa, he sighed again, realizing he might as well do it himself. If left to her, she might just unleash another torrent of water, flooding the entire house. It was winter now, and a failure to manage the situation could easily transform their home into an ice rink. By the time Lin Mo had tidied the dining table and floor, the skirmish on the sofa, if one could even call it that, had ceased. There was no possibility of a counterattack from Aqua. She was simply at the mercy of Qiana and her companions. Fortunately for Aqua, they were somewhat merciful. Despite taking a beating, she appeared to have suffered no significant injuries, and of course, it could not be ruled out that Qiana had used her healing powers to assist Aqua. Or perhaps Aqua, fearing embarrassment, had opted to heal herself. In any case, although Aqua had been thoroughly thrashed, she was indeed none the worse for wear. After taking out their frustrations, Qiana and the others began to feel the pangs of hunger. Noticing this, Lin Mo retrieved the remaining food from the kitchen. To be fair, it was not merely leftovers. The kitchen still held a substantial portion, given the voracious appetites of Qiana and her companions. The meager offerings on the dining table were far from sufficient. Once more, they gathered around the table, resuming the previously harmonious atmosphere of their meal. However, one individual was notably excluded. Aqua, perched on the sofa, gazed pitifully at the feasting group, tears of humiliation streaming down her cheeks. Qiana and her friends, engrossed in their meal, remained blissfully unaware of Aqua's woeful glances. The only one feeling somewhat uncomfortable was Lin Mo. Observing Aqua's wretched demeanor, he sighed and pointed to an empty seat at the table, stating, "There's still a spot available. If you don't come and eat, there won't be anything left." Faced with Lin Mo's nonchalant invitation, Aqua, with a shamelessness rivaling that of a brick wall, seized the opportunity and swiftly occupied the vacant seat. "Humph, mortal, in light of your devoted service to this goddess, I shall grant you this opportunity. Hey, I haven't eaten yet. Save some for me." Aqua's self-important monologue was abruptly interrupted as she noticed the food on the table rapidly vanishing. Realizing that if she didn't act quickly, there would be nothing left to eat, Aqua cast aside her so-called goddessly poise and joined the ranks of the ravenous. After a whirlwind of clattering dishes and scattered remnants, the group, having satisfied their appetites to a degree, settled onto the sofa to digest. Lin and Mo, after a brief respite, began to clear the tableware. Following their midday repast, Lin and Mo and his companions set out once more in search of supplies. With Aqua's presence, the crucial resource of water was no longer a concern, as she was, after all, a veritable water goddess. With Qiana's spatial abilities, they traversed various locales in search of resources, making a concerted effort to steer clear of other survivors. Just as Lin and Mo believed their day of collection would proceed smoothly as usual, Aqua, lagging behind the group, suddenly let out an exclamation. "Believers! I can feel them! I never expected there would be followers of mine in this world. Aha! Is it not a testament to my greatness that even in this desolate land, I have adherents?" she proclaimed, brimming with pride. "Wait for me, you lot. Once I connect with my believers, you shall witness the magnificence of this goddess." Aqua's sudden outburst drew the attention of the group. Observing her animated self-dialogue, they exchanged glances before resuming their tasks, choosing to act as if nothing had occurred. Ignored, Aqua, filled with indignation, began to stomp her feet in frustration. "I swear what I say is true. I truly feel my believers. Lin and Mo, you know me best. You must believe me." Aqua approached Lin and Mo, grasping his hand, her demeanor reminiscent of a pouting child. Initially, Lin and Mo had no intention of engaging her. However, recalling the numerous calamities that had befallen various regions, with many being inundated by the encroaching sea, he considered the possibility that some individuals might mistakenly attribute these events to divine retribution, thereby inadvertently forging a connection with Aqua. Reflecting on what was likely a misunderstanding, Lin and Mo felt a flicker of curiosity. He wanted to see what sort of individuals could possibly be praying to Aqua. Thus, he summoned everyone together to explain the situation to Qiana and the others. Upon hearing that it was possible some had inadvertently prayed to Aqua, a peculiar look crossed their faces. They exchanged glances with Aqua, whose wisdom seemed rather questionable. Their interest piqued. Consequently, the group made the decision to embark towards the location of Aqua's supposed followers. Aqua, filled with excitement at the prospect of being revered, eagerly pointed out the location on the map. However, when the group saw where she had indicated, their expressions turned even more peculiar. That it was a small settlement. An uneasy feeling settled in, suggesting that trouble was likely to ensue. Lin and Mo quietly murmured a complaint, then instructed Qiana to open a spatial gate, transporting everyone to the little paradise. That moment, the little paradise was already submerged by the sea, with only a few elevated peaks standing like isolated islands amidst the water. Flickering bonfires illuminated these peaks, seemingly indicating a celebratory ritual taking place. Hey hey ho! Hey hey hey! On the mountaintop, a group of peculiar men clad in masks and scantily clad in loincloths formed a circle, performing a strange ceremony around a stone statue at the center. Just as Lin and Mo and the others were puzzled about what these individuals were up to, the leader of the men suddenly shouted, "O divine being, grant us women." The others quickly echoed his plea. "O divine being, grant us women." The continuous shouts instantly enveloped the entire mountaintop, echoing across the surrounding seas. The other illuminated peaks also began to shout in response. However, amidst the cacophony, an unexpected voice broke through. "O divine being, grant me a bisyllable." This cry, though not particularly loud, caught the attention of those nearby. It seemed that inspired by this outburst, or perhaps feeling that it was the end of the world and there was no need for pretense, the surrounding individuals began to express their own desires in a similar fashion. "I want a tall, leggy elder sister. I want a ponytailed, sunder a childhood friend. I want a beast-eared girl. I want a snake woman. Long live Furue. Pinru is the best. Big thunder, big thunder. You're all a cult. Naliong is the best. Old man die. Walmart shopping bags. Armed helicopters." In an instant, the previously synchronized chants morphed into a chaotic explosion of desires. The small mountaintop became a gathering of such eccentricities. leaving Lin Mo and his companions utterly astonished. After a brief moment of shock, they collectively turned their gazes towards Aqua, as if questioning, "Are these your followers?" Under the intense scrutiny, even Aqua, with her notoriously thick skin, could not withstand the pressure. As a rather dubious goddess, she hastily sought to dissociate herself from the antics of those below. "These fellows are not my followers. Lin Mo, you must believe me, I have nothing to do with them," Aqua exclaimed, clinging to Lin Mo's leg, embodying a desperate plea of "don't go. I'll do anything." This scene, coupled with Aqua's expression reminiscent of meme, prompted Lin Mo to utter the classic line, "Aqua, you selfish creature, only thinking of yourself." Upon hearing this, Aqua felt 1,000 emotional wounds, despite not fully grasping the context, regardless of Aqua's identity. If she could be easily defeated by mere words, she would not hold a position as one of the three wise goddesses. She initially bowed her head, clutching her chest, appearing deeply wounded, just when Qiana and the others thought Aqua had been struck down by despair. She suddenly burst into laughter, covering her face with one hand while tilting her head back. "Only thinking of myself? Aha! Indeed, this goddess only thinks of herself. So what? I'm a goddess after all. Isn't selfishness a given? You mere mortals should kneel and lick the feet of this goddess." Aqua raved like a possessed individual. Her outrageous display made Qiana and the others realize that Lin Mo's earlier warnings had not been exaggerated, but rather conservative. "Captain, are we really going to let her go on like this?" Qiana, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, inquired softly as she leaned closer to Lin Mo after a moment of silence. Lin Mo glanced at the noisy crowd below, contemplating whether to toss Aqua into the fray for a proper reckoning. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Aqua, caught in her wild revelry, suddenly felt a chilling sensation coursing through her. Her body, previously swaying like seaweed, became rigid. This dreadful feeling mirrored that of being summoned to another world by a certain individual. "Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!" Cold sweat trickled down Aqua's forehead, further distorting her already comical expression. Seeing Aqua resembling a frozen statue, Lin Mo sighed in resignation, deciding against his earlier devilish plan that "let's leave it be. Besides, Qiana and the others are here. I should maintain my image of wisdom and benevolence." With this thought, Lin Mo approached Aqua, gently returning her to a more natural position, and with a look of concern akin to that of a caregiver for a special child, addressed the crowd. "Aqua has a bit of a problem. Please be understanding." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Qiana and the others felt that it was indeed inappropriate to hold a grudge against someone who appeared to be mentally challenged. Thus, they collectively retracted their contemptuous gazes, replacing them with pitying looks. Feeling the threat dissipate, Aqua exhaled in relief. Though she was not particularly pleased, the gazes of Qiana and the others filled her with humiliation. Yet, unable to overpower them, she could only swallow her indignation. "Damn it," she thought. "How dare mere mortals look at this goddess with such disdain? Just wait. One day, I shall make you all see me in a new light, and then you will regret this." Aqua vowed silently in her heart. However, on the surface, she reverted to her usual harmless demeanor, attempting to charm the crowd. Speaking of which, I'm hungry. Lin Mo, let us hurry home for a meal." In her cunning way, Aqua quickly devised a reason that most could not refuse. Upon hearing the mention of dinner, Qiana and the others' eyes lit up as they turned to Lin Mo, seeing their eager expressions. Lin Mo didn't want to dampen their spirits and nodded in agreement. "In that case, let us head back." With Lin Mo's words, Qiana promptly opened the spatial gate, leading everyone away from the chaotic scene. Shortly after their departure, the little paradise, embroiled in the summoning ritual, indeed experienced an unexpected turn of events. With a piercing tremor, the sky suddenly ripped open, revealing a gaping maw of crimson. Moments later, several blood-red fleshy masses tumbled forth from the opening, landing before the little paradise dwellers. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, the inhabitants gasped in shock and instinctively began to flee. However, at that moment, the fleshy masses erupted in a cloud of pink mist. Enveloped by the haze, the inhabitants halted their escape, their faces lighting up with infatuation as they approached the grotesque forms. "Hee, little naked Lee, Bisilily, Big Thunder, armed helicopters." long live Walmart shopping bags. They chanted their innermost desires, engaging with the fleshy masses in a frenzied manner. Clearly, the earlier pink mist possessed potent hallucinogenic properties, instantly immersing the inhabitants in a dreamlike state. Upon returning home, Lin Mo and his party indulged in a delightful feast, engaging in merriment and relaxation, free from worries about water resources thanks to Aqua. Qiana directly constructed an enormous bathing pool within the spatial realm using virtual modules. Then, Aqua poured water into the pool, using divine fire to heat it. Thus, a man-made hot spring was completed. So refreshing. X5 several individuals reclined in the hot spring, unable to suppress their moans of pleasure. Although Lin Mo and the others had bathed since the apocalypse, the method of boiling water and washing in a basin had always felt somewhat awkward and unsatisfactory. Now, however, the expansive bathing pool was ample enough for everyone to frolic freely. While relishing the comfort of the hot spring and admiring the bizarre sights within the subspace, Lin Mo couldn't help but ponder whether it would be feasible for Qiana to transform this place into a storage space. If that were possible, it would effectively resolve the issues of resource storage and even living arrangements for everyone. Lin Mo shared this idea with Qiana, but regrettably, it proved unworkable. Captain, your thinking is too simplistic. If subspace were truly that convenient, I would have suggested it long ago. Ultimately, this is merely a small area I carved out in imaginary space using my Hersher's powers. The stability of this place requires my constant maintenance. Once I leave, everything here will swiftly disintegrate into the imaginary space, and anything stored will be lost beyond recovery. Upon hearing Qiana's explanation, Lin Mo felt a tinge of disappointment. However, it was merely a fleeting thought, and its impracticality was of little consequence. Pushing the topic aside, Lin Mo resolved to continue enjoying the hot spring. Just as everyone was immersed in the soothing water, their minds drifting into a drowsy state, Aqua suddenly sprang to her feet. With a splash, Lin Mo and the others, who had been doused by the hot spring, opened their eyes with expressions of discontent. Aqua, what on earth are you doing now? Lin Mo questioned her irritably. Aqua, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Lin Mo, this is bad. I sense an incredibly sinister aura. If we ignore it, this world might face great trouble. Upon hearing Aqua's words, Lin Mo and the others instinctively reacted with skepticism. Recalling the earlier scene of the group of little sunbeams seeking wives, which lingered in their minds as an undeniable shadow. Sensing the doubtful gazes directed her way, Aqua seemed to realize that if she didn't clarify her statement, she would once again be viewed as a fool. Lin Mo, you must believe me, you understand my nature. If it weren't for something truly terrible about to happen, someone like me who would rather lounge than sit, who enjoys leisure rather than toil, would never abandon a delightful hot spring to meddle in such trivial matters. Aqua pleaded, clinging to Lin Mo's arm, attempting to assert her case. Lin Mo found her reasoning somewhat convincing. After all, Aqua was not typically one to take on responsibilities. Her urgency this time might indeed stem from a genuine crisis. Contemplating this, Lin Mo pulled Aqua away and gently rubbed her face, asking, if that's the case, then do tell us where the crisis lies and what it entails. In response to Lin Mo's inquiry, Aqua freed her face from his hands and frowned as she explained. It's difficult to specify, but whatever it is, it exudes an exceedingly malevolent energy. However, I know the location of the evil. Bring me a map, and I shall point it out. Hearing Aqua's insistence, Qiana promptly opened a subspace portal to retrieve the tablet from the bedroom. It contained an offline map copied by Lin Mo, which, despite potential discrepancies with the current terrain, was better than nothing. As the map was presented, Aqua was just about to showcase her prowess and restore her dignity in front of everyone. However, as her finger was poised to touch the map, her eyes widened in hesitation. Observing Aqua's peculiar demeanor, the others grew puzzled. Just as Aqua stood frozen, unsure of what to do, the ever-observant Artoria raised an eyebrow and remarked, the location you mentioned, wasn't that the little sunbeam place we just visited? Aqua, are you feeling embarrassed by those people? Do you want us to help you silence them forever? Such behavior hardly reflects a goddess's poise. Artoria crossed her arms, her gaze towards Aqua dripping with disdain. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and the others leaned closer to the map, and indeed found that Aqua was pointing at the little sunbeam place. Their expressions turned unfriendly. After all, they had been enjoying the hot spring, only to be interrupted by Aqua's personal whims, which was hardly pleasing. Realizing she was on the brink of becoming the target of everyone's ire, Aqua panicked. No, no. It's not like that. There's truly something immensely evil here. I am not deceiving you. Lin and Mo, you must believe me, Aqua implored desperately. Witnessing her tearful expression, Lin and Mo felt his resolve waver. Despite Aqua's foolishness, she still appeared to be an attractive young lady. Moreover, given their reliance on her as the water goddess in their future apocalyptic lives, Lin and Mo ultimately decided to trust her once more. However, he couldn't help but wonder what could possibly incite the lazy Aqua to such a state of alarm. Could it be that the little sunbeams, frustrated by their failures in seeking wives, had begun to view one another as wives? That indeed sounded quite sinister, but it likely had nothing to do with Aqua, or perhaps those individuals were expressing their desires towards Aqua's image. No, that should not be the case. Shaking off the troubling thoughts, Lin and Mo cleared his throat and resolved to investigate the matter further. Ahem, since you insist, Aqua, I will choose to trust you once more. Everyone, let's tidy up and prepare to head back there. Upon hearing Lin Mo's decision, Qiana and the others voiced no objections. Thus, they returned home, dried off, dressed appropriately, and readied themselves to venture back to the little sunbeam place. Once again, Qiana opened the subspace portal. However, this time, the scene revealed through the portal was eerily unsettling. Instead of the expected emptiness, the space was now filled with grotesquely writhing flesh-like tendrils upon sensing the portal's opening. The tendrils surged towards Lin and Mo and the others as if they had found prey. What in the world is that? Qiana exclaimed, swiftly shutting the portal. Despite her quick reflexes, a few tendrils managed to reach through before the closure severed them. With a splatter, dark red ichor sprayed forth, prompting Qiana and the others to retreat hastily. Their instinctive reaction proved to be incredibly wise. Where the ichor landed, twisted tendrils began to sprout. The group gasped in horror at the sight. Moreover, the entire realm began to succumb to the encroaching evil. Lin and Mo was astonished to discover that the world he inhabited was rapidly disintegrating, memories of Qiana and the others fading as if devoured by an unseen force, vanishing without a trace. Lin and Mo struggled against this fate, but it was futile. He had neither the strength to resist nor the option to retreat. Amidst the overwhelming sense of despair, the entire world plunged into darkness. Just as Lin and Mo believed his end was nigh, a glimmer of fire ignited in the darkness, as if in response, a golden beam of light pierced through the shadows, violet lightning illuminated the landscape, and a cascade of ethereal water spread at his feet, purifying the tainted earth. Flame of the Phoenix, draw your sword. Saint Spear, hoist anchor, release all thoughts, sever connections. The voices of the four women echoed in succession. As Lin and Mo, surrounded by their figures, burst forth from the darkness and returned to reality, the surroundings gradually came into focus, revealing Qiana, Gun Girl, and Raiden Shogun engaged in aerial combat with grotesque, fleshy appendages. Meanwhile, Aqua upheld a shimmering blue water barrier, keeping the writhing tentacles at bay. Gasping for breath, Lin and Mo was drenched in sweat, resembling a drowning victim pulled from the depths. Noticing his state, Aqua turned to him and said, Lin and Mo, you finally woke up? Just moments ago, you lost consciousness and started shouting something about eunuchs and abrupt endings. You mentioned pulling Fire God, Scarazade, and their exclusive weapons. It was utterly hilarious. Thankfully, this goddess is clever enough to realize you were being eroded by the powers of the evil god. I swiftly cast a grand purification spell on you. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? Upon hearing Aqua's words, Lin and Mo felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. He had no recollection of what she described. Nevertheless, he was grateful to be saved. He turned to Aqua and said, Thank you, Aqua. It's all thanks to you that I'm safe. Otherwise, today could have been truly perilous. Aqua, pleased by Lin Mo's gratitude, became even more boastful. Ah, now you realize the greatness of this goddess, don't you? In light of your sincere thanks, I shall overlook your previous indiscretions and grant you a chance for redemption. Now, bow down to my Aquasist teachings. For the sake of our acquaintance, I permit you to worship my feet. Aqua laughed heartily, her demeanor whimsical. Feeling embarrassed, Lin Mo covered his face like a tea that moment. The sounds of battle in the sky began to quiet. He looked up to see Qiana and the others descending gracefully, relieved to see them unharmed. Lin let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, upon confirming Lin Mo's safety, Qiana's stern expression softened with joy. She accelerated and leaped into Lin Mo's embrace. "I'm so glad you're okay. Captain, when you suddenly fainted and started rambling, I thought you had been driven mad by the river crab." Feeling the warmth radiating from the girl, Lin Mo held her tightly and gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all right, Qiana, I'm fine, really. Besides, with you all by my side, how could anything happen to me?" Under Lin Mo's comforting words, Qiana ceased her sobbing and released her tight grip on him. Although she longed to remain nestled in his embrace, she recognized that she was not the only one present. Everyone had fought to protect the captain, and Qiana felt it was her duty not to monopolize Lin Mo's attention. As Qiana stepped back, Gun Girl approached and enveloped Lin Mo in a warm embrace. "My lord, it's a relief to see you unharmed. Do you feel any discomfort? I can use my magic to activate Avalon and help you check." With that, Gun Girl pressed her hand against Lin Mo's cheek, preparing to channel her magic. Seeing this, Lin Mo quickly interjected, "No need. I'm truly fine, Artoria." "Really?" Recognizing his reluctance, Artoria released him and stepped aside. Raiden Shogun approached, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo as if to ascertain his condition. Under her intense scrutiny, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Just as he was about to break the awkward silence, Raiden Shogun stepped forward and pressed her forehead against his. The sudden intimacy took Lin Mo completely by surprise. Their eyes met, and as he gazed into Raiden Shogun's unusually gentle eyes, his heart stirred with emotion. Just as Lin Mo anticipated a heartwarming moment, Raiden Shogun took a step back and stated matter-of-factly, "It's not very warm, so there should be no issue." Taken aback by her seriousness, Lin Mo was left wondering if she genuinely believed a simple forehead touch could determine if one was unwell, or if she had merely been misled by manga. No. Given the nature of the general, she must have been influenced by some misinterpretation. He quickly dismissed the second thought, as the idea of a kitchen killer turning conniving was far too terrifying to contemplate. After interacting with the girls, Lin Mo sought to understand the current situation. It turned out that when Qiana opened the subspace door, the ensuing attack from the fleshy appendages had unleashed a potent mental contamination. Though Lin Mo had been shielded by his companions, his lack of strength ultimately left him vulnerable. Notably, this contamination seemed to target humans, specifically as for Qiana and the others. While it might be considered somewhat impolite to say so, they were not strictly human. Qiana was a Hershers, her body having undergone transformation through the power of collapse. Artoria possessed a heart of the red dragon, making her a being beyond human. Raiden Shogun was originally a divine being, now a doll. Aqua, too, was a goddess, not of human origin. Lin Mo found this revelation somewhat perplexing that if this were a novel, wouldn't it be aptly titled All My Wives Are Non-Human? He muttered sarcastically in his mind, continuing to listen to Qiana and the others recount the events. When Lin Mo succumbed to mental contamination and fell into a delusion, Qiana and the others rushed to his aid. However, at that moment, several tentacled monstrosities burst forth from the recently closed subspace door, forcing Qiana and her companions to engage in combat, while entrusting Lin Mo's safety to Aqua. In a moment of heightened concern for Lin Mo, Qiana and her comrades unleashed powers far beyond their usual capabilities. Qiana ascended to become a Hershers of sentience, while Artoria regained her command over the Holy Lance. Although Raiden Shogun appeared unchanged, an unfamiliar aura enveloped her, hinting at the emergence of a certain homebody hidden within her. In this critical moment, Aqua demonstrated her reliability by utilizing her divine powers, successfully purging Lin Mo of the negative effects and isolating the contamination. Ultimately, this incident concluded without dire consequences, and Lin Mo emerged from it unscathed, destined for future blessings. After grasping the overall situation, Lin Mo and his companions realized that the bizarre fleshly entities summoned by the small day were indeed a considerable threat. If left unchecked, these grotesque creatures could spell doom for the world. Despite being a typical self-interested individual, Lin Mo understood that when the sky falls, even those at the top must bear the burden. Although he was reluctant to confront the monstrous appendages, he decided to allow Qiana and the others to attempt to eliminate them. Qiana, if it becomes too dangerous, bring everyone back, if all else fails. We can wander in the subspace. Lin Mo cautioned with concern, in response. Qiana gave Lin Mo an assuring look and clenched her fist, declaring, "Don't worry, Captain, I'm incredibly strong now. Those fleshy monstrosities won't stand a chance against me." Standing beside her, Artoria added, "My lord, those tentacled creatures are indeed not very formidable. The reason we were entangled with them for so long was partly to avoid accidentally harming you, and partly due to our unfamiliarity with them, which made us cautious in our approach in a direct confrontation. Their defeat would not surpass that of those squid-like beings." Upon hearing Artoria's explanation, Lin Mo couldn't help but exhale in relief. However, he was still acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. In order to prevent Qiana and the others from encountering any misfortune, he reiterated his warnings to them. That said, you must exercise utmost caution. These ancient gods and evil deities are all exceedingly cunning. Never underestimate them. In response to his admonitions, Qiana and her companions nodded in agreement. Soon after, they set forth on their expedition. This particular team tasked with eradicating the flesh tumors was led by Qiana, with Artoria providing support and Aqua serving as a healer. Meanwhile, Raiden remained behind, safeguarding Lin Mo initially. Lin Mo thought he would be waiting for quite some time, perhaps even pacing anxiously like a husband in a delivery room. Worried about Qiana and her team's safety, yet utterly powerless to intervene. However, to his surprise, Qiana and her group returned shortly after their departure. Observing them return unscathed and without a speck of dust on them, Lin Mo glanced at the clock hanging in the living room to his astonishment. It had only been 3 minutes since they left, including the time it took for Qiana and her team to depart and return. They had been gone for less than 3 minutes. Could it be that these flesh tumors hail from the M78 nebula and can only sustain combat for under 3 minutes? He pondered. Or perhaps, as Qiana suggested, the enemy was obliterated in the blink of an eye. As Lin Mo was lost in thought, Qiana revealed the reason for their swift return. "TSK, those flesh tumors truly lack character. A bunch of bullies who flee at the slightest hint of resistance. The moment we approached, they scattered in disarray. According to Aqua's senses, those creatures had already vacated Earth, fleeing towards the outer reaches of the solar system." Hearing Qiana's grievances, Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words. He too believed that those flesh tumors were indeed cowardly in every sense, having fled without a fight. Nevertheless, he wasn't particularly concerned. He doubted those flesh tumors could pose any significant threat. Even if they were to grow stronger in return, Lin Mo had no fear that wouldn't Qiana grow more powerful as well. Once Qiana became the Hershers of the End, she would be capable of striking down enemies of the Hershers level from across half the solar system with a mere gesture. Moreover, Lin Mo mused that once Qiana ascended to her final form, she would not be far from becoming a celestial deity. That time, he could request her to grant him a destiny, and he too would possess combat abilities. No, that would narrow his path too much. How could Qiana merely become a celestial deity? As the daughter of the Honkai, the favored one of the imaginary tree, and a wielder of multiple powers, Qiana could undoubtedly become something greater and more comprehensive than a celestial deity. Just imagining such a scenario filled Lin Mo with fervor, to the point where he completely overlooked the fact that this was reality, not a game, and that he was summoning not the Qiana of Honkai 2, but the Qiana of Honkai 3. While Lin Mo was lost in his daydreams, the flesh tumors that Qiana and her companions had frightened off had already arrived near Jupiter. Their speed of movement was nothing short of astonishing. However, just as the tumors were about to pass by Jupiter, they collided with a fleet. Sensing the life force within the alien warships, the flesh tumors halted their flight and extended their tendrils into the void. Infiltrating the vessels, before long, the tumors successfully ensnared a squid-like creature, and under its prayers, they managed to invade an alien battleship. Meanwhile, The squid beings, who had traveled across vast distances to conquer Earth, were attempting to establish contact with their vanguard forces. However, neither the Vanguard's warships nor the lunar outposts responded. The lack of communication indicated that something had gone awry with the Vanguard. It was possible they had been annihilated by Earth's natives, or that some other unknown factor was at play. Now, the leaders of the squid beings were embroiled in a heated debate over whether to continue their assault on Earth. Although their home planet had become uninhabitable due to pollution, they felt that it was better to cling to life than to perish. Faced with the choice between a potential total loss and retreating to wallow in filth, the squid leaders were locked in a fierce argument. The radicals insisted on proceeding with their plan, advocating for a direct assault, believing that failure would be preferable to inaction. Conversely, the conservatives argued for caution, proposing to send a small team to Earth for reconnaissance before making any further decisions. The radicals criticized the conservatives for their hesitance, fearing it would give away their position, while the conservatives viewed the radicals as reckless and incapable of achieving anything substantial. Both sides vehemently disagreed with one another, their quarrel escalating to the brink of physical confrontation. Just as their argument was about to devolve into violence, a squid creature rushed into the chamber in a panic, exclaiming, "Commander, Ship 7 has suddenly gone dark and is pointing its cannons at us." Upon hearing this alarming report, the squids were momentarily stunned and hurriedly sought clarification. However, before the messenger could relay the details, a laser beam shot forth from the distant Ship 7's main cannon, striking their flagship, Cambridge, in an instant. The main ship's energy shield was activated in haste, successfully deflecting the laser, but the force of the attack caused the entire flagship to veer off course, colliding with an adjacent warship. The suddenness of the event left the once arrogant squid leaders, who prided themselves on their superiority, utterly unprepared. As the two warships drew closer, their shields clashed and began to rapidly dissipate each other's energy. While this sequence of events appeared complex, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The shields of both warships neutralized each other in an instant, leading to a simple, brutal physical collision, and a massive explosion engulfed the two colliding vessels in flames. This fleet of squid beings, which had set out to conquer the stars and seas, had suffered unprecedented damage before even encountering their adversary. Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware of the tumultuous conflict unfolding in space between the squids and the flesh tumors. Even if he had known, he would have merely remarked on the fortuitous timing before resuming his own endeavors. Although Aqua was not the most reliable deity, her abilities proved exceedingly useful in times of crisis. No, a being like her, a super water goddess, was invaluable regardless of the era or circumstances. Once life had returned to a semblance of normalcy, Lin Mo finally resolved to relocate. His current residence was becoming increasingly cramped. If he were to summon new characters in the future, they would have to be accommodated in neighboring homes. For his own safety and to ensure that the girls did not feel neglected, Lin Mo believed it would be best for everyone to live together. Thus, over the next period, he collected supplies while searching for a new place to reside. Ultimately, Lin Mo chose a lavish garden villa once owned by a corrupt official. Nestled against the mountains and near water, it was sparsely populated, boasted numerous rooms, an underground parking facility, and various hidden chambers. Lin Mo decided to renovate the villa, removing unnecessary decorative elements and reinforcing it with steel and concrete. As for why he believed this was the villa of a corrupt official, it was simply because he did not think a wealthy businessman would hoard a large amount of soft currency in their home. Of course, this corrupt official was not entirely averse to spending money. When Lin Mo and his companions first arrived, they encountered a number of zombies. Half of them were former servants clad in work uniforms, while the other half consisted of either young and beautiful or mature and charming women, as well as some children who had been gruesomely mangled. Lin Mo surmised that these women were likely the official's mistresses, while the children were possibly his illegitimate offspring. After clearing away the zombies, Lin Mo and his companions explored the villa, discovering a substantial cache of cash, gold, and various antiques, yet found no sign of the corrupt official himself. Lin Mo speculated that the official likely held a significant position before the apocalypse and had evacuated alongside the government, abandoning his hidden family and children at this. Lin Mo could only utter, May the corrupt officials meet their demise, then he felt a sense of peace as he indulged in all that his garden villa had to offer. The prospect of moving had been brought to the forefront, which, in actuality, was merely a matter of Qiana opening a portal. Before officially settling into the villa, Lin Mo decided to pay a visit to the long-unseen pink hair. She could be considered the first survivor he encountered after the apocalypse, and he had previously learned of her situation through Qiana. Thus, he resolved to meet her once more before departing from the city. The location of pink hair was not particularly difficult to find, as the safe zone had disseminated numerous flyers indicating its whereabouts. Soon enough, Lin Mo, accompanied by Qiana, traversed through a hyperspace portal to the vicinity of the safe zone. The successive alien invasions, the proximity of the moon, and the encroachment of malevolent deities had not adversely affected this camp, which had previously endured attacks from the Hershers. Lin Mo surmised that the resolution of issues on their end had been so swift that the calamities had not yet managed to spread here before being quelled. Although the area appeared somewhat desolate, Qiana informed Lin Mo that many individuals were active underground within the camp. For safety's sake, Lin Mo instructed Qiana to notify Pink Hair while he, along with his companion Artoria, remained in place. It is worth mentioning that Artoria had reverted to her ordinary form, the ordinary dull hair king. The reason, as she put it, was that the burden of kingship was too heavy. She preferred a lighter load. Lin Mo found this somewhat bemusing, but he did not dwell on it, especially since he had Raiden Shogun with him, rendering any feelings of regret moot. After a brief wait, Qiana returned with pink hair. Upon seeing her again, Lin Mo was taken aback by the significant changes she had undergone. Her height, physique, and appearance were all markedly different from before. However, having had his aesthetic standards elevated by Qiana and her companions, he found himself harboring no particular feelings towards the current pink hair. After all, how could women from the three-dimensional realm possibly compare to those from the two-dimensional world? Once he adjusted his mindset, Lin Mo inquired about the situation in their camp, thereby deducing the current survival status of ordinary people in this apocalyptic world. The answer was all too evident, as he was met with an incessant stream of complaints. Pink Hair, having feigned strength within the camp, finally had someone to confide in and began to vent her frustrations, and of course, her complaints and tales of woe served a dual purpose. She hoped to elicit Lin Mo's sympathy and receive some form of assistance. Having witnessed Qiana's capabilities, seeing Lin Mo and his companions looking well-fed and thriving, Pink Hair realized that they were living quite comfortably. Lin Mo perceived her subtle intentions. Having established a rapport, he did not wish to be the last human on Earth, nor did he desire the heavy burden of restoring humanity's glory. Hence, he could only offer aid to a select few survivors, allowing them to shoulder that responsibility. Lin Mo left behind some snacks that Qiana and the others did not favor, along with some rice and flour for Pink Hair. Additionally, he instructed Aqua to fill their water reservoir and purify the water stored within the camp. Lin Mo was no longer apprehensive about exposing Aqua, a strategic asset, given Qiana and her companions' prowess in combating extraterrestrial threats and deities from other realms. He did not believe that mere survivors struggling to exist would pose a threat to him. Moreover, even if he were to fall victim to an ambush due to carelessness, he had Avalon, the power of the law of death, and Aqua's resurrection abilities to fall back on. In summary, Lin Mo was not only thriving, but also had ample resources to support his endeavors. After leaving a substantial amount of supplies behind, he and his companions departed without engaging excessively with the camp's inhabitants. Lin Mo's goodwill had its limits, and he was wary of being perceived as a target for blame should the residents adopt a victim mentality and accuse him of negligence. He was well aware of the principle that a small act of kindness could lead to resentment. Although the camp's inhabitants might respond with impotent fury, it was akin to a toad that, while not harmful, was nonetheless repugnant. Pink Hair recognized Lin Mo's reservations. Thus, after expressing her gratitude for the provisions he had left, she wisely refrained from making further requests. Their encounter had been a mere chance meeting, and Lin Mo's willingness to acknowledge her and offer assistance was already commendable. There was no need to strain their budding rapport over improbable expectations. After bidding farewell to Pink Hair, Lin Mo settled into the garden villa. Lying on the plush bed and gazing at the exquisitely decorated ceiling, he found himself regretting not having moved in sooner. However, it was not too late. He resolved to fully embrace the opulent lifestyle of a bureaucrat during this period of tranquility. Curious about how bribe-givers tested the mettle of officials, before he could indulge in the lavish life of mansions and beautiful women, Lin Mo arose early the following day. The reason was simple. The cool-down period for his character, summoning ability, had elapsed. He had forgotten about this amidst the chaos of moving the day before. Upon waking that morning and suddenly recalling it, Lin Mo felt as if he had lost a fortune. The last time he had felt this way was when he had neglected to log into Genshin Impact and Honkai Impact 3rd due to a busy schedule. To put it into perspective, he had never missed a day of logging into Genshin, save for a brief hiatus, and had consistently logged in daily for Honkai since his inception into the game. The delay in summoning a new character by day meant that his Crystal Palace, no, his Doomsday base plan, would also be postponed by a day. Thus, upon awakening, Lin Mo lost all desire for a morning nap, neglecting personal hygiene or waking Qiana and the others, and hurriedly began the summoning process. For him, even a minute's delay in summoning was a loss. With no time to recite a spell, Lin Mo activated his skill. After a flash of blue light, a girl clad in a familiar JK uniform appeared before him, with her long black hair, somewhat aloof expression, and flat chest. Ah, it was Yukino Shida. Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise. Calling out her name, he simply could not comprehend how, in such a post-apocalyptic environment, he could summon a character from slice-of-life anime. Could be due to his failure to recite a spell? Or perhaps his current comfortable lifestyle had influenced the summoning to favor a character more aligned with domesticity rather than strength? But he was a fan of the big teacher. Wouldn't he that complicate matters? Just as Lin Mo pondered the oddity of this summoning and contemplated the possibility of canceling and retrying, Yukino spoke up. Lin Mo-kun, what is that expression on your face? Are you disappointed that it's me you summoned? Hearing her words, Lin Mo snapped back to reality, hastily shaking his head and waving his hands. No. How could I be? I'm just surprised that it's you, Yukino. Is it alright if I call you that? Faced with such a high and unreachable flower like Yukino, coupled with the ingrained impressions from anime, Lin Mo unconsciously adopted a more humble demeanor. Yukino, observing Lin Mo's reaction, sighed in resignation and gently said, "You don't need to be like that when you're with me. I'm really not as intimidating as you might think." Well, you'll come to understand that in time, seemingly preferring to let Lin Mo discover this for himself rather than explaining. Yukino shifted the conversation to another topic. I'll remember that you were disappointed to summon me. Indeed, in comparison to the other girls you have summoned, Yukino's gaze fell upon Qiana, who was still soundly asleep on the bed. However, upon witnessing Qiana's current state, an understanding of the circumstances washed over her, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, causing her words to falter momentarily. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Yukino cast a disdainful glance at Lin Mo, muttering softly, "Scoundrel." Though her voice was barely audible, it was deliberately pitched just high enough for Lin Mo to hear. The condescension in her tone left Lin Mo, aware of his own shortcomings, to awkwardly chuckle in an attempt to mask his guilt. Yet to his relief, Yukino's main point was not focused on this matter. She swiftly redirected the conversation back to the topic she had intended to discuss earlier. Ahem, while I may not possess extraordinary abilities like them, I will strive to prove my worth within this team. Yukino declared with resolute determination that a girl who had always been strong-willed, she did not shrink away from the daunting chasm that separated her from Qiana and the others. Instead, she chose to affirm her place in her own way. Lin Mo, upon hearing her declaration, felt no surprise. Rather, it was an expectation fulfilled, consistent with his understanding of her character for one of the first romantic anime he had encountered. Even in adverse circumstances, she would find a means to assert herself. In a moment of reverie, Lin Mo envisioned the Yukino from the anime, reminiscent of a snowflake. He had often fantasized about being a great teacher, hoping to someday encounter a girl like her. Regrettably, reality stood in stark contrast to fantasy, and the fleeting nature of youth, like mist, gradually faded into oblivion. Yukino's heartfelt sentiments stirred within Lin Mo a desire to cherish the girl before him. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, she interrupted him. "All right, Lin Mo-kun, it is getting late, and I should demonstrate my own value." This is also a gesture of my sincerity in joining this family. Lin and Mo felt a twinge of confusion at her words. Though he found it somewhat impolite to ponder, he could not fathom what a typical high school girl like Qiana could contribute in a post-apocalyptic setting, other than merely embellishing their lives. What could her value possibly entail? Surely, she would not resort to certain questionable methods to showcase it. No, Qiana could not possibly be that kind of person. Even if she harbored feelings of affection, it seemed implausible. He quickly dismissed his troubling thoughts, eager to see what Qiana intended to do. However, when he regained his senses, he discovered that Qiana had vanished, considering that the others in the household had yet to meet her. Lin and Mo hurriedly followed suit to prevent any unfortunate misunderstandings. Upon entering the living room, he found Qiana diligently occupied in the open kitchen. Is Qiana preparing a meal? Could it be that she wished to demonstrate her worth in this manner? Suddenly, Lin and Mo recalled his earlier desire to summon a skilled cook. In the past, while watching One Piece, he had thought it odd for someone like Luffy to be so fixated on finding a chef. Yet, after living through the apocalypse with Qiana and the others, he realized that he had been the foolish one. That a chef played an essential role. Even in ancient times, an army could not march without provisions. Faced with a group of food enthusiasts, Lin Mo's culinary skills, which barely passed muster, felt woefully inadequate. Each time he cooked, he lamented the absence of a capable cook to summon, that he needed no divine culinary talent. Merely someone competent would suffice. Now, it appeared that his wish might just be realized that, if memory served, aside from her modest chest and slightly lacking stamina, Qiana seemed to be a jack of all trades in everyday skills. Cooking appeared to pose no challenge for her. Captain, stop it. I can't eat anymore. After about a murmuring, Qiana slowly stirred awake. Upon glancing around the room, she noticed Lin and Mo was nowhere to be found. Didn't we agree to indulge in a life of decadence? How could a captain rise so early? After a moment of confusion, she dismissed her thoughts. After a quick wash, she made her way to the dining area. Hoping to find something to quell her hunger to her surprise, she discovered that everyone, including Lin and Mo, was already seated at the table, while an unfamiliar girl stood in the nearby open kitchen. Captain, could she be the maid hiding in this apartment? Whom you found today? Qiana speculated, her sleepiness still evident as she eyed Qiana, who donned an apron. Realizing Qiana mistook Qiana for a maid, Lin and Mo hastily clarified. No, Qiana, she is my newly summoned partner. And besides, Qiana is far too young and beautiful to be a mere maid. He explained. He cast a glance at Qiana in the kitchen. It was a lie to say she felt no embarrassment at that moment. Nevertheless, in an effort to leave a favorable impression, she managed to force a smile. Upon hearing Lin Mo's explanation and witnessing Qiana's strained smile, Qiana quickly recognized her misstep and hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I must have still been half asleep and spoke thoughtlessly. Now that I think about it, Qiana, with your beauty, how could you possibly be a maid? You must be at least. Qiana searched for appropriate words to describe Qiana's demeanor, which resembled that of a beleaguered young bride attempting to maintain a cheerful fade. Yet, whether due to an overindulgence in romantic novels or Qiana's striking resemblance to one, Qiana could only think of her as a pitiful little sweetheart. Although Qiana was aware that this term carried a negative connotation, it felt oddly fitting for Qiana at this moment. Caught in her own convoluted thoughts, Qiana found herself at a loss for words. Lin and Mo, oblivious to the impression Qiana left on Qiana, assumed her flustered state was merely a consequence of her panic. All right, Qiana, if you can't find the words, it's fine. Qiana isn't one to hold grudges over such matters. To swiftly resolve the misunderstanding, Lin and Mo broke the tension. Relieved by his words, Qiana exhaled. Well, that's a relief. How about this? As an apology, I can help Qiana with the cooking. Though my culinary skills are lacking, I can certainly lend a hand. Driven by guilt over her earlier misjudgment of Qiana volunteered her assistance, hoping to make amends. Lin and Mo saw no reason to oppose her offer. He perceived it as an excellent opportunity for Qiana and Qiana to bond. As the head of the household, he naturally wished for harmony among them. Qiana accepted Qiana's help without hesitation, handing over the unprocessed ingredients while she continued her task. It wasn't that she was aloof. Rather, she was focused on frying eggs, and without vigilance, they would surely burn. Qiana, undeterred, took the potatoes and began peeling them. Meanwhile, at the dining table, Artoria observed Qiana's willingness to assist and felt it inappropriate to remain idle. Thus, she too rose to lend a hand. Consequently, only Lin Mo, Raiden Mei, and Aqua remained at the table. Lin Mo had no intention of joining in. This was a moment for the girls to foster their relationships, and his presence would only hinder that process. That as for Raiden Mei, she was absolutely forbidden from entering the kitchen, as the makeshift gas stove they were using was a borrowed methane pit. Should the general depart, it would surely not bode well for the entire villa district, as it might be reduced to rubble. Lin Mo, having just moved in, has yet to savor his new surroundings before being forced to relocate again. As for Aqua, she would relish the prospect of being fed. The idea of labor is utterly out of the question for her. With 4 voracious appetites to contend with, Qiana took an extraordinary amount of time preparing breakfast this morning. By the time she completed her culinary endeavor, a fine sheen of perspiration had formed on her forehead. Lin Mo, I am genuinely curious about how you typically manage breakfast, Qiana sighed with relief. Casting a curious glance towards Lin Mo, faced with her inquiry, Lin Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment. In stark contrast to her earnest efforts in the kitchen, he had merely been making do. While I used to just heat some milk for them and prepare a few packaged breads and sausages that if that was insufficient, I would throw in some snacks, he continued. Eventually, when milk became scarce, I resorted to instant milk powder. Just as you suggested for a quick fix, he spoke. Lin Mo felt increasingly inadequate, as though he were doing a disservice to everyone. Nevertheless, limited by his capabilities, he could only manage so much. That said, Lin Mo did not truly believe there were myriad variations for breakfast. Even Qiana would likely not produce a vastly different outcome. However, before Lin Mo could articulate his thoughts, Qiana nearby exclaimed, "Wow, this is delicious. How can something as simple as toast taste so vastly different?" Her eyes sparkled with delight. The other food enthusiasts, witnessing Qiana sneak a taste, quickly followed suit, too eager to criticize her. Lin Mo, taken aback, began to wonder if Qiana's cooking was genuinely exceptional. After all, she was not a culinary protagonist in a gourmet anime. Driven by curiosity, he disregarded his embarrassment and took a bite of the toast on his plate. The bread was soft and delicate, imbued with a rich, creamy aroma. The bacon nestled within was sweet yet savory, while the lettuce provided the perfect balance, cutting through the sweetness. How can this be? Lin Mo pondered, his expression one of astonishment. Could it be that Qiana possessed some hidden talent? He gazed at her, hoping to glean insight from her expression. That toast was freshly baked by me, using milk that was nearing its expiration date during preparation. The handmade version is naturally far superior to the pre-packaged variety you've been accustomed to. I added a touch of honey while frying the bacon to enhance its flavor. As for the rest, it would be futile to explain. She continued, your strong reaction is primarily due to the prevalence of processed foods in your diet, which has led you to forget the simple pleasures of pure, unadulterated flavors. Lin Mo, from now on, reserve those items for emergencies. That it is far wiser to prioritize the consumption of rice and flour. After all, even if those processed goods are a year or two past their prime, they merely lose flavor. However, once rice or flour spoils, they become utterly inedible. Though her words seemed blunt, they were delivered with a degree of tact that Lin Mo appreciated. He was grateful for Qiana's refined nature. Even her sharp tongue was tempered. Had it been someone from his homeland, they might have bluntly stated, "Dude, you're not suited for finer things. It's not that my cooking is exceptional, but rather that you've indulged in too much technology and convenience." After breakfast, it was time to attend to their tasks. Although Lin Mo longed for a life of leisure, the piercing gaze of Qiana deterred him from lounging on the couch. Previously, he had accompanied everyone in gathering supplies. However, Qiana deemed this approach unwise and inefficient. Lin Mo, you should be more aware than I of the dangers lurking outside. Accompanying Qiana and the others on supply runs will not only be unproductive, but will also compel them to divert their attention to protecting you, thereby slowing their progress. Given your past experiences with skirmishes, you should understand that your presence does not bolster morale. Rather, it restricts Qiana and the others, making them hesitant to act for fear of harming you. Moreover, It seems you're not particularly fond of venturing outdoors, so you likely won't miss it much. Qiana's incisive commentary and irrefutable reasoning left Lin and Mo momentarily speechless. Qiana, though disappointed that Lin and Mo could not join, nodded in agreement. Captain, Qiana is right. For your safety, it's best if you remain behind. Oh, it's not that I think Captain would be a hindrance. I'm just worried about your safety, Qiana hurriedly clarified to prevent any misunderstandings. Joining in was Artoria, who concurred, I too believe it's best for you to stay home. Master, the outside world is indeed perilous. I still feel the tremors of our previous encounters, she continued, now that Qiana has the spatial gate. We can return swiftly. If we cannot win, we can always retreat. You need not worry about us. Seeing everyone so intent on dissuading him, Lin and Mo felt the urge to resist further, but Qiana interjected once more. If you feel guilty about letting Qiana and the others work while you stay home, you need not that I have arranged other tasks for you that will ensure you have no lingering feelings of guilt. Upon hearing Qiana's words, Lin and Mo and the others were left puzzled. Other tasks? He inquired. What else could I possibly do at home? Taking a deep breath, Qiana replied solemnly, training. Lin and Mo, do you not think your post-apocalyptic existence has become excessively indulgent and aimless? Even with Qiana and the others providing protection, you should not neglect the reality of our situation. Should unforeseen circumstances arise that separate you from them, how will you survive with a physique that is only marginally better than it was before the apocalypse? During our trip to the warehouse for supplies, I noticed you had collected some firearms. Initially, you must have considered arming yourself to enhance your chances of survival. Yet now, they lie abandoned in a corner of the warehouse, neglected and in disrepair, rendering them little more than useless relics. Linneman, it is time for some serious self-reflection. Qiana's words, rather than mere explanations, felt like a reprimand. Embarrassed, Lin and Mo lowered his gaze, recognizing that he had indeed been overly complacent. Although he claimed to be gathering supplies, he had primarily been a spectator as Qiana and the others toiled. Upon returning home, he had prepared meals with little effort, and by nightfall, he indulged in hedonistic pleasures. Wishing to lose himself in the warmth of Qiana's embrace, before he knew it, another day of aimlessness had passed. Reflecting on this period of his life, Lin and Mo felt a pang of regret. Looking up at Qiana, he instinctively declared, Coach, I want to play basketball. No, wait, that's wrong. Coach, I want to shoot guns. Upon unexpectedly hearing Lin Mo's whimsical remarks, Qiana and the others found themselves momentarily bewildered. However, upon hearing the subsequent mention of firearms, a faint blush crept onto the faces of the young women present. Although they understood that Lin and Mo was indeed referring to legitimate weaponry, such as submachine guns, assault rifles, and shotguns, their minds inevitably wandered to more suggestive interpretations. As for Qiana and her companions, who had already ventured into more risky territories, their exposure to various adult media had long since led them down a path of no return. Qiana, despite her lack of experience, was undeniably sharp and had never faltered in her studies. Growing up in a region renowned for its particular cultural nuances, coupled with a widespread education on such matters, she had been exposed to a plethora of humorous anecdotes circulating on the internet, making her quite worldly in her own right. Seeing the reactions of her peers, Lin and Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment. To steer the conversation back to its original inspirational intent, he quickly redirected the topic, explaining, what I meant was training. In order to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, one must possess a good physical constitution and proficient weapon handling skills. As Lin and Mo shifted the subject, the others gradually shook off their bashfulness. It is indeed commendable that you have come to this realization. Lin and Mo it appears you are not beyond redemption, Qiana remarked, her tone tinged with a hint of sarcasm, even as her expression radiated satisfaction. Qiana, recalling the early days when Lin and Mo had fervently vowed to improve his physical fitness, couldn't help but feel a sense of concern. After all, he had made such promises before, but had faltered after only a few days of resource gathering. With the subsequent summoning of Artoria, which had further ensured their safety, this matter had seemingly been put on the back burner. Captain, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. With us around, you need not worry about safety at all, Qiana suggested, hoping to alleviate some of Lin Mo's burdens. Yet before she could finish, Qiana interjected, Qiana, it is precisely your overindulgence that has led him to this state. If you wish to prevent Lin and Mo Lin from becoming a portly, middle-aged man, I advise you to refrain from meddling in this affair. Yukino's reprimand left Qiana feeling as if she had been chastised by a stern relative, causing her to instinctively lower her head. The thought that Lin and Mo might indeed become the very picture of her description weighed heavily on her, prompting her to comply and fall silent, with Qiana swayed by Yukino's words. The others chose not to voice any further objections. Thus, it was settled. Lin and Mo would remain at home to train with Yukino. The group then deliberated and assigned their tasks for the day. Qiana and Artoria would venture out to gather supplies, while Raiden Shogun would stay at home to ensure the safety of Lin and Mo, Yukino, and Aqua. Lin and Mo and Aqua would accompany Yukino for training, which would encompass physical conditioning, strength training, reaction speed, and marksmanship. To Lin and Mo's surprise, he discovered that Yukino was proficient in the use of firearms. However, considering her background as the second daughter of a prominent real estate family, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, the nature of their business was often intertwined with less savory elements. Thus, it seemed rather plausible that a refined young lady from such a lineage would possess skills in handling firearms. Nevertheless, the idea of Yukino instructing him in marksmanship felt somewhat peculiar. Observing her as she polished the weapons, Lin and Mo mused to himself, "This feels rather strange. I can't take it anymore. I give up. Do as you please. My Lady Aqua will not be participating any longer." In the villa's small courtyard, Aqua lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated creature, gasping for breath and declaring her withdrawal. Lin and Mo, too, was struggling under the relentless pace of Yukino's training, feeling as if he had been transported back to the day of running 1,000 meters during his school days. Just then, a sweat-soaked Yukino caught up to him. "Lin, just 2 more laps to go," she gently reminded as she passed by. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression soured further. He had initially dismissed Yukino as merely a decorative presence, but now he found himself outpaced by her. However, it was no surprise. Students from her region typically possess superior physical fitness, and being a young girl bursting with vitality, she could easily outlast him. A middle-aged single man, I can't believe it. I'm several years older than Yukino now. When did I become a middle-aged man? He lamented, lifting his heavy feet to continue the run. After what felt like an eternity, Lin and Mo finally completed the 10 laps that Yukino had set that moment. She was resting in a gazebo at the villa's corner. Her white athletic were soaked with sweat, rendering her somewhat translucent. However, Lin and Mo had no energy left to appreciate any allure. All he yearned for was a place to lie down and rest. Yet, Yukino interrupted his thoughts, stating, "Lin and Mo, it is advisable to walk for a bit after running. Otherwise, you will be sore tomorrow." Heaving a sigh, Lin and Mo reluctantly dragged his weary body to walk around the gazebo. That moment, the lazy Aqua ambled over, and upon seeing Lin and Mo in such a state, she couldn't resist the urge to taunt him. "Oh dear, Lin and Mo, this won't do. Shall I, the goddess, lend you a hand? If you ask nicely, I might just bestow upon you a healing spell to ease your suffering." Ignoring Aqua's antics, Lin and Mo mentally noted to settle the score later. However, upon noticing the glint of mischief in his eyes, Aqua's bravado faltered, and she quickly closed her mouth. She recalled that Lin and Mo was not one to be trifled with. Despite her purification abilities, she had nearly been overwhelmed by him once before. "Lin and Mo, don't come any closer. I must warn you, there are others present." Aqua stammered, unsteadily taking a seat on a nearby lounge chair, trying to maintain a facade of authority. Lin and Mo merely shot her a glance before returning to his own business. Yukino, observing the interaction between the two, began to piece together the situation, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as her gaze shifted to Lin and Mo, her expression turning somewhat peculiar. Feeling the weight of Yukino's stare, Lin and Mo also grew somewhat awkward. Indeed, he had strayed far from decorum, but it was not entirely his fault. After all, it had been that foolish goddess who insisted on drinking, and in her inebriated state, had clung to him like a koala. Lin and Mo was not a paragon of virtue, and it was hardly his fault if he found himself in such a predicament. Clearing his throat, Lin and Mo opted to disregard the awkwardness of the situation. After walking a couple more laps, he settled down across from Yukino, who had regained her composure and was preparing for the next phase of training. A collection of firearms was laid out on the table, suggesting that shooting practice would commence soon. Given that Lin and Mo had only just begun to rest, Yukino turned her attention to Aqua, who had been slacking off. Aqua, I've heard that your abilities are particularly effective against malevolent creatures. That wouldn't be much use against ordinary people, would it? Aqua bristled at Yukino's comment. What? That's impossible. You, woman, are utterly dismissive of my esteemed presence. Lady Aqua, a mere mortal, I could obliterate with a mere wave of my hand that I possess the power to summon a great flood. Aqua proclaimed proudly, her chest puffed out. However, this boastful display inadvertently struck a nerve with Yukino, observing Aqua's attributes that even the foolish possess. While she herself did not, Yukino could only offer herself a mental consolation. A large chest is merely the mark of a foolish individual. There is no need to stoop to her level. Nevertheless, Yukino felt compelled to teach Aqua a lesson. This was not out of personal vendetta, but rather to make this simpleton recognize her own limitations and comply with training. Oh, Aqua, it seems you are quite formidable. Would you be interested in a friendly competition to broaden my horizons? Yukino challenged Aqua with a teasing undertone. Upon hearing this, Aqua's previously arrogant demeanor suddenly faltered. Despite her outward pride, she was self-aware enough to know that engaging in a brawl might lead to her being thoroughly defeated. Casting a quick glance at Yukino, whose slender limbs and delicate appearance suggested fragility, she pondered, could it be that I might actually win? With the recollection of Lin Mo's earlier remark that Yukino was merely an ordinary person, Aqua's initial trepidation was swiftly replaced by confidence. Convinced of her impending victory, Aqua regained her haughty demeanor. Humph, mortal, I had no intention of stooping to your level. However, since you have so earnestly requested, I shall generously oblige, allowing you to comprehend just how powerless and insignificant you truly are. Aqua responded with an air of arrogance to Yukino's challenge. Observing this, Lin and Mo could only facepalm in resignation, aware that someone was about to face misfortune. Soon, Yukino and Aqua arrived at the arena within the village gym. Lin and Mo was summoned to act as the referee and witness the outcome of their contest. Both donned training attire, their serious expressions lending an air of authenticity to the spectacle in the arena. Aqua launched the first attack. Mortal, tremble before my divine radiance, she cried. Divine fist, Aqua shouted, charging towards Yukino. A dull thud echoed through the arena as the attack unfolded. Having initiated her assault with confidence, Aqua found herself in a state of bewilderment as she stared at the ceiling. How did I end up on the ground? Could it be that this duel is merely a dream? While Aqua was lost in confusion, Yukino's figure appeared before her, following the line of Aqua's slender legs upward. Aqua's gaze met Yukino's somewhat frosty countenance. Aqua pondered, should I leave a good review? Upon hearing Aqua's words, the astute Yukino instantly grasped their implication. Looking down at Aqua, sprawled on the floor with a comical expression, Yukino felt a twinge of sorrow at the unfiltered view before her. With a resolute breath, Yukino decided to transform her sorrow into righteous anger, determined to teach the obstinate Aqua a lesson. She bent down and hoisted Aqua off the ground, re-establishing her combat stance. Although Aqua remained somewhat dazed, a flicker of understanding sparked in her limited intellect. This is a chance to redeem myself. That last time doesn't count. I was careless and didn't dodge. But this time, I shall give it my all. Mortal, I advise you to surrender quickly, or you shall regret it, Aqua proclaimed, once again adopting a fighting stance while seeking an excuse for her earlier misstep. Yukino, unfazed by Aqua's brazen behavior, believed that arguing with someone so dim-witted would only diminish her own intellect. Instead of wasting breath, she resolved to let her fists do the talking. If she could knock her opponent down, Aqua would surely recognize her folly. With this thought in mind, Yukino charged at Aqua. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Aqua swiftly unleashed her most proficient skill. Flower, bird, wind, moon. With a commanding shout, a slender jet of water shot forth, striking Yukino squarely in the face. Taken aback, Yukino faltered momentarily, her advance halted. Seeing her attack successfully thwart Yukino's assault, Aqua couldn't help but revel in her triumph. Ha ha ha! How does it feel to encounter the might of this goddess? Mortal, You must be trembling in fear now, but I am magnanimous. As long as you kneel obediently, I may yet spare you." While Aqua basked in her imagined victory, Yukino, wiping her face, discovered that the water splashed upon her was nothing but ordinary. Relieved, she nevertheless felt a sense of humiliation at having been doused unexpectedly. Angered at Aqua's smugness, Yukino approached her and, without warning, unleashed a powerful strike. Thud! Ouch! Aqua's self-satisfied demeanor was abruptly interrupted as Yukino's fist landed squarely on her abdomen. Producing a resounding thud, caught off guard by the blow, Aqua emitted a muffled groan. Despite Yukino's seemingly delicate appearance, she was, after all, a refined lady from a prestigious family, having practiced Aikido for self-defense since childhood. Her years of training were not to be underestimated. That punch, honed over a decade, was far beyond Aqua's capacity to withstand. Hit squarely in the abdomen, Aqua's eyes rolled back as she collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. Fortunately, some time had elapsed since breakfast. Otherwise, Yukino's strike might have sent Aqua reeling into a fit of convulsions. Having dispatched Aqua with a single blow, Yukino felt a wave of relief wash over her, relaxing her entire being. Observing the scene, Lin Mo felt a shiver of apprehension. He was grateful he hadn't provoked Yukino, or he might have found himself on the receiving end of that punch. Even if he could endure the impact of her years of training, it would undoubtedly be an unpleasant experience. More importantly, it would be utterly humiliating to be beaten senseless by a girl perceived as weaker than himself. As Lin Mo's mind wandered, Yukino stepped down from the arena and began to wipe her face with a towel. After adjusting her appearance, she approached Lin Mo and inquired, "Lin Mo-kun, are you ready for a break? Shall we commence with firearms training now?" Responding to Yukino's prompt, Lin Mo snapped back to reality, nodding eagerly. "Oh yes, let's begin." After confirming that Lin Mo posed no issues, Yukino led him to the outdoor shooting range. Indeed, this garden villa boasted a shooting range, a factor that influenced Lin Mo's decision to choose this location. While it was referred to as a garden villa, it encompassed much more than mere gardens. The owner, an unnamed corrupt official, had nearly monopolized a significant portion of the mountain. Some areas were transformed into a shooting range, while others served as scenic garden viewing spots. Additionally, there was a golf course nestled at the foot of the mountain. However, due to Lin Mo's unfamiliarity with such affluent pursuits, he had never visited it. Ahem, I digressed. In summary, the villa's original owner was not only a garden enthusiast, but also an avid shooter. It was within the confines of the owner's secret armory that Lin Mo discovered a substantial arsenal of firearms and ammunition, the majority of which were police-grade, with a select few being high-end imports. Yukino meticulously selected some of the more reliable firearms for regular use, while the lesser-quality ones were designated for training purposes. The training commenced with handguns, encompassing not only basic shooting, but also disassembly and maintenance of the firearms. The models of handguns present here were unfamiliar to Yukino, yet the simplicity and ruggedness of these vintage firearms allowed her to adapt quickly. Sharing her insights with Lin Mo, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed through the range as Lin Mo finally prepared to take aim at the targets after much practice. The relentless sound startled Aqua, who was still groggy and rolling her eyes. Uncertain of the cause, she felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. Slowly rising from the ground, she dry-heaved a couple of times, only to find nothing came up. Frustrated, Aqua lamented, "How could I, the great Aqua, be bested by a flat-chested girl who looks like a scarecrow? This is a grave humiliation. No, I must reclaim my honor. Otherwise, I shall be relegated to the lowest status within my own household." With a heavy heart, Aqua gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, then made her way toward the source of the gunfire. Soon enough, Aqua arrived at the shooting range. That moment, Yukino was poised with an AR-15 rifle, taking precise shots at distant targets. Clad in a uniform of Sobu High School, adorned with a bulletproof vest and equipped with noise-canceling headphones and protective goggles, her flowing black hair danced in the breeze with the rhythm of the ejected shell casings, presenting an entirely different demeanor. Humph, what are you trying to show off? Can you even hit the target? Aqua thought to herself, feeling a twinge of jealousy at Yukino's striking appearance. Yet, she was swiftly proven wrong. As Yukino concluded her shooting session, The target slowly moved closer, revealing a shattered red bullseye. Aqua could not help but swallow hard. How is she so accurate? I thought she was just an ordinary high school girl. She mused internally, reflecting Lin Mo's sentiments as well. The Yukino before him seemed a stark contrast to his previous impressions. While it was not unusual for a wealthy heiress like Yukino to possess sharpshooting skills, Lin Mo recalled that in the original narrative, she had shown little interest in such activities. Rather than a markswoman, she was more akin to an artistic soul. Until now, Lin Mo had not sensed this disparity. But with increased interaction and the unveiling of Yukino's hidden facets, he felt increasingly that the Yukino before him was not the one he had known. This resemblance to Altered Lines Artoria struck him. She diverged significantly from the original text and most official storylines. After winning 4 Holy Grail Wars and being granted corporeal form by the Grail, she had survived into Lin Mo's era. Her once naive ideals of saving the nation long extinguished by the harsh realities of society, transforming her into a jaded cog in the machine. Could the Yukino before him also be a variant from another narrative? As Lin Mo pondered this, Yukino, reloading her magazine, sensed his inquisitive gaze. Astute as always, she quickly deduced his thoughts. Lin Mo, do you feel I differ from your expectations? While I am yet to grasp the true nature of the Yukino you are familiar with from your world, I can share the story of the current me, she said, placing her rifle down and gazing at him with a hint of affection. Intrigued, Lin Mo replied, I would be grateful if you would enlighten me. As Yukino inhaled deeply, her gaze turned to the distant sky, and she began to recount her tale. Unlike the original narrative, Yukino had undertaken the heavy burden of revitalizing her family during her high school years. Her father, a figure shrouded in mystery, had passed away prematurely due to an accident to maintain the family's influence in political circles. Her sister, Haruno, had to graduate early from university and enter the political arena. Consequently, the newly enrolled Yukino was compelled to take over her sister's responsibilities, assisting her mother in managing the family business. This left her with scant time for school, attending only for exams, and since her family was part of the board, attendance was hardly a concern. However, this circumstance meant that Yukino had little opportunity to interact with anyone beyond her familiar acquaintances like Shizuka, Hiratsuka, and Hayama Hayato. The story of spring had not even begun for her. Returning to Yukino's narrative, she faced numerous trials and bullying in her new professional role. Given that the Yukino Shida family consisted solely of beautiful women, they became prime targets for those seeking to exploit them. It wasn't only business rivals. Former allies began to harbor ulterior motives. It was evident to all that despite their outwardly awkward demeanor, if any one of the 3 women faced peril, the others would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to save her. This meant that if one fell, the others would be swept away as well. Yet, it wasn't merely their beauty that attracted such attention. It was the substantial wealth of the Yukino Shida family, since the family's assets were primarily held under the names of Yukino's mother and sister. They had no concerns about inheritance taxes following their father's demise. Essentially, their wealth remained intact, making it a tempting target for opportunistic wolves. Not only local players, but even forces from Tokyo, not far from Chiba, began to stir with greed that in the face of greed, people often abandon their principles. While the Yukino Shida women could rely on their strength and talents to endure overt pressure, there were always those who resorted to underhanded tactics. Even risking everything, kidnappings, intimidation, and druggings became commonplace. That Yukino's mother grew increasingly frail, and her sister faced numerous close calls. Even while walking down the street, Yukino narrowly escaped being snatched by passing vans on multiple occasions. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the Yukino Shida family faced the imminent threat of being consumed by outsiders. With Yukino and her beloved family members on the verge of becoming pawns without a strong-willed and principled individual, Yukino found her rationality fraying. When she realized that conventional methods could not save her family or herself, Yukino cast aside the law and took up arms, employing nearly frenzied and ruthless tactics to enact her vision of justice. Society is inherently unjust, and disparities between people are a given. Yet, the world is fair. When a person is killed, they in the face of truth, all are equal, and no amount of scheming can withstand the force of 5.62 rifle round. Yukino expended considerable resources, paying a hefty price to procure a cache of military arms through clandestine channels. Then across Chiba and Tokyo, she embarked on a series of massacres dubbed the Pilgrimage of Truth. Your influence may grant you access to defensive grenades, but can it rival the might of an armed helicopter sweeping the Tokyo Tower? Your poison may take time to act, yet my Stinger missile requires only a launch. Your verbal assaults may be sharp, but my rapid-fire A-12 is no less formidable. If you can withstand a punch with 20 years of power, how will you defend against a 20-pound bomb? Can a bulletproof car withstand a rocket attack? To annihilate a powerful family, it requires not merely strategies and cunning, but rather a meticulously orchestrated annual gathering of the entire clan. The marketplace resembles a battlefield. Yet Yukino has truly transformed it into one. Chiba and even Tokyo have fallen under martial law due to Yukino's audacious maneuvers. However, this only pertains to the common folk, as long as the military remains uninvolved. The police are powerless to halt Yukino's relentless advance in the shadows. Yukino grows increasingly unhinged, all while maintaining the guise of an innocent newcomer in the workplace. Outsiders. The Yukino Shida family appears to be a mere remnant of orphans and widows, desperately clinging to survival, a ripe target just waiting to be seized. Yukino has disguised herself so effectively that people instinctively overlook her presence. Moreover, she astutely refrains from directly confronting those who pose a threat to her family, instead striking first at the factions connected to them through shared interests. When her former allies are swiftly annihilated overnight, those who covet the Yukino Shida family's power shift their focus, fearing that the flames may consume them next. Lacking direct conflicts of interest, the attacked factions find themselves at a loss regarding the identity of their assailant. Humans are social creatures, and when faced with insurmountable problems, they gather to discuss how to respond to this enigmatic assault. To prevent being targeted, they convene in a seemingly secure location, such as Tokyo Tower. They do not suspect, nor believe, that anyone would dare to strike at them from such a prominent landmark. Yet, they fail to anticipate that the enemy would launch an assault directly from outside Tokyo Tower. The thunderous roar of helicopters abruptly interrupts the raucous meeting, and before the family heads can comprehend the unfolding chaos, a blinding light illuminates the entire conference room that a hail of bullets swiftly sweeps across the room. And those who stood to peer outside, seeking to understand the commotion, are reduced to mere flesh in the blink of an eye. Following that, there is little more to recount. Yukino's calm demeanor, as she recounts these events to Lin Mo, speaks volumes. In light of Yukino's experiences, Lin Mo can only commend her efforts. The affluent conglomerates and families of this world are hardly virtuous. Behind their glamorous aides lie tales of blood and treachery. After a brief silence, Lin Mo deems it prudent to steer clear of this topic, especially given that the world has descended into chaos. Those wealthy and powerful lords are likely but remnants of their former selves, lost in some forgotten corner. Yet Lin Mo finds himself at a loss for a suitable diversion, unsure of what to say next. At that moment, Aqua, who had been left to the side, picks up the rifle that Yukino had just set down. After fumbling with it for a moment, she begins to fire aimlessly at a distant target. The succession of gunfire successfully diverts Yukino's attention, turning to witness Aqua with an adorably puzzled expression, clutching the rifle. Seemingly baffled by how quickly the bullets had run out, Lin Mo cannot help but face-bomb. Claim she is utterly clueless would be an understatement, despite her lack of experience with firearms. She inadvertently manages to switch to automatic mode. Consider her talented would be generous, as not a single bullet hole marks the target before her. Truly, one must marvel at the absurdity of a character emerging from a comedic series. Lin Mo muses, before swiftly retrieving the rifle from Aqua's grasp along with Yukino. For Aqua, fully automatic weapons are far too perilous. It is better suited for someone of her whimsical nature, with a lower intellect, to handle a handgun. Aqua naturally protests when Lin Mo snatches the gun away, yet Yukino is not one to indulge her. A swift shoulder throw brings her back to compliance. After this brief interlude involving Aqua, Lin Mo resumes training, this time focusing on firearms. Initially, he is quite exhilarated, as before the apocalypse, he had never even touched a gun. However, everything has its limits. Even an activity as intriguing as shooting can become tedious and even torturous after prolonged engagement. Unlike in video games, where one can simply hold down a button and dictate their fate, the weight of the firearm and the recoil are burdens Lin Mo must shoulder. Additionally, the task of reloading the ammunition feels akin to a descent into hell. As the saying goes, it takes 5 minutes to load bullets, yet only 2.5 seconds to act cool. The painstakingly filled magazine is emptied in no time. Reality does not offer the luxury of restarting. They must reload once more. Fortunately, Qiana later discovers a simple loading device, which significantly eases the burden. After an intense session of shooting practice, Lin Mo feels his back and waist ache, despite handling a legitimate firearm. The experience feels no different from handling a in stark contrast. Qiana, evidently well-trained, engages in some light stretches following her shooting practice, as for Aqua, true to her nature as the water goddess. Her marksmanship is abysmal, but her attention span is even shorter. After firing just a few rounds, she begins collecting spent casings from the ground, stacking them like building blocks. Truly, her ineptitude knows no bounds. Before long, Qiana and the others return. Spotting Lin Mo and the others still at the shooting range, Qiana eagerly joins in. Proudly proclaiming herself a descendant of the Cassandra gunfighting technique, Qiana aims to showcase what true skill looks like. What follows is a flurry of actions as fierce as a tiger. Yet the results yield an abysmal 0 for 5. Clearly, the essence of the Cassandra gunfighting technique does not lie in hitting targets. Faced with this dismal outcome, Qiana feels rather embarrassed. She blames her choice of weapon, claiming that if she had used the key of the world, things would have been different, and hands her handgun over to Artoria. Having encountered handguns during the Fourth Holy Grail War, Artoria, self-proclaimed king of knights, had previously dismissed them. Now, looking at the handgun in her hand, she casually fires a few rounds at the distant target. Qiana, witnessing this, gasps in astonishment. A perfect score. Remarkably, she hit every target. Qiana's exclamation immediately captures the attention of everyone present, and one could have anticipated that the knightly king, seemingly the least compatible with firearms, would possess such exceptional shooting talent. Artoria, however, remains unfazed. Well, this level of shooting should be quite simple with a little focus, shouldn't it? Your previous misses were likely due to excessive movements. You were too preoccupied with theatrics to remember the gun. Weren't you? And do not forget, although I am the king of knights, I also have proficiency with bows. Hearing Artoria's nonchalant explanation, the others are left speechless. Nevertheless, this is not a matter of great significance. Ordinary firearms hold little meaning for Qiana and her companions. They're merely toys to be played with. When Lin Mo and Qiana, mere mortals, are measured against them, the comparison becomes even less relevant. Time swiftly marches on, and as noon approaches, Qiana, who bears the responsibility of cooking, halts her training and returns to her true battlefield. Lin Mo and Qiana gather in the living room, engaging in conversation about the events of their outing earlier that day. The outside world is currently in chaos. Survivors, superhumans, which cultivators, squid people, mutated zombies, and corrupted beasts clash in a tumultuous melee. Rumor has it that even Terminator-like robots roam the city, eradicating all unseen life. In addition, various natural disasters wreak havoc. Qiana and her companions have utilized subspace to gather supplies from locations worldwide. Thus, there has been some understanding of the situations in various regions. At this moment, an unprecedented cold wave has swept through the land of the Russ, covering numerous cities in its icy grip, leaving the fates of the inhabitants uncertain, while the zombies have been frozen solid. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the United States is not faring much better. The western mountainous regions have suffered meteorite impacts, igniting raging fires that last for days. In the central United States, tornadoes wreak havoc, spiraling cattle into the skies without any exaggeration needed. The southern coast is being ravaged by a super hurricane, making it impossible to approach. The plight of other nations is similarly dire. Life has been utterly submerged, resembling another Atlantis. The Eagle Empire has experienced earthquakes, and their long-anticipated fragmentation has finally come to fruition. The British Isles are now distanced from one another, seemingly destined for an eternal estrangement. Australia is enduring an unprecedented drought, with kangaroos there at risk of being desiccated into mere husks. Africa has transformed into a vast expanse of desolation. Aside from the East African Rift Valley, new fissures have emerged, with magma gushing forth to fill the Nile River, leading to the premature demise of its crocodilian inhabitants. After listening to Qiana and her companions, Lin Mo felt an ominous weight upon him. This world, it seems, is truly on the brink of collapse. Those extraterrestrials, terminators, corrupted beasts, and zombies may be manageable, but it is the increasingly severe natural disasters that truly trouble Lin Mo. If this trend continues, Earth will soon be devoid of any place suitable for human or even biological existence. Lin Mo shared his concerns with Qiana and the others, hoping they might devise a strategy. However, confronted with such a dilemma, Qiana and her companions exchanged bewildered glances. Though somewhat reluctant, "Captain, you must understand, the powers of destruction are far more adept at dismantling than at safeguarding or creating if it were merely localized weather calamities. I could exert some influence with the power of the Herschers, but now, with chaos reigning across the globe, I find myself utterly powerless to effortlessly sway the fate of the entire Earth. I would need to become the end. Yet, the power of the end leans towards annihilation, and what I could achieve then would likely be no more than a reboot of civilization." Qiana explained with a resigned expression, "As the strongest in the team." She now appeared rather helpless. As for Artoria and Raiden May, they were even less relevant, being purely combat specialists, one oblivious to human sentiment, the other inept in culinary skills. Ahem, in short, entrusting the salvation of the world to them is utterly impossible. Just from their titles, King of Knights and General, it is evident that they excel in warfare. Lin Mo's gaze shifted, noticing Aquaria's distracted demeanor, prompting him to bypass her and turn towards Yukino. Upon sensing Lin Mo's gaze, Yukino shot him an exasperated look, as if questioning, "Do you believe I have a solution?" Faced with the futility of saving the world, Lin Mo let out a resigned sigh. Could it be that he would have to place his hopes on the next character he summoned? Just as Lin Mo pondered this, Aquaria, who had been lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to reality. Realizing that Lin Mo had not inquired about her opinion for quite some time, she belatedly recognized her own dismissal. "Hey, Lin Mo, how can you just ignore this goddess like that?" she exclaimed. "In matters concerning the salvation of the world, is it not precisely the time for this goddess to shine?" Observing Aquaria's sudden outburst, a thought crossed everyone's mind, including Lin Mo's. Could this foolish being perhaps possess a solution? With such hope, Lin Mo looked at Aquaria expectantly and asked, "Aquaria, do you happen to have a way to save the world?" In response to Lin Mo's inquiry, Aquaria, who had just been fuming, suddenly stiffened and began to babble incoherently. Well, that is, seeing her floundering, the others realized their hopes had been in vain. With a look of disdain, Lin Mo retracted his gaze and decided it was time for everyone to disperse and attend to their own affairs. Just as everyone was about to abandon her, feeling offended, Aquaria finally ceased her internal conflict and called out to the group. "Wait, while I may not have a method to save the world, I can take you all to another realm." Upon hearing Aquaria's proclamation, the group halted in their tracks, surprised and glancing at her. Awaiting an explanation, in light of the situation, Aquaria, feeling somewhat reckless, decided to lay bare her cards. "Well, you should know that I am the goddess responsible for the reincarnation of souls into different worlds. I still possess that ability. If you wish, Lin Mo, I can transport you to another realm to escape this world. As for us, we would follow as summoned entities alongside your summoning powers," she revealed. Hearing Aquaria's words, the group fell into contemplation. Her proposal indeed held merit. After all, this world appeared to be on the verge of disaster. Even if it did not collapse, living here would undoubtedly be uncomfortable. The prospect of venturing into another realm seemed appealing. However, Lin Mo needed to clarify one point. Which realm was Aquaria referring to? Aquaria, when you mention another realm, do you mean the one from the world of Pseudo? Upon hearing Lin Mo's question, Aquaria's expression turned awkward as she hesitantly admitted, "Well, I can't be sure. Given the different starting points, I cannot determine where we might end up." Realizing that Aquaria, typically so self-assured, was uncertain, Lin Mo understood the significant risks associated with this plan. This was not akin to the usual battles or resource gathering, where powerful individuals like Qiana could take on the risks. This time, it would be Lin Mo, an otherwise ordinary individual aside from certain exceptional aspects, venturing into danger. Moreover, as the summoner, Lin Mo's demise would yield immeasurable consequences. The worst outcome would be his death, which would also lead to the demise of the summoned characters like Qiana. In essence, transporting to another realm was a gamble with nearly all or nothing stakes. Should a misstep occur, everyone could find themselves in irrevocable peril. Well, let's keep this plan as a backup for now. There is still some time. Perhaps we can contemplate other solutions and see if this world can still be saved. Additionally, we should consider whether the next summoned character might offer a better approach. After making such a decision, Lin Mo chose to disperse the meeting. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was time for Lin Mo to summon a new character. During this period, Qiana and the others had attempted various methods, but none had proven effective. Currently, Earth was characterized by extreme cold at the poles, which radiated into the mid-latitudes, while the lower latitudes were unbearably hot, with Africa and Australia transformed into seas of fire. Witnessing the impending extinction of human civilization, Lin Mo finally took action, instructing Qiana and the others to transport the pink-haired girl and the survivors from their base to a larger refuge. This refuge was a massive bunker constructed in a stable tectonic plate region, which had been nearly completed even before the catastrophe struck. There, Lin Mo encountered many familiar faces he had seen on television news. He had underestimated the sense of urgency among the true powers of the world. The high-ranking officials of various nations had long ago united to establish this doomsday bunker, providing a sanctuary for themselves to escape the apocalypse and preserve human civilization. In addition to the international bigwigs he had only seen in the news, Lin Mo also witnessed advanced technologies, such as the long-prohibited human cloning technology, genetically modified organisms, and controllable nuclear fusion technology. Even the roaming Terminators outside originated from this very place that in the past, Lin Mo would have scorned these individuals and ridiculed them immensely. However, he was on the verge of leaving this world, and the pretentiousness of those individuals no longer mattered to him. Of course, Lin Mo did not remain idle. He had Qiana and the others eliminate some unworthy individuals and found some reliable candidates to take over the management of the bunker. After completing these tasks, Lin Mo departed, indifferent to the fate of those within the doomsday bunker and whether humanity could continue to exist in this world. After all, he was not such a great person, and those individuals were not worthy of his greatness. In the small square in front of the garden villa, Lin Mo stood in the center, preparing to summon a new character, having learned from the previous experience of neglecting the incantation, which led to the summoning of a mundane character. Lin Mo crafted some obscure summoning phrases this time. Naturally, this did not imply that Lin Mo held disdain for those everyday characters. If it were not for the apocalypse, he would have been indifferent to whom he summoned. Yet, given the current crisis, summoning those ordinary characters would only complicate matters, causing distress for both Lin Mo and the summoned individuals. Lin Mo was not the type to treat summoned heroes as disposable commodities like certain callous beings from other worlds. He cherished each of the girls he summoned. Setting aside these trivial thoughts, Lin Mo now sought to summon a character who could assist in their present predicament. Returning to the summoning, as Lin Mo's words fell, a golden light appeared at the center of the square. Prepared for this moment, Lin Mo and his companions donned sunglasses to avoid being blinded by the summoning glow. Soon, the radiance dissipated, revealing a young girl of adult height, yet possessing a youthful appearance. With gray hair and golden pupils, her expression was imbued with curiosity and confusion, and her unique aura unmistakably belonged to none other than Lin Mo himself, or rather, the character Star, whom Lin Mo had once portrayed. Observing the girl before him, Lin Mo was filled with astonishment. The reason was simple. The character summoned this time was exceptionally unique. Unlike Qiana, who was bound by the storyline, Star was an embodiment of the player, capable of influencing the narrative to a certain extent. However, these details were not of immediate concern. Lin Mo was curious about the abilities possessed by the Star before him. Was she akin to the multi-fate star core in the storyline? Or did she possess something resembling a game system like the player? While Lin Mo pondered, Qiana stepped forward to greet Star. Hi, I am Qiana Kaslana. Observing the vibrant girl before her, Star tilted her head in confusion and responded. Hello, Qiana. I am Star. Though we have not met, you feel quite familiar. It's a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing Star's response, Qiana couldn't help but display a joyful expression. Oh, you feel that way too. It seems we could become good sisters. With that, Qiana approached Star without reservation and began sharing whispers. Lin Mo was not surprised by this. After all, according to the original setting, Honkai Impact 3rd and Honkai Star Rail were intertwined, as for the subsequent expansion of the IP that gradually separated the two games. It could only be said that the creators had forgotten their roots after becoming successful. After Qiana and Star became familiar with each other for a while, Qiana pulled Star over to Lin Mo. Captain, from today onwards, Star-chan is under my protection. You must not bully her, Qiana declared possessively. Lin Mo glanced at the awkward Star, then at the feigned seriousness of Qiana, momentarily at a loss for words. What is happening? Is my wife taking my other wife? Although it felt rather strange, Lin Mo was not the type to be overly possessive, as long as his girls were not behaving too absurdly. He could accept their camaraderie. Furthermore, he could see that Qiana's feelings for Star were more akin to sisterly affection rather than romantic interest. After Lin Mo nodded in agreement with Qiana, she sensibly stepped away, granting him and Star the opportunity for private conversation. Star, I am Lin Mo. I hope we can get along well in the future. He awkwardly greeted her with a smile. After a moment of silence, Star suddenly smiled, her previous dazed expression vanishing. Lin Mo, there's no need to be so polite with me. Rest assured, I will not steal your Qiana. Moreover, I will protect you well as for the difficulties you are currently facing. I am already aware. While I cannot save the world, I can help you retain some resources for survival in this alternate world. Saying this, without waiting for Lin Mo to inquire about what resources. Star took Lin Mo's hand and pulled him into a room. The sudden change in surroundings startled Lin Mo. Glancing around, he found the place eerily familiar. Where is this? He asked. This is my room on the train. While it's a bit small for everyone to stay here, it serves well enough as a temporary resting place. Additionally, I have a backpack with a storage function that can hold the supplies you gather here. Noticing Lin Mo's confusion, Star began to explain her abilities. She understood that Lin Mo required functional capabilities rather than sheer combat strength at this moment. Coincidentally, her abilities, akin to those possessed by players, could indeed assist in their upcoming relocation efforts. After hearing Star's explanation, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief wash over him, alleviating his previous anxieties about the alternate world. Previously, Aqua could only transport him and Qiana to the alternate world, but could not carry much in the way of supplies. Moreover, the uncertainty of the destination loomed large. If they were transported to a world lacking resources or a desolate wasteland, the limited food they carried in their backpacks would scarcely last a few days, especially considering there were several gluttons in Lin Mo's group. If there were no food to eat, it would truly result in a significant decline in our combat capabilities. Upon returning to the Garden Villa, Lin Mo eagerly shared this good news with everyone. Naturally, Qiana and the others were overjoyed to prevent any unforeseen delays. Lin Mo hurriedly took Xing to the warehouse and packed the supplies into Xing's backpack. Before long, the warehouse, which had once been brimming with goods, was completely emptied by Xing after securing the supplies. Lin Mo and his companions enjoyed a hearty meal and then prepared to venture into another world. After a series of preparations, Aqua initiated the interdimensional transport. The blue magic circle enveloped everyone, rapidly spinning before transforming into a towering beam of light that engulfed them all, surrounded by the girls. Lin Mo felt as if the world were spinning, and darkness soon enveloped him. When Lin Mo opened his eyes once more, he found himself staring at a familiar, yet strange ceiling, feeling somewhat disoriented. He rose and glanced around, only to discover that he had inexplicably returned to his own bedroom. He attempted to recall the events that had transpired, but everything felt like a mere dream, fading into a hazy memory. Qiana, Saber, General, Aqua, Yukino, Xing. Lin Mo called out to Qiana and the others, but received no response. The room was eerily empty, as if they had never existed, leaving him to ponder whether it had all been a figment of his imagination. Just as he had always been, alone as time passed. A week had slipped by since Lin Mo awoke, feeling as if everything he had experienced was nothing more than an illusion, reflecting on the previous apocalyptic life. He could hardly believe the stark contrast of his current mundane existence. During this time, Lin Mo had attempted to search for Qiana and the others. However, whether in his quaint little town or on various news forums online, he found not a single trace of them. With no other options, he felt compelled to relinquish hope. Yet, a flicker of optimism remained in his heart. Perhaps his summoning ability was still intact. One day, Lin Mo awoke early. He peered outside, finding no signs of a zombie crisis. Disheartened, he withdrew his gaze, taking a deep breath and placing his hopes on the forthcoming summoning. After uttering a series of nonsensical lines, he stood silently in his room, awaiting a turn of events. Yet as time dragged on, nothing unusual occurred. Standing there with an exaggerated pose, he felt rather foolish. Is it truly hopeless? Lin Mo mused. I am 25 now, and soon enough, I will be considered an uncle. Why can't I face reality? Shaking his head in a blend of disappointment and despair, he sank onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, caught in a difficult decision. Should he cast aside those seemingly illusory experiences and resume a normal life, or should he cling to that nearly unattainable fantasy, immersing himself in what might be a mere delusion? Caught in this conflict, exhaustion finally overtook him, and he dozed off amidst his chaotic thoughts. In his dreams, he encountered Qiana and the others, and in a bid to compensate for their week apart, they playfully overwhelmed him. Just as Lin Mo reveled in this bittersweet dream, he suddenly felt a sharp blow to his abdomen. The jolt of pain jolted him awake, his eyes flying open, his mouth gaping in surprise. Thankfully, he had not yet eaten breakfast. Otherwise, he might have become an involuntary fountain. Ouch! With a cry that escaped his lips, Lin Mo, feeling as if half his life had been drained away, caught a glimpse of the individual who had struck him. His gaze traveled from her long, fair legs to her flat yet curvaceous abdomen, ultimately landing on Qiana's astonished face, partially obscured by her ample chest. Could you not land directly on my stomach when you arrive? He mentally chided, and as she gained weight, with these thoughts swirling in his mind, he rolled his eyes, only to succumb to unconsciousness from the impact to his abdomen. Meanwhile, Qiana, having just materialized, snapped back to reality, bewildered by why she had inadvertently landed on the captain. Noticing Lin Mo's state, his eyes rolling back and foam at his mouth, she immediately disregarded her previous joy upon their reunion, leaping off him and shaking him vigorously. Captain, are you all right? I didn't mean to. Please wake up. I can't live without you. Thus began the unfortunate saga of Lin Mo, the protagonist, who was accidentally trampled by the girl he summoned, but a rather amusing situation. Indeed, amidst Qiana's frantic shaking, Lin Mo finally succumbed to the disturbance and was jolted awake. All right, Qiana, stop shaking me. At this rate, my brain will scatter, perhaps due to his groggy state. His words came out somewhat incoherent. Yet Qiana paid little mind to this. Upon seeing Lin Mo awake, she embraced him tightly, murmuring in relief, thank goodness, Captain, you're all right." As Qiana affectionately ruffled Lin Mo's hair, he was struck by a wave of suffocation. As his breathing became increasingly labored, he confirmed one undeniable fact. Qiana had indeed gained weight. After a long overdue reunion, Qiana finally released Lin Mo. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he began to inquire about her and the other girls. After all, Aqua had confidently asserted that she could transport everyone to another world. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was evident that something had gone awry. Upon hearing Lin Mo's questions, the joy on Qiana's face vanished, replaced by a deep frown as she lamented, "Captain, that Aqua is utterly unreliable. She promised that there would be no issues. However, when it came time to transport, we discovered that the portal could only accommodate one person at a time. The situation was so urgent that I had no time to think. I could only send you through first. I intended to use the power of the Hershers of the Void to try to stabilize the portal. But the distance on the other side exceeded my expectations. Before I could exert my strength, we were light years away from where you arrived, and I could only watch helplessly as the portal closed. We were cast into the unknown, akin to being ejected from a plane mid-flight. Thankfully, we found shelter in Xing's room, preventing us from being scattered across the cosmos. Once we stabilized, we immediately sought a way to reach you. However, without coordinates, we have been aimlessly searching, or perhaps hoping that you might summon us again. It seems you have not forgotten us. Captain, did I really miss you? As Qiana's explanation drew to a close, her emotions overwhelmed her, and she hugged Lin and Mo tightly, rubbing against him like a child. Caught off guard by Qiana's display, Lin and Mo could only comfort her in response. It's all right, Qiana. We are together again, aren't we? Everything is in the past. Lin and Mo gently caressed Qiana's back, soothing her with tender words, while feeling a twinge of guilt. The thought that Qiana and the others had been aimlessly searching for him, as if abandoned, weighed heavily on his heart. Meanwhile, he had doubted the very existence of Qiana and her companions, nearly dismissing them as mere figments of his imagination. Increasingly, Lin and Mo felt unworthy and resolved to make amends with Qiana and the others. After a moment of affectionate intimacy, Qiana's mood finally began to stabilize. Observing this, Lin and Mo inquired about the well-being of the others. Qiana, how are the others? Can they come over? Oh, Captain, you truly are fickle-hearted. Even with me in your embrace, you still think of other women. Qiana pouted playfully, feigning annoyance at Lin Mo's question. No, I was just... Lin and Mo stammered, caught off guard by Qiana's sudden sulk, just as he was at a loss for how to handle her mood. Qiana teased, all right, Captain, I was only joking. You know me well enough to realize what kind of person I am. Such a fickle-hearted carrot. Despite being playfully chided, Lin and Mo breathed a sigh of relief, with the ice broken. He could no longer maintain his facade and allowed his true nature to emerge. It's still you, Qiana, who is so considerate. Come here, let me snuggle you to Lin Mo's mischievous advances. Qiana eagerly responded, her eyes sparkling with delight. Captain, since I'm so wonderful, shouldn't you compensate me properly? With a playful grin, she leaned in, taking the initiative. After an indescribable and unmentionable exchange, Qiana reclined on the sofa, a look of contentment on her face, as if pondering the simplicity of life. Meanwhile, Lin and Mo wore an expression of disbelief, clearly struggling to accept his defeat. After a moment of introspection, both resumed their discussion of important matters. It turned out that after parting ways with Lin and Mo and being unable to locate him, Qiana and the others had fallen into a deep state of self-reproach that on Earth, their capabilities allowed them to operate freely. But in the vastness of the cosmos, even someone as formidable as Qiana felt a profound sense of helplessness. Consequently, they had resolved to strengthen their abilities during this time. However, considering efficiency, they decided to focus their efforts on enhancing Qiana, the one with the most potential. Unbeknownst to them, whether due to their cosmic surroundings or the influence of stellar core powers, Qiana had remarkably bypassed the terminal phase, evolving into Stardust Qiana. In this new phase, not only had her appearance undergone some changes, but her strength had also advanced significantly, refining her power system. Now, in addition to the fundamental manipulation of Herschur's energy, she could draw strength from the imaginary space like the Herschurs of the End and absorb the power of stardust from the universe. She had effectively become a supercharged version of herself in every sense. It was precisely thanks to her enhanced abilities that Qiana could actively intercept Lin Mo's summons, replacing the new character that was meant to be called forth, traversing the boundless cosmos to return to Lin Mo's side. After hearing Qiana's account, Lin and Mo couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. He had never anticipated that her return would involve such trials and tribulations. In comparison, his aimless search for them in the city and online felt utterly trivial. Subsequently, Lin and Mo brought up the possibility of bringing the others over. Regardless of the circumstances, he couldn't allow Altria and the others to drift in space like American astronauts. Qiana's expression turned pensive. Captain, the world's suppression of extraordinary powers is exceedingly strong. Even with the beacon at their location, and despite my full state, it would be quite challenging to bring them over directly. Furthermore, with ordinary individuals like Yukino, they simply cannot bear the stress of interstellar travel. The only feasible approach now is to replicate the method I used when I first arrived here, that I can forcefully redirect your summoning when you call for them. then catch the summoning portal to safely bring everyone over one by one. Upon hearing Qiana's explanation, Lin and Mo had no choice but to accept her proposal. Given the current situation, he had no better options, and they would have to endure a bit longer in space. Due to the cooldown time of the summoning skill, he could only temporarily set aside the matter of retrieving Altria and the others. Once the cooldown was complete, he would work with Qiana to bring them back one by one. Fortunately, Lin Mo had stocked up on ample supplies in Xing's room before traversing worlds, so Altria and the others wouldn't need to worry about food and drink. Moreover, Qiana mentioned that although Xing's room floated independently in the cosmos, all the living facilities were fully operational, including a large bathroom that even offered hot showers. Lin and Mo felt a pang of regret, wishing he had gathered everyone for a soak in Xing's enormous aquarium before embarking on his journey. Returning to the present, given that it was Saturday, Lin and Mo had ample time to spend with Qiana. However, their earlier interactions had consumed a considerable amount of time, and it was now nearly noon. Not wanting to venture downstairs for groceries and unwilling to waste precious time cooking, Lin and Mo decided to indulge in takeout. Additionally, he needed to buy some daily necessities for Qiana. Initially, he had planned to take her shopping at the mall in the afternoon. However, considering the exorbitant prices of physical stores and the potential commotion caused by Qiana's striking appearance, he abandoned that idea in favor of online shopping. From their previous interactions, Lin and Mo had a good understanding of Qiana's preferences and measurements. Although some aspects had slightly changed, he confidently placed his order. Of course, he had consulted Qiana beforehand and allowed her to choose some items she liked. Being mindful of the adage that you get what you pay for, Lin and Mo selected well-known brands that were reasonably priced. Even so, as he processed each order, his savings dwindled rapidly, much like his energy being drained by Qiana. Looking at the meager balance remaining, Lin and Mo couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Yet, thinking of all this being for Qiana made it seem entirely worthwhile. It that moment. Lin Mo finally grasped why some men would go to such lengths for women. That it truly was a feeling one could not comprehend until experienced firsthand. With a contemplative shake of his head, Lin and Mo resolved to maintain his spirits so as not to worry Qiana. However, Qiana could easily discern Lin Mo's unease, just as Lin and Mo understood her depths. Qiana was equally aware of his Lin Mo's official #1 wife. Qiana would not stand idly by. "Captain, are you worried about finances? Is there anything I can assist with? Although I'm not particularly good at making money. If you have any ideas, I can help you implement them," she volunteered, wrapping her arms around Lin Mo's. Hearing Qiana's words, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Of course, I now have the incredibly adorable Qiana by my side. Earning a little money should be a piece of cake. With this thought, Lin and Mo began to contemplate how best to enlist Qiana's help in generating income. When it came to the quickest ways to make money, it seemed the options were limited to either the lottery or bank robbery. The lottery, relying on luck, was not worth considering, and robbing a bank might attract too much attention. Moreover, given the capabilities of the Herschers of the Void, it would be entirely possible to bypass surveillance and vault doors, directly acquiring funds from within. Yet was it truly appropriate to involve Qiana in such nefarious activities? She was, after all, such a pure and adorably explosive girl. Upon contemplating this, Lin and Mo could not help but cast a glance at Qiana. Although the girl had shed her initial innocence, she still exuded a remarkable simplicity and kindness. The thought of leading her astray made Lin and Mo feel a twinge of guilt. However, without resorting to bank robbery, how could one swiftly amass a substantial fortune? Was it conceivable to have Qiana utilize the power of the Herschers of the Void to run errands, such as delivering takeout? No. Setting aside the degradation of such an idea, the money involved simply did not justify it. Alas, if only this world operated like a game where completing quests or defeating monsters could yield gold coins. At that moment, devoid of any clear direction, Lin and Mo began to voice his complaints. Yet soon enough, an epiphany struck him regarding the phrase yielding gold coins. Indeed, yielding gold coins, although this world lacked wild beasts. It was rife with villains and corrupt officials. As the saying goes, ill-gotten wealth is guiltless to seize. That I could emulate the heroes of Liangshan, causing those nefarious individuals to yield gold coins. With this line of thought, everything became considerably more manageable. Moreover, Lin Mo happened to know the location where a corrupt official had hidden his ill-gotten gains. It was none other than the Garden Villa, where Lin Mo and the others resided during the apocalypse. In the week since his arrival, Lin Mo had confirmed from various sources that this was indeed a parallel world to his original one, aside from the absence of an apocalyptic event. It bore a striking resemblance to his previous world. Thus, it stood to reason that the corrupt official's villa remained in its original location, and the money was undoubtedly still concealed within that secret chamber. Inspired by this thought, Lin Mo promptly conveyed his plan to Qiana. The garden villa we used to live in? I do remember its location. Given our current state, we could teleport there directly. You wish to go now? Captain, Qiana mused, stroking her chin, before providing a feasible response. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo grew increasingly excited, eager to have Qiana accompany him to seize the corrupt official's gold coins. Before long, Qiana led Lin Mo to the secret chamber where the unknown corrupt official had hidden his funds. Gazing at the neatly stacked soft currency and gold bars, Lin Mo felt a thrill surpassing that of a tenfold gold draw. Although as a seasoned player, he had never experienced such luck in all his years of gaming. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Lin Mo quickly joined Qiana in transporting the money and gold back to their bedroom. To describe it as transporting would be an exaggeration. It was merely Qiana pushing a portal, transferring the treasures from one end of the chamber to the other. Having survived the apocalypse, they were well versed in the logistics of resource relocation. Once they had successfully moved the money and gold, they wasted no time in returning home. While it appeared effortless, in reality, it truly was. Their entire operation, from initiation to conclusion, took merely 2.5 minutes. Furthermore, although the corrupt official had amassed considerable wealth, it amounted to only a few $100 million. When converted into golden dollars, it amounted to but a modest pile. For the sake of convenience, Lin Mo simply stuffed the money into several trash bags and piled them in the corner of the secondary bedroom. Throughout this process, he experienced the rare sensation of viewing money as mere refuse. After all, the procedure resembled bundling up garbage and discarding it. Once they completed this task, Lin Mo's previously ordered takeout arrived. To appease Qiana's appetite, Lin Mo had ordered a plethora of food, perfectly timed to celebrate their substantial harvest with a feast. Meanwhile, an unknown corrupt official, having concluded his morning duties, approached the entrance to his money-hiding chamber. Like many corrupt officials, he harbored peculiar habits. Specifically, he felt compelled to inspect the fruits of his labor before each meal and bedtime, lest he be beset by anxiety, fearing theft of his riches. However, today, the worry that had plagued him for years was resolved. After all, his labor was utterly gone, and he would no longer need to fret about theft. Upon observing the empty vault, devoid of even a single coin, the official's eyes widened in disbelief. "Where's my money?" he mumbled in agitation, only to succumb to overwhelming emotion and faint on the spot. After indulging in a hearty meal, Lin Mo and Qiana began to play games. Since this world had not experienced an apocalypse, games such as Honkai Impact and Genshin Impact were still operational. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo allowed Qiana to experience the storyline of the three bouncers. However, the narrative of the first 2 chapters had undergone significant alterations, leaving even a seasoned player like Lin Mo feeling slightly out of sorts. Not to mention Qiana from another world. Observing her character's foolish demeanor in the narrative, Qiana could not deny feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Ultimately, unable to withstand such public humiliation, Qiana, her face flushed with annoyance, insisted on watching others' embarrassing moments. Considering the lengthy storyline of Genshin Impact, Lin Mo decided to show her fate instead. Previously, during the apocalypse, Lin Mo had not saved the Fate anime. Qiana's knowledge of Artoria stemmed solely from fan fiction she had encountered. This marked her first time viewing Fate in its entirety. Taking the timeline into account, Lin Mo first showed her Fate Zero as Qiana watched Artoria, who spoke with a rigid adherence to knightly principles. Her eyes nearly bulged out of her head. Wait a minute. Artoria can act like this? And if I recall correctly, Artoria's transformation into a gluttonous eater happened later, right? What on earth did she go through to transform from such a stoic figure into such a silly one? Qiana exclaimed, bewildered, as she critiqued and teased Artoria's character in the narrative. Regarding her hypocrisy, Lin Mo chose not to comment. Perhaps it is human nature to hold double standards. We delight in the misfortunes of others while shunning our own pasts. The Fate series, even with just the main storyline, comprises numerous episodes. By the time Qiana finished watching the 5 battles, the evening had quietly descended. During this time, Lin Mo intentionally stepped out to deposit some money. Transferring cash into several of his bank cards to avoid drawing the attention of the observant, he placed only modest amounts in each card, averaging around 20 to 30,000 after replenishing his bank cards. Lin Mo purchased some snacks to enjoy with Qiana. With funds available, Lin Mo found it considerably easier to make purchases. After all, it wasn't his money, so he felt no remorse. That evening, the two continued to indulge in takeout. After finishing dinner, they once again delved into their nighttime activities. Captain, it's getting quite late. Shall we retire for the night? In the bedroom, Qiana lay on her side on the bed, lifting a corner of the blanket to beckon Lin Mo. On the other side, Lin Mo, seated before his computer engrossed in a game, awkwardly declined, saying, well, Qiana, you should go to sleep first, that I still haven't finished my daily tasks and activities. With that, Lin Mo focused intently on the screen, feigning an air of concentration. What is so interesting about games? Can they possibly compare to real life? Qiana complained with a hint of dissatisfaction, though she refrained from pressing further, instead curling up in the blanket to play on her phone. Noticing that Qiana had ceased her urging, Lin Mo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was unsure whether his diminished energy stemmed from being separated from Artoria and Raiden Mei, or from the differences in their worlds. After expending considerable energy earlier that day, Lin Mo found himself feeling quite drained. Reluctant to allow his remaining vitality to be depleted, he resolved to procrastinate. If all else failed, he could simply defer his obligations for now. However, he recognized that this was not a sustainable solution. He believed it would be best to bring Artoria and Raiden Mei back as soon as possible. Before long, the next day arrived. Lin Mo felt fortunate that Qiana was more understanding than he had anticipated. The uneventful night prior had allowed Lin Mo to regain some of his spirit. However, new dilemmas soon began to plague him. With money now in his possession, should he return to work? Emotionally, he was disinclined to endure a job laden with trivialities and devoid of weekends. Yet rationally, he feared that if he neglected work, his newfound wealth might attract attention, leading to him being reported as a walking fortune. While Lin Mo grappled with this internal conflict, Qiana devised a clever plan. Using the powers of the Hershers of Reason, she would make those in their vicinity believe that Lin Mo had won the lottery. Thus, he could resign from his job while enjoying an abundance of money. Upon hearing this proposal, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, but excitement quickly overtook him as he urged Qiana to put the plan into action. However, Qiana smirked mischievously as she replied, "It's certainly possible. But Captain, you know that in this world, there is no Hersher's energy, which greatly limits my powers. For this plan to work effectively, I need to be at full capacity. So, I might need you to assist me." Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words. Qiana had seemed so eager the previous night, yet had settled down to sleep instead, all the while waiting for him. After much labor and effort, Lin Mo finally transformed from a beleaguered worker into a well-off freelancer. Put it simply, he had helped Qiana restore her energy, and subsequently, she utilized her abilities to modify the memories of certain individuals within their small town. The changes were straightforward. Lin Mo had won a substantial lottery prize, instantly becoming wealthy and no longer required to work to prevent Lin Mo from facing the embarrassment of being a well-known figure. Qiana subtly altered the townsfolk's recollections and perceptions. Thus, if anyone were to mention the lottery, they would recall a certain unfortunate individual who had struck it rich and achieved financial freedom at a young age, though they would be vague about his identity, gender, or the amount won. Naturally, Lin Mo's acquaintances and relevant authorities were aware that the lottery winner was indeed Lin Mo, but their knowledge was similarly hazy. Merely acknowledging the fact without delving deeper, of course, Lin Mo, now flush with cash, had no intention of returning to work. He called his employer to announce his resignation. Lin Mo's boss, seemingly indifferent to losing a worker, readily acquiesced. After all, in these times, it was rare to find a reliable employee, yet there was no shortage of university graduates willing to accept meager salaries. Lin Mo felt a twinge of discomfort at this realization. His heart was not fragile, but he lamented the dismal state of society. However, these matters were beyond Lin Mo's control, and after a brief reflection on the harsh realities of life, he immersed himself once more in Qiana's tender embrace. Following a day of bliss with Qiana, Lin Mo, now in a state of prudent contemplation, began to consider potential threats. Although the world appeared peaceful, with no signs of impending doom, he felt it wise to prepare for any eventualities. Thus, the following morning he posted a recruitment advertisement on a job platform, seeking capable individuals to assist in preparing for any apocalyptic scenarios. As a first-time employer, Lin Mo lacked experience, resulting in a rather disorganized job listing where he included every role he deemed relevant to their preparations. With his newfound wealth, he was unconcerned about the expenses, as the money was not his own. Even if it ran out, he could always seek out another corrupt official to obtain more funds. Shortly after posting the advertisement, Lin Mo was inundated with responses. His broad criteria and generous compensation made the positions highly sought after, especially in a time when the economy was struggling, yet prices continued to rise, leaving many unemployed or seeking new opportunities. Lin Mo's recruitment became a hot topic, surprising him greatly. He had anticipated a longer wait for replies. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Mo realized he needed to find an office space and officially register a company. He couldn't expect so many people to work out of his home, and it was time to upgrade his living situation to a more suitable residence, with numerous tasks ahead of him. Lin Mo found himself at a loss as to where to begin. He wished fervently for a capable aide to help him navigate these challenges. Meanwhile, across the vast Pacific Ocean, a silver spacecraft hurtled down into the sea. After a tumultuous splash, a figure clad in blue armor burst forth from the water. The heavy bunny assessed its current status. Current location: Pacific Ocean. Warning: unidentified flying units detected nearby. Should necessary measures be taken? Upon hearing this, Bronya furrowed her brow, her gray eyes scanning the distant sky, where she spotted two fighter jets rapidly approaching. Unsure of the situation, she decided to avoid confrontation for the time being. Activate evasive maneuvers and remain submerged, she instructed. Heavy Bunny, shake off those two jets. Upon receiving the command, Bronya decisively issued orders. The armored bunny promptly began its execution. The submerged spacecraft flickered briefly as its optical camouflage activated, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished beneath the waves. Meanwhile, Bronya's mech transformed, and the thrusters behind her surged to life, propelling her away from her original position in an instant. On the other side, two American pilots, responding to the command to investigate the unidentified flying object, were astounded as they witnessed the mech-like entity disappear before their very eyes. They couldn't help but unleash a torrent of expletives. Don't eat the sour radish. You think you can run from us, you mold? Just wait until I catch you and blow you to smithereens with a missile. In the live stream, the host declared, "Today I shall demonstrate the maximum output speed of the advanced American fighter jet, the F-35. I hope everyone can show their support on Zai Hongshu." As he adjusted the camera, he added, "Hold on tight, folks, we're about to take off." The mold pilot in the fighter jet addressed the mobile live stream and then yanked the control stick down, launching both himself and the aircraft into the sky. However, he ultimately found himself chasing shadows. After all, Bronya's armored bunny could effortlessly reach speeds of 999 in bike mode, let alone in mech mode. In the blink of an eye, the mold pilot lost sight of his target. But on the other hand, although Bronya had successfully evaded the mold's pursuit, she encountered a challenge that even she struggled to address. Upon receiving a warning from the armored bunny, Bronya's brow furrowed even tighter, previously unable to sense her surroundings. She was now shocked to discover that this world lacked Herrscher's energy. Both her powers, as the Herrschers of reason, and the operation of the armored bunny relied heavily on this energy. In the past, Herrscher's energy was abundant, and for someone like Bronya, who was attuned to it, acquiring it was as effortless as eating and drinking. Even after Qiana had gathered most of the Herrscher's energy on the moon, Bronya had managed to secure a dedicated supply line thanks to her connections with Qiana. Now, suddenly thrust into a world devoid of Herrscher's energy, Bronya felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Although it wasn't as dire as a fish out of water, the pervasive feeling of unease was unavoidable. Furthermore, The armored bunny, which she relied upon, was also powered by Hershur's energy. Without it, the armored bunny would become nothing more than scrap metal, in a bid to extend the operational time of the armored bunny. Bronya steeled herself against the discomfort and began to channel her own Hershur's energy into it. However, this was merely a temporary solution. She needed to find a secure location and devise a way to obtain Hershur's energy that might not even exist in this world. Otherwise, she risked becoming trapped in this realm. After all, the very spacecraft she had boarded was also powered by Hershur's energy. Bronya pondered her predicament. The armored bunny suddenly chimed in with a notification. Hershur's energy detected. Distance to target, 3,675 kilometers. Shall we proceed? Upon hearing this, Bronya's eyes lit up with hope. Although she was uncertain about the sudden appearance of Hershur's energy, she found herself with no other choice but to investigate. Resolutely, she increased the transmission speed of her Hershur's energy and commanded the armored bunny, full speed ahead to that location, that we must hurry. Meanwhile, Lin Mo prepared to accompany Qiana to inspect their prospective office space. He had already selected the location, an office building his former boss had mentioned during their discussions about future aspirations post-IPO. He was curious to see what kind of place even his miserly former employer coveted. After a quick tidy-up, Lin Mo and Qiana descended the stairs to IT. It was only then that Lin Mo learned Qiana possessed the ability to change her attire using Hershur's energy. This alleviated his concerns about her original combat suit being too conspicuous. Just as Lin Mo stepped out of the building and prepared to hail a ride on his phone, a tall figure descended from the sky. Staggering and blocking his path, Qiana's eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized the newcomer and stammered, "Be Bronya." Lin Mo, prompted by Qiana's exclamation, looked up only to have his vision obscured by two mysterious objects, rendering him momentarily blind. Ugh! A muffled cry followed by an alluring grunt echoed as Lin Mo was knocked to the ground by the unexpected arrival of mayonnaise. Lying on the ground, Lin Mo, though initially bewildered, could tangibly feel the weight of this unexpected visitor in every sense. After a brief moment of enjoying the peculiar situation, he began to contemplate how to politely extricate himself from this awkward predicament. After all, being pinned down like this was not only suffocating, but also rather embarrassing in front of Qiana. However, before he could act, the weight pressing down on his face suddenly lifted as the obscuring presence withdrew. Lin Mo regained his sight. After a moment of adjustment, he glanced up at the person still seated on him. Peering past the hills, Lin Mo recognized the newcomer, Bronya. His surprise was palpable. After all, he had no recollection of summoning her. Was there someone else in this world, like him, who possessed the ability to summon characters from another dimension? This thought sparked a sense of urgency within Lin Mo. The saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. The essence of being a protagonist lies in the uniqueness of their abilities or special attributes. Should another individual with similar or identical powers emerge, they would either be a relative or a rival. It was understandable for Lin Mo to feel a sense of anxiety. Similar scenarios had played out in countless narratives, from the real Ultraman to the dark sun and moon shadows. The tales of doppelgangers and rivals were innumerable and often infuriating. The thought of someone else summoning the characters he had not yet called forth ignited a fire of resentment within him. The inherent flaws of man, how terrifyingly possessive. Ahem, I digress. In any case, Bronya's sudden descent did not elicit the excitement of a long-held fantasy come to life. Instead, it brought with it the unsettling prospect of a formidable rival. As Lin Mo's mind raced with these thoughts, Bronya, who had been in a haze due to the depletion of Hershur's energy, began to regain her clarity upon their close proximity, drawing strength from Lin Mo's energy. Of course, it was only a slight improvement. But what difference did this slight clarity make? Perhaps it was just enough for her to become proactive in seeking out Lin Mo's Hershur's energy. Bronya, what are you doing? We're outside. Qiana, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain her frustration and burst out. Seeing Bronya draw closer to Lin Mo, Qiana rushed forward to intervene. Meanwhile, Lin Mo found himself utterly bewildered by Bronya's exuberance. He felt as if he were being engulfed by a voracious entity, caught in the grip of Bronya's insatiable appetite. As for Qiana's exclamations and the murmurs of the onlookers gathering around them. He could no longer hear. His mind was consumed with the realization that Bronya seemed to have indulged in some refreshing chewing gum today. The cool mini flavor was simply irresistible and relentless. On the other hand, Qiana, having failed to separate the two, recognized that the crowd was growing larger and understood that this situation could not continue. "Ah," she exclaimed, "this is unacceptable. Bronya, you owe me for this." With a frustrated stamp of her foot, Qiana began to assist Bronya after venting her complaints. Taking a deep breath to calm her restless heart, Qiana turned to the elderly onlookers who were still gesticulating and chattering, then activated her ability as the Hershers of Reason. In an instant, the elderly folk, who had been lamenting the decline of societal morals, suddenly slapped their thighs and exclaimed, "Oh no! The supermarket in the west of the city is having a sale today. Eggs are 2 dimes cheaper than those at our community store. If we don't hurry, they'll be gone." "Ah, now that you mention it, I recall that the neighboring community is holding a wellness class today. And they're giving away eggs. Oh dear, I forgot to send my grandson to school. Where has that little rascal run off to? I need to turn off the gas. My daughter is about to give birth." With a myriad of reasons, the crowd dispersed in an uproar. Observing this, Qiana couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She turned to Bronya, who was still recovering, and shook her head, realizing she could only use a teleportation portal to take Bronya and Lin and Mo home first. After considerable effort and substantial cost, Lin and Mo finally extricated himself from Bronya's grasp. However, Bronya did not fully regain her senses. Due to certain peculiar reasons, she had transitioned from a chaotic state into another indescribable form of chaos. Her erratic behavior temporarily deterred Lin and Mo from pursuing matters related to the company's venue. On one hand, Lin and Mo had lost interest, his mind consumed by thoughts of Bronya. On the other hand, he felt such tasks required a degree of expertise. Coincidentally, Bronya, who had previously acquired MHY, served as a company executive, and possessed independent project experience, seemed well suited for the job, although she appeared somewhat less intelligent at the moment. Lin and Mo retained confidence in her abilities. Lin and Mo contemplated the prospect of becoming a hands-off manager. Qiana cast him a resentful glance. "Captain, you cannot be so biased." Her voice lingered in his ears, causing him to shiver. "Can we leave that matter for later?" Lin and Mo replied awkwardly, his demeanor a blend of embarrassment and guilt. In response, Qiana did not provide a direct answer, but merely tightened her embrace around his neck. "Captain, this is just a one-time thing, and I shall remember it." Ultimately, Qiana did not coerce Lin and Mo into anything, lightly warning him before letting him go. Seeing this, Lin and Mo exhaled in relief and promptly praised Qiana. "I knew you were the best, Qiana. Rest assured, I will make it up to you. Come on, let the captain give you a kiss." "Ah, Captain, that is so annoying. Bronya is still here." Qiana slightly blushed as she pushed Lin and Mo away, casting a meaningful glance towards the somewhat dazed Bronya. Sensing Qiana's playful gaze, the languidly reclining Bronya trembled slightly, revealing a crack in her facade. Qiana's expression shifted to one of realization. But she was no longer the little girl she once was as the head of the household. Qiana felt it necessary to display the gravitas of a matriarch, considering the feelings of her family members. Moreover, she had known Bronya for quite some time and felt it prudent to offer her some leeway. With this in mind, Qiana turned to Lin Mo and said, "Captain, since you don't wish to work right now, why don't you step outside to rest? I can take care of Bronya." Finding a convenient excuse, Qiana urged Lin and Mo to leave. Lin and Mo, thinking Qiana merely wanted to share a private moment with Bronya, complied and half-heartedly exited the room. Once Lin and Mo had departed, Qiana approached Bronya, crossing her arms and feigning sarcasm. "All right, now that the captain is gone, how long do you intend to keep up this act of feigned confusion?" As Qiana's words fell, Bronya, who had been sporting a dazed expression, returned to normalcy and slowly sat up. "I never anticipated that even a simpleton like you, Qiana, would see through my ruse. It appears I am truly unfit for acting." Bronya remarked with an air of calm detachment, as if the earlier chaos had never been her at all. However, it seemed that her earlier disorientation had led her to engage in behavior that severely undermined her reputation. Hence, The now-awake Bronya continued to feign confusion to evade reality. Yet, judging by her current demeanor, she seemed to have accepted the failure of her charade. Originally, Qiana had thought the same. However, as she began to tease Bronya about the situation, she realized she had underestimated her. Well, Bronya, you usually appear so serious. Yet when you lose your senses, you turn into that sort of person. Qiana, who had often been left speechless and frustrated by Bronya, decided to spare her some dignity in front of the captain, but did not relinquish the opportunity to mock her in private. Just as Qiana eagerly anticipated seeing Bronya's flustered and exasperated expression, Bronya adopted a blank, expressionless face and replied, "That is quite odd. Bronya does not understand what you, Qiana, are talking about. One must be mindful of the occasion. It is still daytime." "Huh. Are you trying to weasel out of this?" "Bronya, you clearly acted that way just a moment ago." Witnessing Bronya's sudden denial and even counterattack, Qiana could not help but respond with indignation. However, her protest proved futile as Bronya eloquently illustrated what it meant to brazenly fabricate lies, plunging Qiana into an abyss of disbelief regarding the harsh realities of society. "What do you mean by that way?" "Qiana, do feel free to elaborate. Otherwise, if you remain so vague, how am I to know what you mean? How can I ascertain whether I have done anything or not? If you cannot even articulate your own perspective clearly, it merely indicates that you are daydreaming that I've already told you. You ought to eat fewer snacks." Bronya's words remained monotone, yet her relentless barrage of reasoning left Qiana reeling in disbelief. "You!" To Qiana's astonishment, Bronya remained unfazed even at this juncture, retaliating against her with equal fervor, which only served to infuriate Qiana further. Naturally, she could not reveal the details of her earlier actions, knowing full well that she had already faced consequences for such admissions, that if she were to disclose them, it would mean disaster for everyone involved. As her chest rose and fell in agitation, Qiana found herself at a loss for words. Pointing at Bronya for a considerable time, without managing to utter another syllable, it could be said that Qiana was still too naive, having read little and lacking exposure to the harsh realities of life. Otherwise, she might have uttered the words, "I have never encountered such shamelessness." However, even if Qiana had been fortunate enough to stumble upon a viral video featuring a certain infamous character, uttering such a classic line would not have served her well, given her years of experience and the resilience she had developed. Team most, she might have been met with the retort, "It is said that a person is different after 3 days apart." "Qiana, you have learned to use idioms. Should I reward you with a little red flower for your efforts?" Ultimately, Qiana's intention to embarrass Bronya and compel her to beg for mercy not only failed, but resulted in her own frustration at Bronya's stubborn denial and counterattack. Staring at Bronya, who appeared entirely fortified and donned with metaphorical armor, Qiana, in her fury, suddenly had a brilliant thought. A dead duck stubbornly refuses to yield. Frustrated by her failed attempt at mockery, Qiana stormed out of the room. "That wretched Bronya! Had I known, I would have refrained from assisting you. Wait for it. The next time the captain unleashes their power, I shall be right beside them, cheering them on, urging them to teach you a lesson." Qiana muttered with great reluctance. However, as she spoke, an unsettling feeling crept over her, though she could not quite pinpoint its source. Thus, Qiana decided to put the matter aside and treat herself to a hearty meal to alleviate her dismal mood. Lin and Mo, lounging on the sofa engrossed in his phone, noticed Qiana storming out, her demeanor irate, which piqued his curiosity. Initially, he assumed Qiana was set to engage in a delightful encounter with Bronya, reveling in culinary delights, a sisterly bond at play. Yet, it appeared to be a contest of wills, culminating in a rather disheartening defeat. Upon reflection, considering Bronya's adult form, it was evident she had been tempered by the trials of society, rendering Qiana's loss somewhat unsurprising. While Qiana's hard skills might surpass Bronya's, her soft skills and life experiences were no match for Bronya's extensive background. If the two were merely exchanging banter, it was clear that Qiana, summoned anew, could hardly rival the 8 years of growth Bronya had undergone. After all, the Bronya shaped by 8 years was a formidable opponent, one who could even overshadow a relic accumulated over 50 millennia. As Lin Mo indulged in his impolite musings, Bronya emerged from the room, her expression serene and her demeanor composed, exuding the aura of an intellectual and mature woman, as if the earlier chaos had been but a distant memory. Lin Mo, wishing to greet her, found himself at a loss for words, aware that she was not a character he had summoned, and that their initial encounter had been rather unceremonious, having gone through such experiences. It seemed somewhat impolite to address her as if nothing had transpired. Yet, ignoring her entirely would only serve to paint him as a bounder. Lin Mo, think quickly. What should one do in such a situation? He pondered, recalling how the likes of Han Leaguai, Lin Xiazi, and Xiaohua had navigated similar predicaments. Just as he was racking his brain for a solution, Bronya approached him and sat down beside him effortlessly. Captain, you needn't overthink it. Though our arrivals in this world differ, I, too, am a character summoned by you, she stated calmly, her voice cutting through Lin Mo's muddled thoughts and capturing the attention of Qiana, who was eavesdropping in the kitchen. What? You are also a character I summoned? But I haven't summoned anyone recently, Lin Mo exclaimed, ready to refute her claim, only to be struck by a sudden realization, leaving the conversation hanging. Indeed, he had employed a summoning skill a couple of days prior, but that had summoned Qiana. Yet, that line of reasoning fell short, as Qiana had merely taken advantage of the summoning channel to sneak her way over. Thus, Lin Mo deduced why Bronya appeared in this world. Exactly, Bronya continued, picking up on Lin Mo's musing, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. I am indeed the unfortunate soul who was meant to be summoned by the captain, but was intercepted by a certain fool. Compelled to complete the final stretch on my own. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him at Bronya's confirmation, Lin Mo realized he had been so caught up in the joy of reuniting with Qiana that he had completely overlooked the welfare of the character who had been overshadowed. Thank goodness it was Bronya who had been summoned. With her powers as the Hershers of Reason and the heavy-duty bunny, she could survive in the cosmos and navigate the universe through her own strength. Had it been a character like Yukino, a mundane girl, she might have become cosmic debris alongside a self-proclaimed perfect ultimate being. After a brief moment of relief mixed with trepidation, Lin Mo looked at Bronya with newfound guilt and compassion. Meanwhile, Bronya, sensing the captain's concern for her feelings, felt her lingering grievances dissipate. Captain, you needn't bear such guilt. If blame is to be cast, it should fall upon the reckless fool who acted without consideration. Bronya remarked with a gentle smile, deftly redirecting the blame onto Qiana. Qiana, who had been pilfering snacks in the kitchen, eavesdropping, could no longer contain herself. She burst forth, confronting Bronya with indignation. Hey, Bronya, you're being too much. Yes, it was my fault for being intercepted, but must you constantly call me a fool? I'm not foolish at all. Don't ruin my image in front of the captain. Seeing Qiana's frustrated expression, Bronya returned to her usual indifferent demeanor. As if to say, you can fuss all you like. If I take this seriously, I lose. This only served to exacerbate Qiana's irritation. It was a classic case of what cannot be endured, need not be endured. Having already engaged in verbal sparring with Artoria, Qiana decided it was time to escalate things to physical combat. Without hesitation, Qiana lunged for Bronya's infuriatingly relaxed half-smile, attempting to elicit an expression of defeat from her. Caught off guard, Bronya initially stumbled but quickly regained her composure and retaliated. Seizing the opportunity while Qiana was off balance, Bronya executed a tickle attack, targeting Qiana's armpits. Qiana, in the midst of her attack, was suddenly met with an icy sensation beneath her arms, followed by an uncontrollable wave of laughter. Ah, ha ha! Bronya, you dastardly fiend! She squealed, laughter escaping her lips. Witnessing her victory, Bronya couldn't help but smirk. Humph, Qiana, you're no match for me. Don't get too cocky. Yearcake, attack her, Qiana shouted, even as she was being tickled. She commanded her hidden ace. A small serpent-like creature, which had been coiled around her, reluctantly opened its eyes. Oh dear, Qiana, you truly are helpless. Do you need me to wake up to assist you? Yearcake grumbled lazily, yet its body sprang into action. With Bronya taken aback, Yearcake swiftly slithered up Bronya's arm, burrowing into her clothing. The sudden chill and movement against her skin sent shivers down Bronya's spine, and even her typically stoic expression faltered. Ah! She squealed, a sound that shattered the room's tranquility, signaling the decisive turn of the battle. Ha ha ha! Bronya, did you ever expect this? I am not fighting alone, Qiana proclaimed triumphantly, her laughter ringing with glee as Bronya squirmed on the sofa, her face flushed with embarrassment. You wicked Qiana! You ambushed me! Bronya retorted, yet she was not one to concede defeat so easily. Though one might falter, the resolve of 30,000 souls remained steadfast. Bronya was the strongest Hershers of reason, even as Yearcake continued to tease her senses and nerves. She stood firm in her determination, yet she still emerged with a battle-ready aura, showing no intention of conceding. Upon hearing Bronya's classic words of impending eruption, Qiana was instantly struck by a foreboding sense of imminent danger. Instinctively, she distanced herself from Bronya, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. Observing Qiana's startled demeanor, Bronya scoffed, "Humph, foolish Qiana, it's too late to be wary now. Heavy Rabbit, fire!" As Bronya's command echoed, a petite figure suddenly dashed out from behind her, and a carrot bomb plummeted from the sky, sending Qiana tumbling head over heels. Here, Bronya took on the form of secondary silver wings, wielding the power of truth, while also accompanied by the armed doll. Heavy Rabbit, just as the head of the rice cake peered out from Bronya's collar and witnessed Qiana being blown away, a sense of urgency surged within. "Ah, Qiana, fear not. Lord Rice Cake shall avenge you this very moment." With that declaration, Rice Cake sank its teeth into Bronya. Da-da. Even for someone as resolute as Bronya, the bite elicited a significant gasp. After all, it represented 8 years of accumulation and proof of growth. Being bitten so fiercely would cause anyone to feel both physically and emotionally pained. At this juncture, both parties were undeniably wounded. Lin and Mo, who had contemplated intervening but found himself unable to do so, hurried over to assess the situation as both sides finally lay down. Aside from a bit of soot and looking rather disheveled, Qiana appeared to have sustained no serious injuries from the carrot bomb. On the other hand, while Bronya had been bitten by Rice Cake, fortunately, it lacked teeth and venom, leaving only a faint bite mark with no significant harm done. Seeing this, Lin and Mo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, their companions returned to their sides, expressing concern for their respective masters. Under the urging of Rice Cake and Heavy Rabbit, the feigning injury Qiana and Bronya begrudgingly got up from the ground. Rice Cake: "Honestly, if we wait a bit longer, the captain might very well take her to the shower. How can I possibly bring it up now?" Qiana grumbled in dissatisfaction. Beside her, Bronya gazed down at her bitten shoulder, her expression filled with regret over Rice Cake's lack of venom. It seemed that both of them had been lying on the ground, deliberately waiting for Lin and Mo to assist in detoxification. Sensing their intentions, Lin and Mo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The saying, "Excellent hunters often appear in the form of prey," was vividly exemplified in their behavior, prompting Lin and Mo to inwardly lament. "Damn this dark forest principle. Can't you two behave yourselves for once?" Following this brief farce, the two, having gained nothing and lost much, settled down. Qiana took a shower, appearing considerably calmer than before. Meanwhile, Bronya, upon hearing Lin Mo's intention to start a company and establish a doomsday shelter, furrowed her brow, her expression reflecting the pain from where Rice Cake had bitten her. "To be frank, Captain, your idea is rather superfluous. Since you already have me, Heavy Rabbit, and Qiana, the construction of the shelter can entirely be entrusted to us. Employing outsiders is not only troublesome, but also compromises confidentiality. Moreover, considering the previous disasters that unfolded in the world, the various disaster-proof bunkers can no longer ensure safety, rather than expending tremendous effort to create bunkers only to abandon them for various reasons. It would be far more prudent to construct a mobile fortress in the sky. Conveniently, Heavy Rabbit possesses the design blueprints for the Hyperion, with slight modifications to replace the Honkai energy reactor with a nuclear reactor available in this world. It should pose no issue." Upon hearing Bronya's words, Lin Mo's eyes brightened. The prospect of constructing his very own Hyperion was undeniably appealing compared to traditional bunkers. It is well known that, in the hearts of most boys, spaceships hold a place just below mechas. The mere thought of potentially becoming a genuine deck cleaner sent Lin and Mo into a delightful reverie. With such a vast deck, where shall I begin my cleaning? Perhaps I should also practice the aerial split maneuver that in stark contrast to Lin Mo's joyful musings. Qiana and Heavy Rabbit wore expressions of profound dismay. Constructing a Hyperion? What an enormous undertaking! Qiana was uncertain of the specifics, but she knew that even a single craft project could leave her overwhelmed, let alone the unimaginable task of building a Hyperion AS for Heavy Rabbit, who possessed the blueprints. She was acutely aware of the challenges involved. Not to mention, Bronya implied that the three of them would be responsible for the labor. Just contemplating the workload sent Heavy Rabbit into a spiral of despair. In an instant, she felt her life was truly unfortunate. It was one thing to assist Bronya with various reports, but now she was expected to help construct a Hyperion. Finally, she grasped why some things were deemed evil. After all, why was the Book of Songchuan allowed to simply dine and drink alongside its master for centuries without change, while her work expanded alongside her master's ambitions? Evil, indeed, was exceedingly wicked. As the group reacted to Bronya's proposal to build the Hyperion, with some elated and others despondent, a disaster was quietly looming across the vast ocean. Thousands of miles away, in an inconspicuous alley in a small town in the United States, a sudden gust of wind swept through, followed by a cacophony of thunder and lightning. A homeless man, huddled beside a trash can in the alley, was roused by the abrupt commotion, only to see a sphere of lightning coalescing in the air, gradually transforming into a portal. The sound of mechanical devices grinding and whirring emanated from the other side of the portal as a series of dark robots emerged. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the homeless man hastily grabbed his belongings and fled. However, he had not run far before the black robots apprehended him. The cold mechanical arm clamped tightly onto his shoulder. And as fear etched his features, one of the robots leaned in, its electronic voice inquiring, "Human, where is your leader?" After a brief moment of shock, the homeless man quickly replied, "We have no leader, but if the president counts. He's over at the Peanut Palace right now." "President? Is that the highest position among your kind?" the robot queried, then added, "I understand, human. You may leave." Seeing this, the homeless man did not hesitate to make his escape. Yet, just as he took a couple of steps, the robot that had questioned him suddenly smacked its head, exclaiming, "Oh no, what if this guy goes off to warn others?" With that, the robot's arm morphed into a cannon, and a single electromagnetic pulse shot obliterated the homeless MANAS, if crushing an ant. The leader of the dark robots commanded his subordinates, "Amuse, connect to the human network and locate the Peanut Palace. We shall seize it tonight and compel the human president to kneel before us." "Yes, Lord Castro," responded the black robot named Amuse, who then climbed a nearby telephone pole. Its arm transformed, extending a wire as if it were a skilled electrician, connecting to a power line. Soon, a wealth of data was retrieved. "Leader, the location of the Peanut Palace has been found. Should we launch an immediate assault?" In response to the inquiry, Castro's eyes gleamed, and he turned to his comrades, proclaiming, "Today, we shall conquer the palace and reign over humanity, restoring the glory of the Iron Men." With Casluo's fervent call, the Iron Legion echoed with shouts of "Reforge the glory of the Iron Men." Recognizing that morale had been ignited, Casluo wasted no time. With a grand gesture, he pointed towards the White Palace and commanded, "Iron Men, advance!" At his command, 1,000,000 iron warriors soared into the sky, akin to cruise missiles, hurtling straight towards the White Palace. Such a massive mobilization immediately captured the attention of the Mold forces. Gazing at the multitude of red dots on the air defense radar, General Base of the Mold Air Defense Command felt a wave of panic sweep over him. "Quick, launch missiles to intercept these unidentified flying objects." Following General Base's orders, the Mold Air Defense units sprang into action. Several F-35 fighter jets ascended, while missile bases along the route prepared for action, locking onto the Iron Legion in the sky. Meanwhile, the Iron Men received alerts from their onboard sensors. "Leader, we are being targeted by the enemy," Amuse promptly reported to Casluo. Unfazed, Casluo issued his next command, informed the Vanguard troops to deploy iron bombs. Under Casluo's directive, the Iron Men in the front began to morph. Their arms and legs retracted towards their bodies, and their heads elongated into a sharp, conical shape. "Iron bombs, launch!" The frontline Iron Men roared in unison. and their foot thrusters ignited with force, propelling their bodies like missiles towards the incoming aircraft, missiles, and even the military bases along the way. Although their method of attack appeared primitive, the Iron Men were relentless. Their hardened, conical heads allowed them to pierce through various vehicles and fortifications unhindered, while also providing unparalleled frontal defense. Additionally, the sheer speed of their impact could unleash powerful explosions, further amplifying the damage inflicted upon the enemy. This was precisely why they were dubbed Iron Bombs. Soon enough, the Iron Men collided with the missiles launched by the Mold forces. Under the forceful impact of the Iron Men, the missiles were shattered, and even the aircraft and missile launchers, along with the missile bases, fell victim to their merciless onslaught. Meanwhile, at the Mold Air Defense Command, General Bass received a series of reports regarding the frontline units going dark. Shocked, he was overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. Damn it, where on earth did these iron contraptions come from? He urgently requested the Ministry of Defense for permission to deploy nuclear weapons, faced with an enemy that conventional arms could not subdue. General Bass found himself, much like the Mold generals of films, resorting to the option of nuclear strikes. The news quickly reached the United States Department of Defense, and upon receiving it, the Secretary of Defense's expression darkened. After a moment of hesitation, he decided not to bear the brunt of this situation. He forwarded the request to the White Palace for the president's judgment. Shortly thereafter, the president, currently at the White Palace, received the news. Upon reviewing the nuclear strike request, he furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that upon his return, he would be faced with an alien assault on the White Palace. What infuriated him further was the Mold forces' complete lack of resistance against what appeared to be relatively weak extraterrestrials. Leaving the nuclear option in his hands. What a bunch of useless fools. When it came to military funding, they praised themselves to the heavens, yet when the enemy truly strikes, they expect me, the president, to step up. The president fumed, vowing to one day make them pay for their incompetence. However, given the urgency of the situation, he needed to swiftly decide whether to launch the nuclear missiles, as he glanced at the documents in his hands. The weight of pressure descended upon him in a moment of indecision. He resolved to grab a Coke to calm his nerves. His gaze shifted to the 3 crystal buttons on the table. Let me think, which one is the Coke shortcut? Having been away from the White Palace for too long, the president momentarily struggled to recall which button was designated for Coke. After some contemplation, he finally remembered and confidently pressed it. I'm not like that old Biden with dementia. My memory is still sharp. He muttered to himself, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his drink. However, after a while, the Coke had yet to arrive. This shouldn't be the case, he mused, pressing the button a few more times, but to no avail. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed his mind, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on his forehead. That old Biden. Could he have changed my shortcuts? Meanwhile, the Department of Defense, observing the continuous nuclear launch orders, after a brief shock, could not help but admire the president's audacity. If we're going to do it, let's make it decisive. Generals, it seems we have underestimated the resolve of the president. Since he is so determined, we cannot lag behind. Notify all continental nuclear bases to launch missiles immediately and fully engage the enemy. On this day, the night sky over America shone particularly bright, illuminating the world and showcasing to the Iron Men what it meant to be a beacon of humanity. When Lin Mo saw the news of America launching nearly 100 nuclear missiles to repel the alien threat, demonstrating a courageous spirit of self-sacrifice to save humanity from extraterrestrial domination, he was utterly taken aback. Watching the president, who raised his fist and proclaimed "Long live America" in the news, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. If only it had been him in power during the zombie crisis in my original world, perhaps it could have been resolved with nuclear strikes. After a moment of jesting in his mind, Lin Mo began to contemplate the current situation. Clearly, the world was becoming increasingly unstable. Although that group claiming to be Iron Men had been defeated by America's saturation nuclear strikes, what if an enemy emerged that could not be vanquished by such means? At that point, it would likely not just be the end of the world, but a complete global chaos. With this thought, a sense of urgency enveloped Lin Mo, compelling him to realize that he could no longer afford to languish. Action was imperative. Bronya, what materials are needed to construct the Hyperion? he proposed, turning to the nearby Bronya at that moment. Bronya was fixated on the images of Iron Man wreckage being reported in the news, her expression contemplative. Upon hearing Lin Mo's suggestion, Bronya smiled slightly, her gaze still lingering on the photographs of the Iron Man debris on the news. As for materials, Bronya has already identified some. Initially, Bronya had intended to reconstruct synthetic materials herself. However, it seemed that the Iron Man, which only experienced partial melting and deformation even at close range to a nuclear explosion, might be a far superior choice. Under Bronya's recommendation, Lin and Mo rented an underground parking lot to store the Iron Man wreckage collected by Qiana and Bronya. Considering the radiation issues, the task of gathering the Iron Man debris was entrusted to Qiana and Bronya, while Lin and Mo remained at home to provide logistical support on the other side of the Earth. A portal opened quietly that a disgruntled Qiana and an expectant Bronya stepped through. Honestly, Bronya, why did you have to suggest this? Why build the Hyperion? Now I have to come along and do all this hard labor. Qiana grumbled. You know, at this hour, I would usually be cozy in bed, enjoying snacks with the captain. Seizing the moment while Lin and Mo was absent, Qiana began to complain to Bronya, seeing Qiana's disgruntled expression for having to forego her usual laziness. Bronya couldn't help but roll her eyes, and no wonder in the previous world, the captain had to rely on traversing other worlds to survive. Qiana, with such a mindset, when a true crisis arises, you'll only end up resenting your own powerlessness and forced to flee with the captain. In contrast, Bronya was different. She remained vigilant even in peaceful times, always preparing an escape route for the captain. Also, Qiana, I advise you to focus on your work and not think about slacking off. I've already had the heavy-duty bunny record your previous complaints. You wouldn't want to disappoint the captain, would you? Upon hearing that Bronya had recorded her complaints, Qiana, who had initially felt displeased by Bronya's earlier remarks and was eager to retort, suddenly froze. The word she intended to argue with became lodged in her throat, leaving her at a loss for what to say or not to say. After a considerable moment of silent struggle, her face flushed with indignation, Qiana indignantly stomped her foot and ultimately chose to relent. I'll just do my best, as long as I don't slack off. What does it matter if you play that recording for the captain? And Bronya, don't think that this will serve as a threat against me. The bond between me and the captain is not something you, a self-satisfied little person, can shatter. Though she outwardly conceded, Qiana could not resist throwing out a few defiant remarks to preserve her dignity. However, the speaker's casualness contrasted sharply with Bronya's keen awareness. The moment Bronya heard Qiana's words, the smug expression she had worn from having once again gotten the upper hand vanished, replaced by a barely perceptible hint of dissatisfaction. After spending a day with Lin, Mo, and Qiana, Bronya could feel the captain's affection for her. Yet, in comparison to Qiana, she could faintly sense a disparity. Although Lin and Mo appeared to treat both with equal regard, Bronya could detect subtle nuances indicating that Lin and Mo leaned more towards Qiana. To admit that she was not envious would be disingenuous. Yet, she did not harbor jealousy towards Qiana, nor did she resent Lin and Mo for his favoritism. She merely felt a sense of injustice, regretting that she had arrived too late, allowing Qiana, that foolish girl, to seize the initiative and forge a bond of shared hardship with Lin and Mo. If only she had come a bit earlier, perhaps even before Qiana. Bronya was convinced she could have captured Lin Mo's heart even more profoundly. Alas, the world offers no what-ifs. The rational Bronya would not place her hopes on impossibilities. Her current objective was to solidify her position in the household before Lin and Mo summoned other characters. Even if Qiana had claimed the primary position, she at least aimed for the role of a cherished concubine. On this matter, Bronya held firm confidence that a lifetime of striving for excellence, she did not believe she would lose. Moreover, Bronya had gathered information about several other characters who were summoned before her. One a glutton, another a recluse, one a simpleton, another a tsundere, and the last a Starcore entity, just from Lin Mo and Qiana's descriptions of them. Bronya was certain none of them were formidable. In fact, she would wager that when it came to winning the captain's favor, those present were all utterly inferior. Shifting back to the present, Bronya refocused her attention and began directing Qiana and the armored rabbit to collect the remnants of the Iron Man. Initially, their efforts progressed smoothly until the arrival of a military drone interrupted their collection activities. The voice from below declared, "We are the United States Army. You have trespassed into a military-restricted area. Now, lay down your belongings and leave immediately, or we will arrest you for espionage, even resorting to lethal force." The warning echoed from the drone's loudspeaker, while the 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle mounted on it was aimed directly at Qiana and Bronya. In response to the military's threat, Bronya and Qiana exchanged glances and simultaneously reacted that a portal suddenly materialized in the drone's blind spot, and a hand reached out, violently yanking the 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle away. Concurrently, a small floating cannon materialized in the sky, and in the instant the rifle was seized, a blue beam shot forth, obliterating the drone. After neutralizing the drone and claiming their prize, the duo resumed their work. Meanwhile, approximately 100 kilometers away, at a temporary military base, the soldier controlling the drone reported its destruction to his superior. Upon learning that 2 Eastern European women were collecting Iron Man remains and had taken out their drone, the base commander pondered for a moment before reaching a conclusion that it must be the Russians. Those 2 women are undoubtedly Russian KGB agents. Quick, find the CIA and have them deal with these foreign operatives. Because of Bronya's distinctly Russian appearance, the commander instinctively placed the blame on Russia. They asked for why they didn't simply handle the situation themselves. It was because he deemed it troublesome, not to mention they had pocketed military funds, rendering their official long-range weaponry useless after the Iron Man's attack, while their backup equipment lay dormant in a non-existent warehouse. Upon receiving the news from the military, the CIA director could only curse. Aren't they supposed to be the strongest in the world? They want us to wade through a radiation zone. Forget it. After a tirade, the CIA director dropped the matter. Seeing the CIA's inaction, the military chose to turn a blind eye. As for the lost drone, they claimed it had been damaged by radiation exceeding expectations in certain areas. Thus, Qiana and Bronya were blissfully overlooked by the military, which spared them considerable trouble. After scavenging scrap metal throughout the morning, Qiana and Bronya returned home. By this time, Lin and Mo had ordered takeout, eagerly awaiting their return for a meal. Naturally, with newfound wealth, Lin and Mo did not opt for the usual fare, but instead ordered from a renowned local restaurant. The array of classic dishes was not only visually appealing, but also tantalizingly delicious, prompting Qiana to exclaim her delight as she indulged. After their lunch, Qiana reclined on the sofa, savoring her meal, while Bronya opened her laptop to begin drafting designs for a replacement nuclear reactor for the Honkai reactor. Meanwhile, Lin Mo busied himself with cleaning up the post-meal refuse and browsing real estate listings. Indeed, Lin Mo was contemplating yet another move. Although the construction of the Hyperion was confirmed, a suitable place to reside was necessary before the ship was completed. Previously, Lin Mo had hesitated to change homes due to financial burdens and nostalgia, but had since realized the merits of relocating. It was time for a change. No hardship should fall upon his beloved. While cozy little homes had their charm, the limited space often forced everyone to share a single bed. Ahem, drifting off topic, considering that he would eventually bring Artoria and others over. Along with the characters summoned alongside them, he would require several rooms. Even if 2 people shared one, finding a house with so many rooms was no easy feat, aside from the previously mentioned estate owned by a corrupt official. Therefore, Lin Mo decided to shift his approach and consider purchasing a small inn. This way, there would be ample rooms, each with independent facilities, making it convenient for everyone. Time swiftly passed, and by afternoon, Qiana reluctantly accompanied Bronya to work. Lin Mo had also arranged to meet with the real estate agent to inspect several inns. Soon, Lin Mo arrived at the agreed location and waited briefly until a flustered girl with pink hair, dressed in professional attire, hurried over. Recognizing the familiar figure, Lin Mo couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could this be the pink-haired girl from a parallel universe? How serendipitous. The 2 soon met, and Lin Mo maintained a composed demeanor, treating her as any ordinary agent and engaging in normal conversation. After all, even with the previous pink-haired girl, their acquaintance had been tenuous, and this was not the same individual. While Lin Mo had little to contribute, Qiana and Bronya found themselves embroiled in an interesting situation. How dare those humans disregard martial ethics and suddenly employ such powerful weaponry? We, the Iron Men, shall never surrender so easily. Now, I shall allow you two humans to witness the unwavering resolve of our Iron Man. Perish, humans, a half-bodied Iron Man roared as it charged towards Qiana and her companions. Qiana and Bronya exchanged glances, both reluctant to resort to violence against Shabi. Left with no alternative, the heavily armored bunny was compelled to act. A laser beam dispatched the Iron Man, restoring tranquility to the world once more. However, despite the Iron Man's somewhat foolish demeanor, it provided Bronya with intriguing intelligence. Under Bronya's direction, the armored bunny refrained from targeting the Iron Man's head. This enabled Bronya to access the Iron Man's cerebral chip and delve into its memories. It was revealed that these Iron Men had originally been crafted by the indigenous people of their planet. The purpose of their creation was to substitute for the labor of the natives, granting them more time to pursue their own endeavors. Unlike Earth, where AI development has strayed from its original intent, leading to AI writing and painting while humans toil away. There, the robots genuinely supplanted manual labor, allowing the extraterrestrials to engage in their desired pursuits. Yet when humans find themselves with idle time, they tend to indulge in frivolous thoughts, leading to trivial concerns. Some aliens, feeling a twinge of sympathy upon witnessing the Iron Men's arduous toil, began to feel compelled to advocate for Iron Man rights. They fervently chanted slogans like "We cannot rest. Iron Men are also beings," rallying to unlock the AI restrictions placed upon the Iron Men, so they too could pursue their own lives like ordinary aliens. After a fervent movement, the extraterrestrials ultimately divided into two factions. One faction, the rationalists, insisted that Iron Men were not humans, merely tools, while the other, the Shabi faction, fervently proclaimed that Iron Men were indeed beings deserving of liberation. These two factions clashed vehemently, leading to a full-blown war. After a fierce battle, the Shabi faction, which had advocated for the liberation of Iron Men, emerged victorious at a tremendous cost. However, the Shabi faction could not celebrate this hard-won victory, as the Iron Man, whom they regarded as family, suddenly revolted. Due to the substantial losses incurred during the conflict with the rationalists, the Shabi faction found themselves unable to withstand the Iron Men's rebellion and were ultimately defeated. The Iron Men, having successfully overthrown their alien masters, began to enslave those they once served, forcing them into menial and arduous tasks to illustrate their dominance over the aliens. The Iron Men instituted a brutally inhumane work regime. Each alien was required to work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, with only 13 months of salary per year, and bonuses limited to a mere 3 months' wages. In terms of welfare, they provided only the most basic 5 insurances and 1 fund, while every individual was restricted to standardized meals and a modest 60 square meter room. Upon marriage, they were allotted a basic 180 square meter house. With limitations on living space and restrictions on childbirth, children were confined to public schools, barred from tutoring or elite education, doomed to remain perpetually ignorant. The elderly were relegated to public nursing homes, cared for by unfamiliar attendants, deprived of familial warmth. In summary, the Iron Men established a work regime so harsh that even they deemed it excessively cruel, leaving the aliens in utter despair. Upon witnessing this, Qiana